saving more money, paying off debt, being a little more confident with our money decisions. Those are all the things that I like to do inside of my free personal finance community, Dollar Discipline University. And here it is in all of its glory. And the purpose of this live stream is to provide so much value to the universe that 5 people would be willing to join this free community. There's no strings attached. The link is down in the description. I have a little image up here as well. And yeah, that's kind of what's going to be going on in this live stream. I'm going to make this a lot smaller. There we go. So, if you're just joining me now, let me know where you're coming from. What part of the world are you in? What kind of challenges do you have in your personal finances? Because I kind of want to get right into it. And I say that 2 minutes into the live stream. I do apologize about that, but bear with the technical issues here. But I first want to, I think it's most important to dangle a carrot in front of you in terms of, okay, what's the big takeaway, the thing that I teach the most or share the most inside of Dollar Discipline University to the community, to the people inside there that I am taking free calls with to help them figure out their personal finances. There's a framework that I like to teach and talk about, and it's called the power of $100. $100. And the whole idea around this is how can we find an extra $100 a month in our finances to pay off our debt more efficiently, to put more money in our savings, to reach our financial goals faster. Because while $100 a month might not seem like a lot, it's very significant. And that's kind of what I need to show you here. So this is my debt payment calculator, okay? This, along with other resources and tools that I have, are also completely free inside of Dollar Discipline University. Links down in the description. What I have here, so this is a debt payment calculator. Here's all the input sections. So basically you would open this up and you would just start inputting your debt data into this. So I just have some random examples here. Credit card 1, credit card 2, a student loan, a car loan, okay? You can call these whatever you want. You can be generic like I was. You can use the company name, whatever works. It doesn't matter. This is for you. The current balance means, okay, how much is remaining on the debt as of right now? So as you can see, I just entered some random information here that totals $50,000. You want to enter your interest rates for each of the line items and then the minimum payments for each of the line items. And the minimum payments are going to be very important. So they're totaling $620, okay? And what we want to do is scroll down to the bottom or to the middle section here, this monthly payment. So right now there's nothing. Let's assume we're being good boys and girls and we're at least paying the minimum payment, right? So you'll see some of this stuff change down here. And this is where it gets very interesting and dare I say fun in the debt payment calculator. What we want to do here is now see, okay, based on the information that we've added, what kind of, what's happening with the debt? Like, what are the numbers behind the debt? Because anyone could just say, like, oh yeah, anyone could just look at these numbers and be like, yeah, I have $50,000 of debt and I make minimum payments. But if you dive just a little deeper and you tell yourself, okay, well, here's the debt that I have. Here's the interest that's going to be paid on each of these. Yikes. And here's how long it's going to take off in months. And then what's the date associated with it? So now you're like, oh, wow, like I can't even, yeah, I'm walking around with $50,000 in debt, but I just haven't even thought about the $99,000 of interest that I'll be paying off in the life of the loan, which is, by the way, 20 years. I'm recording this live stream in May of 2025. So in June of 2045 here, 20 years, right? So this is not great. And I'm sure a lot of you maybe feel like this, where it's like you would input the numbers and see something horrific like this. And you're like, oh my God, like I need to make a change, but I don't know how. Enter the power of $100. And yes, this is a real $100, by the way, just to clear that up. So basically the framework here is there's kind of two parts of it. So right now I'm actually showing you part 2 because I want to, again, this is kind of the carrot dangling that I want to do for you. What would happen if we were to, say you're living paycheck to paycheck and you're struggling month over month? You're like, I don't know how I'm going to find an extra $100 a month. Like this is kind of ridiculous. Well, let's just say you did. And that's part one. We're going to get into that a little later on in the live stream. That's part one. Let's say we just add an extra $100 a month to our monthly payments towards our debt. Okay, and I'm just going to change the strategy real quick. Add $100. So we're going to, instead of paying $620 a month, we're going to pay $720 a month. Now, when I hit enter, I want you to be looking down here at the interest paid. And these slightly changed because I changed the strategy here. But the interest paid is $95. The interest that you will be paying if you just do minimum payments is $95,000. The debt-free date is November 2044. Okay, so once I hit enter, let's see how those numbers change. Boom. Interest paid, just by adding an extra $100, we're saving $60,000 of interest. Yes, that is 60000. It's a lot of zeros in savings of debt. And in terms of how, like the timeline, when was it? November 2044. So we'll call that 9 years of being in debt. We're going to be debt-free 9 years earlier. Just from an extra $100 a month. It's so impactful. So imagine what you could do with that extra $60,000 at the end of that 9 years, right? That's insane. That's insane. And this works all the way up, right? So we can go to an extra $100 on top of that. And the increments are smaller and smaller as we add the $100. But even still, so if we added $200, so let me just go back to 620. So $95,000. If we add $200, it drops like $70,000 of interest, and we, are debt-free 12 years earlier. So again, we can keep going and going. We could do $1,000, right? But you get the point. It's like the more we add, the compounding effect it's going to have on how much less interest we'll have to pay and how sooner we'll be out of debt. And this works the other way too. Unfortunately, there's the good power of $100, and there's the bad. So let's go back to the $620, which is our minimum payment. Let's just say, things are tight, things are tough, and you're going month to month, and you're like, sometimes I, make the minimum payment, sometimes I pay a little more, sometimes I pay a little less. That inconsistency is also compounding, because let's say you pay $520 a month instead of the $620, and we hit enter. And right now the calculator is yelling at us. You need to increase the monthly payment, okay? So instead of the $95,000 for the minimum payment, we go up $10,000 of interest, and we tack on another 3 years of being in debt. Okay, 3 years. So again, this works all the way down too. We could go to 420, right? And now the calculator's broken it because this only goes to 360 months, which is 30 years. So it's going to be over 30 years to pay this off. And that's not fun, right? Because you look at your debt and it's like, yeah, $50,000, that's a lot. It's a lot. But if we're actually serious about paying it off, even 20 years, it's just not that acceptable. Like, think about it. Think about how long 20 years is. 20 years is from when you're born till when you're 20, right? So if anyone went to college, university, whatever, that's basically like you being born to essentially graduating college is how long you're going to be in debt for with this situation. So it's just something to think about. It's an impactful way to think about how just a little extra money a month, $100, can be super beneficial. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing for a second. And because I want to show you kind of the first part of this before we talk about anything else. But I did think it was important to share how important that extra $100 is, even if it's $50 in the first month that you're trying this. Even if it's something extra, it's going to make a difference. So if you can commit to, first you want to try to find $100. I'm going to show you how to do that in 1 second. But literally anything. So I'm going to, to share a little context around my background and why maybe I think I'm qualified to help people with their finances. So I went to college for accounting, so I've been in corporate accounting for the last 10 plus years of my life. My wife and I, we paid off our own debt, $43,000 worth, in about 13 months using this same exact strategy that I'm talking about now on this live stream and what, I go way deeper in with people inside the community. And it really all started with, I was never always great at my finances. Like over 10 years ago, I was living paycheck to paycheck. I was in tens of thousands of dollars of debt. I had no financial goals. I didn't even care about like financial future. I wasn't even thinking about any of that. The only thing I was really worried about was, how am I going to make plans? Like, how am I going to fill my calendar? How am I going to feel important with friends and family, right? And it was just like, I was trying to fill my life with stuff. And what happens when you fill your life with stuff is that you end up buying things, and then you end up living in the paycheck to paycheck cycle, or you end up going into debt. And that was me. Okay. So it all started, whatever. And around that time, I was about to make the biggest purchase of my life, which was a new car. Okay. This was in 2015, something like that. And, my first car had kind of broken down that week, so I needed something. I did a lot of shopping around for cars, whatever. I ended up picking a car, and it was the Friday before I was supposed to go to the dealership to put down the down payment, get the car, drive it away, and smile and be happy. But that Friday afternoon, I was at work, and my stomach sank, and I was just like, oh my God, do I even have enough money in my bank account to give them the amount of the check that I promised them? So I go to the World Wide Web. I look at my online banking. Yes, I don't think I had it on my phone. I didn't have a phone app at the time for it. And I looked, and my heart sunk, guys. I was like $1,500 short. And I had to give them a check literally in the morning, 12 hours from that point, 16 hours from that point. So I scrambled around. I eventually borrowed that money from my then girlfriend, who's my now wife. And yes, I did pay her back. And I didn't even know how she was able to give me $1,500, because she was poor too. I don't know how she did it. Anyway, I paid her back, all good. But that money, wasn't going to hit my bank account in time for the check to, like, if they deposited it right away, I would have been in trouble. So I went there, my tail was between my legs. I was nervous. I was like, oh my God, this is going to completely mess up the sale of this car. But, I gave my sob story, and they were like, they didn't love it, right? They didn't love it, but I was like, please don't cash it until like Tuesday, please. Like, you have all my information, you have my social, you have my address, send the police after me if, whatever, I don't know. But they gave me the car, I drove off the lot, and I would imagine, let me know if you're watching this live or after the fact, have you ever driven a new car or a new car for you off the lot or wherever, and it's exciting, right? Because you're playing around with maybe the new gadgets. You're seeing how fast you should be going, right? Or how fast you can go. How can I go 0 to 60? Like, how does it accelerate? All the fun stuff, right? But that was not me. I've never had that experience, because that was the only time I've bought a car, and I was miserable on the way home because I was just kicking myself for putting myself in this situation. I was telling other people how great I was with, numbers and finances and budget, I don't know, blah, 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 because I went to school for accounting. So I was like, oh, I assigned myself as this person who was good at stuff, with money and finances and stuff like that. But it couldn't have been further from the truth, because my actions were telling me something completely different of what my story was in my head. My actions sucked. They were not good. So I was like, I drew a line in the sand. I was like, never again is this going to happen to me again. Like, never again. So I was like, I tried to, reverse engineer the problem. I was like, what was the problem? The problem was I didn't know how much money was in my bank account. That was problem number one. So I was like, okay, I'm going to commit to knowing how much money was in my bank account. So every morning, one of the first things I did was I just looked at my bank account. Every morning. I did this for like months. Every single morning. And I was like, okay, I have an idea of how much is in my bank account, but I kind of would like some help, more information. I would kind of like to see, like, I wasn't really tracking if it was going up or down at every month. Like, I didn't really remember what I started with and what I'm ending with and where the money was going. So over time, this entire process sort of turned into this, what everyone knows as like budgeting, right? So I got first I kind of just did it mentally, which that is not a good idea. Like in my head, I was like, okay, yep, this groceries, yep, carb, yep. And didn't really work that well. It was better than what I was doing, which was nothing, but it didn't really work that well. And then I downloaded this rinky dinky app. I don't even remember the name, but this was a long time ago. So I'm sure apps have improved mightily since then. And I just started, every time I went to the store and bought something, I put it in the app. And this was very helpful for me, where I was able to go through each of the items at the end of the month and see where I was kind of spending my money. And again, is it going up or down, and how I'm allocating all my funds. And then I realized this really, really cool concept. And this is what I teach inside the community. And I call it the North Star goals. And everyone should have North Star goals. I'm a big believer in North Star goals. What if we optimized our finances for stuff that we care about doing? It's crazy, right? It's crazy. And this is where I was like going through the motions. I was doing my budgeting stuff, and I was like, this is great and all, and I see where my money's going, but like I'm not really making any progress. And maybe I didn't care enough back then, but I was like, nothing's really changing. I'm just sort of going through the motions. This budgeting thing is kind of feeling annoying, because I have to go to the store. It's like, okay, go in the car, punch in the thing. And then like if I made a purchase online, it's like, okay, get the phone out, do the thing. And it was very cumbersome, but I was like, am I like optimizing my expenses for the things that I care about the most, which I then sort of coined into the North Star goal. So here's what I want you to do if this is kind of your first go at finances, or if you've done stuff before but nothing's really worked. I want you to write down a list of 2, 5, 10 things that are really, really important to you in your life, whether it's right now or whether it's in the future. And after you have this list, and what's great about this list is no one else can tell you what's important in your life. Only you can tell you yourself what's most important. So everyone's going to have a different list, which is awesome. And then you look at everything else in your life. So you write down the list and you're like, okay, am I spending not just my money towards these North Star goals? Am I prioritizing the money? But it's also, am I prioritizing my time towards these? Am I prioritizing my efforts? Am I making additional sacrifices in these areas that I'm not doing over here? And you just kind of look through everything. And these North Star goals become a filter in your life. And again, it's not necessarily just finances, okay? So a lot of people that I've worked with, like their North Star goals have been around money, where it's like, okay, yep, there's like a saving goal. Okay, yep, I want to do something with debt, pay it off a little more efficiently. I want to find an extra $100 a month to be able to pay my debt off more efficiently. But it's also like, oh, I need to I want to be more fit. I want to be healthier. I want to do this. Like, oh, I want to learn this skill in this field so that I can kind of change career paths, right? It could be anything, okay? But why the money is so powerful is because every month is an opportunity for us to change where our money is going, right? It's just as simple as that. So that's kind of the next part of this process, and I'm going to share my screen. This is called the 3-month look back. And I'm just going to make this smaller now so you can see that. And again, all this that I'm going over is stuff that, like, basically what I'm teaching now is what I do inside of the free personal finance community. And I just kind of, again, everything's free, including my time. So this is all the information that I share in there, because information's free. Like, it's silly to put information behind a paywall. And right now, until my calendar fills up with calls from people inside the community, I'm just helping people, taking 15-minute accountability calls, taking hour-long like deep dive strategy calls into their finances. So if you're comfortable kind of talking about your finances and sharing them, this is the community here. And I actually have a really fun contest in the community right now for May, which is perfect right now. And I'll get into that a little later on. But But yeah, right now there's 53 people in this live stream. I really want to have 5 people join it. So if you're watching this now or later on, the link is down in the description, school.com/debt. Let me just double check that that's accurate, that I have the link. Yes, perfect. Because I did have that technical issue in the beginning. Perfect. So yeah, school.com/debt. We have people in here. So there's like a leaderboard. Oop, you can't see that because of my fat head over here. But there's a leaderboard of the people contributing in here. So we have Angie and Zane and Sandy and Steven and Stephanie. I'm posting updates in here. People are also posting updates in here. Like this was a win from Tony 7 days ago. And he said, before joining this group, can you guys see that? Not really. Okay. I'll scroll. And he said, before joining this group, I was balancing several different types of debt, including large student loans. I work as a music producer full time, and any freelancer will tell you that no one teaches you how to organize and allocate your money properly. I tried many different systems of doing so, but having someone with knowledge and experience like Chris come in and offer an objective perspective of what I was doing right, as well as coming up with creative solutions for how to pay myself, structure my spending, allocate my income towards savings and debt, has been game-changing. The accountability of sticking to a budget that I have to present to him every month is huge in itself. Since starting our regular calls from a month ago, I've cut down almost $8,000 of debt without cutting into my living or spending money, or I feel more stable and predictable income. Excited to see how the next 3 months goes. So basically the two things here, Tony in 3 months paid off $8,000 in debt. And those were his words, right? But also when I meet with people, I never really know the full story until I meet with them. And it's great because there's so many different types of stories out there and people, and personal finances is like this jigsaw puzzle where that's a bad example because I was like, there's never a right way to do a jigsaw puzzle, and that's just not true. There is usually one proper way to do a jigsaw puzzle. Let's think maybe like a Mr. Potato Head. Kind of a crazy. I've got 2 kids, that's why that's on the mind. I think we were just playing with that tonight. Mr. Potato Head is a blank canvas. And it's just got a bunch of holes. You can poke hats and ears and legs and mustaches onto it, right? And there's not really a wrong way to build Mr. Potato Head. Sure, there's the one that looks, formal with the eyes up here and the lips and the ears and the hat, right? But it's like you could put the feet on the head and no one's really going to say anything because it's kind of fun. So there's no wrong way to do Mr. Potato Head. And there's really no wrong path to do personal finances as long as you're making like positive steps, I guess. There's wrong ways to do finances, but in terms of like how you're trying to live your life and improve it. So yeah, Tony, for example, he was he's a business owner. And so he had kind of not messy, but he had 2 different structures of his money. So he was very organized, business money, personal money, and he didn't know how to like make them both work while also reaching his financial goals. So it was just every kind of challenge is fun for me. And again, everything inside this community is completely free. So there's nothing for you to lose really to join. So I'm just going to get back to the budget template here, the 3-month look back. So after we have our North Star goals and we start thinking about that, I want you to do this process called the 3-month look back. And before I get into it, yes, it's a pain in the ass if you aren't organized and haven't been tracking your finances to this point. But it's a one-time time investment of seeing your historical spending, if you will, the historical last 3 months, right? So what I want you to do is specifically focus on your variable expenses. So think things like groceries, gas, utilities, things that we buy every month, every other month, whatever. But obviously the cost fluctuates all the time. And the reason why I'm having you think about these and not the fixed expenses is because we know what those are. So like if you have a mortgage or rent, like you know what that is every month. If you have other expenses like think on a smaller scale, like Netflix subscription, like that's, the same price every month unless they, jack up their prices all the time, which is very possible, right? It's Netflix, it's very possible. So the variable expenses are the category where we can actually kind of make a quick change with our finances, and this is how we can find the extra $100. So what we do, and this file is set up for December, January, February, right? It doesn't matter. So this is, we're streaming this in May. So in that case, you could do April, March, February, but whatever. And you summarize in each of the months. I'm gonna make this a little bigger here because we only need this side right now. Is this gonna be too big? Nah, it's perfect. So for groceries, for example, you would go through all of your months, however you spend money. So debit cards, credit cards, cash. It's a little harder to go back with cash. I mean, that's kind of more of a like guesstimation with cash, but it can be done. But kind of go back to your statements. And that's the great part about, one of the positives towards using like a debit card or a credit card, whatever, is that you can look at you can always go back and get a statement. Okay. And there's pros and cons to cards and cash. And I can go over that a little later on if you guys want, if there's anyone interested in any of that. But basically, oops. So once you do that for like groceries, you would do that in all your categories, okay? And then we have an average actual. So what's going to happen here is you're like, oh, okay, so groceries, over the last 3 months, I spent $757. And you do that through all these. And then you kind of ask yourself, okay, do all of these seem reasonable to me? Do any of these seem out of place? Like, did I expect, because a lot of people see one or two categories, they're like, wow, I can't believe I spent this amount of money in this category. And it's like it's very surprising to them. And spoiler alert, this category, dining out, food delivery, restaurants, all that good stuff, that's always the one where they're like, ooh, wow, I'm spending that much. Because you don't really think about it. It's like, especially 30 days is a long time. It's hard to remember or think about the things that you did yesterday, at least for me, let alone 30 days ago, right? So the little things add up. Like you go to Wendy's and then you go to a diner and then you're doing like, I don't know, a Chili's, I don't know, wherever people go. And at the end of the month, you're like, wow, I'm spending $300 a month in this. Like, this is crazy. That's just some people's opinions. But anyway, I need to really get like a stat behind this of all the people that I've talked to, how many of them said, oh, wow, to this category. That's just kind of what I'm finding. So we have the averages. And then the next step in this process is very kind of fun. And again, I'm using fun very lightly, but it's more fun than not doing it. So what we want to do is now look at our average for the categories and link them up with our North Star goals and be like, so is this thing connected to a North Star goal? Now, obviously, like, things like groceries and utilities, like those you're probably not going to have that on your North Star goal list, but we do need to eat, unfortunately, right? And we, in today's society, we do need utilities. Like, we got to keep our house warm/cool. Like, we need lights, just some stuff that we live with. So obviously those aren't going to be attached, but that's not really what I mean with this. You can kind of look at this and we could use, I'm going to use two examples with this. The first would be like the dining out. It's like, oh, wow, I'm spending $257 a month here. Okay, well, obviously, the convenience of food delivery is not part of my North Star goal list. So I'm just being lazy and I can cut this. So it's like, okay, great. But now we have to figure out what a new budget amount could be for this. So it's like, what, for the first month, I'm going to try to do $150 instead of the $250. But in order to make that work, sorry, I just heard like little footsteps running upstairs. I was just listening to make sure everything's okay with the kiddos going to bed. To make that work, it's like, well, if I'm going to be eating less meals out, I need to have more meals in, right? So it's like, okay, groceries, I have to bring that up, right? You understand that. But I think what a lot of people think incorrectly, and I'm going to go back to me for a second, is when people think about budgeting, they think it's just like this automatic restriction on their life where they have to just cut everything. They go through every expense category like, oh wow, I need to cut this, I need to cut this, I need to cut this. And I'm telling you that it's way easier, and you're probably going to be able to sustain it longer if you're doing the things that you say you care about the most, and you're just kind of trimming around the fat of all the other stuff. Because if you have to give up your two favorite things in order to make, your savings goal work, or your debt pay down goal work, like, you're just not going to do it. You're not going to do it. So we have to find a way to keep the things that we care about, and then just get rid of everything else, or trim them down, right? So a budget doesn't tell us what we can't do with our money. It shows us what we can do. And I think a lot of people have that negative mindset around budgeting, where it's like this restrictive action. And I'm here to tell you that that's just not the case. So let me just click back over into here. And the other example that I wanted to share is so to show that it's not a cutting, like cut. If we look at health and fitness, for example, and I added this as an example, it's like, oh, okay, I spend $63 a month on my health and fitness. And then you look at your North Star goals, it's like, ooh, wow, like me being healthy and fit is part of my North Star goal, and I'm only spending $63 a month. It's like, well, okay. If I'm saying it's that important to me, I should probably be spending more money. So does that mean more classes? Does that mean more, I don't know, supplements? Whatever, right? Whatever the thing is. So I just wanted to kind of share with you that you can increase expenses in a category, even if that seems wild to you. If you're living paycheck to paycheck, you're like, how can I spend more in this category? It's like, well, we just need to trim around in different areas. And I also put, because I have, like I mentioned, 2 little kids. So if you have like kids activities, you're like, wow, obviously like half my North Star goal list is around my kids, and I would rather do more things with them. So maybe kids activities, we bump up a little bit, right? But either way, after you go through this whole exercise, the whole kind of point of this, and I need to minimize this, is this column here, monthly savings. And I'll put savings in quotes because it's not real savings yet. The month, we haven't saved it yet. It's like potential savings. But it looks at your average of the last 3 months and the new budget amount that you added in here. And if this number is red, then that means your new budget amount is higher than your average. Okay, as we can see in groceries, our new budget amount is higher than the average, so it's a negative. Anytime you go under the average, it's going to turn green. Okay, so green good, red bad, right? And then we want to look at the total that this kind of comes to. And as you can see, $142 down here is the amount of money that we found, right? It's a little more than this guy, right? But it's a good start where we're like, oh, okay, things are happening. Now, again, I put all this in quotes because this hasn't happened yet. This is a projection. So what I see a lot of times in, working with all the people that I've worked with is they do the 3-month look back. They have a good number that they're very happy with. And then the first month happens and they get a little defeated because it's like, oh, I thought I was going to have $142 at the end of the month. I only had 40. But it's like, okay, well, how much have you had at the end of any other month recently? They're like, 0. It's like, okay, so we're making progress, right? And progress is more important than, trying to get rich tomorrow, which obviously $142 isn't going to make us rich tomorrow. But I would rather see small incremental steps than trying to, hit the home run on the first try, because like I mentioned, over like 10 years ago is when I kind of started budgeting. And I'm not saying it's going to, it's going to take you 10 years to figure it out, but you're just kind of you're going to keep, things are going to keep changing. Like personally in my life, obviously, sorry, I keep bringing up kids, but they're a big part of my life. And I have a 4-year-old, we have a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. And basically what's been happening is like, when our 4-year-old started daycare a few years ago, we had to find that extra money in our finances. It's really funny how it works. Like when your back's against the wall and you need to figure something out, you figure it out. As long as you give yourself enough time, you're going to make it work. So we had him starting daycare 2 days a week, okay? And then he bumped up to 5 days a week. And it's like, wow, that's a lot more. And then we had our daughter, and then when she got to put into daycare, it's like, wow, the daycare bill is times 2 now. It's like, how are we going to make this work? I mean, for full transparency, and I don't know if there's any parents watching now or later on, but we pay $2,400 a month for daycare. It's insane. It's insane, and it's actually one of the we'll call it better value daycares in the area. I wouldn't say cheap because it's not cheap. It's just like it's not as expensive. So it's just nuts. So if any of you guys can resonate with that, let me know. But yeah, it's crazy. So this budgeting thing is going to adapt every month, every year. Like it's going to change. So to think that you're going to just knock it out of the park, all the time it's just not accurate. And I don't like to put people's hopes up where I'm like, yeah, you'll pay off your debt super quick, right? And they're sitting there and it's like 10 years from now, that's what the debt payment calculator will say, right? It's like, oh wow. So it's not super quick. So I don't want to I hate sort of like overshooting expectations for people. I like them to be realistic, but you're watching this now because you want to make a change. So I'm just telling you that like it will take a little practice. It will take a little repetition. Someone that I was working with who didn't have any savings at all, and they get paid weekly. And they were really trying to beef up. They had debt, but they were really trying to beef up the emergency fund for them. They had no savings. And they're like, oh, I get to the every month and I just have no money. And my bank account's in like the double digits, like $87, right? And I can't do it. And I was like, okay, you get paid weekly. What would happen if you saved, you took out of your paycheck every week $25, and then at the end of the month, you have $100 saved? And he was like, I don't know. It's like, it doesn't seem like a lot. And, he was kind of hemming and hawing. And I was like, how much have you saved in the last 6 months? And he like shook his head. He's like, I haven't saved anything. It's like, okay. So yes, the $100, you're not going to get rich from $100, right? But you're building the habit, which is arguably more important than the money in the account right now. Because if we're just starting, and this is my take, if you disagree with me, let me know. But if someone's just starting with their personal finances, I think just building the habit is more important than anything with money. I think money doesn't necessarily build accounts up. It doesn't build your savings account. It doesn't build your retirement account, but habits do. And I think that's really kind of true. And obviously, like, of course, money grows accounts, but like the money growing the account doesn't happen unless the habit is there already, or building up towards it. So let me know down in the in the chat now if you're vibing with any of this. How's this going for you guys? Do you have any questions? What are your challenges? If you're watching this in the replay, let me know down in the comments. Because I'm making these live streams to help you. Sorry, there's a lot of drama going on upstairs. Okay, I'm back. I'm here. And so that was the 3-month look back. And if you're just joining me in this banana idea of a live stream here, I am live streaming until 5 people join this community. Is it going to work? I have no clue. Here's how many. Can I scroll? No. Yeah, here we go. Oh, sorry, Stephanie's blowing up your spot here. 53 people are in this community, and I'd love to get it to 58 by the end of this live stream. I don't plan on jumping off until that happens. So I think I don't know if I could stream longer than like 12 hours technically on YouTube. I'm hoping it doesn't get to that point because I do have to go to work tomorrow in the morning. I am a 9 to 5er still. I do this on the side. Yeah, so inside of Dollar Discipline University, again, I'm helping people save more money, helping people pay off their debt more efficiently, helping people just become more confident in their finances and just create a path for themselves of not knowing really what to do and how to move forward to, okay, there's like a light at the end of the tunnel. If I can just stay a little consistent with maybe an accountability partner, which I would be happy to be an accountability partner for you, then I can make this work, right? And again, I mentioned this a little earlier, so if you're just joining me, but there's people in here that, again, everything inside this community is completely free. To join is free. All the stuff in here is free. The training, the resources, the community, like posting in here and talking to other people. My time is free in here until my calendar just gets completely stupid and my family hates me for always being on phone calls. But for right now, I'm trying to maximize, trying to help people in here, trying to maximize everyone's time. So there's some people in here where I have a 10, 15 minute call with them and they just really wanted to like jump on the call, and the call in their calendar forced them to do whatever, the quote homework was. So it's like, all right, yep, we got to update that budget for May. We got to try to work on this thing for the savings. And you said you wanted to do that thing with your paycheck. And like, how did all that go? And then we talk about it, and they let me know if they're feeling good or not, and we get off the call. There's other people where it's a full hour call where we're like literally diving into their 3-month look back, and we're comparing it to the North Star goals, and we're trying to find a way to, again, trim the fat is what I'm going to call it. So those are fun too. And then obviously, like I mentioned Tony in here, like business owner. There's people in here who just all different varying, things that come up, and it's just exciting to have a different new challenge. So yeah, that's Dollar Discipline University. But no, this stream's not done because no one's joined. So we're going to keep going. I'm going to talk about this new secret budget that I have. It's very secret. I don't have a public link for it yet because I am having people inside the community test it out. Here we go. Look, I even called it secret budget template up here. Can you guys see that? Look at that. Sorry, I don't normally talk this consecutively. So one of the main challenges that people had inside the community that I was noticing so for full transparency, let me show you. This was my original budget template, and it still exists. And I don't need to go into this right now and do like a full tutorial, even though I'll be on until 5 people join. So maybe I will be doing a full tutorial later on. But this is kind of a great summary piece of the entire month. Okay. But what people were lacking were people who wanted to see it on a more regular basis, or a lot of people get paid weekly. And I had been in my 9-to-5 job, I get paid, twice a month essentially. So for me, like the whole weekly paychecks I didn't realize it was that popular. Okay. But a lot of people get paid weekly, which is great. So they wanted to kind of see stuff weekly instead of just like a full month summary, because they wanted to see, I think this is really helpful for knowing when certain bills come out, knowing, like, for example, some people get paid weekly, 3 weeks, and then their last paycheck is maybe a check plus commission. So it's like they want to see kind of how that fluctuates. But like, let's say, you make $500 here, you make $700 here, $800 here, and $300 here, right? And it's like, oh, okay, I made $2,300, but it's kind of all over the place. And if you have a lot of people's like rent or mortgage is due in the beginning of the month, and in some cases, like let's say your rent is $1,200, right there, that's already like paycheck 1 and paycheck 2 is gone, right? So it's like, oh wow, how do I like survive this area the first couple weeks to kind of make something happen when I know like maybe at the end of the month I make more money than the beginning, or whatever. So it's just a good way to like map everything out. And then you can be like, okay, cell phone, yeah. I have a cell phone bill here. My internet bill comes out here. How much is that? I don't know. Cable streaming, yeah, it's somewhere in here. It's like $80 with all the stuff. Childcare, it's like, oh, okay, it's every week. I don't know. Whatever. Okay, and you get the idea. It's like it gives a really good breakdown of what's happening with your money. And then at the bottom, so I have sections of income. Sorry, let me kind of go through it. I have income section. We have a fixed expense section. So again, this is like your mortgage, your cell phone, your internet, all the stuff that we just talked about. Your variable stuff, which we talked about in the 3-month look back. We have a financial goals section. So emergency fund saving, maybe child education, retirement, whatever, right? We have this whole section. And then of course we have a debt section all to itself because I think in my opinion that this is the most important thing that someone should be doing with their finances is paying off their debt because it's negatively impacting all of their money stuff, like to put it as simply as possible. So we want to get rid of that as quickly as possible. So we have all the debt stuff. And then on the bottom, I added this little cool thing just to show a quick cash flow where it's like, okay, each week, how's the cash flow? And then you can sort of see, you get like a bigger view of maybe where your challenges are in your month. And then you try to reorganize stuff if you can, like meaning if you have your mortgage and rent come out in the first week and you have any other bills, like monthly bills that come out this week, like can you move them to the back end of the month maybe? And that would just help a little bit. Or it's just like, okay, I take a big hit in week 1, so I need to make sure that I have enough money in my account. So week 3 and 4, I really need to like maybe, not tighten the belt because I don't want to make it again seem like we have to cut expenses and all this other stuff. But how can we sort of reorganize everything that's going on to sort of fill here? And this might look different if like, okay, if you have a significant other in the house, right, and they're 600, they're 800, they're 400, I don't know, 500, right? Oh, look at that. It's the same amount. Right. And then that would look a lot different. You'd have a little more breathing room. And then obviously people have more expenses than just the stuff that I added here, but you kind of get the idea. And basically what's going to happen is you put in your actual data here. You would have already had expected income for the month. You could enter that here. You would have already had your fixed expense budget. So like if you know if you know all these are, here's 1,200, it's $80 a month, $70 a month, $80 a month, $1,200 a month, right? The fixed is going to be very, very simple. The variable would be different based on kind of what we talked about earlier. But anyway, this variance section over here. So let's just say this wasn't fixed and you did, you budgeted for 500 here and it was actually 1,200 in this expense. It's going to show you that you spent more than your budget. So again, green good, green is 0 and up, and red bad. Red is negative, less than 0. So it just kind of, that works all the way down. And then you can look and see like what's your actual versus budget total. And it just shows you again, if this were green, so if we did like 2,000 here. Oh, it's still, okay. But yeah, it gives you a good idea of your sort of monthly cash and your weekly cash, and it just gives you a good update. Because like I always say, more information, not all the time. I would say information is better than no information. It's not always more information because you get to a point where too much information, it doesn't matter, right? It'd be like if you walk in a room, you don't need to measure the temperature of every room you walk in, right? That's not going to impact your finances, but setting it up weekly could. So if you're interested in this, if you're watching this now, so in the community, let's see. Do do do. I have a post here. Want access to a secret budget template. So I have some instructions here. And basically, you just let me know that you want it. Join the community. Let me know you want the secret budget, and I'll send you the Google sheet. And yeah, I mean, I'd love to send it to you. And then obviously, like, the trade-off here is, like, I would just want feedback on the file, so that way it can help you in the future. It can help other people. And again, everything's completely free. So we're gonna come back to me here. Hello. Gonna take a quick break. Does anyone, not a break, but a quick screen share break? If you're watching this now or later on, like, I'd love to get some feedback from you guys. How has this been going so far? Do you have any thoughts, any questions, any challenges that you're currently dealing with? And we're still at 53 members. I think I'm going to be live streaming for a very, very long time. This was a very silly idea. But I will say, on my YouTube channel, I'm trying to change up the content a little bit. So I used to make, these like sort of talking head style, like regular videos, trying to help you tips and tricks and strategies and all this other good stuff. But quite honestly, I think those are kind of boring. I do these live streams, one, to connect with the community. And also someone who maybe just stumbling upon me might see these live streams, and this is who I am. This is, ta-da, this is what I have here, the information for you guys. So if someone new kind of likes how I'm going through things or talks about things, like, this is basically what's going to be happening. This is going to be my energy level, my, quote, knowledge, however, if you think I'm knowledgeable or not, whatever, inside like a coaching call or something that can really help you. So that's why I do these. But in terms of my regular videos, I'm trying to make make finance kind of more fun. So if you're on the channel watching now, you can just go to my videos and check them out. But the last couple, I basically talked about how I paid off the $43,000 of debt in 9 steps, but each of the steps I was eating a hot chicken wing, and it gets kind of, I do a random number generator, and each number is assigned to a hot sauce. So like 1 is the most mild and 9 is the hottest. So that was fun because I didn't know when I was going to be hitting like I have a ghost pepper sauce in there. It's pretty crazy. It's a pretty fun video. And I also budgeted on a treadmill, and that was interesting. I'm not going to spoil it, but you have to check it out. Yeah, still live here. Excellent. I just had a little screen flash. Okay. Nope, we're good. So what I want to do now is talk about, oh God, it's like kids. You guys have kids? This is nuts. I wanted to share these ideas that I came up with recently. I call it kind of 10 lies you tell yourself about money and how to overcome them. And I thought this was pretty impactful for me once I figured out these 10 things, and I kind of want to go over them because I think these are things that I wrote down based on feedback I'm getting, from people on YouTube, but mostly from people inside my community, people I've gone on calls with where they have, everyone has these mindsets, about certain things, and I just kind of want to break some beliefs on those. And yeah, let's just jump right into it. So the first lie that I found that a lot of people tell themselves about money, and by the way, sorry, this list is also stuff that I've used to believe in as well, most of them probably. And so I'm not just like, this isn't to bash anyone, because it's also a list that, thinking back of my, debt journey and my crappy financial situation, I thought a lot about these two. So I think this is a pretty sound list. But the first one is I'll start saving later when I earn more. Because a lot of people think that your earnings, the higher your earnings, the more money you'll have for financial goals. And this is really just wrong on so many levels because, like I mentioned a little earlier, if you're joining me now, like saving money or putting money towards a financial goal, it's a habit. And saving is not really a financial milestone necessarily. Again, it's a reoccurring habit that we need to do. Earning more before the habit is built, you're probably just going to end up buying more stuff, right? Because if you go from, I don't know, 50K a year to 100K a year, but you don't have any, personal finance foundation or anything like that, it's going to be gone. Because if you're paycheck to paycheck at 50, when you make, 50,000 more, you're going to up your lifestyle. You're going to buy the new car. You're going to do a down payment of a house. You're going to do all this stuff, and you're going to feel stuck again because you haven't built the habit of, like, as you grow, trying to figure out kind of what you do. And also, like, if having more money, people that had more money, so if you make like over $100,000 or $200,000, those people report that, so like people that make over $200,000, about a third of them say they live paycheck to paycheck. That's crazy, right? That's crazy because that's awesome. You make $200,000, or it could be household, but still, like, okay, $200,000. But as you went up, you just kept spending more and more and more and more and more, and you never really, like, you didn't really do the whole financial base, the financial planning, the cornerstone, right? So you didn't think about saving. You didn't think about, what's going to happen in 10 years, 5 years, 20 years from now. Because I've coached a lot of people that make $50,000 and they are not in debt, and they were just looking to save more money. So like $50,000, they're out of debt, and they're putting money towards their next financial goal, saving money, or, if they do an investing account, which I don't really talk about investing on this channel, but, and I've also worked with people that make well over $100,000, like individuals, and they have debt up to their eyeballs, and that's not even including a mortgage. And they have no financial plan, and they're just stuck, and they don't know what's happening. So the income thing really has nothing to do with what happens with our money. Now, there's like the story out there where there's extreme cases, right? Where I think it was like the McDonald's worker had worked there for like 50 years, and she became a millionaire by saving all that money. That's kind of an extreme case. I'm hoping it doesn't take everyone 50 years or however long it took her, 40 years to get to that point. But it's just something like, you're going to start saving when you earn money. It's kind of like, saying like, oh, I'm going to start going to the gym as soon as I get a little more in shape. I'm going to lose like 5 or 10 pounds, and then I'm going to go to the gym. It's like, well, we kind of need to do the gym action for, I don't know. Yeah. Like that doesn't make sense. Or I'll be good at basketball as soon as I become 6'8". It's like, well, most of us just aren't going to be 6'8". And I don't know if you can tell in this live stream, but yeah, I'm definitely, I 6'7". I was close. I was really close. I almost started playing basketball, but I was only 6'7". So you can't get the end result before you take the action. It's kind of what this whole point is. You can't start saving money until you start saving money, right? So I challenge you to find an extra one of these guys in your finances every month. How can you make it work? How can you go through your 3-month look back and make something happen? How can you put together your list of your North Star goals and then cut around the fat of everything else? How can you start working on that? Because I think you can. Anyone can. It's proof that it's very impactful, like helping people, honestly, with the finances. Again, completely free. And I'm not saying, like, I'm just happy to be a very, very small part of people starting to take action and make a change, and then feeling very confident, with everything going on in their finances. So the next lie people most likely tell themselves about money is, I don't have time to track my finances. This is a great one. And last time I checked, everyone does have the same time in the day, which is 24 hours. So if you don't like where you stand with your finances, it's because you haven't put in the proper amount of time to be able to make it work. And I speak from complete experience with that, because I was just sitting there stuck. I was spending no time on my finances. And as I saw over the last 10 years plus, whatever, that the more time I put into the finances stuff, the better things got. Like the more time I put into, waking up and looking at my bank account, okay, that was more than I was doing previously. And then it was like, okay, plugging numbers into the rinky-dinky app was more than just looking at my bank account. And then, okay, starting to make a plan for 10 years from now is more than just entering the stuff into the rinky-dinky app. So you could always do more. And if you feel like you're saying you don't have time, I mean, again, we all have the same amount of time. So it's up to us to prioritize the things that matter to us the most. And again, that saying doesn't have to just be around finances. It could be fitness. It could be, learning a new skill in a new area where you're trying to shift your career. You're trying to move stuff, right? Because when my wife and I were paying down the $43,000 of debt that we ended up doing in 13 months, we literally had a 5-10 minute meeting on our couch in our living room. We were on a laptop. We had this rinky-dinky spreadsheet, and we just basically we had a list of all our loans. Which, by the way, we had 12 different kinds of loans. I had loans just in my name. She had loans just in her name, and then we both had shared loans together, which was it was just a complete mess. But anyway, it was just a file that had all of our debts on it, and we went through and just added the current total going into the months. We met the first or the second of every month. It was a pretty serious meeting. No, and we just entered it through. It took 5 or 10 minutes. We talked about kind of what the priority debt was going to be, because we had all this debt all over the place, but we had a shared bank account. So we didn't want one of us to do it's my month to focus on my debt thing. And then she was thinking the same thing. And then we both used the bank account, and then we ran out of money, right? So we had to make sure that we were just on the same page with that. But that's all it literally took. It was 5 to 10 minute meeting every month for 13 months. And that's kind of what happened. And was it annoying? Yeah, it was annoying. Was it my idea? Of course it was my idea, right? I'm the personal finance guy. And did my wife roll her eyes every time we had to do the meeting? Every time the alarm on our phone went off? Yes. But I would say, looking back, that she hopefully would be happy that we went through that. So if you are saying that you don't have time, it just means you're not prioritizing enough. Just going to say that. If you don't like that, that's fine. Let me know. I'd be happy to discuss that with you. Sorry, my screen keeps flashing over here. The next one, and we kind of talked about this a little earlier, but number 3 of the 10 lies you tell yourself about money. Number 3 is that budgets are too restrictive. And yeah, this couldn't be further from the truth. And this is kind of why I make this content, because one of these times someone's going to hear me when I make this, and I'm just going to keep shouting it from the rooftops, because everyone wants to feel free. No one wants to feel restrictive. And I think the general mindset around budgeting is that it's a restrictive action, and also that it's going to give people insights into their finances, and they may not want to see that, right? So I think it's the restrictive part of oh God, I have to cut everywhere, and also if you see it, you have to make yourself more accountable, which right? That's the whole point of this. So I think that those are the two things, but budgets are not restrictive. Again, budgeting shows us what we can do with our money, not what we can't. I feel like a lot of people sit there and they do the budget, and it's like, oh wow, I can't do any of this stuff that I wanted to do because of the money that I make. So first of all, There's two ways, there's really three ways to have more money. And it's a pretty intense list. I'm going to give it to you. It's very secret. The first way is that we can reduce our expenses. That's the first way we can get more money. The second way is we can increase our income, right? And the third way is we do both. This is pretty crazy stuff, right? And again, I'm speaking in terms of like this, me, like I'm speaking to me from a while ago, because it's like you sit there banging your head, you're stuck, and it's like, well, have I tried to reduce my expenses? Oh, no, I haven't. Have I tried to like increase my income? Oh, no, I haven't. And around the time of the car, I drew the line in the sand with my finances, and I realized, I was like, I am not trying to increase my income. I am just very comfortable in my job right now. And I was in my, mid 20s. I was like, I can't be comfortable in my job right now. Like, this is the time for growth. So I actually took a big leap of faith, and I was looking for jobs that were in the big city that is closest to my house. And I commuted there. It was a 2-hour door-to-door commute. And it was the best experience I ever had. And I'm so glad that I did it. And it really kick-started my butt. And it got my butt in gear, honestly, in terms of like my career and kind of where I wanted to go. And I think if the car thing didn't happen, I don't know if I would have stayed at that job forever. But like, I wouldn't have been like motivated to get out of there, because it wasn't really an accounting specific job, because that's what I went to school for. And I was like, I drew the line in the same with the finances, but I was like, wait, I went to school for accounting. Like, I should at least give this a shot, give it a try. So that's what ended up happening. And I would say it worked out. Yeah, I've definitely never talked this much by myself for this long. So the voice is getting a little coarse here. So just bear with me. The number 4 lie that people tell themselves about money is that I can't save money with my current expenses, right? And if you've been watching the last maybe 20, 25 minutes of this live stream, you'll know that that's just not true, because if you have an income and you have expenses, then you can budget them, right? It's as simple as that. And then you have to figure out, what are the North Star goals? Great. How do we cut everything else? Great. And sometimes it's as extreme as that, where it's like, okay, I'm doing the things that I say I want to do, which is great. And sorry, chaos upstairs. And then the things that I'm telling myself aren't as important, I can sort of cut back a little bit. It's not forever, right? It's just to get our head back afloat. And I kind of went over that in a lot of detail, again, maybe like 20, 25 minutes ago. So I don't want to go too much into that one again, but anyone can save money. Anyone can find an extra one of these. How can you do does your work have an auto pay or I should say, like, can you split up your paycheck where if you're like that person that got paid every week, can you put $25 a paycheck into your savings account, and then that turns into savings, and then every month you just automatically save $100, and then you might feel like your back's against the wall, you might feel like you have less money to work with, and I think that's when we do our best work, is when our back's up against the wall, because then you've already lost the $25, which is going to a good thing, a financial goal, and it's like, okay, I just need to figure out how to not spend a regular $25 a week that I had normally been spending, right? And you just kind of do it that way. And then as you get a little better, it's like, okay, can I do $50 a week, right? And you keep increasing it towards, putting it aside and then applying that money towards a financial goal. And that's how this like snowball effect just happens. It's awesome. The number 5 lie you tell yourself about money is, if it's on sale, I'm saving money. Who's thought that? Who in the chat thinks that? Who in the replay has ever thought that, if you're watching this after? And this is like a shout out to my mother-in-law. She's the queen of this mindset, Or it's like, oh wow, I bought this really ugly chair, but it was, half off. Like I saved $100. It's like, no, no, you gave that store $100 for that really ugly chair that just nobody wants to sit in. Like it's just not comfortable. But hey, yeah, you saved $100. No, you actually spent $100, right? And I think a lot of people forget that part of it. It's like you buy the thing because it's on sale. Maybe you didn't need it. And I think these companies are so good now at are getting us to I don't know. I feel like some on sale tags are just fake. Like I'm sure that chair wasn't $200. It probably just always was $100. But they're like, you know what? Someone's gonna buy it if we say it's 50% off. And she did. And she did. So it's just something to think about. Like if it's on sale, it means you're still buying something. And now if it's of course, a grocery item that you buy all the time and it's on sale, awesome. Like you actually are saving money. But if you're buying junk just to save money, you're not saving money, okay? So we got through 5 here. I want to go back into my personal finance community, Dollar Discipline University. And I'm looking at the numbers, guys, and we're still at 53 members. We got to get to 58. I can't stop live streaming until we get to 58. So yeah, in this community, I'm helping people save more money, pay off their debt more efficiently, and just become more confident with their finances. And actually, if you join in the month of May, what I'm doing is I have this fun cash prize contest. Cash prize, guys. I call it the DDU Games, right? So Dollar Discipline University. And it's this huge long post, blah, blah, blah. But basically, the people that invite the most people to the community using your own sort of link, which there's instructions in there. I'm giving away, not this one, because I need this for a prop, but I'm giving away $100. Can't beat that. So all you have to do is join. You schedule your free strategy call inside the community with me. It's 30 minutes. And then you'll be able to get a special link that tells the system that you sent someone else here, and the system will link you guys together. It will say okay, Jane Smith invited John Doe, right? Awesome. And then whoever invites the most John Does wins $100. And so I hope that that's enough incentive for you. So if you're watching this today, what's today, the 15th? You still have 15 more days. So you can come in and see I've been updating there's a leaderboard, so it's pretty fun. Anyway, back to the 10 lies you tell yourself about money. So just to recap the first 5. The first is I'll start saving later when I earn more. That's a good one. The next one is I don't have time to track my finances. The third, budgets are too restrictive. The fourth, I can't save money with my current expenses. Come on, Chris. And the fifth one is if it's on sale, I'm definitely saving money. So, number 6, I have plenty of time to save for my retirement. And again, not an investing channel, so I don't want this to come off as, investing advice. And I'm not going to go through the whole demonstration, but basically I have some figures here. So there's 3 different people. Yeah, I was going to think about if I was going to share it, but I have some other links on here that they're super private. There's 3 different people here who want to have $1 million in their retirement account, okay? So for this example, let's assume that there's a 25-year-old, there's a 35-year-old, and there's a 45-year-old. And they will all be retiring at the age of 65. And the estimated return on the account is going to be 8%. Now, again, not an investing channel, but typically the Just if you invest broadly into, say, the US stock market, on a long enough time horizon, you can get yields of 10 to 12% sometimes. Again, on a long enough time horizon. So I like to use 8 just to be conservative. So if we have the 25-year-old, if they start investing at 25, the 35-year-old starts investing at 35, and the 45-year-old starts investing at 45. So obviously the 25-year-old has 40 years, and they would contribute $287 a month for 40 years, and they would get $1 million. The 35-year-old would invest $671 a month for 30 years. Okay, so basically almost triple. So 287 to 671. And then the 45-year-old needs $1,700 a month for 20 years. So almost triple again. So basically from the 25-year-old to the 45-year-old, it's $287 versus $1,700. So we're looking at, what's that, 7x? It's just insane. So start today is kind of what I'm saying. And it doesn't have to be a retirement goal. It could just be a financial goal. Any kind of financial goal. Start today. So the number 7 lie that you tell yourself about money is that I don't make enough money to budget. Now, again, this one's going to be super quick. If you make an income, any income, and you have expenses, you make enough to budget. Budgeting is for any person living in any country using any currency, any, gender, any political party affiliation. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anyone can do this. Anyone can do this. And if you're not, again, you might just have to look at the time and effort aspect that you're putting into this, or, if you're not. And yeah, that's kind of all I have to say about that. So everyone makes enough money to budget because all you need to do is have an income, and I'm assuming you have expenses. Number 8 lie you tell yourself about money is that everyone has debt, so it's not a big deal. And while this is definitely true, basically everyone has debt these days because the average personal debt in the US is $22,713, and that does not include mortgages. Okay, so that's just like credit cards, car loans, student loans, etc. And based on a survey done by money.com, 60% of those people, 60% of the largest debt holders, which are the generations of millennials and Gen X, they don't have they told in the survey that they don't have a specific plan to pay off the debt. So all these people have an average of $22,000 of debt, and 3 out of 5 of them have no plan to pay it off. That's why I make this content, and that's why I go live to one person, 0 people at times. That's why I have the free personal finance community, because I want to change that number. I want to have an impact on changing that number. And I think the main reason why is because people are just too comfortable being in debt, because our whole lives people are selling us stuff. And every time someone makes a huge life purchase, everyone just gets a congratulations. Like, oh wow, you bought it. Wow, that car, $60,000. Wow, man, congratulations. Wow, that's sick. And they actually mean it. But it's like, meanwhile, this person's going to be, making $800 payments for the next 5 years, and they're like, I don't know, stressed out of their eyeballs with it. And I think it's like a too comfort of a situation. I was working with someone on his personal finances, and he had over $100,000 in debt. He did not have a mortgage, and his mindset was just basically like, he was, a little older, but like whatever, but like he, like maybe 50s, but he's like, at this point, like, why would I even start? Like, it's just going to keep going up and up. And I mean, whatever. He got way too comfortable being in a negative wealth situation. And I guess he just didn't care. And he had no interest in trying to make a change or taking action, which to each their own. But if you're watching this live stream at this point, or if you've been watching for the majority of it up until this point, that means you probably are looking for a change. And that's why I'm here. That's why Dollar Discipline University is here. Number 8, the number 9 lie you tell yourself about money is that a few small splurges won't hurt my goals. And for the most part, this is true. And again, I don't want to be the person that tells you what you can and cannot do with your money. I don't like to tell people that they need to cut and be restrictive, because I'd rather have you do it for a decade and maybe have it, it would take longer doing it the way that I'm suggesting than just like doing extreme cutting. And obviously that would take a lot less time. If you had more money to apply to your financial goals, obviously that would take less time than doing it, you're going to pay off your debt faster if you're putting $200 a month towards it than $100, right? But I know that if I tell people you can do the $100 but have your cake and eat it too, they're more likely to be able to stick with that longer. And I'd rather have that personally than like the I'm interested in 4 months of doing this, and then you stop doing it for 8 months, and then okay, I got to get back on this. You do it for 2 or 3 months, you're like, this is just really hard, and you don't do it again for 6 months, and you see how it's like up 4, down 8, up 3, down 6, and it's just like this vicious like roller coaster ride, and you're always going downward. We at least want to be going neutral or upward. Okay. Is this hitting home for you guys? Anyone, if you're watching this live or later on, I'd love to get your feedback on this. This is that would be very helpful. And the 10th lie you tell yourself about money is that I don't need a plan. I'm doing fine without one. And this, you kind of have to be a little more honest with yourself. You give yourself a good hard look in the mirror. And again, this is me talking about me personally, but when I was telling everyone how great I was with my personal finances, I didn't have the tough conversation with myself. It's like, are you though? Are you that good with your personal finances? Because the actions you've been taking have not said that you're good with your personal finances. So I was someone back then that I needed a plan. And unfortunately, I basically taught myself. Again, I went to school for accounting, so maybe I had some help with that in terms of numbers, and I kind of like numbers, so maybe that was helpful that I just kind of went towards it and started figuring it out. But I think now, just how many people could, inside the community, just talking to other people that have gone through the process, not even me, forget about me for a second, but there's other people in there that are going through the same process as you. They're on the same path. Maybe you're slightly ahead or slightly behind, but you're all going in the same path, and you all have the same context of I need to make this thing happen, right? Okay. Let's take a quick check-in on how everything's going here. My throat is dying. And we're still at 53 members. Was this just a dumb YouTube stream idea? Maybe. And that's okay. At least I can say that I tried it. And I'm gonna keep streaming. So I don't really have an option. So hopefully my kids don't wake up in the middle of the night, because then that's gonna suck if I'm up till midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning doing this, and then they wake up at 4. That's gonna suck. So yeah, how's everyone doing? If you're watching live, talk to me. What's going on? If you're checking this out later, if you're still watching this in the replay, fair play, because it's basically a one-man show up here. It can't be that exciting. But also then, have you joined Dollar Discipline University yet? I don't want it to make it sound like I'm pushing it, but that's kind of what I'm doing in this live stream. It's kind of what I'm doing. It's kind of the whole purpose of the live stream is to push towards the free community. Okay. Been streaming for an hour, 25 minutes, guys. Okay. Just checking in on the... Okay, cool. Sorry, no, my tech... Anyway, sorry, you don't need to... It doesn't matter, the background, what's going on. All right, let's get back into the swing of stuff here. Let's try to figure out something else that we can look at. Let's look at some testimonials inside the community. So I'm going to pull this one up here. This one's from Janine, okay? Getting control with simple tasks. I'm about to finish up my first month while using Chris's budget spreadsheet, and I actually feel like I have control and knowledge around my finances. Although not perfect, I'm no longer burying my head guesstimating where my money is and where it's going. I feel like having him help those financial demons of months past gave me clarity. It allowed me to take the first steps to begin creating freedom and wealth. I'm so grateful for you and your approach. I've worked with 3 other financial people and have never gotten this far in progress. 1 credit card paid off, 4 more to go. Just in the first month. No more financial messiness and an organized plan to stay on task and aware. Chris kept it so simple by breaking the process into small, achievable tasks with accountability. So grateful to have found someone who actually makes it make sense. Wow. There's a lot to unpack there. Janine is awesome. So the first thing I'm going to say is, yeah, literally, so she said, about to finish up my first month, right? 1 credit card paid off. She paid off a credit card in a month, guys. I mean, it wasn't like she had, it wasn't a huge, crazy amount. I think it was a couple $1,000s though, but she did the 3-month look back and was like, and just paid it off because she just kind of found extra money, like money that she was just, her words, being a little irresponsible with. And then in the next month, she just kind of took that found money and paid off the credit card. Now she has 4 more to go after this post, which is awesome. The other thing that was really cool that she said was, I've worked with 3 other financial people and I've never gotten this far in progress. So that's just cool. It's cool to have an impact like that. But what I really wanted to talk about, although not perfect, I'm no longer burying my head guesstimating where my money is and where it's going. And I think this is the state of a lot of people. Like a lot of people. It used to be me, like guesstimating. That was like what? Stage 2 of my personal finance journey. First step was looking at my bank account every day. The second step was like guesstimating all the stuff, right? And it's kind of a step that I feel like most people take just as you're going through, because it is a grind to like stay up with all this stuff. It is definitely a grind. But guesstimating just isn't going to be helpful. More data is going to be helpful than less data. And guesstimating isn't really data. It's a guess, right? So let me know if you resonate with that. Like, have you felt like you're guesstimating with your finances? And this is such a... I could talk about... this could be like another whole night live stream, but I feel like having him help those financial demons of month past gave me clarity and allowed me to take the first steps to begin creating freedom and wealth. The thing here is, I feel like having him help those financial demons of months past gave me clarity. This is so true. So many people have a financial demon, and for her, what she was talking about was like keeping herself accountable was her her challenge, and so many other people, right? Where you don't want, it's bad, but you don't want to face it. It's bad, you don't want to face it. But in something like budgeting or tracking your finances is facing it. So like, oh, okay, Well, I'm not going to face it, so I'm just not going to budget. And then I'm going to keep guesstimating. And then at the end of the month, I'm going to continue to live paycheck to paycheck. And I'm going to keep wondering why I can't get ahead, right? And it's because of these like things in our mind where maybe there was like I don't want to use the word like traumatic, but maybe there was a negative scenario in your life that happened years and years ago. And every time you think about money, this bad thing pops up in your mind and it's stopping you from doing the thing. So what kind of financial demons have you had? Have you had any financial demons? Do you currently have financial demons? And then Chris kept it so simple by breaking down the process into small, achievable tasks with accountability. This is important too because, again, this kind of talks about, this was maybe, I don't even know where in the live stream, maybe 30 minutes ago. But I was talking about like, no, it was further back than that. But it was talking about how, I don't know if you know anything about baseball. I'm not even a big baseball fan, but it kind of paints a good analogy where I think a lot of people just want to step up to the plate and hit a home run, right? It's a lot of fun, right? It's pretty sexy. But what's even more powerful is just hitting a single, getting onto first base every time. Not more powerful, but you know what I mean. It's just like super consistent. And because what's going to happen, you're going to swing hard for those home runs and you're going to miss a lot. Sure, maybe you hit one of them. Maybe. But what if like a single, getting to first base was almost a guarantee every time or every other time or something, right? And it's like, you're just consistently just chipping away at it. You're single, instead of like home run, strikeout, home run, right? You get what you get the analogy there. But yeah, I just think breaking out your big goal into smaller goals, I think is very, very helpful. Instead of just saying like, and this isn't really a goal, it's more of a thought, but like, hey, I want to pay off my debt. It's like, okay, great. That's a great thought. But what's the goal behind it? And for goals, I like to use this framework. It's called the SMART financial goals, or SMART goal framework, I guess. It's not really financial goals, but SMART goals framework. And it stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time. So with specific, here I actually have since I'm doing like an all-night live stream, apparently, I have I have like a little slide that would probably be more, it would be better to look at than just me talking. SMART. All right, cool. So how to create financial goals. So there's this whole presentation, right? Blah, 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 that I made. But how do you make a goal? Oh God, I'm so in the way here. Okay, hold on. But how do you make a goal? Well, my voice is cracking. The SMART framework for financial goals. S, specific. So clear, detailed answers to the questions of who, what, when, why, and where. And before we go over what a good goal is, let's look at a bad one. So I actually just mentioned this. It's almost like I wrote this presentation. I want to be debt-free. Not a goal. It's not a goal. It's a good thought. So instead, let's answer these specific questions. So who? Me. Okay, great. What? I want to pay off $3,000 in credit card debt. Okay, great. When do you want to do it? In the next 6 months. How come? Well, I want to be more efficient building my wealth, and I heard that being in debt is a negative wealth event. Ah, yes, you are correct. Where? Well, I'm going to be using, obviously, the tools, the training, the resources, the accountability inside of Dollar Discipline University. Oh, that sounds like a great idea. So which of these sounds more specific, right? I want to be debt-free, or I want to pay off $3,000 in credit card debt over the next 6 months by dedicating extra money from my budget after applying new skills learned in Dollar Discipline University, right? Obviously, we know which one is better. So that was S for specific. The M stands for measurable. And with this, we want to leave no room for gray area, so either it happened or it didn't. And how we do that is I will pay $500 towards my credit card each month for the next 6 months to reach my goal of paying off $3,000. So the things we can measure are $500 over 6 months for a total of $3,000, right? We can physically measure those things. Every month, did I pay $500 a month towards the debt? The next one in the SMART framework is achievable. For achievable, we want it to be realistic and it can be accomplished within your current resources and capabilities, but it's different for each type of financial goal. So a short-term goal, which is less than 1 year or less, you want it to be realistic. A medium-term goal, which I coined as like 1 to 5 years, we want it to be a little less realistic. And then a long-term goal, 5+ years, let's get a little crazy. Let's go for it, right? You probably know who this guy is, Bill Gates, right? He has this quote where he says, most people overestimate what they can do in 1 year and underestimate what they can do in 10 years, right? And I think that's really powerful. I think it's really true. Like you have all these plans for the year and then you just never end up doing them. And then you don't think about, and when I say you, I mean all of us. And when we think about in the future, 10 years from now, we have no plan. There's no thought. And then we get there and we're living the same 1 year life all the time. Right? So we want to just get crazy and dance around like these people for those long-term goals. So don't let the word achievable slow your growth. And if all your goals are achievable, how can you reach your wildest dreams, right? If you always have achievable goals, you're never going to, be more than achievable. I don't know. So don't limit yourself. So achievable could be something like I can allocate $500 each month by reducing certain expense categories that no longer align with my financial goals, right? That sounds like the 3-month look back. Great. The next one is R for relevant. It aligns with your larger life goals, financial goals, and priorities. And this one's just all about motivation. And why is this important here? There's just too many distractions in life. So if your goal is based around debt, you shouldn't be thinking about Bitcoin, sports betting, the new get rich quick scheme, day trading, right? All this other stuff. This is what your money looks like when it goes into many goals. And I think a lot of people like having something like this where, let's say each of these arrows represents $100, right? It's going to represent one of these guys. Awesome. And you're like, oh, wow, I'm doing all this stuff. Like I've got my index fund here. I'm day trading. I'm doing some sports betting. I have a little Bitcoin because, I got to have 1% of my net worth be Bitcoin. And then you have all this, right? And you have all these things where you're putting $100 a month, let's just say, towards the thing. But what would happen if you put all that $800 towards one thing? Look how much longer that arrow is. It's almost like if you put more money towards one thing and focus on one thing, that thing is going to get better and, in this case, bigger because it's probably an account like a savings or retirement. That's awesome. Because which one do you think is going to be more powerful? This or this? I think this. What do you think? So, the example for this would be paying off this $3,000 in credit card debt will free up money for savings and reduce my financial stress, which is a high priority for my peace of mind and future goals. Okay, awesome. So it ties into other future goals that we have, which is great. And the last one is time. And for this, it's obviously a specific deadline, which creates a sense of urgency and provides a target to work for. This could work for like the start of the goal as well as the length of the goal. And let's talk about that. So what do I mean? the start of the goal, anyone can start the new thing tomorrow. So if you just say like, I want to pay off my debt, but there's no time frame around it, you could just keep pushing it off because you technically could just keep saying you want to pay off your debt, right? And this is an example I like to give, but what if your place of work caught fire? So let's say you work a 9-to-5 job, your place of work catches fire at 11 a.m. You're not just going to wait until 5 p.m., right? Like, well, no, this is what I do. I sit at this chair until 5 p.m. I can't leave now at 11 o'clock just because the building might catch on fire. So the time frame is going to like kind of light the fire. The time frame that you set is going to be an 11 a.m. fire at your workplace, right? So set it so you can start doing the thing that you've been putting off. And if it's said differently, urgency. So time and based of the length of the goal, obviously this is going to depend on the type of goal. So we have short, medium, and long. The longer the goal, the more attention and focus you need to put on it, which makes a ton of sense. The bigger the goal, the more smaller goals you can focus on. So let's say you have a goal that you want to do something in 10 years. You probably need to create smaller goals inside that big one so that you can make something happen. So if you just say, oh, wow, in 10 years, I want to, oh, wow, I don't know. You want to have, I don't know, $10 million in a retirement account, something crazy, right? It's like, okay, well, what would I need to do each year to make that happen? What would I need to do each month? What would I need to do each paycheck, right? And then I can even, let's do like a compounding interest calculator. And yes, I type like I'm a pecker typer. So you could start reverse engineering. You could play around. There's tools like this that can help you sort of figure that out. So if you're like, all right, in 10 years, I want to have a $10 million account. So you start playing around with the numbers. All right, we'll do a conservative 8%. We're going to start with $0. Okay, we have to start with something. So $1. So monthly, let's just like $2,000. No, that doesn't get us there. $3,000 a month. No. $4,000 a month. As you can tell, I just made this thing up on the spot. So $5,000. Yeah, it's gonna be something like this. Yeah, perfect. So in order to get to the, oh, that was 1 million. Oh shoot. Okay, so we need to. Is that gonna be like that? Oh wow. Okay, so no problem, right? We just need to contribute $55,000 a month for the next 10 years. Obviously, a terrible example. You get the point, right? So let's make it more realistic. Let's say you wanted to have $1 million. And even more realistic, that's still a lot. But you know what I mean. Okay, to have $1 million in 10 years at 8% return, I need to contribute $5,500. So then you look at, some of the other questions. Is this achievable? No, this does not feel achievable, but that would make it a very good long-term goal for you to have, where it's like, ooh, right now I'm only putting $500 a month towards this thing. And it's like, well, how am I going to break up the other 5,000? It's like, I don't know, but I'm going to keep working my ass off to try and figure something out, right? So it's just a good thought exercise. So I think that's good for that one. Yeah. Okay, so let's do a quick check-in here on the community. Ooh, we are still at 53 members. So what I'm going to do is pull up another testimonial. Nice, let's make this a little bigger. Cool. This is from Daniel. New tools and big wins. Chris and his financial help have been a great asset for me and my family. Before meeting Chris, we had a paper and pen budget that we were always making errors on. His budgeting tools and debt calculator gave us an easy way to look at our money and know where it's been going. and know where it was going to be going every month. Got it. Yeah, I read that wrong. Chris has been a great sounding board as well for some major financial decisions we've had over the last year. Having a guy like him to bounce ideas off with his intelligent, logical, and unbiased opinion has given us a great path to follow. With his help and insights, we had the confidence to make a decision in consolidating our debts, which freed up over $1,000 a month for our family. $1,000 a month. This will get us out of the paycheck to paycheck grind and allow us to pay off our debts even faster. If you're struggling with your money and looking for someone to help that you can trust, Chris is your guy. I appreciate that, Daniel, again. And yeah, this was just very impactful because this was slightly different than maybe some other people that I've worked with, but me and Daniel set up a plan where he, not to get too in the weeds with his stuff, but he had some decisions that they wanted to make financially, and they decided to consolidate debt, and it opened up $1,000 a month, like you mentioned, and just very cool.
What if I told you that 50 strangers were competing for $100 by inviting even more strangers to my house? No, not this house. My wife would never go for that. I'm talking about the place that I've called home for the past 5 months, where I've been meeting with strangers every single day. That place is my free online community, Dollar Discipline University. No, that's real. I actually need that. And this isn't just about those 50 strangers. There's something in it for you too. Stick around to the end and I've got a bonus for you just for watching. But in order to provide more details, we've got to go all the way back to the beginning. Because this community didn't just start 5 months ago. It actually started over 10 years ago. I just didn't realize it yet. Back then, I was living paycheck to paycheck, buried in tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and had no real plan. I was comfortable, maybe too comfortable. My focus was on filling up free time with friends and family, going with the flow and thinking only about the present. Then came one of the biggest turning points in my life. The day before I was supposed to make the biggest purchase of my life to that point, a new car, I realized something horrifying. I didn't have enough money. My old car had just died and I desperately needed transportation, obviously. But I had no clue how much money was even in my bank account. I panicked. I scraped together what I could, borrowed some money from my then girlfriend, who's my now wife, and technically I was able to pull it off. But the money wasn't going to hit my bank account in time for the next morning when I had to hand over the check for thousands of dollars. So I walked into the dealership, tail between my legs, and somehow, some way, I drove off the lot with that new car. Most people are probably smiling when they drive off the lot with a brand new car. I just felt shame, embarrassment, because again, I literally had no clue how much was in my bank account. That was my hell no moment. I drew a line in the sand. The next morning and every morning after that for months, I checked my bank account. That habit turned into budgeting. Budgeting turned into this weird obsession, and that obsession turned into something that I actually loved doing. Now, over 10 years later, I still drive that same car. My wife and I paid off $43,000 of debt. We're saving for our kids' future education, and now we're thinking about our money in decades and not paychecks. I owe everything to my own personal finance mistakes, but not everyone gets a lucky wake-up call like I did. Debt is at an all-time high, with 77% of Americans currently in debt. The average debt for households is $80,000. 2/3 of Americans say they live paycheck to paycheck. And money, it's the #1 cause of stress in relationships and marriage, more than kids, jobs, politics, even in-laws. JK, Rosa, and Bill, I love you guys. Let that all sink in for a second. That's not just bad with money, that's a national crisis. And the worst part, most people just weren't taught how to manage their money. We're thrown into adulthood with student loans, credit cards, rent, and bills, and no one gives us the manual. No one teaches us how to budget, how to get out of debt, and how to build long-term wealth. That's why I started this free community. Combining everything that I've learned as a corporate accountant for the last 10+ years and my own personal struggles in my finances years ago, I built Dollar Discipline University to skip the same mistakes that I had made. But what happened next shocked me. I thought that the success of this community would come down to just me. If I posted banger content, showed up every day, was dropping gems, that's how the community was going to move forward. Boy, was I wrong. Sure, me steering the ship matters, but the real magic is when the crew bonds together. Take Angie and Zane. Angie lives on this coast, and Zane lives over here. To my knowledge, their paths have never crossed before, but in April, Angie posted a No Spend April challenge, and Zane, he ran with it. At the end of the month, he shared that because of Angie's post, he joined the challenge and saved $832. That result had nothing to do with me. I didn't give him a single tip or a strategy. He just took action because another member inside the community inspired him. Now imagine what happens as this group keeps growing and more people step up, they share their wins and become leaders inside. I would start to feel pretty irrelevant, but honestly, nothing would make me happier. And there have been some amazing wins inside the community like this one or this one and this one. But the story I really wanted to highlight was Janine's. After 1 month inside Dollar Discipline University, she paid off one of her credit cards and had her sights set on the next 4 on her kill list. Her situation is pretty unique. She's a go-getter, she knows what she wants, but even with all that drive, she couldn't make any progress. That is, at least until she joined the community. She said, "I've worked with 3 other financial people and have never gotten this far in progress. Before DDU, she was always guessing where her money was going, haunted by the same financial demons that we all deal with: avoidance, shame, overwhelm." So what changed? We broke the process down into small, achievable steps, and of course gave her accountability along the way. That's not just coaching, that's the power of the community. Okay, enough already, Chris. Get to the contest. Here it is. The contest is based around the framework that I teach inside Dollar Discipline University, which is the power of $100. It's all about how just finding a little extra money each month, like $100, can massively accelerate your debt payoff and shift your mindset towards saving. So in the spirit of that lesson, I'm giving away $100 in the month of May for the most people that refer other people to Dollar Discipline University. Reminder, it's completely free to join. You'll get more details once you're inside. And if you're watching this after May 2025, don't worry, I've got something for you too. When you join the community, the link is down below by the way, you're gonna get a welcome message from me. Just reply with the words "friendly stranger" and I'll be giving you 3 free 1-hour coaching calls to help you get your personal finances to where you want them to go. Because I want to normalize talking about money. We don't have to struggle in silence. We don't just want to succeed as individuals, we want to succeed together as a community. So if this resonated with you, make sure to share it with someone who you think might need it. Or if you want to see how I paid off $43,000 of debt while eating hot chicken wings, make sure to check out.
I was able to pay off $43,000 of debt using this very strategy that I'm going to be going over in this live stream. And all you have to do is find one of these extra lying around in your finances every month. And if you don't think that's possible, I'd love to kind of prove you wrong and show you how to do it. So if that sounds interesting, make sure to stick around to the end of the video because this entire process doesn't work without each of its elements. So what I'm going to do first is one of the files. So this is my debt payment calculator. This is first going to show you why finding the extra $100 a month is so important. And then later on, we're going to be going through another tool that shows you how to find it. Okay. So this is the debt payment calculator. And I just have some random information in here. We have our creditor type. So for here, you would just kind of add whatever you want to add here. And by the way, this is a free resource, and I'll tell you in a few minutes of how you can get this yourself. We have our current balances here totaling, say, $50,000. Smash the like button if you have more than $50,000 of non-mortgage debt. It just gives me a good idea of kind of how the audience kind of shakes out. The interest rates for each of the loans, and then the minimum payments for each. And again, this is just kind of random information that I've entered in here. The minimum payments are totaling $715. Okay, so kind of steep, right? But we need to get it done. So let's assume that we are good boys and girls, and we are paying off at least the minimum. We're just doing the minimum. We're just doing enough to get by. So that's what this is here. We're going to enter our monthly payment. Initial snowball is basically how much extra money we're putting towards our debt every month. So for minimum payments of $715 and we're paying $715, there's no extra money here. So now we scroll down to the calculator portion of this file, and this is where it gets very interesting. So as you can see, it still has some of the information that we entered. So it has our creditor types, it has our original balances, but now we have some new data here where it's calculating the interest for each of the debts based on the information that we've entered here. Is this still too small? That's better. Sorry, guys. So each, based on the information we have up there, is now down here. And our total interest on $50,000 worth of debt making minimum payments is $96,000. Ooh, so it's almost twice as much as the actual debt is, the interest. And then over here, it's basically telling us, okay, based on the information, again, that we've entered above, how long is it going to take us to pay off the debt based on months? And then what, month and year is associated with that so we can tell how long, how far away we are, right? So this live stream is happening in April of 2025. And if this was your scenario, for example, we would pay off the debt in May 2042. So that is almost 17 years from now. 17 years. Okay. And that's with, that's with you doing the thing. You're like, hey, I'm making my minimum payments. Why? What's going on? Minimum payments isn't necessarily a strategy. It is literally like they call it minimum payments for a reason. It's like, okay, this is the bare minimum that you can do. And I made this mistake. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. I made this mistake when my wife and I, when we were paying off $43,000 of debt before we started, being very intentional with what we were doing with our money. We made the mistake too of just paying minimum payments, saying like, oh, okay, this is like a recurring bill that we have, whatever, it's gonna go away eventually. But we didn't realize at the time, like just adding a little extra money towards the debt, it makes it go away so much faster. Okay, and let's kind of go through that example. So we're back in the debt payment calculator. We're going to scroll back down here. Now let's get wild here. Let's get crazy, right? And let's add the extra $100. Let's add it. So we found the extra $100, and again, later on in this live stream, we're going to talk about how to do that. So watch as I hit enter here. What's going to happen to the interest paid? Right now we're at $96,000 of interest, and the debt-free date, which right now we're at May 2042. I'm going to hit enter. Voila. The interest got reduced by $53,000. $53,000. And the debt-free date went down by, what is that, about 8 years, 7.5, 8 years. All for an extra $100 a month. That's all this is here. It's an extra $100 a month applied to our debt, and the interest is going way down. And that's what happens when it sounds obvious, right? But we put just a little extra money towards our debt, it goes right towards the interest and just attacks it a lot faster. So if we were going to put this back here to 715, again, if we're serious about paying off our debt, let's say you have $50,000, right? And that seems like a lot. It is. That's a huge burden. It's like, crap, I'm in a lot of debt, but I'm going to fix this. The reason why it's going to take you so long to get out of it is the interest, right? So if we're serious about paying off our debt, it can't take us 17 years to pay off $50,000, right? So we have to find a way. We have to find a way to do better. So yeah, so if we add the extra $100 here, now what would happen if we kept going, right? If we, let's say we're like, you know what, we're gonna find we're gonna find extra money to put it toward 1,000. Boom, the interest went down to 24,000, so it dropped another $20,000, and I think we saved like 3 more years of stress from being in debt by just adding a little extra money. And this, compounds up. The more we pay, the faster and faster and faster the debt gets paid off, which is really exciting. But it also works the other way. So let's go back to our minimum payments, because interest is compounding, right? So when people talk about investing, for example, everyone gets all excited about compounding interest, which is great when you're investing it. But when you have debt, it's negatively compounding against you. So the minimum payment, it's like, okay, 17 years. What if we were paying $100 less a month and we weren't making minimum payments every month and we weren't being consistent? Let's see what changes happen here. Okay, so we just added $30,000 the wrong way. And we added 4 years extra of being in debt for not even making our minimum payments. So that's why, the very least, it's why it's called minimum. Like that should be your non-negotiable. We have to find a way to get to the minimum payments, right? And you could keep going down this whole rabbit hole of what about 515, right? You're adding more time, you're adding more interest, and it's just out of control. So it's easier said than done, but we got to find $100 a month in our finances. And that's what I'm going to show you now. So now that we know how important it is, how beneficial it is, how much money we could be saving, and how much time and effort and stress will be just gone from our life. The stress will be gone. We'll be saving time. Imagine 17 years of being in debt longer. That's people are in high school, 0 to 17. People are like a senior in high school. That's how long extra it would take you to just keep paying off the debt if you're not being very intentional with it. So let's take a quick, like reset there. If you're on live now, let me know what your thoughts are on that. I'd love to hear from you guys. If you're watching this after, let me know, like, what do you think about that? And I'll tell you in a moment how to get access to this debt payment calculator. But now we're going to talk about how to actually find the extra $100 because it's easier said than done, like I said. And that's kind of what it's like, okay, that's great. But how do we do it? So this is a budget template. I'm just going to make it smaller so you can kind of see the layout. But what we want to do first is this process called the 3-month look back. So how this works is you go back 3 months of your expenses. In this case, I just have December, January, February. Okay. And we want to look specifically at the variable expenses. You can do this for all of your expenses. But the reason why I'm singling out variable expenses is these are the expenses that we buy every month or every other month. And the cost, it fluctuates all the time, right? So think like your groceries, gas, utilities, etc. Things that we need to live, but the cost fluctuates, it changes. So however you make payments to stuff, so credit cards, debit cards, cash, which it's a little harder to track for this, to go back and track. But what we want to do is go to each month, look at your bank statements, look at your credit card statements, and enter all of the expenses for the category of the month. So like groceries, for example, you'd go through like, okay, here are my December, you go through all these lists here, and then you do the same thing for your January expenses and your February expenses. The whole point of this is to figure out a rough average of the last 3 months, and it gives you a small little historical data set of like, okay, here's the amount of money I've been spending, and it puts it in your head. Because if you've never done this before, this is a tremendous exercise to do. Because take it from me, when I was living paycheck to paycheck, I had no clue what was going on in my finances. I had no idea where my money was, where it was going. The whole reason why I started my personal finance journey, because I didn't even know how much money I had in my bank account. It slowed down like a sale of a new car, which I still have today somehow. They were able to give it to me. I didn't have enough money in my bank account for that check, the initial check. It was a crazy situation. But that's when I was like, no, I drew a line in the sand. I was like, I have to figure this out. Okay. So if you've never budgeted before or it's kind of off and on, this process is extremely helpful because again, it gives you insights into what's actually happened, not what you think is happening. Because um, I'll get into it in a second, but I have a free personal finance community, so I'm helping people coach. I'm coaching people in there. Everything's free, and this is a eye-opening exercise for everyone that has done it. Because in your mind, so think about it, 30 days of a month is a long time. And in your mind, you have maybe estimates of like, oh, okay, I'm probably spending this in these categories, but 30 days is a long time to kind of remember all the expenses that you have. So actually tracking it and actually putting it in a place that you could see is very helpful. And putting your finances out in front of you is also it's very helpful. But we can't be, I think a problem that a lot of people face is that they don't want to face their finances because they know it's a problem. So they don't want to confront the hard. And I was there too. But there's two things that I really think about when it comes down to this, and I'm going to stop sharing for a second. It's really, really hard to be focused on, tracking your finances, doing a budget, thinking about financial goals in the future. Like all that's like very hard, and being consistent with it is very hard. But it's also really hard to keep living paycheck to paycheck, to not have any money in your savings, to not know when your debt is going to be paid off. That's really hard too. So you're at a point right now where, yep, that works. You're at a fork in the road. Okay. There's this way, which is hard. And then there's this way, which is hard. But this way is the way that it's actually like a track. So you go this way and then you just keep looping, 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 looping because that's the track that you've been on for a while. And I'm speaking from experience because back in the day, that was me. I avoided the hard that I should have fixed earlier. Or you can go this way where it's very, very hard. It's like an immediate steep climb, right? And you're like, oh my God, what the heck? But then you get to the top and you could see everything perfectly. You see everything beautifully. You're like, ah, I now understand what's going on. I now understand what's been happening. And you continue in your ups and downs. And yes, there will be ups and downs, but it's better than looping on a track, right? Over and over and over. Okay. So let's get back into the budget template here, the 3-month look back. So once we have the average, then what we have to do is kind of ask ourselves, okay, why am I doing this? What is the whole point of me doing this? Like what's your why? And the best part is I can't tell you what that is. No one else can tell you what that is. Only you can tell yourself the reason why. Because if you don't have a strong enough reason why you're going to go through this stage of hard, then you're just going to revert back to the track hard, right? You're going to like that's just comfortable for you. You know how to deal with that sort of anxiety and pressures and all this other stuff. You don't know how to deal with the hike, the mountain climbing yet. But what's your why? So how you kind of can figure this out is write down a list of things that are very important to you in your life. Okay? Doesn't have to be a lot of things. It could be 2 things, could be 10 things, doesn't matter. And then after you write those things down, if there's a way to kind of create a goal around them, like what do you want to accomplish and in what time frame? Okay? So saying like if you write down like, oh, it's really important if I become debt free. It's like that's great, but that's not really a goal. It's a thought, right? So that's why I just like put down the things that are important to you, and then we try to translate it into goals. Like, okay, can we turn these into goals? So it's like I want to be debt free. It's like, well, that's a good thought, but let's put some framework around it where it's you put like it's called SMART financial goals. It's a acronym for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time. So if you have all of those factors in there, it's going to be very helpful. So like specific, it will you'll ask yourself, okay, what is the who, what, when, where, and why of this thought? And then measurable. How can I make specific targets, whether it's dollar amounts, time frames, where I know that I'm achieving it or not? Because if you just say that like, oh, I want to be debt free, and then like your goal around it is, oh, I'm going to put more money towards my debt every month. It's probably not going to work because it's not very specific. If you said, I want to put an extra $100 towards my debt every month, then that's very specific and that's targeted. And then you can sort of reverse engineer your way back to that. The A with achievable is you want to think, okay, is this thing that's important to me? What kind of time horizon am I looking at? Is it a short-term goal? If so, I think we need to make that more of an achievable goal. Is it something that you're thinking about in 20 years from now? Like, retirement or a second vacation, a vacation home, whatever, where it's like, wow, this is really far out. You want to be unreal as, you want to feel less achievable because, um, who said, so Bill Gates, the Microsoft guy, right? He has this quote where it's, we overestimate what we can do in a year and we underestimate what we can do in 10. Meaning everyone thinks that they, can just change the world tomorrow, but they're not really thinking about they don't think that they can do anything in 10 years. And it's a lot of like you need the thing now, it needs to work now or you're going to quit. And that's kind of same thing to like the fork in the road where you might choose this hard taking the hike, but then you don't see the reward right away and you go back to the normal and then you're circling the track again. So that was achievable. So R, relevant. Can you tie this goal to maybe other things in your life? Like, how can you tie everything together where it just feels like it's all just one? There's a bunch of little goals trying to reach like a larger goal, right? And then time. It's how do we create a time element for the goals, for the thoughts that we have, right? So it's not, I want to be debt free. It's okay. If I pay $500 a month towards my debt for the next 8 years, I'll become debt free, right? Whatever the thing is. And you'd use the debt payment calculator to kind of play around with those numbers, whatever. But you kind of get the point. Um, that was just sort of a random example. But how do we make it more specific? So the North Star goals. And now once those are created, everything in your life, not just your money, but your time, your effort, your sacrifices, all this stuff is going to be filtered through these North Star goals. That's how I did it. That's what my wife and I did. So when we were focused on paying off our debt, that was our number one goal. And the carrot that we had kind of dangling out in front of us, it wasn't just the debt. It was that the money that we were putting towards the debt was holding us back from doing other things, more efficient things with our money. And we are also planning, this was 6 years ago now. And we were starting to like be very serious about having kids. So it's like, we got to get rid of this before we bring kids into the world. That's just kind of what we thought and kind of what we felt like we wanted to do. So that was our dangling carrot in all of our life decisions, because really that was kind of our one thing, our one North Star goal, kind of filter through that. So we stopped doing uh, activities. We stopped like paying for stuff. We got rid of all the subscriptions. Um, I don't know if we got like a bonus that went to like everything that we had, and any way that we could like find more money or whatever, we put it towards the debt, and that was kind of the filter that we use. So that's what I would recommend, and that's kind of where this comes back into play with the 3-month look. So now we're over in this section, and once we have the average, then we're like, okay, based on our North Star goals, have we been spending money in areas that will enhance these North Star goals? Or, we want to look at are we spending money in places that are detracting from our goals or like staying neutral? Because I would say if the thing that you're spending money on is helping a financial goal, you do that all day, every day, right? If it's not helping the financial goal, we don't consider it. And then if it's a neutral, we reconsider doing it or not doing it, right? And that's like a decision for you. But that's kind of how I like to think about it. So I think I just need to make this slightly smaller because I want to show all of this here. And this works both ways. This is not so a budget, and I'm sure you've probably rolled your eyes a few times me saying the word budget. But a budget doesn't show us what we cannot do with our money. It shows us what we can do with our money. So if we flip the script on the bad rap that budgeting gets, because I think everyone thinks budgeting is just like this restrictive act, and it's a very tedious process, which it is, but it's not necessarily restrictive. It just shows us, okay, here's what we can do with our money, and when we do XYZ, that's when we extend ourselves, and that's when we get into trouble, and that's when we pay off debt, or that's when we have to go into savings. So it's just a very strong kind of exercise to think about. But it works both ways. Okay, so let's say you're like, oh, wow, dining out and food delivery, we're spending way too much money, right? You have $257 here. You're like, wow, I cannot believe it's that much. I didn't think it was that much, right? By the way, coaching people in their personal finances, this category, dining out, food delivery, restaurants, whatever, is, I would say 90% of the time, people's like, wow, I can't believe I'm spending this much. So you go through, and we want to figure out a new budget amount. So like, you know what? Let's think about just like cutting it back a little. We'll cut back $100 a month for the first month, and then we'll try to slowly kind of regress out of it, because change is hard, and I understand. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you to cut, because that's not what I kind of teach or coach at all. But like, where can we find inefficiencies, right? And then obviously, if our dining out and food delivery is going down, we might need to increase groceries, right? Because now we need more meals to supplement the dining out and the food delivery that we were doing, right? So that works like that. But also, you could look at it like this: if one of your North Star goals was like, oh, I want to, one of your thoughts maybe is like, I want to stay healthy, and then you create a goal around that, whatever you want for you, and then you look at your 3-month look back, and you're like, wow, I'm only spending $63 a month for my health and fitness, and it's like a top priority for me. and I need to really increase it. So you could sit here and be like, okay, well, my new budget amount, I need to increase it because it's very important to me. So maybe it's like, well, I go to the gym and I do some stuff, but maybe I could like take more classes. But this is just very, very important to me. So I do not want you to think of budgeting as just something where you have to cut every single line item, every single line item. It's realigning where your money's going based on your priorities, and um, that way you can that way it's sustainable because anyone can cut for a month or two or three maybe, but it's not sustainable because that's not the life. That's you know you can't live on rice and beans. It's just tough, right? You have to kind of think about being able to do something for the long haul, even if it's going to take slightly longer than if you were to like the super extreme thing. Because we want this to work. We don't want it to, up and down and up and down and up and down because that's just not going to work at all. Just going to take a quick sip of water here. Are you guys getting value from this? If you're watching now or watching later, let me know if you are. Smash the like button, as they say, right? Um, so that's the 3 month look back, and also something to think about with the budget. And I'm going to stop sharing here. I think a lot of people's first reaction or thought of like, "Oh, I have to fix my finances. Okay, I have to just cut my expenses." And there's only so much leverage in doing that. Meaning, like, there's only so many things that you can cut. Like, eventually, even if you did the extreme, you're like, "Oh, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna sell my car. I'm gonna do all this stuff." Even if you did all that, eventually, like, you have to spend some money on some stuff, right? So it's not always just cutting your expenses, but also how can you look at increasing income? That's a way higher leverage activity. You get way more bang for your buck for doing that, literally. So what's been helpful for me in like so I'm still doing a 9 to 5 job, right? And what's been helpful for me is, okay, what skills can I learn to, rank myself up in the company? What uh projects can I take on? Like, what skills would I need to learn to, jump into a new endeavor that probably has more upside for you? So you have to always think like, okay, the things that I'm doing now, how can I increase skills, knowledge, ability? Because it's not just about expenses; it's also about your income, and that's where the budget comes back into play. Because anyone can budget. A budget is not for any salary or any country or currency. Like, literally, if you have an income, you can budget, because a budget is based around the money that we're spending every single month. And we only can spend up to what we make, right? And if we're not, then that means we're in trouble because that over a long enough time horizon is how we get into debt. So, speaking of all that, I wanted to share, I've been mentioning it throughout this live stream, but my personal finance community, Dollar Discipline University. Okay. So in here, I'm helping people as I'm a corporate accountant in my 9 to 5 job. I went through the paycheck to paycheck cycle myself. I paid off $43,000 of debt. So basically, everything in this community is through my experience of being a corporate accountant, also going through personal finance struggles, and trying to help you, if you're watching this, and other people inside this community to build up your personal finance foundation. Maybe unlearn some bad money habits that haven't been working for you to kind of make a change. And everything that I've been talking about in this live stream, I, I don't hold anything back. This is what's in the community as well, on top of, being able to talk to other people in here. Like you see, I posted today, and there's just all these people in here saying stuff. It's awesome. So, um, the community aspect is very underrated in my opinion right now. And I think it just gives, I think, just accountability. Like, you could see me in a video right now and you're like, "Oh, okay, either you like what I'm saying or you don't." And it's okay. It doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt my feelings. But like, when you're in a community with other people and you start recognizing the same names coming up all the time, and they're cheering you on, you're cheering them on, you're getting updates on like what's been going on. And then you ask a question, like they said something in a post, and it's like, huh, I wonder how I can implement that in my life, right? Or how can I think about doing that? Or even if it's not related to your life at all, but it's like, how can I take this little nugget and expand it into try and do something over here or learn a new skill or ask a different question, right? So the power of community is really, really strong. And I'm very proud of the community that I've built in here. It's all from the people that are inside of it. So what I'm doing right now for any new member that joins, so if you're watching this, now live or later on, I'd come check it out. But I'm giving free strategy calls to any new member that joins. Basically, gives us an opportunity to introduce ourselves, figure out kind of where you are now in your finances, where you want to go, and then me and the other people in the community, of course, try to help bridge the gap so we can get from A to B a lot faster. So if you're interested in that, Dollar Discipline University, it's at school.com/debt. The link is down in the description. And this is actually where you can get the tools that I've been talking about in this video, the debt payment calculator and the budget template. Those are free. Everything's free inside the community, including my time. Okay. So let's go back into the budget template. And now we're going to actually just jump into so this is the 3-month look back. And before I move on, the whole point of this 3-month look back is, so like I've been talking about through this live stream, we want to find one of these guys, an extra $100 in our finances every month. So this is how we did this. Now, let's say you did through this whole process, right? We did the 3 months, we got the new budget amount for all the variable expense categories. And then over here, this monthly savings, anything that's red means we were over our average, and anything that's green means we were under our average. So the file totals up all the stuff and it gives you an amount. Right here, it's $142. So just by going through this process, we found $140 in our finances. Now, this is not real money because, this is essentially for the next month that you do this. So it's not real money. You haven't found it yet, but it's still like, oh, okay, this could happen, right? It gives you a little positive boost. And then let's say you go into the month and you think you're going to find $140, but really it's, $50. And you're like, oh, okay. So it's better than, what I was doing before, right? And you just take that little small win and you try to improve on it in the next month. And it's like, okay, how can I get to $100 extra a month that I can put towards our debt? Because if you haven't been doing this, like any extra little bit right now is so important. And the small wins, you just got to keep stacking them up. It's really important to kind of keep gaining momentum. So this tab is the actual budget template. Now, I'm not going to do like a full tutorial on this right now, but just to quickly show you how it works. So this budget template is kind of focused around the strategy called zero-based budgeting. And basically what that means is every dollar that comes in has a home or a place that it needs to sit in our finances. So we need to know how much money we make every month. And if you have a fixed income, that's easy. If you have a variable income, what you can do is actually the same thing to your 3-month look back of expenses. And you can kind of look back to your income and you can get maybe an average and an expected amount towards your income. And basically every dollar that comes in needs to have a home. So how I like to think about it is, surely you've been to like a sporting event or a concert where they take tickets at the door, right? And you go to your seat. That's how I want you to think about your finances and your money coming in. So the stadium is your finances and your ticket, your seat is your assignment. And it's like every person that comes in is $1, right? So let's think about it that way. So in this example, I just have this family, this couple making $7,000 a month. So $7,000, there's 7,000 seats in their arena, and they need to know where to put each of the people. Could you imagine going to a sporting event and there's 7,000 people with tickets and you just walk in, you get to sit wherever you want? That's not going to necessarily work out very well, right? So this is kind of how I like to think about it. So this is why once you know how much money you have every month, then it's like, okay, now I know what I can play with because you have your fixed expenses already. We should know what those are. So I have some examples here, like your mortgage or your rent, maybe a cell phone, internet, your cable or streaming services, if you have childcare, car insurance, right? Things that are fixed every month, and you know what those things are. So then it's basically like, okay, what's my income? We subtract that from it, right? And then we just did the 3-month look back exercise, right? And we had these new budget amounts. So that flows over. And this is our new budget amount. This is what we're going to try to spend in each of these categories the next month. And then I also have financial goals. I also have debt types because I personally like to focus on paying off our debt. That's a big focus inside of Dollar Discipline University. So basically, that's it. And if you know, want more help and feedback, again, Dollar Discipline University, I'm taking free strategy calls. You'll get access to all the free tools that we've talked about in this live stream. Um, I do go a little deeper inside the classroom. We have some videos in here you could watch of me going kind of through this, but maybe a little deeper, more in depth. And I'd love to see you in there. Let me know that you came from the live stream if you're watching this now or later on. I'm going live every Thursday night around 7:15, depending on when my kiddos go to bed. So if you're again watching this now or later, let me know. Uh, uh, Thanks, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yeah. So let me know like how what kind of things you want me to talk about in these videos because I'm making videos that I think could be helpful for people, for you. But it's always great to get feedback of the thing that you're struggling with now and what maybe kind of questions or uh, what kind of things you want me to show you in these videos. So anything, any feedback helps. Um, I will see you guys in the next one. You're drowning in debt and can't keep up with your payments. I was there too. I was living paycheck to paycheck, running out of money before my next payday and not knowing what to do. But then something flipped and I was able to pay off $43,000 of debt in just 13 months. So I wanted to talk about exactly the things that changed for me in hopes of helping you get out of your own paycheck to paycheck cycle faster, but it's probably not what you think. Okay. And I bring that up because I see a lot of videos on YouTube that have a lot of views, which is great, that have a promise of a quick fix to a personal finance problem, and I get it because that's what people are looking for, and that's what people want. But the bad news is, and some of you might just click off this video right as soon as I say this, but the bad news is there might not be a quick fix solution for you, and I'm just being honest. So um, if you don't like that, that's okay. But you don't need a quick fix strategy. You don't need a quick fix solution. They're nice to have, but they're hard to come by. So um, it just kind of helps me show like what you guys are looking at. So hit the thumbs up if you've ever searched YouTube for a quick personal finance solution, whether it's saving $1,000 in the next 30 days, paying off your debt in 30 days. Like, let me know if you've tried to find some quick hitting things. And also let me know if you're watching this now or later on, have any of those things worked? Have they worked? I'm genuinely curious. Um, if they have, then that's amazing. I'm very happy for you. That's great because people do win in personal finances, right? It happens all the time. But if it didn't work for you, if the thing that you were looking for, the problem that you're trying to solve didn't work for you, I think I know. I think I know why, and it's because, and I did this too. So I'm speaking to my older, I guess my younger self, right? Uh, we're trying to fix the money, but we haven't fixed the habits. So that's kind of what I'm going to talk about in this live stream today. Because if you think about it, really, if we break it down fundamentally to like the most core thing that we can do, there's three ways to have more money, at least how I see it. Okay. We could spend less money, we could earn more money, or we could do both at the same time, right? And just if you strip down everything, we're not talking about, cryptocurrency, we're not talking about debt, we're not talking about Uber Eats. We're just talking about at its core, those three things are the only way to have more money. Okay? Now, The difference between these are pretty vast, okay? So spending less money, it's the easiest to start doing today, right now. We could just do that. We could spend less money within the next week, within the next month, and something will happen. But the problem with that is you can only go down so far. You can only cut so much. And it's good to do for a season, right? It's good to do for a month or two to like really just kind of detox the personal finance situation, right? You go kind of cold turkey, you don't buy stuff. That's great. But you're not going to last doing that. You're just not. You're just not. Unless you're like super hardcore about it. But when I paid off the $43,000 of debt in 13 months, my wife and I were pretty focused in on the one goal, but we still did things in our life that made us happy. You know what I mean? So I'm talking about stripping everything out of your life and not buying anything. Okay. And then there's the earn more. That sounds great, but that's a little harder, right? A little harder, little takes a little more effort. We have to, either increase our skills. We have to ask our boss or our company for, either more work, better responsibilities, a pathway to know that, like, hey, yes, we value you, Mr. or Mrs. Employee. We value you, and here's the path of how you're going to grow. It's like, okay, great. Now I have a roadmap of how my income is going to increase. Um, Over the last, we'll say 10 years, I've worked at 4 different companies myself. And basically, what I found is that going from company to company was the best way for me to increase my income because either the pathway was not there at the company I was currently at, and I decided not to do it, not to continue, or it was just much slower than I wanted. So you're as you know, that was kind of my goal. Or the third way that you can have more money is to do both at the same time, right? And this is kind of more of a complete lifestyle change. This isn't like something that you can just fix overnight. This isn't something that just kind of happens. Like you have to be very intentional about that third one because both things need to be happening. And what the best thing that we can do, and I wish I learned this so long ago when I was in the paycheck to paycheck cycle, struggling, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. Um, we align, we increase our, we, get better skills, we increase our income so that we have more money so that we can put more money towards the things that we say are most important to us. And these are the kind of tactics and habits and everything like that that I share in my free personal finance community, which I'll get into a little later on in the live stream. But what this kind of links up to is if you've never done this process before or like took a step back and thought about your personal finances, I want you to create a list of your North Star goals. So this is anything that is important to you, any life goals, financial goals, things that you're currently doing now that are non-negotiable, that you're not willing to like get out of your life, cut out of your life. And this is important because it's not just about the money, but now all of your life decisions are going to be funneling through these North Star goals. The best part is it's your list, and it's the list that you say, these are the things that matter to me the most. So it could be 2 things, 5 things, 20 things, doesn't really matter. But after you have that list, that's your sacred list. And it's like, okay, cool. And the best part is, again, everyone's list will be different. My list will be different from your list, will be different from, everyone else's list, which is great because we all have different interests and things going on in our life. We're all very busy, but we all have stuff that we like to do. Okay. And then what we do is we kind of just look at all of our spending habits. Look and see what we're doing with our money. And once you make this list, it'll be very clear if you are or are not aligning your spending to the things that matter the most. And again, creating a little more income is going to help that because it's going to help fund all the things that you care about the most. But you'll find if you actually truly track your finances and try and see what's going on with your finances, that your expenses are not lined up to your North Star goals. But that's okay because every month is a new opportunity to fix the solution or create the solution, fix the problem, keep improving ourselves, keep trying to get better, and keep trying to look for future goals. So like maybe one of I would have different time frames in these North Star goals, maybe like have something that you want to accomplish this month, have something you want to accomplish in 6 months, have something you want to accomplish in 10 years. And then again, all of your decisions today are funneling through that. So it's like, oh, this thing in 10 years, if I do this thing today, the thing in 10 years might not happen in 10 years. Or the thing next month, it might slow me down, might not be able to make that thing next month or do that goal next month because of a decision I'm making today. So just think about it that way. Um, and I say this, I'll tell a quick story about me because when I was living paycheck to paycheck, I felt very poor. I didn't know what to do. I was making, I don't know, $45,000 a year or something at my job. I went to school for accounting. I didn't have an accounting job at that time. I had like a skill adjacent job. Okay. And I basically had like a a mid 20s crisis where I was like, I needed to, I felt like I was slacking. I needed to learn more skills. Or I was just being lazy. And I was like, I had to step up and I had to try and change the trajectory of my life because what I was doing up to that point got me to where I was. And I didn't like where I was. So I had to crank up the energy, the effort, the sacrifices. So I ended up basically um leaving that job to commute into, a city near me. It was like a 2-hour commute door to door. And I learned so much in those 3 years at that company that I was at. That was a true accounting job. Um, the commute was brutal, okay, but it was 3 years. I survived it. I learned a ton of skills. I gained a lot of experience and knowledge that I just wouldn't have had in that previous company. So I left, I jumped ship, and from there, I just saw that as the path where it's like, okay, get to a place, figure out how I can keep growing my skills, keep learning, keep improving the thing that I'm good at, which, accounting. I've been in a corporate accounting world for over a decade now. And just keep doing that, keep getting better, keep trying to be a leader, keep trying to do all these things, and the money will follow. And it did. And that's great. But if I didn't take that leap of faith, oh God, what was that? Over 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago, I wouldn't I wouldn't be as like financially successful as I am today. And I'm not like rich or anything like that. I'm not like trying to brag, but I'm like I'm happy with where I am. And we still have my wife and I, we still have goals that we want to accomplish. Like this personal finance thing never ends. You don't just stop thinking about personal finances or the next like goal for yourself. And we have 2 kids now. So now we're thinking about family. Okay. And I tell you that story because um I went to school for accounting and I sucked at finances. I sucked at money. I was telling myself that I was good with numbers and money and whatever. I wasn't. I wasn't keeping track of my bank account. I had no idea how much money was in my bank account. I had no idea how much money I was spending every month. And I basically drew a line in the sand at a moment in time and I was like, I need to be more intentional. I need to be more thoughtful of my finances because this is the driving factor of what I want to be, like how I want to. This is the driving factor of everything in my life, my future, right? So I'm telling you this because that's what I went through, and I'm hoping that maybe you can go through something similar if you feel stuck today. Like there's always a way to change. Next, week, next month, it's always an opportunity to change, to improve yourself. And once my income was increasing, and once I aligned the income, I kept realigning my income, I would say, with the new goals established. So when I first started, it was just like, okay, um, let me just like gain new skills. Let me not really think about what's going on in the personal finances, but just focus on work, right? And then as my income was increasing, my wife and I, we were kind of just sitting there one day and we're like, we have to get rid of this debt that we have. We just like have to get rid of it. We were thinking about having kids at the time and we did a full audit on our life and we're pretty much like, okay, what are the things that could prevent us from being the parents that we want to be? And everything just kind of pointed to like all the debt that we had. It was just we were making payments to other people. We're literally giving other people our money. And we're like, we want that money for ourselves and for our future kids, right? So we drew another line in the sand. This is a recurring theme. So if you haven't drawn a line in the sand with yourself yet, I would highly recommend it. Like draw the line, be disciplined, and just try to change or adjust however you're adapting. Because the line in the sand thing worked very well for us. And yeah, so we both pointed to debt. We're like, okay, the debt. and we were aggressive with it, and we paid off $43,000 of debt in 13 months. And I'm actually so confident in what we did that I created a free personal finance community based around the strategies and all the stuff that we use personally. And now I'm helping other people. It's completely free. The link is down in the description of this video right now. It's school.com/debt. And basically just helping build the personal finance foundation. Okay. Trying to helping people unlearn some money habits that maybe they have or have kept them stuck, to try and take the change, take the leap, draw the line in the sand and make a change through, um, yeah, just budgeting, like tracking, just being aware, understanding the money that we have. It can work for us. It doesn't matter how much money you make. Let me repeat that. It does not matter how much money you make. Anyone can budget. Anyone can win in their personal finances with whatever income they have. I have coached people that make around $50,000 a year. They have no debt and they're putting money towards future financial goals. And I've also coached households that make $200,000 and they're in a ton of debt and they aren't putting money towards their financial goals. So it doesn't matter how much money you make, because if that was true, the more money you make, the less financial problems you would have. And that's not always the case. More money, more problems, right? That's what they say. And so basically, inside this community, it's building up the foundation and helping people like yourself. I'm sure that's why you're watching this video, to pay down debt more efficiently, kind of like how I did. And we have the tools, the training. And again, everything in here is free. So until my calendar completely fills up and it gets completely stupid, I am offering free strategy calls for every new member that joins. And a lot of times I end up working with those people for months, however long they kind of need, like an accountability partner. That's how I see myself. A little strategy in the beginning and then accountability in the middle. And then I set them free and it's amazing. Um, so just kind of looking at a couple of the wins here that have happened recently. So Daniel, Chris and his financial help have been a great asset for me and my family. Before meeting Chris, we had a paper and pen budget that we were always making errors on. His budgeting tools and debt calculator gave us an easy way to look at our money and know where it was going to be going every month. Chris has been a great sounding board, as well as some major financial decisions we've had over the last year. Having a guy like him to bounce ideas off of with his intelligent, logical, and unbiased opinion has given us a great path to follow. With this help and insights, we had the confidence to make a decision on consolidating our debts, which freed up over $1,000 a month for our families. This will get us out of the paycheck to paycheck grind and allow us to pay off our debts even faster. Okay, so that was Daniel. I'll just click back in case you didn't really get to see that, but these are real people getting real wins in here. Okay. Janine, I'm about to finish up my first month while using Chris's budget spreadsheet, and I actually feel like I have control and knowledge around my finances. Although not perfect, I'm no longer burying my head guesstimating where my money is going. I feel like having him help those financial demons of month past gave me clarity and allowed me to take the first step to begin with creating freedom and wealth. I'm so grateful for you and your approach. I have worked with 3 other financial people and have not gotten this far in the process. One credit card paid off 4 to go just in the first month. Okay, so this was someone that had worked with people before and started working with me for free. None of these people gave me a penny, okay? And they've gotten wins. And I think what I want to really touch on is where Janine mentioned financial demons of month past. So I'm gonna get nice and close and personal for this one, because this one I'm seeing is happening a lot, and it's okay. I get it. I get it. I had them too, where people and me, I'm talking about my younger self as well. We would look at past failures and just assume that there was no way forward, or there's some people in this community that don't want to look at their finances. They know that looking at their finances that will point them into the direction that they want to go, but they can't face it because they know that previously, like, it hasn't gone very well. And That's what I try to help these, these kind of people do, like the people that don't want to face it. It's like, okay, I will be your accountability partner and I will help you through this. And at first it's, helping people get through the financial demons, but then it's not a surprise that once they do the first like step or two inside my process and there's just relief after they do it. Cause they're like, you know what? I was nervous the first 20 minutes I was looking at this. It was tough. It was hard. And then the next 20 minutes was a little easier. And then the next 20 minutes, I understood what the issue was. And then the next 20 minutes, I was motivated to fix it. And it's like, that's great. Cause that's literally like the entire process that most of the people go through. It's like, oh yeah, I know I should be budgeting. I just like, yeah, I'm in debt and I don't want to look at it. And then they look at it, they're like, oh God, it's as bad as I thought it was. And that's like, okay, wait, hold on. Let's let's think about this, back up, right? And they go through the process logically, and it's like, okay, well, the past is the past, and I can't fix that, but I can fix the future. And that's the most important thing. The past is the past. The stuff happened, and sometimes it's hard to forget about what happens in the past. But the past should not resemble what you are capable of in the future or what you can do in the future. And that's the important part. Anything can change every single month. I help people. So I help people like with budgeting and tracking their finances. And if they feel like they had a tough month and didn't go to plan and they get all down on themselves. And I sit there and it's like, yeah, okay, last month didn't work out, but you still have, all these extra months left in the year. Like every month is just a small stepping stone to get better. Everyone, we're not going to get debt free in 1 month. We're not going to save $10,000 in 1 month. Like there is progression. And that's kind of what I was saying in the beginning of this video, where yes, people have gotten quick fixes in their personal finances, quick wins, but that's typically not the case. So if you go into it thinking that, okay, it's going to take, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months to get me out of the situation that I'm in, or a couple of years even, but not thinking about it or not even looking at it, you're just going to sit with it for the rest of your life. So it's like, okay, I can make a small, time investment here, or I can just live with it my whole life, right? Because being a paycheck to paycheck cycle, being broke, being in a ton of debt, super hard, right? So is tracking it and budgeting it. Like both those things are hard. And I've been through both of them. They're both hard. It's hard to be consistent with the tracking and the budgeting and the you're thinking about all this stuff, and it's also hard to like feel like your paychecks aren't going anywhere in your life, and it's like they're both hard. So you just got to pick which one you want to do. This one over here, the I'm in debt, I'm paycheck to paycheck cycle. It's just a big loop. Think about like a track at like a high school. You're moving, you're doing stuff, but you're not really making progress, right? Whereas this one is like, okay, maybe you do the loop a couple times, you're doing the tracking, but then you start climbing up a mountain and it's like, oh, I'm going somewhere, I'm making progress, right? So both are hard. You just got to pick your hard. So school.com/debt. The link is down in the description. Again, I'm taking free strategy calls. Depending on when you're watching this, if you're watching this soon after, I'm having a fun little contest when we get to 50 members. Okay. So, contest meaning like there may or may not be a prize available for the winner. But yeah, it's again, the tools, the training, there's people have gone in this course. I have not talked to them. They've just kind of been lurking around, do their thing. They watch the videos that I have in the classroom and they've made a change just based on that. And I didn't even talk to them. So that's like pretty encouraging, where it's kind of set up to be a DIY. If you're truly someone that's just like kind of motivated, you don't maybe necessarily need the accountability, but you just need like, what's the how? Or like, I don't have the tools yet. I don't have the spreadsheets or the tracking and all this other stuff. So school.com/debt in the description of this video. I go live every Thursday night around 7:30 p.m. Eastern, as soon as the kiddos go to bed. And if you've watched this far, thank you so much. And let me know if you're watching this now or later on, what topics do you want me to talk about in these live streams? Like, Do you want like a Q&A? Give me some questions and maybe you could drop a question. Do you want a specific strategy thing? Like, okay, what do I have to do with this budget thing? Okay, what's the best way to pay my, off my debt more efficiently? Okay, what are some of the mindsets that I need to in order to accomplish this, this, and this? Like, I would love to, make this content based on like the things that you guys think you need. Because right now I'm making the content on what I think you guys need, but I want you to tell me what you actually need. Okay, so um, that's it for this live stream, guys. Thursday nights, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, 7 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Tonight was a little early. And school.com/debt is down in the description of this video. It's completely free. Everything's free in there, including my time. I'll see you next week. I was able to pay down $43,000 worth of debt in just 13 months. And not because of any debt payment strategy that I had specifically, but it's because of my overall money management system. More specifically, experimenting with these 5 budgeting strategies over the last decade as a corporate accountant in my own personal finances until I found the one that I wanted to use forever. So in this video, I'll be ranking the 5 budgeting strategies from my least favorite all the way down to my favorite, which is the one that I'm currently using today. And the whole goal is to help you find the pitfalls and make this process just as seamless as possible so you can just be efficient with it. So with that said, let's jump right into the first one, which is cash only budgeting. Now, before I get into this, I do want to say that just because this is ranked as my least favorite, does not mean that I don't recommend it. All of these I would actually recommend to anyone. It's just a matter of preference. There's a lot of variations between them. So I just wanted to set that straight in the beginning. So cash only budgeting, I think, is great for someone who's just maybe starting with the whole tracking their finances thing. It's great for someone who knows that they overspend in their weeks and their months, and they are trying to find something new, or it's just someone that's just maybe curious like I was throughout my process, and I just wanted to keep trying new budgeting processes until I found the one that would work for me. So yes, I did cash only budgeting earlier in the journey, and as you can imagine, the goal of this is just to avoid the plastic, right? Avoid the credit card, and yes, even the debit card. Okay, because there's a lot of stats out there that paying with a card, you're more likely to spend money. And I'm going to dive into some of that in a second just to show you. But if you think about it psychologically, like you have money in your wallet, you have cash in your wallet or your purse. Are you more likely to take that money out and pay for something, or is it just easier to take the card out? Right. So if you think about it like that, it's way easier. So the whole kind of premise around cash only budgeting is you would try to figure out, this is for like your regular weekly and monthly expenses. Okay. So we're not talking like you have to give your landlord cash now instead of a check or a Venmo or however you pay them, right? Or your mortgage. Like you're not driving to the office with cash, right? So it's stuff that you're like, so like think like groceries, gas, anything that you spend on a regular basis. That's what we're trying to use with this cash only budgeting. And yeah, let's just jump into some of the stats here because I think it's gonna really open your eyes a little bit. I'm just gonna share my screen. So over half reported that they are likely to make an impulse purchase when using a credit card versus 24% for cash. So look at that. It's people are twice as likely to make an impulse purchase when this says holding a credit card. Okay. That's pretty crazy. And 58%, so 6 out of 10, said that credit cards as the primary payment method would most likely entice them to spend more money, which was more than double for cash and more than 8 times that of digital wallets. Okay. So that little variation there. But I think this is very intriguing. It just shows, again, it's like 2x. We'll forget about digital wallets, but 2x from credit cards to cash. So it's just something to think about where maybe holding cash, going through your budgets, taking out what you need maybe every week. That's probably a good way to do this one. And that's what you have to live on for the week. Again, we're not talking the big expenses like utilities or your rent, mortgage, whatever. It's your groceries, it's your gas. And
it is a little more challenging, right? It's a little more harder, a little more harder. It's a little harder. But let's just go to another stat here because we kind of need to know now how much credit card debt people are holding. So this basically shows us year to date through 2021, 2022, 2023 through Q3. So, like the first 9 months of the last 3 years, how much credit card debt specifically is being held in the US. And this was from CNBC. It has it by generations here. So Gen Z, millennials, Gen X, baby boomers, and the silent generation. As you can see, you can look at all of these. They all increase every single year. So the biggest ones were millennials, I think it said 15%, and Gen Zs were 14%. So you can see like Gen Z in the last 2 years, the average went up by $1,000. Millennials went up by $2,000. Gen X went up by $2,100. Baby boomers, $800 from 2021 to 2020. So what I'm basically saying here is that you're two times more likely to use a car to spend with a card than with cash, and that just is reflective in the data that it's just way easier to buy things now and way more convenient. Like all your cards are probably stored online or in apps, and it's just so easy to make purchases. So if you're already connected to stuff with cards, the way you can do um, this cash budgeting is to kind of add a little more friction. So remove your cards from like Amazon, right? Remove your cards, just make it really as tough for you as possible, and try to make those purchases that you make like at Amazon in like a Walmart or your grocery store where you have a little more control and you can pay with cash. And now you're taking a couple $100 with you for the week, whatever your number is, right? And you're just divvying it up and you're divvying up your life during the week. That's one way to think about it. But for those of you saying like, "Oh, why are debit cards such a problem?" Well, the average purchase here, it says made with a debit or credit card is $112, which is the average, while the average cash purchase is $22. So again, if you think about it, it's way harder. Like if I have cash in my wallet, I am less likely to like hand it over, right? It's so much easier just like, oh yeah, I got it with my card. You take it, because the problem is with the card, you're like, oh, you just defer it. You kick the can down the road, right? And I'm gonna stop sharing. And it's just way easier to think about it later. It's tomorrow's problem, right? A- and I think this is just it's a bad message for people, and it's just I don't want you to come up. I'm not an anti credit card person. Just to be very clear, I use credit cards, but there is a time and a place for credit cards, just like everything else. And just like everything else, it's not meant for everyone. So you have to kind of be self aware of, maybe I'm not good at this credit card thing. And if you have a ton of credit card debt, then you're definitely not good at the credit card thing. Okay, so I'm not going to sit here and be Dave Ramsey and pretend like credit cards are the devil, because I don't necessarily agree with that, but I also don't agree with, using credit cards to 100% maximum leverage. So there is a middle point, I think, and it's just about finding your middle point. And it maybe takes trial and error, but this cash only budgeting just adds a little more friction to your spending. Okay, so like I mentioned, think about it like this. So when I used to do it, I would go on Sunday to the ATM. I would take out what I thought I needed for cash for the week based on like literally what I needed, not like, hey, let me just take out $1,000. And if I spend it, I spend it. If I don't, I don't. It's literally like you've been tracking your finances for a bit, maybe. And you're like, oh, okay, I need this much for groceries. You know what? I don't think I need gas this week. I'd probably be able to wait till next week. And oh, I needed to get, I don't know, toilet paper, right? Whatever your list is of stuff, and you just try to hold that much money. Now, the problem with it, and why I stopped doing it, and why this is my least favorite, is it's a logistical nightmare. Like every week, it's exhausting to like go every week to the ATM, get cash out, and then hold that cash in your wallet all week. Obviously, it's like, if you lose the cash, you have a couple $100 in there, you lose the cash, it's gone. If you lose a card, you just like hit a button on your app, right? And be like, oh, hey, company, just stop, don't accept any charges on my card now. Send me a new one. It's so much, it's easier, like security wise. So logistics are tough, and it's just a little more intense, this one. So I did say it's good for beginners, and I do think so, but you have to kind of be in the right mindset, because I could see, you falling off, um, of doing this. You do have to kind of do it for a while to get used to it, and it could be really stressful on like Friday or Saturday when you're like, oh wow, I have $20, and you don't feel like you have enough money to last you the rest of the week. That's kind of the point, but it is intense. So it the right kind of person needs to be doing this. Um, so that was number one. Let me know what you guys think about that. Have you guys tried this? Let me know in the comments. Smash the like button. Let me know, in some way. I'd love to hear your feedback. Before we get into number two, I do want to show you guys that I've actually created a free course and community for people that are looking to find money in their finances for free. There's a lot of budgeting strategy in here, and the whole point is to find extra money in your current finances without a second job, without a side hustle, without any weird eBay stuff, right? So that you can apply it to debt. So if you have debt, this is the perfect course and community for you. So the link's down in the description. It's school.com/debt. Okay. You have access to me in here. You have a free one-on-one call if you join right now. So if you join, I'm going to hop on a call with you. We're going to talk about your situation. We're going to get a game plan. There's free tracking tools in here. So if you go to that school.com/debt, you can click on this link before even joining the community if you just want to test them out and see if you think they're worth playing around with. We're going to come up with a personalized plan for your finances. You'll find a proven method to find $100 or more. I say $100, but some people are finding more. Like this person here who wanted to be unnamed. She, after working with me for 3 months, she was able to pay off $7,000 of her credit card debt. I don't know if you can see that. Let me bump it up for you. This is just a little testimonial. She found $7,000 to pay off her debt. So she's 7K down in her debt, just from the stuff that I'm showing in this community. So if that interests you, let me know too. But yeah, so the proven strategies to pay down your debt faster, and a motivated community to help keep you accountable. Now, you'll see here, there's 8 members in here, which it's literally the best time to join, because you will have so much of my personal attention, because this is my main focus right now. Yes, I am doing live streams once a week, every Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern, but this is my main focus. I just want to keep getting people wins. It's completely free, by the way, if I haven't mentioned that. And if you're interested, again, link down in the description. I don't want to drag on about it, because I understand that it's not that interesting to hear me talk about it. So if you're interested, it's down there. So the next one I want to talk to you about is something called bi-weekly budgeting. And this isn't a strategy that I see that frequently online. I'm not going to say I like made it up. I don't think so, but I don't think it's that popular. It's something that my wife and I have been doing for a while, actually, and we found it very, very impactful. So basically, what this means is, you know what? Let me just pull up the calendar and I'll show you, because I think the visual aid will help. Can you guys see that? Okay, yes. What does this do? Perfect. All right, that's better. So this is a calendar of December. This is when I'm recording this video in December. Hope everyone had a great holiday season and a good new year, by the way, if you're watching this live or soon after in the replay. How I like to think about this is, so my wife and I, we both have 9 to 5 jobs, okay, and we both get paid at the beginning of every month, and we both get paid at the middle of every month. So we thought, okay, how can we structure it so we get 24 wins every single year, right? So 2 pay periods times 12 months. How can we win every time we get paid? So our thinking is, most people's most expensive thing in their life is the roof over their head, right? So a mortgage or rent, right? And ours happened to come out in the beginning of the month, which is great. So what happens is our mortgage comes out and we get paid. So it's a net win actually. So our combined checks cover our mortgage. Great. And what we do after that is this is just basically like organizing our finances. Okay. Everything else that we could possibly think of is either auto comes out around the middle of the month around our next paycheck, or um, it's on a credit card. Okay. This is why I'm saying I'm not anti credit card, because I use them, and I use them for organization, to be quite honest with you. So if you look at this calendar, the only things that we pay are the mortgage. It comes out the beginning of the month. We have all our credit card stuff. So this is all of our regular expenses, right? So groceries, gas. We have 2 kids, so stuff like that. We have auto investing on, so like our financial goals are automated. Sorry, I'm coming off of a little illness. If you have kids, you know all about the daycare germs. That's all I'm going to say about that. And then I think we have one or two other expenses that we were able to schedule out of our bank account, but not through a credit card. Okay. And then we have one utility that I think comes out like the 12th of every month. So it's not 100% perfect, but essentially the idea is get a win here. So our paychecks are larger than our mortgage, right? So awesome, we get a win. And then all of our expenses are still less than our paychecks here. So the rest of our life is covered by our next paychecks, which is great. And then I just put this down here, but basically at the end of the month, you can see we're already, doing financial goals in this period. Whatever the goal is, we're automating it. And then at the end of the month, it's like, okay, how do we, what else can we optimize? We have, say, a few $100s this month, or maybe it's a little tighter. We broke even, but maybe this month we have $1,000, whatever the amount is. And then we push that towards a financial goal, because the more you can put towards the primary financial goal that you have, the faster you're going to be able to pull your future towards yourself. Because if you're just sitting there, doing the paycheck to paycheck thing and you're never getting ahead, you're not able to pull your future closer to you. So that's what we're trying to do with this. The one we love doing this. The reason why it's my second least favorite. I don't think this is a good starting point. It's a little intense. So if you've never budgeted before, I would stick with the 1 month and just trying to get the win with the 1 month, right? So try to have your income, be larger than your expenses in the first month. Because this is basically, we're budgeting for, 15 days. Because essentially, again, our mortgage is the only thing that comes out in the first 15 days, aside from this small utility. And then everything else just comes out here. And then if we have extra money, we allocate it towards the financial goal that's most important to us. So it's just something to think about. And I don't know if you've ever thought about this or tried this, but I'd love to hear, let me know down below. I'm going to jump over to the next one. So I'll stop sharing here. Cool. The next one I wanted to talk about is the 50-30-20 rule. Okay. So basically what this is the 50-30-20 is a percentage allocation of what your income is. So if you make, your income is 100% of your income, right? The 50-30-20 rule states that 50% of your income should go towards need items, okay? 30% should go towards want items, and 20% should go towards financial goals, which is great. That's the one that we love focusing on the most, right? The challenge with this is, one, a lot of people are not honest. What I mean by that is a lot of people confuse need items and want items. So you have to be really, really honest with yourself. A dumb example would be like, oh, I need my Starbucks coffee. Oh, I need these designer socks, right? So you have to be really honest with yourself. Designer socks, does that even exist? I don't know. And another challenge with this, so this is just like an overall framework. You don't have to be like exactly at these percentages, but if you've never done this before, this could actually be a great starting point to think about. So if you make, what would make the math really easy here? If you make $5,000 a month, so 50% of that, $2,500 should be going towards your need items. So your housing, utilities, like things that you need to live on, like your food. Um, and then your 30% would be want items. So that's kind of, again, things that you don't necessarily need to live on, but things that maybe are important in your life, whatever, you know what it is, like eating out, stuff like that. And then the 20%. The problem with this, and I've seen this too often working with dozens of people with their personal finances, is the 20%, the financial goals. People just sort of overlook that, and uh, they take it for granted. They don't prioritize the 20. And the problem with that is, again, we're not pulling ahead our future when we do that. So, how I like to really think about it is the 50 is critical. I mean, obviously, like you need that stuff in our, we need electricity, we need the roof over our head, and then do the 20. So I think that's going to be a tough shift for a lot of people, but think about it. Like, how much of your income are you putting towards financial goals every month on average? I realize it might change a little bit, but 20% is a great benchmark. Okay. If you start putting 20% of your income towards a financial goal, like paying down debt, for example, you're going to be paying that thing off real fast, because 20% is very aggressive. I don't have numbers behind this, but I can imagine that you would be, um, considered an elite person with, personal finances if you're doing 20%. I can't imagine the percentage of people that are doing that are is tremendously high. I mean, there are stats that, something like 50% of people can't make $1,000 emergency expense. If it were to came up, they wouldn't be able to pay for it with cash or in their accounts or anything like that. So I can't imagine people are um, doing the 20. So that's how my wife and I used to think about it, and we still do. It's like, okay, here's what we need to focus on. So right now it's like, yeah, roof over our head, utilities. We have 2 kids, so the daycare, that's obviously like a need item for us right now. But then it's the financial goals. We're literally budgeting the financial goals. You saw that in the calendar that I have. Like, we're auto right now, it's auto investing, and it's auto putting towards our kids' financial future, our retirement financial future. Um, so if you start budgeting for the financial goals, that's when things get interesting, because now you're like, okay, I need to put, we'll just say, I don't know, we'll say $500 a month towards our financial goals, whatever they are. Now, if you're budgeting correctly, you have your need items, you have your financial goals, and then the rest of it goes to the stuff that makes you happy. So it's like, okay, the Netflix subscription, okay, the Uber Eats, right? All this other stuff. And it gets very interesting, like what if you start prioritizing the right thing, how your life shifts. And like, again, you just feel like you're pulling your future forward. It starts as like a little string, and then you got this huge rope, like you're in a tug of war contest. It's pretty impressive and pretty incredible how it happens. And if you feel like you don't make enough for this one to work, um, I challenge you I challenge you on that, because I think there's ways around that. First, I think people think that the best way to make more money is just by increasing their income, but it actually just could be realigning your expenses, and that's actually a strategy that I dive really deep into in Dollar Discipline University. Okay, because budgeting is all about intentionality. It's about, a budget doesn't show us what we can't do with our money. It shows us what we can do with our money. And I think a lot of people mistake in that point. They think budget is like this swear word, or this like you can't say budget because it feels too restrictive to them, or they think they're gonna have to cut their cut their lifestyle. And that's not necessarily the case. You just have to find the goals that are most important to you. Like, what goal would you create that's way more important than any like stuff in your life? And if you think about it like that, then all your money making decisions are going to be aligned to this North Star goal of yours. Again, let's just say it's paying down debt. And if a thing in your life doesn't help reach that goal faster, or help provide that, then the answer is no, probably, right? So if you have like ooh, should I do this or that? You have to decide which one of those, helps your goal progress further. That's just kind of how you have to do it. Because budgeting, again, just budgeting is intentionality. And I think I'm just going to say this in every video that I make, every of all time, because if more people knew that, I think more people would be more, they'd be focused on their finances. Budgeting is not a bad thing. It's just showing us where your money is at, because too many people are just comparing, like you're comparing yourself to other people that maybe make more money, or maybe you think have a better financial situation, but it's not about how much money you make. It's not. Okay. Because I've worked with people that make 40, 50, $60,000 a year, and they're like crushing their financial goals. And then there's people that make over $100,000 that have like tens of thousands of dollars in debt, over $100,000 debt, and that's not even including like a mortgage. Okay, so it's not about the income; it's about the habit. Okay, so I really think that 50-30-20 rule is great, but let's call it the 50-20-30. Okay, the fourth, I guess my fourth least favorite, so my second favorite budgeting strategy, it's called pay yourself first. Now that sounds pretty obvious, right? You're basically paying yourself first. It's kind of what we talked about in the last one, where it's like we're pulling our financial goals closer to us by putting money towards our financial goals. But I want to take this one a different angle, because I think the reason why you're not progressing the way you want to be in your personal finances is you're just not spending enough time or effort or money thinking about your goals. And your spending is too, it's too like reactive. It's not proactive. Like, you're not thinking ahead. We are okay. Let me know if this sort of sinks in with you, if you feel like this is you, because I feel like how it works with most people is you go through the month and you're just mundane, going through life, paying for stuff, whatever, and you get to the end of the month, you're like, oh crap, I didn't, insert financial goal. I didn't pay off my debt. I wasn't able to contribute, for my retirement. I wasn't able to put money towards my emergency fund. And then you're like, okay, next month. And then the next month comes, you go through, yeah, every week, you go through the process, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, oh crap, I didn't do, insert financial goal. And it's just like, because you're not putting any thought to it. And there's two things that I like to do with this. If you say something is very important, um, and you say you're putting enough time and money to it, you actually have to track it, and you have to be honest with yourself. So if you do like a quick little time audit during the week, like in like 30-minute intervals, you'll see where you're putting your time. And if you say this thing like paying down debt is really important, but you're not spending any time to think about it, then it's actually not that important to you. So when my wife and I were paying off $43,000 of debt in 13 months, we literally had a family meeting in our living room on our couch, looking at the laptop, looking at this terrible spreadsheet that we made. By the way, the one that I have inside of Dollar Discipline University is way, way better than the rinky dinky one that we were using back then. But even just that, we'll call it a 10-minute meeting, was critical. Okay. Now, we didn't need to spend hours and hours and hours every month thinking about and talking about our debt. So I'm not saying you have to do that. But what that did was it it made sure that we were both aligned with where our money from our bank account was going for that month. So that way one of us didn't make like a mistake paying off one of our debts when we shouldn't have, it was just, we were just trying to prioritize which debt was most important to us. So that 10-minute meeting was critical. So you have to be at least spending time, either to learn about the new thing, or to organize the new thing, or to like track the thing, right? So you have to spend time like that. And then the other one is the money, and that's where the magic B word comes in, budget, right? That word, it's just being intentional with our finances. So if you're saying that paying down your debt or saving for an emergency fund is super important for you, and then you look at where your money's going, and like barely any money, like any percentage of money is going to it, um, then it's not that important to you. So until it is, then you won't make a change. So I hope that resonated with you, because I think that process is very common for a lot of people, where it's like go through life week after week after week, crap, didn't do the thing. Okay. So we want to start pulling. I want you to think of this visual where you're pulling on the string, on the rope, pulling your future forward. That's what we're doing with financial goals. Okay. Now you're probably saying, like, I don't even know if I have a financial goal, and that's perfectly fine. So I'm going to show you this little screen share here from a presentation that I share inside of Dollar Discipline University as well. And it's a large presentation. I'm not going to go through it in this video. So I just wanted to show you the top point of this, which is called the SMART framework for financial goals. This presentation was basically on, like, how I define what a financial goal is, and then how to create one yourself. And it's using the SMART framework. So specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time. That's how we want to think about creating financial goals. So specific, we want a goal that's answering the questions of who, what, when, where, why, and then how, sometimes how, right? So if you can create an example where, like, instead of saying I want to be debt free, if you said I want to pay off with my finances and realigning my expenses to prioritize XYZ. I was just trying to come up with that at the top of my head. Which one of those sounds like more, we'll call it specific? Which one was more specific, right? It was obviously the one with way more detail in it, because saying I want to be debt free, it's a great thought, but there's nothing behind it. It's just a thought. And until you sort of can measure it, which is the next one, right? Measurable. Either it happened or it didn't. So, like, until you can tell yourself whether you're making good progress or not, because if you just say I want to be debt free, it's like, well, there's no time frame there. There's no, like, way to track. Like, how much money do you need to put down every month? You probably have no idea. You're just, like, kind of saying I want to be debt free. I don't know how to do it. So we need to be more specific and measurable. Achievable. This one's interesting because, so achievable meaning within current resources and capabilities. So the example I just kind of threw off at the top of my head was you wanted to pay off $3,000 of credit card debt in 6 months. Okay. So that, to a lot of people, should be achievable. Like, it could be achievable. It's $500 a month. Could be aggressive for some. Okay. But the caveat is the longer the goal. So if you had a goal of 10 years, you wouldn't want it to feel achievable. That's kind of what I'm saying here. And I don't know if that makes sense right now without the context, without this full presentation. But basically, like, if you think something's achievable in 10 years, then that means it's too easy. 10 years is a long way away. But if it's something in 6 months, it probably needs to be achievable based on your resources and capabilities. So, like, basically, like, how much money, time, effort are you willing to put into it? And is it reasonable? Relevant. It has to align with your larger goals. Okay. So any life goals or financial goals. So while paying down debt is amazing, it's not the only thing that you'd want to do in your life, right? We want to pay off our debt so that we can move to a, better, more efficient goal down the line, like investing for our future, our retirement, our kids' future, whatever. It's not just like a one and done thing. So it's like, yeah, I want to pay off this 3K credit card debt in 6 months so that I can apply that $500 I'm paying towards my debt to my retirement, because then that $500 is going to be compounding positively for me, whereas me paying off my debt is compounding negatively. And it's just a huge wealth killer debt, right? So if I can go from wealth killer to wealth destroyer, I don't know, wealth improver, then that's great. That's a big win. And then time, we want to create a goal that has some urgency behind it. So, like the 3K credit card debt in 6 months. Okay, how do I figure this out in 6 months? That's intense, right? Maybe you're thinking that. And it's just these 5 things. So if you think about these, maybe just write these down. Think about the SMART framework if you've never done, like, a financial goal before. And it's just, again, it's just a great way to be more, I want to I want to keep saying specific, but I don't want to use one of these words, but you know what I mean, where it's just like you're more intentional with your thoughts, because again, being debt free is great, but that's just a thought. How do we put action behind it, and how do we make it reasonable um in our current life, in our current situation? because basically, here's another presentation. I just wanted to show you this one slide because basically the world is making it a lot harder for people, and people aren't helping themselves either. So I wanted to show you these two things. I think it's going to really help. This first graph here up top, yeah, you can see that. Okay, is the personal savings rate just in the United States. So it's basically the percentage, which is over here, of disposable income that the average person saves. And by saving, we'll call that towards a financial goal. Okay. Excuse me. Daycare germs. So as you can see, this was from it's from 2000 to current day, so the end of 2024, so the last 24 years. And as we go through history here, it's sort of hovering around this 5%. Yeah, it dips down a little bit. Yeah, it dips up a little bit, but it's basically 5%. This is the pandemic period, so this is kind of a, off the charts thing. But basically for like 20 years, it just hovers around 5%, right? And now if we look at this chart down here, this is personal consumption expenditures. Basically, what this means is how much stuff are we buying? Okay. This over here is in it's dumb. It's in tens of thousands of billions of dollars. So $10,000 billion is $10 trillion. So basically, this is in like trillion dollars, 6, 8, 10, 12 trillion dollars. And over the same time horizon, so from 2000 to the end of 2024, sorry, basically the we're buying more stuff consistently over time, and it's just going up and up and up and up and up and up and up. And again, we had the pandemic here, but it's just always going up. And sorry, guys, and the savings rate is, again, it's basically, we'll call it 5% for the last 2.5 decades. But this, it starts at 6 trillion, and we're at 20 trillion. So it like 3 plus x like the amount of stuff. Now, why is that? We talked about that a little earlier. It's getting way easier to buy things. It's way more convenient. There's less friction, right? All our cards are saved everywhere. There's way more options now. Like, I can remember when I was a kid, and because I'm thinking about, like, with my kids, all the options that we have to buy stuff. Like, our parents were like, yeah, there was like one or two, car seats, there was one or two strollers, but now there's like a bajillion of all of those things. So it's just like there's more options and there's more competition, and it's making it better for consumers to buy the thing that they want to buy, but it's also making it more expensive. And also, yeah, stuff just goes up in price too. So there's that to think about. So I say all that because everything's sort of working against you, and it might feel like that, but you have to take control of it, because we are in control of the savings rate, and we all are also in control of the how much stuff we're buying rate, right? So we keep buying more stuff, and stuff keeps going up in price, but we're not saving any more money. And it's just something that we need to fix. Okay. All right. So number 5 on the list, and this is my favorite budgeting strategy after I have some water. And it's called the zero-based budgeting strategy. Okay. Now, this one's pretty popular. So if you've never heard of it, that's okay. We're going to talk about it right now. Basically, um, every dollar that comes in, so basically how much money you make every month, we already have a spot in our budget, in our finances, where we know that money's going to go. So basically what that means is if you make $4,000 in a month, we need to budget $4,000 to be spent that month. Now, that does not mean that, um, if you have $1,000 left over, we go crazy on Amazon. It's the same thing of like the 50-30-20, the 50-20-30, right? We want to budget all the things that are most important to us. And it should be a financial goal or multiple financial goals that are part of that list of what is most important to you. So I'm going to go into the budget template here. Yeah, cool. So this is the budget template, and down in the description, you can actually download this for yourself. It's also in Dollar Discipline University, but you can just download this without joining the group if you don't want. This is completely free as well, um, and there's a full tutorial in there. So I'm not going to spend time to go through the nitty gritty of this file. But basically, so okay, so I already have an example of here in here. So our expected income, as an example, is $4,400 this month. So that means our total budget is $4,400. Okay, because we can't spend more. We can, and that's the problem that we have with debt and all this other stuff. But we should not spend more than we bring in, right? Each month. So I'm in December. If I was making $4,400 in December, I wouldn't want to spend more than $4,400 in December, if that makes sense. So basically, what this is doing is it's going to add up. This section here, we have our fixed expenses. So I just have a couple random things here. So like your mortgage or rent, your cell phone, internet, cable streaming services, childcare, car insurance. Okay, variable expenses. So think things like groceries, gas, your utilities. Maybe your gym membership fluctuates month over month depending on how many classes you do, etc. Dining out. Financial goals. So I've sort of split up financial goals. I have this is basically all non-debt stuff, and then this is all just paying off your debt. So this is all the debt stuff. So basically, if you come into a month, you're like, yep, I'm going to make $4,400. I should already know what my fixed expenses are because those don't change every month. Those stay fixed. That's why they're called fixed. So we know how much we're budgeting for that. The variable expenses, okay, that's harder to figure out. I'm not going to go through it in this file, but there's this process called the 3-month look back. I would watch the tutorial. I go way deeper on how to, if you've never done this before, how to go back 3 months to your variable expenses, get an average, and then we get a new budgeted amount, which carries forward into this budget. Okay. And then any other financial goals that we have, maybe we'd want to budget for, say, an emergency fund. We budget $100 a month, and then we have all this credit card stuff, right? These are our budgeted amounts for our credit card. So you see what I'm doing here is I'm not just budgeting for like, hey, the stuff that's coming up in the month, our fixed expenses, our variable expenses. Like, no, we need to budget for financial goals. And then I really like the idea of prioritizing paying down your debt first as a primary financial goal. Because again, it's such a wealth killer, guys. Like everyone talks about how compounding is the eighth wonder of the world, but when it's working against you, it's your biggest nightmare. Okay. Because it's the greatest, it's the eighth wonder of the world for the people that are receiving your interest payments every month because they're getting rich off of it and you're getting poor for not, paying down your debt faster. So again, if you're interested in how to do that faster, Dollar Discipline University. But the whole point of zero-based budgeting, if I can get back to the main point, is $4,400 in, $4,400 out. But the out is not just useless garbage. Okay, it's financial goals. We want to pull that little thread closer and closer. We want to get it to be a big rope that we can pull. So the only way to do that is to fund financial goals. So the smart financial goals. So what I mentioned in the last one, what I would do, like a takeaway of this video. One, let me know if any one of those strategies sort of hits home with you, if you've ever done any of those, or if there's one that really interests you and like, oh, I could maybe do that one. But two, I think what I would do, what I would recommend you do, a little homework, is what are the most important things in your life that you want to either accomplish or have happen, even if it sounds crazy. Okay. And this is like a financial goal. This is a life goal. So, like for me, for example, I'll give you some to sort of maybe help you. So, like a life goal, I'm married, I have 2 kids. So, being healthy is just really important to me. Sleep isn't as sleep hasn't been happening that well recently. So, I try to be very intentional about when I go to bed, even if I feel like I have too many things going on. I still have like, it's almost like an alarm is set to go to bed. And I have one to wake up, but it's almost like, okay, when 10 o'clock hits, I just have to go to bed because I wake up at 4:45 because that's when I work out. I work out in the 5 o'clock hour. Um, and that's because that's when my family's sleeping. And I just feel like that's the easiest time. We have 2 kids, a 3-year-old and an 8-month old. And if they're awake, it's just like impossible for my wife and I to do stuff. So if I can get my stuff out of the way before anyone wakes up, then that's the most ideal thing. So health and fitness, I would put on that list for me as like one of the most important things. Okay. Um, 2 right now for us is, um, putting money towards their future education. So that would be on the list as well. And yeah, I guess like those 2 things are important. I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head that is also very important. Like, we'd love to be like a really long term goal is we'd love to be able to pay our mortgage down faster than, the amount of time it's actually going to take. So um, that would be again like another thought where you're just saying like you don't want to just say, "Hey, I'd love to pay down my mortgage faster." It's like, well, that's a great thought, but what are we going to do about it? What intention are we going to take? So you have to think like, I've been playing around with a lot of like mortgage payment calculators to see like how much extra money I would take to, have it pay down much faster. So it's sort of a game of like, um, what do we think we could do like every month or every year to apply to our mortgage? And could we pay it off in 10 years? Like that actually sounds pretty challenging, based on how much is left and like how much extra funds we have every month. Cause again, like right now, daycare is tough, very expensive. So, um, anyway, so that's just kind of how I like to think about it. I would write down a couple financial goals, life goals, um, and start there. Like that, make them so good that they're too good to ignore. That's what I'll say. So if you have like junky financial goals, you're not going to care in 2 months, in 4 months. Like you have to make it really worth it. Like your why has to be very important. Because if you say like, "Oh, I just want to like pay off my debt faster," that's great. Again, it's not a thought, but it's a thought, but it's not a great goal. But if you say, "I want to pay down my debt faster because like I'm way behind on my retirement," so if you create this like urgency, like, "Wow, I gotta pay this debt off so I could be even more efficient to my retirement," and apply more money there. That way, again, we want compounding on our side, right? We don't want it against us. So debt compounding is against us, and everything else, compounding is with us. And compounding, I've learned, is just it's more than just money. It's skills. Like if you're learning new skills, like the more you do a skill, it's just compounding. So it starts off you're struggling, and then you're going up, and then it just becomes really easy. Same with um like time that you spend with things or your effort, everything compounds. So you want compounding to be as positive as you can. And it just it's so important. And I wish I knew this, earlier in my life. I'm 35 years old now. I wish I knew it, you know, I wish I had a better I wish I knew what I know now in my early 20s, my mid 20s. Because I didn't start budgeting until I was, it's 10 years ago, like 25. And I went to college for accounting. I didn't really get um, a real accounting job until I was about 25. And there was a few events in my life where it just flipped, and I was like, "What am I doing? I got to figure this out." So that's how this, all these budgeting strategies came into play, and just starting to like really take time to learn about like what not necessarily like what the right thing to do in personal finances, because I think there's a lot of right things to do. There's no one way. Don't let someone tell you that there's one way. um there's actually a lot of ways. It's sort of like I don't know, like going on a hike or climbing a mountain. Like there's more than one way to the top of the mountain. right? People just think like, oh, like you're looking at a mountain, it's like, wow, I got to climb it like this. But it's like, what if you go around back? And then the trail is like, it's a little longer, but it's easier. Or like, what if there's a parallel path that you're on your left side or your right side, and like that takes you up another path. Like there's so many paths. So I don't want you to get overwhelmed with like thinking that you're doing something wrong or you don't know what you're doing, because there's so many paths that you can take with all this financial goal stuff. And I think that's just really going to wrap it up. Okay. So one last time, I just want to, I want people to win inside of Discipline University. Again, it's never been a better time to join. Like, quite honestly, like there's 8 people in here, and I'm talking to these 8 people, and you're gonna have my full attention. Like the whole point of this, again a free group, free community, free course, and there's engagement in here. It's a lot of me, but there's engagement, on the back end, and I really just want to help people win. There's a classroom here with different modules, and someone could join this community, just watch these videos and learn how to pay off their debt twice as fast. But with only 8 people in here, like you're going to get the personal touch from me, because right now, until I get super busy with this, like I just want to help people. So whether that's jumping on, free calls with you, reviewing your budget, like you could send it over to me, anything that you want to do, I'm down for. I just really want to get people wins, because I think if we just all chip away at these like terrible stats um around people in debt, not just in the United States. Like I talked a lot about the United States, but like it's a worldwide problem, and just money management in general, because not a lot of people learn this. Unfortunately, it's not really taught in schools, and people are almost reliant on what their parents know. And a lot of times, like if you just keep passing down, you know, bad traits, like you have to unlearn your money habits. And that can be kind of scary, or it can be just kind of, you can be kind of nervous, like, because money is just it's so personal, right? It's like people don't talk about it. So that's kind of why I want this community to kind of keep gaining traction. Like I want it to become normal for people to talk about their money and their goals, and like have people just be supportive. So that's what I'm trying to create here. If you're interested, school.com/debt, down in the description. I'm going live every single Thursday, no matter how I sound or how I feel. Uh, Thursday nights, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, approximately, depending on when the kids go down. It should be 7:30. And what I'd love to hear is down in the uh, comments of this video, what topics, do you want me to talk about, guys? Because right now I'm making videos that I think you would want to know about or should want to know about, but I'm just kind of guessing, and not, you know, guessing like I don't know what I'm talking about, but you know what I mean? Like I want to hear from you. Like once I hear from you, it'll be easier. Right now I'm just making videos off of feedback I've been getting from people that I'm been working with their personal finances, and things that I think would help them. But I want to hear from you. So have a great night, guys. Enjoy your weekend. Hope you had a great holiday. Happy New Year if you're watching this in the next couple of days. And I'll see you in the next one, guys. Have a good one.
Buying a new car has never been so expensive, yet for some reason, new car sales are skyrocketing. So in this video, I wanted to approach this topic from a personal finance viewpoint, as I've been a corporate accountant for the last decade plus. How do we plan for these large expenses like buying a car? And what are the opportunity costs of going into debt for it? Now, just to be very clear and very transparent, this is not going to be a political video. There's no need for this conversation to be turning political at all. So if we could just be respectful of that, that would be excellent. So the whole reason why this live stream even exists, last week, we have 2 kids, checked on us, the kids, just casual conversation, whatever. And right at the end, before we said goodbye, she's like, oh, and by the way, we're going to go look at a car tomorrow just to kind of see what happened. The next day in our family group chat, this picture came up. And the reason why they bought this car was because of concerns. They told us they were concerned of all the tariff increases that have been happening recently. So they They didn't need a car. They had two working cars. One of them was a little older, but they didn't need a car. But they didn't want to have to. Their logic was they didn't want to have to buy a car in 3, 4, 5 years when car prices are potentially going to be way higher, and so they just bought it now. Okay, so I was like, wow, and my little spidey sensor debt kind of whatever went off, and I was like, wait, if they think like this, there must be other people that are thinking like this. And to be honest, I try to stay away from the news, but I was like, I need to dive into this a little bit. So if you're sort of like me and you're not necessarily into the news all the time, here's what's been happening very quickly. The White House announced that 25% tariffs are going to be applied on cars not made in the United States. And in May, 25% tariff is going to happen on car parts coming into the US for car manufacturing. Okay. And I think overarching the kind of goal here is to just have more automotive manufacturing in the United States, right? So, but according to some headlines, there's no such thing as a fully American made car. Why it's now impossible to buy a 100% made in USA car. Looking for a car that's truly made in America, good luck finding one, right? So, obviously, like this is what the media is saying. And there's this chart here which I thought was interesting, showing car makers that import the highest percentage of their cars. So for example, Jaguar Land Rover imports 100% of their cars. So zero of their car is built in the US, right? And you go all the way down the list. They have Tesla here as 0%, meaning they can manufacture a car 100% in the United States. And what's interesting is they have a lot of there's a lot of just everyday vehicles that people, can afford, like Volvo, Mazda, Volkswagen, Hyundai. There's, Mercedes, BMW, maybe a little more expensive, but Toyota, General Motors. This has like Jeep and Chrysler, and there's some other company. This is like a large conglomerate of brands that we all know: Subaru, Honda, Ford. So my point is, like, every car that we see on the road has, parts that come from overseas, right? So that's kind of this whole thing. But what's been happening is kind of like what my in-laws have seen. There's been more foot traffic in car dealerships. So this person, I found this on LinkedIn. The total supply of new vehicles on dollar lots is down 10% from the start of March. So it went down like 300,000 cars. And the urgency was created by the import tariff announcement. So this is through Cox Automotive Incorporate. And there's also this poll that went around asking consumers for in market. So people that are like in the market for a new vehicle, 53% of them said they would buy sooner to avoid tariff impact. 51% said they would consider a US made vehicle, or as we now saw, a more US made vehicle to avoid tariffs. And this was in March and April, 60% rise in dealership foot traffic week over week. So more people are having this thought of, hey, I should probably buy a car now before it gets too expensive. And again, talking about expensive, this chart shows the average for a new vehicle, the average cost over the last, 13 years. This is from Kelley Blue Book. Okay. So over the last, we'll call it 18 months, it's kind of hovered around this 47, 48, 49 figure, right? So it's essentially been the most expensive time to buy a car. And so I think, so with my in-laws being, they're very newsy people. There's a lot of people that are newsy, right? So things happen and then they get reported on the news, people see them, and then we get articles and probably stories on videos and whatever. Which car brands will be impacted most by Trump's 25% auto tariffs? How much tariffs could drive up car prices, and how to tell if you should buy now, right? So there's all these articles where people are, you're getting, like, people are getting ahead of themselves, like, oh my God, do I need to buy now? Do I need to buy now? Do I need to get a car loan now? Well, this is from Bankrate. So this is the average car payments in 2025. Okay. So this kind of goes along with this, where it's like new vehicle transaction price is 47,000, but this is just loan amounts. So a loan amount for a new car on average is $41,000 with a monthly car payment of $742. That's where we are today. A monthly car payment, $742. The interest rate is 6%. and it's going to take about 5.5 years to pay it off. If we look at used cars, okay, the loan amounts $26,000 on average. The monthly car payment is $525. The interest rate is over 11%, and it's going to take around the same time. We'll call it 5.5 years. Now, this is kind of where all that other stuff in the beginning, like, again, I'm not a tariff expert. I don't know what's going on in the auto industry, to be quite honest with you. But what I do know is personal finance and paying off debt. So that's kind of what I wanted to get into now, like the opportunity. Because I think, okay, so let me just clear it up. If you, because I think I'm gonna say some strong points here. I just want to be very clear in the beginning. If you like need a car now, you got to do what you got to do, right? I'm a dad. We've got 2 little kids. Like, of course, people need safe transportation, of course. But if you're like, I don't want to like throw them under the bus, but my in-laws, where and by the way, they are not like poor or anything. They can afford they can handle the car. It's not a big deal. But like, if you're thinking in the future, like, oh my God, I might need to buy a new car in 3, 4, 5 years, I should probably buy one now just to get it over with and to be done with it before prices maybe go up, in that time span, 3, 4, 5 years. So what I did on this screen here that you can see, this is the new car average little snippet from the last ones, right? So we had a $41,000 average auto loan, 742 monthly payment, 6.35% interest. And I plugged all these into my debt payment calculator and it spit this out for me. Okay. So here's our original loan balance, and it's going to be paid off in 67 months, which lines with this. There's probably some rounding on one of these, right? Whatever. What this shows and what this does not show, this shows the interest that's going to be accrued throughout the life of that loan. So when you say like, oh, I bought a car for $41,000, you actually bought it for $49,000 because of the interest attached to it, right? So in 5.5 years, you're going to be paying $49,000 for the car. So what kind of opportunities could we have instead? Again, this is for people that are thinking, oh, do I need to buy a car today if I'm maybe going to buy one in 3, 4, 5 years? The opportunity cost is, what if you had put your money towards a positive asset? Because we all know that cars are not positive assets. And unfortunately, as soon as, like the saying goes, when you drive them off the lot, they lose X amount of value, whatever it is, right? So what would happen if you took the same amount of time and money, and I would say, interest, and applied it toward a positive asset? So if we take the same $742 a month for 5 years, I couldn't use decimals in this graph. It was only 5 or 6, so I rounded down. And your estimated rate of return is the same, so 6.35, which quite honestly, again, I'm not an investing channel or anything like that. It's pretty low for like if you were just to invest in the stock market over a long enough time horizon. Okay. But if you were to do that over 5 years, your account would have $52,000 in it. That's pretty cool. And that's just at the same, everything's the same, right? Now you're like, okay, well, I don't even know anything about investing. And to be quite honest with you, I'm not going to share any investing. Like, I don't do investing. I talk about personal finance, saving money, paying off debt, just building up your personal finance foundation. But if you're like, hey, what would happen if I put into like one of those high yield savings accounts, right? Where we'll call it 4% interest, right? So we'll put in the same stats of the 5 years, the $742 a month, and now our interest rate is 4%. And yeah, of course it went down a little bit, but it's $49,000. And what's funny is that this is basically the same as this over the 5 years. So when you buy this car for $41,000, you're paying $49,000, or you could put it towards a positive asset and you would gain $49,000. So the person that did this is like twice as ahead as the person that bought the car, right? And I did the same example for the used car, so I'm not going to bore you with that, but car loan's 26, we end up paying 36. Here's what could happen with the 11% return. Here's what can happen with the savings rate, 4% return, right? You get it. I don't want to stay too long on that because you guys are intelligent. But it's all about the missed opportunities. And I just really want you to think like, the challenging thing to think about is like everyone. So I just went through some like compounding interest stuff. Everyone wants to receive, compounding interest. Everyone loves the idea of passive income. Everyone loves the idea of making money while you're sleeping, right? That like I'm going to call it a fallacy because it's like I I I don't want to get into it, but we want all those things. We want like everyone's trying to make more money like, "Oh, what's the best investment? Where do I put my money?" But we kind of gloss over the fact and forget the fact that debt is negative compounding interest on us. But we are so quick to just jump right into these situations where we're buying this thing that we can't afford with cash and we're going in debt to buy it and it's negative compounding. And then we wonder why we don't have enough money to live our current life. We don't have enough money to live our future life. And it's because we are not, we keep going backwards. We're buying a thing that we can't pay outright. So we have to take a long time to pay it off. And again, if you need a car, need a big thing, it is what it is. I understand. But if you're like thinking like, oh, maybe I should buy one now instead of 4 or 5 years from now, this message is for you. So just to kind of go back to the live example, the example that we were talking about. So let's go back to I don't know. Let's go back to this one. So let's say person A buys the car, right? Person A buys the car, and after 5 years, they've paid $49,000. Okay, so effectively, that person went from if they have no other assets or no other liabilities, right? There's nothing else. It's just the car. So they went from zero net worth down to $49,000, we'll call it. So for the next 5 years, 5.5 years, they're working their way to climb back up, right? Whereas if we look at person B, who again starts at zero, and the only asset or liability that they have is the money that they put into this account. So they put the same amount of stuff into this account for 5 years and it grows to $52,000. So now person B is $52,000 ahead of person A. And in the grand scheme of things, in like a retirement account, investing account, that's not a lot, but it is going to be very hard for person A to catch up to person B. And let me show you what I mean here. I have the same compounding interest calculator. So what we're going to do is person A. So let's go to let me just see these stats again. 6.35, 742. 6.35, 742. So this is going to be the person that not only did it for 5 years, but now they did it for 10 years. Okay. Now they're sitting at $123,000 in this account because they were just consistently putting in $742 a month and they were getting this return, right, over 10 years. Now, for person A to catch up, right? So they started at zero, they went down to 49, they climbed back to zero. And then in the next 5 years, they're like, you know what? I really want to try to catch up to person B. So I want to try to get this $123,000 in the account using the same interest rate. So we'll change it to 5 years because now they only have 5 years to do it. So how much money do you think they would need to be putting in every month to catch up to person B? Well, let's try. So 742 obviously isn't going to get there. So what about $1,000? No. Okay, we're at 70. What about $1,200? No, this is only at 84. What about $1,500? Getting closer. What if we did $1,800? Okay, so that's right around, sure, that's a little closer, right? So person A, after paying off the debt, would have to pay $1,750 a month to be able to catch up to person B, who's been doing that thing for 10 years. And this is just kind of an overarching view of the opportunity that you could be missing out on. I'm making this video and I'm making this live stream for people that are thinking like, oh, should I buy now? Should I buy now? We have no idea what's going to happen. And if anyone says they do, they probably don't. They're just like projecting. Okay. Projecting is different than knowing. And is it likely that car prices will go up if a tariff is staying around forever or, for years? Yes. Right. It's likely. But is it likely? I mean, I don't know. It might not stay around forever. Who knows, right? No one knows. That's kind of the whole point of what I'm trying to say. So, if you're someone who like, ooh, maybe I need to buy now, but I don't know if I have like the money, I think it would put me back. I want you to think about these three words: your North Star goals. And to kind of give you some context, I'm going to stop sharing my screen because you know how to read three letters. So I'm just going to bring it to me. My wife and I, over, a while ago, right? We were living paycheck to paycheck. We were in tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and we had no goals. We were just kind of existing. We were living in the present. We were not thinking about the future at all. But then the time came when we started to have the serious conversation of, having kids. We knew all along we wanted to have a family, but it was like, all right, like it was starting to like get a little more serious. And we made a promise to ourselves that we were going to try and be like the best parents that we can be, like any, you know, people would want to be, right? And we looked at our life. We did like a full kind of audit. We looked everywhere, like what are the things in our life that could be problematic for when we bring kids into the world, right? And we looked around, right? There's a couple things, sure, like things that we could work on, but like this one thing was glaring us in the face, and it was the tens of thousands of dollars of debt that we were in. And we're like, you know what? We've been very lazy with this. We could do way better. And we ended up drawing a line in the sand, and we're like, okay, today is the last day that we are not going to be like intentional or thoughtful, or the priority has to be the debt. So we were able to pay off $43,000 of debt in 13 months. Okay. Because we dangled this awesome carrot out in front of us of like, hey, you might have kids soon, right? And it's like, oh God, we got to like get our shit together, right? So that's kind of what worked for us. And it was all about like, okay, the carrot that we dangled in front of us having kids, that was kind of our North Star goal, right? That was the three letters on the screen. North Star goal. Like, what are the things in our life that are most important to us? These could be life things, they could be financial things, they could be whatever you want. Everyone's list is going to be different. But what I recommend for you is to get that list of 2, 5, 10 things, write them down. What are the most important things to you? So yeah, they could be like a financial goal. It could be like a fitness goal, could be some other health goals. It could be a career goal. It could be anything that you want. What are things that are important to you? And then once that list is made, you're like, okay, these are the things that I'm telling myself are the most important. So I'm not going to negotiate with myself on this list. But what I'm going to do is negotiate with myself with everything else that's not on the list. So that way we can live the life that we want to live because we're doing the things that we say are most important. And then everything else we can kind of cut around the edges, trim around the fat, as you will, to be able to, not necessarily just cut expenses, because sometimes you might be like, for example, when we did this exercise, yes, like paying off the debt was very important, but I had some like fitness things on there personally, and we were looking at how much we were spending on fitness. So both my wife and I both kind of had this goal, and we were looking at how much we spent, and this was, pre-COVID, so we just had a gym membership, right? And we're like, wow, we're only spending like $40 a month in total together for like fitness, because we just had gym memberships and that was it. So it's like, well, if this is one of our most important things, we should probably be spending more money a month than $40. Like $40 divided by like our monthly income was like nothing, right? It's just like such a very, very small percentage. It was like, okay, we need to allocate more resources to this. We need to put more time into the gym. We need to, I don't know, buy more stuff, do another class, whatever the thing is, right? So I don't like the idea of people thinking that when they have to change their lifestyle, you just have to cut everything, and you have to live on rice and beans, and you have to just kind of suffer and not do the things that you want to do. I'm telling you, with this North Star goal list, it's very powerful to do the things that you actually want to do. And what's even cooler is, oops, sorry. Did you lose me? I don't know. No, I think we're good. Okay. What's even cooler is I talk about all of this inside of my free personal finance community, Dollar Discipline University. So in here, I'm helping people, build their personal finance foundation with the goal of paying off their debt more efficiently, or maybe saving more money more efficiently. Just kind of unlearning your money habits, I guess, is the best way to do it. Best way to think about it. And so right now, what I'm doing is I actually have a fun little contest that's happening in here. I'm not going to go into too much details because I don't want the wrong people to join. But you have to kind of join. The link's down in the description, by the way. So Dollar Discipline University, it's at school.com/debt. And any new member, I'm taking free strategy calls to help you, figure out where you are with your finances right now, figure out where you want to go with your finances, and then find a way to bridge the gap between those two ideas. And I've been helping people do this in here. Again, my experience as a corporate accountant for the last decade, my own personal finance struggles of being in tens of thousands of dollars of debt, living the paycheck to paycheck cycle. I just fully understand like the challenges of that, and now I'm trying to give back. Everything in this community is completely free. So the tools, the training, the resources, my time right now is completely free. So until my calendar fills up, I'm just helping people for free. And then once my calendar fills up, I'm going to have to, um, put some monetary barriers around my time. But for now, you're watching this at a great time because I do have open times. So come check it out, Dollar Discipline University. There's a ton of people just chatting away in here. And there's just like a couple training courses. And we just recently reached 50 members, which is really exciting. So if you want to, be one of the founding members of this group, if you truly have a situation where you're like, hey, I need to maybe start figuring this out, maybe be a little more intentional, maybe be around other people that are trying to solve the same problem that I am. Community is one of the most powerful things, and I've underestimated it for years. And now, I wish I did something like this sooner, but it's never too late. Okay, so school.com/debt. It's down in the description of this video. And after all this, guys, let me know your thoughts on like the topic of this live stream. Let me know if you're watching this now or later. Are you someone who's thinking about, ooh, should I buy a car now before the prices go up? Are you someone that's thinking that? I'd love to hear kind of your thoughts on that and kind of my pushback, my thoughts on that. Like, let me know the feedback on that. What do you think about that? Does that make sense? The missed opportunities that you could have by buying something you don't need, like maybe possibly years in advance, right? So just something to think about. I am streaming live every Thursday night around this time, so 7:15 Eastern, PM Eastern, and I'd love to hear from you guys. So if there's any topics that you want more clarity on in your personal finances, if you are struggling with something, let me know down in the comments too. And I make these videos to try and help people like you if you're watching this. So more feedback of kind of the general challenges that you're having would be awesome. Okay. So I will see you next week. I wouldn't make another debt payment until you watch this entire video where I'll be talking about the 5 mistakes that beginners make when paying off debt. Not only have I been a corporate accountant for the last decade plus, but I paid off my own $43,000 worth of debt in just 13 months. But unfortunately, after I had already learned these 5 big mistakes the hard way. So if you're struggling to pay off your credit card debt, student loan, a car loan, smash the like button so I know you're here. And let's just jump right into it. The number one mistake that I see happening all the time with beginners trying to pay off their debt is thinking that minimum payments are enough. And I'm here to say that that's just not true. So we're going to go through payments for each. The balances of all the loans are totaling $57,000. The minimum payments are totaling $450. Okay, so this is going to be important information later. This section here is where we're going to enter how much money we're entering for our debt. So for this example, let's just say that we are only making minimum payments. And this part here is showing us how much extra money we're applying towards our debt on top of our minimum payment. So since we're just making our minimum, it's $0. we scroll down here, and this is kind of where it gets interesting. This is the calculator portion of the debt payment calculator. So as you can see, we still have our loan types and we still have the balances. So it populates those. But now we have extra columns here. We have the interest paid for each of the line items. We have how many months it's going to pay for each of the line items. And we have how, the date associated with these amount of months. Basically, it's saying, here's how much money we're going to be paying over the life of the loan based on the stats that we've entered up here and how much we're paying each month. And then our debt-free date down here, which is really exciting. We get to see that, but it's 2053. So I'm streaming this video in 2025. So first of all, if you're serious about paying down your debt, you have $57,000. It should not take you, what is that, 28 years to pay off that debt, okay? And that's what minimum payments do. To me, minimum payments is not exactly a strategy. It's just like doing the bare minimum so that you can get by. You can avoid any extra fees or the whatever deal you have with the loan provider, right? But they're basically telling you, hey, this is the minimum amount that you have to pay unless you want to pay a fee. If you want to pay less, there's a fee, there's extra stuff, there's extra interest, and the interest is the killer with that, as you can see with this, right? So you're walking around thinking, okay, I have $57,000 of debt. That's a lot, right? But it's like, okay, we can do something about that. And then you look down here and you're neglecting to think about the interest that you're going to be paying throughout the 28 years in this example of being in debt. So right now it's almost $94,000. So if you combine all this, it's like $150,000 that you actually have in debt because again, you're not considering the interest. So that's why I say that minimum payments isn't really a plan. So what I want to show you is adding just a little extra money towards that debt every single month makes a significant impact. So what if we just added an extra $100 to our monthly payment amount? So instead of $450, I'm going to make it $550 is what we're paying. And I want you to look at how much interest we shave off and when the debt-free date moves, right? So remember, total interest paid $94,000 currently, and the debt-free date is in 2053. So I'm going to hit enter. And it basically just lobbed off over $60,000 of interest. And what is that? 15 years of being in debt like that much sooner? It's crazy for an extra $100. So that's why that having some sort of plan above the minimum is a great plan. Even if you were just to even if you didn't think $100 you make it. Oops, sorry. Even if you didn't think $100 you could make work, like what about 50 extra dollars? Look what that did. It's still like $50,000 of interest and 12 years earlier of becoming debt free. So truly every little amount, every single month, it's so significant when it's paying down your debt. Because we all know that things compound, right? Money compounds, time compounds, but interest compounds too. And I don't really talk about investing on this channel, right? But, a lot of people like investing because it's, positively compounding your money, but debt works the same way, but backwards, right? So the longer you're in debt, the more you have to pay in interest. That interest is negatively compounding too. So debt is the biggest wealth killer for you. And it's the biggest wealth generator for those that are taking your money, right? Or taking your interest payments. So that hopefully is a good quick little tutorial of like, hey, let's get a plan. And a little later on, I'm going to tell you how you can actually, because you're probably sitting there like, okay, great. Find extra money in your finances. Great. How do I do that? I'm going to show you in a little bit how I am currently guiding people to do that. Okay. The next mistake that people are making when paying down their debt, right? We're talking about beginners here, or people just starting, or people kind of trying to figure out what's going on, is having no emergency fund. And I know this maybe sounds like, basic or boring information, but here's an analogy to that I want you to think about when doing this. I want you to visualize your favorite video game that you've ever played. Think of a video game where the main character has a health bar. Okay. So for me, I don't know about you guys, I'm thinking about Halo for whatever reason. That just popped in my mind. I played it probably 15 years ago at this point, but that's like the game that I'm thinking about. So if you're with me live, or if you're watching this after fact, let me know either in the stream now or in the comments below this video, which video game are you currently visualizing with the main character going through with the health bar? The health bar in this example is your emergency fund. And the end of the level or the end of the game is the financial goal, like paying down debt, for example, right? That's the example we're going to use. So let's pretend you're going through the game. You have your health bar, you have your emergency fund, you're going through it, and everything's going great. But then you start getting attacked from all angles, right? The screen's flashing red. You're getting attacked. Your health bar's going down in the game that you're playing. What do you do? Do you continue to move forward with the risk of, okay, maybe I'm going to die in the game, or with like the reward of like, hey, if I make it through this, I can beat the level? Or do you kind of look around? You're like, I'm about to die in the game. Do you find the rock over in the corner? You get the med kit, right? And you kind of stabilize the health bar until all the bad stuff goes away, right? So if you're following, right? Because in the game, if you're going through and you're getting attacked and your emergency fund or your health bar goes to zero, you have to go to the last checkpoint, or you have to go, start the game all over again, and that's really frustrating. And I see it a lot when I'm talking to people in their personal finances. They're making great progress every month, and then just like that, and out of nowhere expense comes up. Right? It's an unexpected expense, but at this point we should be expecting unexpected expenses, right? Because everyone has them at all different levels, right? Everyone has them. And because, if you don't have an emergency fund, you're not equipped to absorb that unexpected expense. And what ends up happening is you have to go maybe further into debt. So if you don't have any money to pay for, you need new tires all of a sudden, right? Let's just say on your car, and you don't have however much that is, $1,000 to pay that, right? And you put it on a credit card, and the 3-4 months of forward progress that you've made on your debt, just you go right back to the start of the game again, right? You go right back to zero, and you have to go through that same part of the game that you just played. So in real life, it's like you have to go through those same 3-4 months of hard work and consistency to be able to pay off that debt again. So that's why having an emergency fund is so important in the process of paying down debt, because um, in reality, I like to have people focus on one financial goal at a time. I think people get, especially today, like people just get too distracted with all the possibilities of like making money and all these other things that are going on. But if you think about it, like let's say you had $800, right? And you put $100 towards different financial goals, right? You have a crypto $100, you maybe are in sports betting, you have, index funds, you have all these like things. Do you think it would be faster to grow your wealth and your finances by doing that? Or if you just put all of the $800 towards one thing? So that's what I like to, that's usually my advice, except for when it's the emergency fund and paying down the debt. I think we have to find a way to build up both at the same time. Um, and for the emergency fund, you're going to see a lot of copy paste articles online. It's so stupid. Where if you were to search how much money should I have in my emergency fund, all these articles are going to say that all the experts say, 3 to 6 months worth of your expenses is like an ideal emergency fund. And while they're not wrong, like that's sound advice. If someone's just starting out and they see, oh, wow, I need 3 to 6 months of expenses, and then they look at their expenses and it's like, wow, I need to save like 10 to 30 plus $1,000. Like maybe, an emergency fund isn't for me. Right. And they think it's like out of their league that I can't save $20,000 like to have a proper emergency fund. So how I like to think about it is, how much money do you think you need to be able to cover all of those unexpected expenses that come up? So kind of look back at your life and see all the stuff that came up. If you can kind of remember, or go back to like bank statements or whatever, and just see like, hey, what are the things that came up? So for some people, an emergency fund would be a good starting emergency fund would be like $1,000. Maybe for you, it's $2,500, right? Whatever the situation is. So build up that starter emergency fund first. That way, if you do get hit with the unexpected expense, you can go into your emergency fund without having to stop paying down your debt, or worse, go further into debt. Okay. So that's number two. Again, let me know if, that video game analogy, what game are you guys playing, and what were you visualizing? So the third mistake that I see beginners making all the time when trying to pay down their debt is not having an accountability partner. And I think this is really important, um, to just keep honest with yourself. Honestly, like you can get in your head a lot, And I found out the hard way with this too, like trying to grow my personal finances and build all the way up. I mean, luckily, like for me, I had my wife, but if you could use a significant other, a family member, a friend, a coworker, whatever. And I'm actually going to share, like, I have a community that I'm going to go through in a second, and I think that's a great alternative as well for an accountability partner. But the reason the reason why this works is that you can, oh yeah, thumbs up. The reason why this works is, think about it like in any part of your life. Like if you were to go to the gym by yourself or gym with a buddy, are you more likely to go to the gym with the buddy or by yourself, right? Because if you've made a commitment to a friend or whatever to go to the gym and you keep like flaking and dodging out, like that that impacts your accountability partner because they're there for you and you're not there for them. So it really, really helps. And basically, when my wife and I were doing this, um, yeah, I don't know, we were starting to have like the talks about like, hey, we're we wanted to have kids and everything, and the talks were getting a little more serious. And we were looking at our life, we were auditing our life, and being like, what about our life sucks right now that would like make being a parent harder? And we just looked and looked and looked, and like the thing that kept popping up was, hey, we have this $43,000 of debt. Like maybe we should like try to get rid of it like as soon as possible. We were just being very lazy. We were doing the number one mistake that I was explaining in this video, which was we were paying minimum payments. If we got a bonus or something, maybe we'd throw a little extra at it, but we just were not being intentional with our money. We were just doing the bare minimum. Okay. And we're like, nope. So we drew a line in the sand. And from that point forward, we literally had a meeting on our couch every month. It was 5, 10, 15 minutes, whatever. We had this stupid little spreadsheet where we just basically tracked like, okay, here's all the loans, here's how much we have left, at the start of this meeting, and then we would focus on which debts are we focusing on, for the next month, and like what's the plan for the like next couple, and then we meet again, we do the same thing, and we were so focused on it that again we were able to pay that off in 13 months. Oh, Mario Brothers, nice, Ardita. Um, and we were able to pay that off in 13 months, and it was because we made it our main priority and our main focus, and we were accountable with each other, right? Because you know having like a significant other, we were sharing a bank account, so that's like the most accountable, right? Because we could kind of see what was going on. But the debt was messy, guys, I'm not going to lie to you. We had 12 different loans, 12. So I had some just for me, my wife had some, and then we had shared. It was a complete disaster, and that's why we had to stay super, super organized to be able to make this happen. And I mentioned that I had a free community, so I wanted to talk about that quickly. It's called Dollar Discipline University. Okay, so the link is down in the description. It's school.com/debt. And basically, people in here are on the same journey that you are. If you've clicked on this video and you're watching this, you want to try and be a little more efficient when it comes to paying down your debt, or you want to build a better financial foundation. This is the place to be. There's a lot of great people in here, especially. Um, I mean, just it's fun. Just people are engaging in here, and we have trainings and classes, and there's resources, and just people like motivating each other to keep going. Um, right now, there's 45 members. I'd love to see by the time I stream next Thursday night at this time, we pass the 50 mark. I just want to keep ramping up the amount of people, and until my calendar fills up, until it's just I'm stupid busy, I'm taking free strategy calls with all new members and setting up a path to help you, you know, build your financial base. Find a way to what I kind of teach in here is a way to find more money in your finances with the income that you already have. Like the money that you need to pay down your debt more efficiently is already in your finances. So I'm going to work with you to kind of help and create a plan and make that happen for you on a better time horizon. So if you're interested, school.com/debt. The link again is down in the description of the video. I'd love to see you in there. Come say hi. Tell me you came from the live stream, or if you're watching this after, let me know. I'd love to hear that too. So that was number 3, guys, the number 3 mistake. So just to kind of quickly sum up, the first 3 mistakes that beginners make when paying down their debt are thinking that minimum payments are enough. They're not. Not having an emergency fund like as a backup plan in case the thing that you're going the journey that you're going on fails. Number three mistake was not having an accountability partner. And now we're going to go to the fourth mistake that beginners make when paying down their debt, which is not tracking their expenses. And this is something that we kind of go over in Dollar Discipline University. It's one of the resources that I have. It's a budget template, and people that I talk to on a regular basis with their personal finances, it goes either in a couple ways. They either say that they're budgeting, but what that means is they know how much money their bills are, but they're not really tracking their regular expenses like their groceries, their gas, their purchases on Amazon, whatever. But they know, like, okay, yep, I know how much my rent is, my mortgage, my utilities. They know the bills, but they don't know the regular stuff. And then at the end of the month, they wonder why they they don't feel like they have money right at the end of the month. And it's like, well, I'm organized, I know like my bills, but we have to track all of it. We can't half-ass it. So that's kind of what what this next mistake is. And I know from experience, just to tell a quick story of like how my personal finances started. Over 10 years ago, I basically botched the sale of a new car because I didn't know how much money was in my bank account. I had no clue to the nearest $1,000 how much money was in my bank account. I was supposed to go to the car dealership to give them a check with an amount on it, and I was $1,500 short the day before I found this out. So completely botched it. And again, like I said at the top, I went to college for accounting. Like I have an accounting degree, and it was in my early mid 20s, and I was just like not living up to the expectations that I had set for myself. I was telling anyone that wanted to hear, like, oh, I'm great with numbers and money, and I went to school for accounting, but like again, the actions in my life and the stuff that I was doing in my personal finances did not align with that at all. So again, I drew another line in the sand. This is like, I call these like my hell no moments, where it's like, no, I'm drawing a line in the sand and I have to fix this. So because I think when people hear like, oh, tracking your expenses or budgeting, it's like this, it's almost like a swear word for some people, right? Where it's like, oh, oh God, it just means my life's going to be restricted. But a budget tells us what we can do with our money, not what we can't do, right? And it's just, budgeting just allows us to be intentional. And every dollar that we bring in, we need to know where it's going, right? And so for me, I didn't do this crazy intense thing to start my financial journey. Again, I said that I didn't know how much money was in my bank account. So the first step that I took was just open my bank account every morning after that day. So the morning after, and check my bank account. How much money was in there? That was the first like way that I tracked my finances. And that's not really tracking your finances, but it's just like, that's kind of just like stepping on the scale for like, a health and fitness reference. It's just like tracking a number. Okay. But then it was like, okay, this is great. I did this for like 30 or 45 days in a row. And I was like, this is great and all, but like, I probably need more information. Like, is my bank account going up or down every month? Okay. So then I started figuring that out. And then it's like, well, what, what's making up my bank account? Like, I know how much my checks are going in, but I don't really know what's going out. So like, how do I see like what categories all the expenses are? And so I started really tracking it like that. I downloaded this very simple, very basic budgeting app. And every time I made a purchase, like I went to the grocery store, I would hop on the app real quick. I'd be like, all right, groceries, $100, whatever it was, and just move on my day. At the end of the month, I would see all the categories breaking out. And it's like, you're very surprised, especially the first month or two when you do this, like how much you're actually spending in certain categories. So for me, like, groceries was always like one of the categories where I was like, because we would go once a week, like maybe, whoever, me or my wife, but then we'd forget about like the 2 or 3 trips we took during the week to get other stuff that we needed, like kind of that day or whatever. So we forgot about those trips. And then of course, like the number one category that a lot of people are finding that they're spending more in than they uh, thought they were, was like dining out and restaurants and food delivery and all this other stuff. So, but the way that we can sort of, and now I'm talking back to you, like we're out of my story, but we're talking back how I like to do it and how I like to show people inside of Dollar Discipline University is by using something called the 3-month look back for our expenses. And basically what we do here is we take a look back at last 3 months of our expenses. So we're streaming in March right now. So you'd want to look at February, January, and December, those 3 months. So however you buy stuff, could be with your credit card, could be with your debit card. If you do cash, it's a little harder, but like, you could maybe ballpark cash, but like for the most part, it's how do we, what did we spend? Where did we spend all our money? Right. So in each of those months, December, January, February, we create a list of all the expense categories. And then each month we total up how much we spent in each of the categories. Right. At the end of those 3 months, we look at an average. We take the average of those 3 months and we're like, okay, this is how much I've been spending in all of those categories. And then what I want you to do is align the numbers that we have there. So all of our averages for all the expense categories. And then I want you to make a list of what I call your North Star goals. And these could be 2 things on the list, 5 things, 10 things. It doesn't really matter. They could be financial goals, they could be life goals, they could be things that are just very, very important to you that you're not willing to give up. And that's kind of the point of this. It's like, what are your non-negotiables, or what are the things that you're trying to accomplish? So like, um, back to like my wife and I paying down $43,000 of debt. Basically, the number one thing on that list for us, and I didn't do this exercise, but thinking back, it was clearly like our number one priority was paying down the debt. And then we had it would have been some other things on there, like, yeah, about our future kids, like how are we going to whatever, right? But that was like the main priority. But you can put anything on this list that you want. Okay. So um I always try to think of like the weirdest example, not weird, but so I was working with this individual, and on his list, or he just kind of told me a couple things that were important to him, and he said that he gets very expensive haircuts from this guy, maybe twice a month, once a month, but he's been going to that same person for almost 2 decades, and he's like, these haircuts are so freaking expensive, but this is like a non-negotiable. This guy is like family. I'm going to keep going back here, and he was telling me like I needed to like convince. He had to convince me, and I was like, this is your list. Like these are your non-negotiables. This is the stuff that you say is most important to you. So whatever's on your list is on your list. And then from there, we kind of trim the fat around everything else, because in order to, advance paying down your debt faster, right? In order to make that happen a little more efficiently, we do have to make sacrifices somewhere else. But the whole point of the North Star goals and the 3-month look back is not having to sacrifice the things that you actually care about. Because I think that's when people kind of fall off the wagon. They just feel like they're like making sacrifice after sacrifice after sacrifice, and it's things that they care about. But if you're giving up things that, are unnecessary, or things that, aren't on your North Star goal list. Because if you think about it, it's like, oh, I have 5 things on here, but yeah, dining out, like that doesn't really impact positively any of these goals that I have for my life or my finances or whatever. So it's like, yeah, like it's very inconvenient to do that less, but now I need to, because I told myself that these 5 things were most important, right? So I hope that kind of makes sense there. And then the last mistake, guys, that I see beginners making when paying down their debt is giving up too soon. And this one really stinks, especially like if I start working with someone and they kind of either fall off or they ghost, and you could tell that it was getting like too much for them, and things like that. But it all goes back to the why. Like, what's your why are you doing this? And I tell people that are like almost kind of falling off the wagon, if you will, that maybe they need to like improve their why a little more, because I just find it hard to not be motivated to do something if your why is strong enough. So if you keep doing this thing and you're quitting, again, this works with anything in your life, right? If you're going to the gym and you keep going, like you're on for a week and then you're off for 3 weeks and then you go back, but it's like, I don't know if I really want to do this. That just means that your why might not be strong enough. Because when your why is strong enough, it's like you make things happen. And I think the whole like, hey, this is hard is kind of it's a tough sell in my opinion. Like, yes, being organized financially is hard. It can be very hard. It can be very tedious. It can be boring. It can feel like you're not getting results. But you know what also is hard is living paycheck to paycheck, is being in debt for decades. And I'm not even talking about mortgages, like non-mortgage debt, and just being in debt for decades and just accepting it, and just like your whole life is just like a debt payment, or you're racking up the interest like we looked at in the first mistake, using the debt payment calculator. Um, so everything's hard. You just kind of have to choose your hard. You're walking down the road and you have that big fork in the road. If you turn left, it's the hard that brings you back to the, like, a couple years ago in your life, and you're just living you're living the same loop. Or you can go right, which is also hard, but that might actually propel you forward, and it might, bring you to better financial goals. Because that's the other thing. It's like, if you quit on, trying to build your financial foundation, if you quit on trying to pay down your debt a little more efficiently, again, the debt and the interest is just going to linger, and that money could have been used to do something else. Like, it's a missed opportunity for another thing in your life. And just to kind of show you how powerful that is, let's go really quickly to back to the beginning of the debt payment calculator, because I want to show you something. So let's just say that extra $100. Sorry. Okay. And what? How much money was that? 450. Okay, we'll just say $60,000. So going from a minimum payment to adding $100, right? It saved $60,000 of interest. Now, this math won't be like perfect, and this isn't necessarily how it works. But let's just say that you did this. You paid off the extra $100 a month, and you were debt free 15 years earlier. Okay. And then as soon as you became debt free, the interest that you were paying, you put it into an investing vehicle. Okay. And let's just say so you pay off your debt in, whatever that was. And then that you saved 15 years of being in debt. So now you have extra money. So we'll just say it's 15 years. Estimated rate of return. Again, this isn't like an investing channel or an investing stream, but I just kind of wanted to show you. So historically, if you're investing in like the broad market, the US stock market, you can get returns up to like possibly 12%, 10, 12%. So let's just use 8% to be like extra super conservative, right? And even if you're not contributing anything monthly, you just put that $60,000 into an investing vehicle. You're not contributing monthly. And in 15 years, that $60,000 turns into $200,000 in, again, an investing vehicle. And, this math isn't perfect, but you kind of get the gist, where it's like, hey, if I am intentional now and I put that extra $100 towards my debt, I'm going to be done paying debt. And then the time that I would have been in debt, I'm going to use the money applied, and I'm going to make more money with it. I'm going to put my money to work instead of like keep giving other people. Like, we want to be paying ourselves in the future. We don't want to be paying other people. This is how, honestly, this is like, debt is just such a wealth killer for us. Like, if we stay in debt, and again, it's just a wealth generator for everyone that's receiving the interest payments. So that was the 5 things, guys. Again, school.com/debt. Come check out Dollar Discipline University. Free strategy calls for all new members until my calendar fills up. And, again, if my calendar's free, I'm usually helping people after the strategy call to like get some things figured out. So that won't be available forever. It just is available now until my until my family hates my call schedule, and then we're gonna revisit that. But for now, that's what's happening. And if you're trying to just build your financial foundation, if you're trying to pay down your debt a little more efficiently, you don't know how, or you've tried things in the past that haven't worked, come check it out. I'm streaming every single Thursday night around 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So what I'd love to hear from you, if you're, in the stream now, or you're going to watch this later on, like, what are the kind of things that you're maybe struggling with? What are some questions that you have around, maybe budgeting or, paying down your debt a little more efficiently, or any sort of mindset, challenges that you're having, I'd love to hear from you, because I'm making these videos and streams on my YouTube channel of what I think people need, and then like also some feedback that I've been getting inside of Dollar Discipline University. It's like, okay, so this seems like a problem. I'm going to make this video, but I always love more feedback. So like, I'd love to know like what your pain points are, and so I hope to see you inside of Dollar Discipline University, linked down in the description, and I will see you next Thursday night. Have a good one, guys. I've been budgeting my finances for over 10 years now. And in this live stream, I wanted to talk about a topic that comes up a lot in my free personal finance community. And that is, what's the best way to budget when I have variable income? So if that relates to you, you're going to want to stick around to the end of this video and throughout the live stream, because we're going to be going through the entire process of what I've been using as a corporate accountant for the last decade plus, budgeting in my own personal finances, like I mentioned before. And because of this feedback that I got, I actually updated a free budget template that I provide people that I help with their personal finances, to include better ways to track your money if your income is up and down month after month. And at the end of this, I'm going to let you know how you can get free access to that as well. It's completely free. But before we get into that, before we get into the process, I think I need to break a couple limiting beliefs that people might have around budgeting, that you might have around budgeting. And the first one is that anyone can budget. Anyone. Doesn't matter where you're coming from, what currency you're using, what gender you are, what religion, et cetera, right? The list goes on and on. If you make an income, you can budget your finances, because we budget our finances based on the money that we make every single month, right? If you boil it down like that, it's pretty simple. So if you make $1,000 a month, you have $1,000 at your disposal every single month, right? If you make $1,000,000 every month, you have $1,000,000 at your disposal every month, right? So anyone can budget. And despite a lot of criticism that I see around budgeting, how, it's boring, it's restrictive, it gives you like the mindset of like, oh, if I start budgeting, I just immediately have to cut. And that's just not the case. Budgeting is not a restrictive process. It's a tool that helps us understand not what we can't do with our money, but what we can do with our money, right? Again, if we're making $1,000 a month, for example, we know that we can spend $1,000 a month. And then from there, we have to figure out how we're reallocating resources to make sure that we don't overspend, right? And that's just like budgeting 101. Budgeting is, I owe all of my like personal finance success, whatever you want to call it, to budgeting. And basically it just started with me tracking how much money was in my bank account. And then from there, it sort of progressed along the way. And now, throughout the years, I've tried many different things, and it's gone into like full-fledged budgeting, because we all have different seasons of life, right? So there was a period of time when I wasn't even doing anything. Then I started doing some stuff, and then I was very intense with it. And then it kind of backed off, because I was like, okay, I kind of understand what's going on. And then as soon as we had kids, so we have 2 kids now, like the finances, they just get a little tighter, because there's a lot more going on with kids, right? So we're back on the intensity of just making sure that every dollar that comes in is being as efficient as possible. So I owe everything that I have and I have accomplished in personal finances to budgeting. And it also helped my wife and I pay off $43,000 of debt in just a 13-month time frame, because we were just basically organized, and we were looking at our money of how much can we actually spend and where should we be allocating it. Okay. So the first thing here, and this is where I'm going to start sharing. We're going to get into, but before we get into that, we have to go into, I just kind of want to go through the full process for you. So the first step that we want to do with there we go. That's a little better for you guys. The first step that we want to do in the budgeting process, because it is a process, it's called the 3-month look back. What this is like the name says, we go back 3 months of our expenses and we look at how we spent our money those last 3 months. So we look at, in this case, we're looking at February, March, and April. Okay. Out of all the variable expense categories that we have, so think groceries, gas, utilities, things that we buy every month or every other month, whatever. and it fluctuates all the time. Like there's no consistent thing. So your rent or mortgage is probably a fixed thing every month for a very long period of time, right? There's other things like, I don't know, Netflix subscriptions. I mean, I guess they increase prices sometimes, but you know what I mean, where it's like, okay, you know how much that's going to cost. But we don't know how much groceries are going to cost every month. We don't know how much utilities are. We don't know how much, et cetera, right? So however you spend money, credit card, debit card, cash, it's a little harder to do this process with cash to go back. But let's basically you just fill these columns out. So in each of the variable categories, you look at February, like, okay, I've spent $687 in groceries, March, $871, April, $712. And you do that for all of your variable expense categories. And then what's going to happen is you're going to get an average of each of those 3 months. And what I then kind of want you to do is look at this like, are there any categories that just seem out of place in terms of like, are there any categories where the dollar amount just seems out of place? Like I was spending way less than I thought. I was spending way more than I thought. Because this just gives a very wide perspective of your spending habits, to be quite honest with you. And I already know that some of you might be getting like agita just thinking about looking at your personal finances. But here's how I like to think about this. Each path, so right now, if you feel like you're stuck in your finances, you're at a fork in the road. Okay. You can go this way and you can go this way. Both directions are hard, right? So you can go this way, and what's going to end up happening over here is it actually just loops around all the way. It's like a high school track, right? Loops around, and then it brings you right back to the same fork in the road. Or you could take this way, which, yeah, it's like a steep climb in the beginning, but then once you get to the top, the view is awesome, and you start to really get perspective on what's going on. And then you go down the hill, down the mountain, and it's a little lighter. It's a little easier because you're going downhill. It's not uphill. So both ways are hard. Like staying in the paycheck to paycheck mode is really hard. Making a change, like taking action, making different choices in your life around your personal finances, that's also hard. So both things are hard. So what we want to do is like do the one that's going to progress us forward. We don't want to stay stuck. We want to figure out how to move forward. So that's what this process is doing. It's giving us insights into our spending habits, which is really, really helpful. And then from there, there's a couple steps. I'm going to stop sharing for a second. There's a couple steps here. First, what really helped my wife and I when we were going through a similar process, and kind of every season, like I mentioned earlier, right? Every season of life that we've had, we've sort of created this list that we call the North Star goals. And it's a list of however many things in your life that you say are important to you now, or you want to be important later in your life. So basically it's like a goal that you have, or a thing that's really important right now in your life. And it's essentially a non-negotiable for you, where it's like, okay, I want all of my life decisions to be funneling through this list of the North Star goals. I want all of them to be funneling through it. And I'm not just talking about money. I mean, like, I want to spend, I want to look at my money through this lens. I want to look at my time, my effort, the sacrifices I'm making. All of them are going through this thing. Because once we tell ourselves, hey, this is the list of the most important things in our life, then those are the things that we should prioritize. And then everything else, it's fine if we trim around the edges and get rid of it or whatever, because you're telling yourself that that's not as important as these things. So I hope that makes sense. So once you've kind of evaluated that list, we're going to come back here at our 3-month look back process. So we'll have our averages here. And then after we think about, okay, what are our North Star goals? We want to create a new budget amount for these based on our 3 months of data. Okay. So what this file does is every time your new budget amount, and you enter these in, by the way, this is you, and if this is the first time doing this for you, it's going to be more of a feel process, like a feel out process. So there's not going to be a right answer here. There's not going to be a wrong answer here, but just to show you how this file works, every time you pick a new budget amount that's over your average, this is going to turn red, and you're going to see a negative number here. And then every time you pick a number under your average, okay, it's going to turn red, and it's going to be green, and it's going to be a positive number here. The goal of this process is to hopefully find extra money in our finances. It's not real money yet because we haven't actually like saved it or not spent it. But it's just to give us an idea of like, okay, here's what I used to do. But now that I have these North Star goals that I want, so it could be paying off debt, it could be saving more money, it could be things with kids, it could be saving, doing retirement stuff, whatever, right? Whatever the thing is. How do we find more money so that we can, fund those things more efficiently, right? Because I like to talk about the power of $100. The power of $100 in a vacuum, $100 isn't a lot of money, right? But if you're putting an extra $100 a month towards your debt, it's going to be very significant. If you're not saving any money right now and you're finding a way to start saving just $100 a month and build up that habit, that's going to be very significant. Okay. Even if you look at your savings account after 6 months and it, only has $600, that's $600 more saved than you had, today, right? If you have no savings or very limited savings. So we just want to build habits of putting money towards our financial goals. Okay. And what this does here, this monthly savings column, you go through all the variable expense categories, you go through all of them, like, okay, what was I spending? What seems reasonable based on the list? It's going to give you the monthly savings total. So in this case, we're going to be saving $142 a month, potentially, right? That's great. But now it's like, okay, now that we did that process, what do we do next? Now we have like a live month in our hands where it's no longer what we did, it's what we want to do. So that's when we go over to the next tab here. And this is kind of the new addition to my budget template. And what this does is it's going to look at a bunch of different categories. So we have income, we have fixed expenses. So think things like your mortgage, maybe a cell phone bill, internet, yeah, like streaming, if you have childcare, car insurance, right? It's things that don't change every single month. And then we have our variable expenses, which as you'll see, so for example, this like beige color are things that we can type in. These gray colors are ones that are based on formulas and we cannot. So as you can see, we have some gray items here because they're pulling from our 3-month look back from the previous tab. And it's pulling our new budget amount totals, which is awesome, right? So everything just pulls through. But now this is the part where we want to add the actuals. So what's actually happening now. Before I really get too far into this, and right after I take a sip of water, if you have variable income, before we get into like this budget template, what I recommend is doing something similar to the expenses on this 3-month look back, but with your income. Now, this process, I'm not going to lie to you, it's going to be a pain in the ass. Going back 3 months, getting every transaction, putting it in the right like category, whatever, trying to figure out like, oh, this just says Amazon. What did I buy here, right? It's going to be a pain in the ass, but it's a one-time sort of investment that you're going to make to understand your spending habits and move forward. If you did something similar like this with your income, where you looked at even start with 3 months, but it's going to be a lot easier because with your income, you have less transactions than expenses, right? Income, it's going to be what? 2, 4, 6 line items of income. Whereas expenses, it's like could be hundreds of line items, right? Dozens of line items. But if you do like, instead of thinking about expenses here, you just do like, okay, like my income, and then like, okay, my wife's income, right? And then you look every month and you see how much money you guys made each month. And then you put it there, and then you do the same thing. You get an average, and you're like, okay, maybe this average seems reasonable, and I can kind of use this as a projection going forward. So what a good idea is, let's say, going back to this, I call it like the weekly, it's like a weekly budget. So how this works is every column has specific days for it. So week 1 is day 1 to 7. Week 2 is day 8 to 14. Week 3 is day 15 to 21. And then day 4 is 22 through the end of the month, whatever the last day of the month is. So for income, for example, what we want to do is like, okay, I just did the 3-month look back of my income. So my expected income for the entire month for one paycheck, let's just say, is $2,500. I don't know. And then for this person, it's $3,000, right? And then the month starts happening and you get a paycheck. So paycheck one, we have, $600, we have $700, we have $500, and then we have 650, right? And you see like, okay, this paycheck, this totaled up to 2450. And I'm going to show you how this part works later on. But then let's just do the same thing really quickly over here. So this person's going to make 800 this week, and then 700 this week, and then 600 this week, and then 900 this week, right? So we're just kind of adding it in here as we go along. And same thing happens with like the fixed expenses, the variable expenses. Basically, I don't want to go through every line item to, I don't want to bore you here, but you basically just start plugging and playing. So if your rent or your mortgage is due on the first of the month, you're like, okay, $1,400, great. And then your cell phone bill comes out in week 2. It's like, okay, $120, great. And then your internet bill comes out in week 3. It's like, okay, $70, cool. And then your car insurance comes out here, and it's okay, $100, right? And you start just going through, and this way it just gives you a very clear idea of the money that you're making each week and the expenses that you're shipping out each week, right? And then again, not to bore you with all the details here, because I don't want this to be like a full tutorial, but just kind of give you an idea of something that you can either download this. I'll share with you in a little bit of how you can do that, or just kind of create your own little quick file. But I created this section down here where it's cash flow. So we see every week, and I'm just going to put this like this, where, okay, week 1, our cash flow is $0. And what is this doing? This is taking our income. And I actually didn't mean to do this, but the income, $1,400 in week 1. And then I had your mortgage or rent, $1,400. So let's just say you had no other expenses that week. We scroll all the way back to the bottom and our cash flow is 0. Now we look at week 2. I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top again. And we made $1,400 in week 2 and we only spent $120. Okay. So our cash flow is $1,280. And the same thing for all these other weeks. And this will give you a very good indication of, at the end of the month, how much cash you have remaining. And this is going to be very helpful. Again, we can only spend, unless we go into debt, we can only spend the amount of money that we have received in the month that we made with income, right? So I don't think I mentioned these, but I have other financial goals here. So I see those as an expense. At least that's how my wife and I have been treating them. Like it's a non-negotiable expense. Saving money, putting money towards retirement, putting money towards our kids' future education. To us, that's like we sort of automate this process where we just have money coming out of our bank account every month and just pushing money towards financial goals that we have. And then I have a separate section towards debt because I really like to focus on helping people. I help people save money, but I like to also help people pay off their debt a little more efficiently. And that's actually a good segue into my personal finance community, Dollar Discipline University. I'll make this a little bigger for you guys. In here, I'm helping people kind of build up their personal finance foundation, reach more financial goals like saving money, like paying off debt more efficiently. And since you've made it this far in the live stream, I don't like to promote this as I don't want the wrong people coming in, but I'm actually doing a contest in the month of May. So depending on when you're watching this, and you're going to have to come in to kind of check it out. But yes, there is a cash prize and it's sort of like dually incentivized, right? Like you get cash and then the thing that you do inside the community, which is completely free, by the way, it's a free community. It would help out the community. So it's like whoever wins that contest wins a cash prize. You have to come in and check that out. But there's a lot of people in here. Oh, I haven't seen this one yet. You know what? I haven't seen it, but I'm going to open it in the live stream and we're going to read it. Oh, Tony. Okay, cool. So I've been working with him for a little bit. Before joining this group, I was balancing several different types of debt, including large student loans. I work as a music producer full time, and any freelancer will tell you that no one teaches you how to organize and allocate your money properly. I've tried many different systems of doing so, but having someone with knowledge and experience like Chris come in and offer an objective perspective of what I was doing right, as well as coming up with creative solutions for how to pay myself, structure my spending, allocate my income towards savings, debt, etc., has been game changing. The accountability of sticking to a budget that I have to present him every month is huge in itself. Yeah, I think that's a big problem. I'll stop there, but I think that's a big thing of inside the community. It's like people are like, oh crap, I have a call with Chris. Like I gotta do the stuff. And by the way, everything in this community is free. So the tools, the training, the accountability, my time, I'm doing free calls in here with people until my calendar just gets completely stupid. But basically, yeah, just school.com/debt. The link is down in the description of this live stream. And if you're struggling, or if, yeah, again, like Tony said, he's tried a few different things. If he's tried a few different things, come on in and we'll try to like game plan something for you. I do free strategy calls for every new member that joins. So at the very least, you join, we hop on a 30-minute phone call and we try to talk stuff through. And, if you want to just kind of poke around the group yourself, that's fine. If you want to do more calls with me until my calendar fills up, like that's fine too. But I would get in now because my calendar has been getting a little more filled, which is great. But also that means that eventually I'm going to have to put some sort of kind of monetization barrier behind it. So yeah, jump on in there and let's get back into this budget template. So I have debt here as an expense as well, because basically, right, if you pay if you pay money out of your bank account towards a financial goal, it's still an expense because it's coming from your income, even though it's in a lot of cases more beneficial than like, buying stuff on Amazon. If you put $100 towards your emergency fund over something on Amazon, it's like most likely the emergency fund $100 is going to be well more what am I trying to say? It's going to be better. It's going to be better. Yeah, I know English. I'm good with the words. If you can't tell. And I just added this also a little feature over here. I don't know if this would help everyone, but there were some people in here that were trying to track their debt kind of on a monthly basis. So what happened here is you would type in your beginning debt. So if you have a credit card, so it's like, okay, $5,000, $10,000, right? And then it's going to, if you make payments towards these, so if you make, let's say $400 payment here, you make a $600 payment here. As you can see, I did 6,000, whatever. But as you can see, it's okay. We started with 5,000, we started with 10,000, but because of the payments we made, now we're at 4,600 and 4,000. And then you can just simply copy this data make a copy of this tab, and then move these numbers over into the next month. And then these ending month numbers would be your starting month numbers in the next month, right? So if you're watching this live or you're checking this out later on, the place that you can get these is Dollar Discipline University, my free personal finance community. So I actually don't have a public link for this yet. So if you're interested in that, so come into the community. You'll get a welcome message from me and just be like, hey, like I saw this live stream. I'm actually trying to get access to that weekly, the variable income budget template. You can actually call it the secret budget template because I don't have a public link for this yet. So if you're interested in that, just come on in there and let me know that, hey, I came from the live stream and I would like to see the budget, please. And I would absolutely do that. So that's actually going to be it for this live stream, guys. And before you jump off, I make these videos to try and basically answer questions that I'm getting inside the community. But if there's anything that you think you're having trouble with, or you're struggling, or you don't know maybe what to do, and you maybe don't want to join the community, because I don't want to push that too hard. But if you have like questions on like another video or another live stream you'd want me to make, let me know in the chat live now. Or if you're watching this later on the replay and you've made it this far, I know that you're very serious about trying to make a change. Just drop a comment, and I'd love to see how I can help you, or how I can just make a specific video for you. Genuinely, like I just want to help. I want to help any way that I can. So every Thursday night around 7 p.m., I'm going live. 7 p.m. Eastern, I should say, because everyone lives in a different time zone. So school.com/debt. The link is down in the description. Let me know you came from this live stream, and I'll see you next week, guys. I was able to pay off $43,000 worth of debt and eventually pass a $1 million net worth in 2024. But 10 years ago, I wasn't even thinking about my personal finances. I had no goals and I was just spending money whenever I wanted, however I wanted. I used to chase income, thinking that that would be the solution to all my financial problems. But I realized the size of the paycheck, it means nothing until you find the habits, right? So these are the 10 most important mindset shifts I made in the journey from going from 0 to a million. So with that said, let's just jump right into the first mindset shift, which is budgets are too restrictive. I'm going to keep shouting this one from the rooftop, guys, because I'm hoping someone at some point will hear me. I think it's such a common misconception that budgeting is restrictive, and that's why a lot of people don't do it. They hear the B word, budget, and they're like, "Oh my god, like this is gonna be awful. I'm gonna have to stop doing the things that I care about." But that's not the truth. And a budget doesn't tell us what we can't do with our money. A budget tells us what we can do with our money. So if we spin it and just sort of think like, oh, okay, this is actually just a tool to help me fund the things that are most important to me in my life, right? So, because budgeting equals intentionality, and as soon as you start tracking your finances and putting numbers into an app or a spreadsheet or wherever you do the thing, it's just going to show you where you're spending your money, where you have spent money in the past, and then going forward, you can start making a plan based on your history, your data. You can make a plan going forward for the things that are most important to you, and that's kind of how I've used budgeting, going from 0 to a million. Um, at the end of the day, guys, like, you're a product of where your money goes. You're a product of not only where your money goes, but your money, your time, your effort. You're a product of all of those things. So if you don't like where you are in your life right now, I would start looking at those three things: money, time, effort. Okay. Because if you start tracking your finances, you'll see where your money's going. If you want to, go crazy and track your time or your effort or your mental thought into like, where is my life pointing to right now? Because back 10 years ago, I would be, filling up my calendar on the weekends with friends and family. I would be spending, I'd be ordering food, to my door a couple nights a week. And it was just like, I was just spending money to spend money. And I wasn't, I was getting the food so I could watch Netflix for 3 hours with my, then girlfriend, who is now my wife. And we just like, what are we doing? Like, we just felt like we were just kind of moving through life. Okay. So budgets are not restrictive. The next mindset that I wanted to talk to you about that really helped me change was, I don't make enough money to budget. Okay. Someone literally told me this one time. And I started to laugh until I realized that they were not joking. Budgeting, in case you're not aware, is for any person, any country, any religion, any sex, any gender, any currency, any income making person, right? It's literally for everyone. Um, and how we as- how how we align our money with our goals is where I think people make the mistake, because if you're not budgeting, it feels overwhelming for people that maybe don't have money. You think you need money to budget. But you just have to figure out how aligned your spending is with your goals. And it has nothing to do with how much money you make, right? So I've worked with lower income earners, we'll call them, maybe $50,000 a year, and they have no debt. And they are, making progress towards other financial goals that they have. I've also worked with higher income earners, let's call it over $100,000, and they have over $100,000 in debt, and that's not even like including their mortgage. And they are not reaching financial goals. They're like stressed up to their eyeballs because the lower income earner feels like they need to like be more efficient with the money that they have, and the higher income earner thinks, a lot of the times that they can just out earn their problems, and it's just not true. And like I said earlier, like, the truth is that it's not about the income, guys. If you make any income, you can budget, you can pay down debt, like, you can do things. You just have to be more intentional with it. So it's not the income, it's the habit. So if you don't like where you are, it has nothing to do with your income. It has everything to do with your habit. And one more thing on this: if you don't like your income, there's obviously ways to improve that as well. Like, so you shouldn't be, pigeonholing yourself like, oh, I have low income, and then just accept that if you're struggling. Like, if you're living a life that you want to live and you have a lower income, then you do you, like, of course. But if you're in a situation where you don't like where you're at, then that's where you can level up, a job, a skill. You can become more valuable at the company that you work for, right? Find a way to save the company more money. Find a way to, make the company more money. Find a way to take on a new project at your thing. Lead a team or something like that. Or if you don't think there's any growth at your company, you got to move on. You got to go to the next company. Over the last 10 years, I worked at 4 different companies because once I realized that I wasn't going to wait around for that like 2 to 3% income, annual raise, right? So it's like if there's no growth path anymore, or what you promised isn't true, then I'm just going to move on. And I found that you could get a much higher raise going from job to job than inside the job. That's just a little something that I've found. The next money mindset that I have had that helped me go from zero to $1 million that changed was I don't have time to track my finances. Right now, this one is hilarious. Because last I checked, everyone has the same time in the day, right? We all have 24 hours. Yeah, different time zones, but it's the same 24 hours, right? Um, so if you don't like where you're standing with your finances, it means you're not putting enough time into it. Okay. Think about any skill that you have. Like when you first rode a bike as a kid, were you good? No, like you weren't. But if you enjoyed it and you kept doing it, like you got pretty good. You went, training wheels and then regular bike, and then you sucked at that for a bit, and then you got really good, right? And then it's like bike to, I don't know, maybe you did like a dirt bike, and then maybe you did a car. Like you keep learning new skills and like more higher value skills, and that's just kind of what this is. So when my wife and I were paying off our $43,000 of debt in 13 months, um, we had a little meeting in our in our living room on our couch on our laptop looking at this like stupid terrible spreadsheet that we had at the time, and basically just we spent 5 to 10 minutes every month at the beginning of the month going through all of our debts. It didn't take long, but we were putting time to it, and then throughout the month my wife and I were obviously communicating as things were popping up, like, oh hey, it's the end of the year, I got a small bonus, we're pushing it towards this specific debt, right? And it was just like communicating and knowing, both of us knowing that this was a huge priority for us, and we just had to get it done. So it didn't take like it didn't we weren't obsessive over it, we didn't spend our whole time doing it, but we still spent time into it. So um now with budgeting apps, it's so much easier to be on the go. You make a thing, you like buy something, you just like track it really quickly. It's like it's almost like second nature, it'll build. So if you say that you don't have time for it, I challenge you to like kind of really, really hone in on where you're spending your time. Um, it doesn't have to be that intense to start, like maybe 30-minute intervals, even hour intervals just to start, because it can be a little intense if you're tracking it like every 15 minutes. That's a lot. But doing that's going to actually help you with two things. One, it's going to give you an idea or show you what you're actually doing, right? So I see you, Netflix, right? We see you. Or once you start tracking your time, and I've done this in my life as well. I did it at one of my jobs specifically. Um, Once you actually start tracking your time, you're not going to want to look lazy to yourself. So you're not going to want to write like, oh, yep, dinner. Oh, yep, Netflix from 7 to 10 p.m. and then sleep. Like you're going to want to be like, oh, no, I didn't watch Netflix tonight. I fixed the door hinge. I was painting a room. I was, tracking my finances, right? You would do something more valuable with your time than you don't want to look lazy to yourself, right? So I would challenge you to kind of take a look at that. The next mindset that helped me go from zero to $1 million, the shift was I can't save money with my current expenses. Okay. And I've had this come up where it's like people that talk to me have a lot of expenses and they're like, I don't know what to do. I can't save money. So the first question I'd ask someone who says this is, what have you tried? Because again, I talk to a lot of people about their personal finances, and I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but like there's a lot of excuses almost where it's like, oh, this happened, this happened, this happened. So, you're putting control back on something else, someone else. And this is what I would actually recommend. Okay. If anyone thinks that So if you're out there and you think that your current expenses you're not able to save or do a financial goal with your current expenses, do a process called the 3-month look back. Um, and basically what this is you're going back 3 months worth of your expenses. So yes, you're going to look at all your bank statements, your credit card statements, put them in. So I'm recording this in January 2025. So you would want December, November, October, those months. Break it out into expense categories. So your variable expenses, think like groceries, gas, utilities, etc. And we're going to get an average for those 3 months. And then you're actually going to see where your money has been going. And then what I want you to do is write down a list of the most important things in your life. So this could be financial goals, it could be life goals. But basically, you want to write a list. We'll call it 2 to 10 things, right? There's no, I would have more than one thing. So you probably care about more than one thing. So, like for me, for example, I have a wife and 2 kids. My health would be on there, obviously, too. We have financial goals that would be on there. And so it would be like whatever the most important thing is. And then we already talked about time, but like look at where you're spending your money. So if you're like, oh yeah, paying down debt is so important to me, it's got to be my, top 5, 10 most important things. And then you look where your money's going and it's like, oh wow, I'm barely putting any money towards the debt payments. I'm just doing the minimums and it's taking way longer to pay it off. But what if I change where some of my money was going, like pull it from here, because this thing over here, we'll call it like dining out. This wasn't on my most important list. So like I can probably pull a little from that, push it towards my debt. And it doesn't have to be just a cut. Like not, you don't have to try to cut everything. If you're looking at your list and you're like, wow, health and fitness is so important to me. I only do my $20 a month gym membership, but it was one of my top 5 most important things, like staying healthy, going to the gym, being in shape. So it's like, okay, maybe I need to increase it to 40, 60, $80 a month and do more classes or take supplements, whatever. I don't know. But like it works both ways where like you look at the list and you look at your spending, you're like, oh wow, this does not align at all. And if you've never done this before, it's not going to. And that's okay, because the next month, guess what? We can make a change, right? We can alter it slightly. And basically this is how I grew, a net worth of, from like basically 10 years ago, because every month was like a small tweak that I was making until it was just like super optimized. And then we started, pushing money towards more financial goals. Every dollar that you put towards that financial goal, you're slowly, slowly, slowly pulling your future towards you. Every dollar. So think about it like you're like tugging, you're like, what's the tug of war thing? You're like grabbing this, you're trying to pull it. So think about it like that. Every dollar that goes towards a financial goal, you're pulling your future towards you. Okay. That's how I want you to think about that. And so that's what I would do with that. Down in the description of this video, I do have the budget template that goes over the 3-month look back. There's a full tutorial in there. Everything's free. So if you're interested, you can absolutely check that out. Also, really quickly, I just want to show you my free. Looking for any sort of assistance, trying to build the foundation of your finances. You have maybe some debt, you don't know how to pay it off faster. I'd love to have you in here. The free tracking tools. So I have the link here as well on the school group, but it's also, again, down in the description. It's free. Basically, all the methods and strategies that I used to pay off the $43,000 of debt in 13 months, and then also build the net worth. I don't have investing stuff in here. Just to be clear, this is just like building a foundation, budgeting, money management, helping people pay off their debt. Okay. And then accountability from a community of people that are just like you, right? Everyone in here, the whole point of this group, I'm trying to make it really specific so that all the same kind of people are in here. People who are trying to improve their finances, improve their life, pay down their debt faster. Because guess what, guys? Debt is the least efficient thing that you can do with your money. You're building negative wealth when you go into debt. Okay. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but a lot of times it's avoidable. And once you get rid of it, like once we paid off our debt, our financial goals they were soaring. Okay. Because we had all this extra money now that we were applying towards our debt. And guess where it went, right? The next financial goal, the next most important financial goal. So here's the community really quickly. So it's like a social media and there's posts in here. So here's Steven from 12 minutes ago, introducing himself. So it's just a great way to introduce, to learn from other people that are on the same journey as you. And there's only a couple short videos in here of what you would need to do. So that's school.com/debt in the description of this video. Um, Free strategy calls, right? I'll see you in there soon. So the next money mindset shift that changed everything for me, one of them was if it's on sale, I'm saving money, right? A lot of people have this mindset. Hopefully you're not watching right now, but my mother-in-law has this mindset. Okay. She's the queen of this. It's like, oh, hey, if there's a thing where it's buy 7, get 2 free, like I'm doing that because I'm getting 2 things for free. And then she's sitting there with 9 chairs. I don't know. But like people do that all the time. They like, and it's these companies actually, the companies, they're messing with our psychology, right? Because they know that everyone loves the deals, everyone loves the BOGOs, right? The buy one get ones. Um, and they see, oh, yellow tag, reg tag, oh, sale price, oh, final price, let's go. But like that's how they make their money, is just like having you impulse buy something. So it's just something to think about. Like if you're being honest with yourself, if you weren't going to buy it at the full price, like you shouldn't buy it at the half price or the whatever. And this is a lesson that I learned. Also, like earlier on in my career, I took on this thought, which was really helpful for me. Like, let's say, for example, I was making $25 an hour. Okay. And there's this really cool, I don't know, we'll call them shoes, right? For $200. I would tie how much I made to the price of the thing that I wanted to get. And it's like, oh wow, I would have to work for one full day to be able to buy these pairs of shoes. Like, are these shoes worth one day's worth of work? Like, I'm all about trading time for money, especially in the beginning of like your career. But if you put it in that framework, it's like, wow, I have to work a full day just to get a pair of shoes. Like, no, thank you. Right. And just to be clear, I'm not really that into shoes. That was the first thing I thought of. But yeah, I talked about the North Star goals, right? So having your list of your 2 to 10 things, once those are on there, then all buying decisions sort of funnel through that. Okay. And it's like, well, is it going to help me improve one of these 8 things? If the answer is yes, then obviously we want to do that. If the answer is no, then we have to maybe reconsider or think about it. And I'm not saying like don't splurge, don't like reward yourself like for small little things, but you just have to be mindful of what's actually important to you, and knowing that when you don't do that thing, uh, it's going to slow down your potential to reach your financial goal faster. Okay, so the next money mindset shift that I see a lot of people thinking about, and it really helped me, was I have plenty of time to save for retirement. Okay. Now, I don't want to be morbid here, but like tomorrow is not guaranteed for any of us, right? And the best time you should have been thinking about your retirement, and I'm talking to myself, was like 20 years ago. But the next best time is today. So if like you're not really getting into it, I would, educate yourself a little bit on how to do the thing. And again, I don't really talk about investing too much on this channel, but I think it's so important to understand the opportunity that you're like leaving behind by waiting. Okay. So I'm going to share my screen again. And this helped me a lot. So this is just a compounding interest calculator. Okay. So some of you are probably rolling your eyes, right? Basically, this you're able to just play around with um, how much money will grow itself over a long enough period of time, right? So let's say someone starting with no initial. Oh, we have to. All right, so we'll do $1. Let's say we have 3 people. Okay, one of them is 25, one's 35, and one is 45 years old. They all want to get to $1 million by the time they turn 65. Okay, so the 25-year-old, so we're going to have 20 years of growth. Sorry, 40 years of growth from 25 to 65. Estimated rate of return. So traditionally, the U.S. stock market on a long enough time horizon is 10 to 12%. Okay, so if we use that as sort of like a baseline, I like to be a little conservative, so I'll just do 8%. And then how much money would we need monthly to be able to make this happen? For the 25-year-old, it's $287 a month. Okay. So you're probably thinking like, okay, not terrible, right? Now, if we talk about the 35-year-old, so they only would have 30 years of growth. And look what happens to this chart, by the way. It goes from $1 million to $400,000 just from time, right? So the 35-year-old will need to have $671 per month, putting towards, the investing or retirement financial goal that you have, to get to the $1 million. And then the 45-year-old, yeah, you guessed it, it's going to be even harder to do. Oops, 20. I was like, that's not right. All right. So now this person, the 45-year-old, only has 20 years. And now this person has to save and invest $1,700 a month for 20 years to get to the $1 million. So the 25-year-old is like, you need to have 6 times less money. So it was like 200. Sorry, I'm just looking at my notes. $287 a month for the 25-year-old and $1,700 for the 45-year-old. So yes, you do have time, but you're also losing on opportunity cost by not doing it soon. Okay. So I needed to put this in there because this really helped me. Like, at my first job out of school, I signed up for the company's 401k. I didn't know much about it. And then all these paychecks kept coming out, and I would see, it was taking money out for this like 401k. And obviously I knew what it was, but like, I was like, I should probably educate myself a little more on this like investing stuff. And then you just kind of, you deep dive and you start snowballing, and that's kind of what happens. So I just want you to be aware of those situations. Okay. The next money mindset shift that helped me go from zero to $1 million is I don't need a plan. I'm doing fine without one. So if you're watching this video, I'm hoping that you're watching this because you're trying to make a change. I'm recording this in 2025. So you're trying to make a change in 2025 or whatever year you are watching this. And too many people think that they're fine. Everything's fine. This one's tougher because you have to be really honest with yourself and like define what fine is, right? And you also have to see like, okay, am I on track to reach that financial goal? Am I, if you haven't reached not that if you haven't reached them, but if you don't have like a clear path of what your financial goals are, how you're going to reach them and when you're going to reach them, then I think you need to, the whole motto of this video basically is like, you have to be more intentional with your time, your money, your effort, and even your sacrifices. All have to be more aligned with this goal. And I have a story. Like, I was talking to someone about his personal finances, and he told me he reached all his financial goals. I was like, wow. I was reaching out to him to see if I could help him, and I was like, maybe he should be helping me. Like, if he's reached all of his financial goals, I was like, wow. So I was like digging a little deeper. I was like, oh wow, what are your goals? But then he talks and he's like, oh yeah, I have over $50,000 in debt. I don't really have much saved for my like retirement. And I was like, wow, you are full of it. Like, you're lying. Well, to me, not that I really care. We were pretty much strangers at that point, but I was like, you're lying to yourself. Like, you think you're this like amazing personal finance person and you have, $50,000 in debt and you have nothing else going on. A financial goal is not to, it's not to stay in tens of thousands of dollars of debt. Okay. It's to like, again, we're getting out of debt so that we can reach the more efficient financial goal. Okay. So this person was really stubborn and he was just believing his truth that he was fine, that $50,000 in debt is fine and normal. And so, the best to him, the best to him is just about how you frame your situation. And I'm hoping that you frame your situation as, a little more, I don't want to say desperate, but like you're more motivated to get things going, right? Get the train on the track. The next money mindset shift that really helped me was I'll start saving later when I earn more. And this one's just wrong on so many levels. First, saving money is it's a habit. It's not a financial milestone. And if you earn more before you build the habit, it's not gonna turn out well for you. It's gonna, you're gonna buy more stuff, just like we talked about. Um, there's a little study here that I want to show you. So it's done by payments.com. I want you to look over here. So basically, 1/3 of those making over $200,000, um, they're like living paycheck to paycheck. They're in high stress. 48% of people who make $100,000 or more live paycheck to paycheck. So basically, half the people that earn over $100,000 live paycheck to paycheck. Now, this could be depending on where they source the data. Like obviously, some of the most expensive cities in the world or in the country, like New York, San Francisco, Honolulu's up there. So like maybe you probably need a higher income to live nicely in those areas. So maybe that's where this is. But either way, it's I'll stop sharing. Actually, I have this other one here. um, in 2024, the average debt that an American has basically is, sorry, I lost it. Yeah, so I think it was something like $22,000 for an average American debt, and that's not even including mortgages. Okay. And then if you look down here, so the majority of the debt was held by millennials and Gen Z. So more than 60% of these groups say they don't even have a specific plan to pay back what they owe. That's kind of scary too. It's like, okay, these people have the most debt and they also have no plan to like pay it off right now. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing, and I'm trying to help people for free in Dollar Discipline University. So I would go check that out. Uh, but it's just crazy. Again, like I've worked with low income earners, high income earners, and it doesn't matter the income. It's literally you can tell. Okay, you can tell where someone's going to be in 10 years with the actions that they're taking now. So like I talked about earlier, the 50,000, the lower income person, their habits were incredible. Okay, they had a lower income, but their habits were incredible. So in 10 years, it's like, yeah, the goals that they want to reach, they're going to be well on their way. And the higher income earner that I talked about, their habits were not great. So they need to start like shifting pretty quickly, because just making more money, eventually it will help. Like if you make so much money, it doesn't matter. But like for most people, that's not going to be the case. Another reason why this saying of like, hey, I'm gonna start saving later when I earn more, makes no sense. You would never say, I'm gonna start going to the gym when I become in shape, right? When I get in shape, as soon as I get in shape, I'm gonna start going to the gym. That makes no sense. Or like, you know what? As soon as I become 6'8", I'm gonna be really good at basketball. It's like you can't get the result, the outcome before you put in the work to get there. It's like everyone sees the dangling carrot in front of, all these people online about, making $10,000 a month, remotely around the world, or, you know, uh, cryptocurrency, whatever, or, whatever. All these things are like distractions. And are people making money doing those things? Absolutely. But they're just a distraction for most people. They're the dangling carrot. Like they want to do that thing before they put in the work. It's like anything. Again, it's like the bike example, right? All these people that are talking about the crypto, the day trading, like they've probably been doing it for a while and they're pretty good at it. And you starting right away, you're gonna suck at it. You're gonna suck at all new things. Everyone does. So if you're someone with this belief that you're gonna start saving later when you earn more, I challenge you to find extra money in your finances, um, by using that budget template down in the description of this video that I talked about, because there's a full plan in there of how to find more money in your finances and then apply it, which is the most important part. We don't just find more money in our finances to buy something off Amazon. We find more money in our finances, we don't need a second job. We don't need a side hustle. It's in there. There's money in there. We just have to realign all the spending. Find the $100 to apply it towards a financial goal. Is it debt? Is it emergency fund? Is it retirement? Whatever the thing is, okay? I challenge you. Number 10 on the list of money mindset shifts that really helped me grow from zero to $1 million is that everyone has debt, so it's no big deal. And yes, it's true. Basically, everyone has debt. And I sort of showed that other page too early, but it was the $22,000 is the average American debt. And I think it's because people are just too comfortable being in debt, which just sounds crazy to me now that I'm like past, out of being in debt. I talk to people and they just feel like it's almost like a rite of passage to like be in debt. It's mind boggling. And I mean, I used to be there too, right? Um, 5 or 6 years ago, my wife and I, we were married. We always wanted kids, and the talk sort of picked up a little more intently, right? We were like, okay, I think, let's start actually thinking about this and planning about this, having kids. And we are looking at everything in our life that could like possibly get in the way. And the one thing that we just kept like stumbling into was like the debt. Yeah. Yeah. We got to get rid of this thing. Cause it was just like, what are we doing? We're just being lazy. Um, we were just basically making minimum payments. Every once in a while, we'd throw a little extra in there, but like we weren't being very intentional because again, we were just focused on filling our calendar with fun. And that's great now. But what about 10 years from now? There's a lot of people that we used to think in days, weeks, and even months. We're like, oh yeah, that vacation in the summer is gonna be really fun. Or hey, that plan we have in 2 weeks is gonna be really cool. Or oh, tomorrow we're gonna go to our favorite restaurant. But every action you take today takes away from tomorrow. It's just true. So now what I really like to do is think in decades, which might sound crazy to some people, but what does now me need to do to give my future self in 10 years the life that I'm thinking about right now? Like I have to start thinking about those things now because I can't go 10 years and then be like, "Oh yeah, I didn't do it. Oops." Like, right? It's like so you have to start thinking today what you're going to do tomorrow. So every dollar that you spend today hurts your tomorrow. And again, I'm not saying don't have fun, but you have to really think about it. That's why the North Star goals are so important. And the last one here, the money mindset shift that really helped my journey. Okay, and it kind of ties to the last one. A few small splurges won't hurt my goals. And the reason why I wanted to include this in here, one, I actually hate the idea online that people talk about like, hey, um, the $4 Starbucks that people buy every day is like why people are poor. It's like I don't really buy into that much. And again, I'm not gonna tell people how to spend their money, but you know, is that kind of expensive daily? Sure. But it's more about the process of your spending. Okay. So it always kind of comes back to this for me. If we look at your goals, okay, we'll use the Starbucks example. Is Starbucks coffee one of your North Star goals? Probably not. Right. It's probably not on there. Is the convenience of going to like a place where you can pick up coffee one of your North Star goals? Probably not. Is being maybe a lot of people go in the morning because they're behind, right? In the morning, they're like rushing. They didn't have time to make coffee at home. So like, is being behind in the morning, uh, so you didn't have time to like do the thing, make the coffee. Is that part of your North Star goal? Probably not. So you have to create processes in your life. And I did this, and I'll tell you a story in a second, that make it much easier for you to align again your goals to your daily living. So for example, while I'm doing this, I still have my 9 to 5 thing, and I bring my lunch every day. I don't necessarily need to financially, but I do it for two reasons. One, it does save money, which is cool. It's like right now right now we've got 2 kids in daycare, and it's a lot of money every month. It's taking up a pretty nice portion of our income. So it's like, yeah, any 15, $10, it's like it adds up. So I'm doing that right now. And um, also, I'm doing it because for the health aspect too, because one of my North Star goals is being healthy for me and my family. So if I didn't bring my lunch, I would be ordering at like my hungriest time of the day, right? I would start thinking about it like 11, like, ooh, what am I going to order for lunch today? Where am I going to go? And I'm going to be my hungriest. So I'm going to buy like this outrageous thing. So for me, like my soft places, Philly cheesesteaks, come on, you can't, you got to love those. But if I got a Philly cheesesteak like multiple times a week, like what would like that sounds great today, but like me in 10 years is gonna fucking hate me for that. Right. So it's like I'm bringing my lunch to save, whatever, a few bucks a month to help just right now with it's a lot going on with the daycare stuff. If you're a parent, let me know. Smash the like button if you're a parent. Um, but it's also just the being healthy thing. Like I want to stick to a plan. So I bring a boring salad every day. And I like kind of portion it because it's like I don't want to eat too much. Again, I want to be healthy. And so I bring the thing that I know I'm never gonna eat or order when I'm like, going out to lunch, right? So it's just putting in the framework of being successful. So it's like if you have a problem, I don't know, waking up in the morning, it's like how can you set up a framework that guarantees that you wake up? Like, well, what if your phone is on if your alarm's on your phone, what if you like put it across the room? Like do that old trick and it's like the only way to turn it off is you literally have to walk up and go get it. And then it's like, well, crap, I'm standing, I might as well go pee and then I'll go like start my day, right? So it's just creating the structure in your life to reach your financial goals. So it's not just money, it's not just time, it's not just effort, but it's like the sacrifices, the small little things you're doing today will help you out significantly tomorrow. Okay. So, guys, I'm going live every Thursday night around 7:30 p.m. Eastern. What's happening? Hold on. Oh, let's try that again. I think I hit the wrong button. Okay, cool. Back to the community. So I'm going live every Thursday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, depending on when my kids go to sleep. So hopefully it should be plus or minus a couple minutes. What are the topics that you guys want me to talk about on this? Like, I would love if you've made it this far in the video, I would love to hear like what is your struggle and what do you want me to talk about? What is a challenge for you right now? And I can almost guarantee that I am talking about that in this community, Dollar Discipline University, which the link is down below. So if you want, to build a foundation for your finances, um, and you want to pay down your debt faster, you just don't know where to start or how to start or what to do. Again, I've got my personal experience paying down the $43,000 of debt in 13 months, and I've been a corporate accountant for the last decade. So I just feel very confident. We have people in here that are starting to get some wins. Okay, just to show you, like this person here, I worked with her for 3 months, and she paid down $7,000 in her credit card debt. Okay, she had no idea what she was doing with her finances. She didn't know anything about spreadsheets. She didn't know anything about budgeting or tracking, and in 3 months, she just like completely shifted her mindset around and made the thing happen. And now she's cruising. She's gonna be debt free by the end of 2025. It was gonna be like 2028 or nine before working with her. So I can't wait for her to be debt free. But anyway, that's gonna be it for this one, guys. School.com/debt, and then this live stream every Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I will see you next week. There's one surefire way to never feel confused with your finances again. So, whether you're trying to solve for paying off debt, whether you're trying to solve for saving more money, or whether you're just trying to solve for feeling less stressed with your finances on a regular basis, this one universal strategy is going to help you reach those financial goals. And we're going to go over a recent survey that was done with numbers to kind of back this up as well. But I can vouch for it as it's the one thing that allowed me going from paycheck to paycheck, not having any financial goals, to eventually paying off $43,000 of debt in just 13 months. But before I reveal what this mystery strategy is, I need to share the story about how I kind of stumbled upon it because it adds enough context, adds a lot of helpful information. So, over 10 years ago, like I just mentioned, I was poor. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I was focused on, staying busy, like filling up my calendar with stuff. And, what happens when you do stuff is that you probably have to pay for the stuff, right? So you fill up your calendar with the stuff, you pay for the stuff, and then you just kind of go through this vicious cycle. You keep waking up, you go to work, and then it's the weekend, you do the stuff thing, and then you go back and you're wondering why, or at least I was wondering why, what was going on. And so I was about to make the biggest purchase of my life up until that point. Okay. It was a brand new car. And I was sitting at work one Friday afternoon. The next day, I was going to go to the dealership to pick it up. I was all excited, so it was Friday afternoon. I'm literally watching the clock go down, like, come on, come on, come on. Like, I wanted to get out of there, get the night going so I could wake up, get the car in the morning. But then for some reason, all of a sudden, my heart just like sunk and there was panic. And I was like, oh my gosh, do I even have enough money in my bank account to be able to give them the check that they asked for in the morning? So I scrambled uh, to my bank account. I think I went online. I don't think I had a mobile app back then. Doesn't matter. But I checked and I was $1,500 short of what I needed to give them the next day. And I was like, oh, wow. So to make a long story shorter, eventually, so my girlfriend at the time, she's my now wife, she was somehow able to put together that $1,500 and send it to me. However, it was not going to get to my bank account in time for the check to clear, right? So I'm like panicking. I'm like, oh my God, I just like messed up the sale of this car. Like they're not going to give me the car. So I go there the next day on the Saturday and I tell them my sob story, right? Like, when, like, please help me. And they agreed not to uh, deposit the check until like Tuesday. I was like, the money is on its way in my bank account. Just please don't cash the check. They agreed. I was able to drive off the lot. I was shocked. I didn't think I was going to be able to do that, but um, I drove off with the car. And I think a lot of people, when they get a new car, they are stoked. They're driving home or wherever they're going. They're playing with the new gadgets. The windows are open, right? They're like, yeah, new car stuff. They're blasting the radio. And me, I was just sitting there in silence with my thoughts because I was like, I was furious with myself that I would let something like that get to that opportunity, get to that point. And what I didn't tell you is I went to school for accounting. I have a bachelor's degree in accounting. And at this point in my life, it was like my early mid 20s. I didn't have an accounting job yet. I had, a skill adjacent job at the time, but I'd graduated with an accounting degree. I was telling everyone, including myself, that I was good with, numbers and, finances and whatever, all this other stuff. But the actions that I was taking in my life, aka my personal finance situation, were not aligned with that reality. I was lying to myself about who I was or who I wanted to be. Okay, and that sort of spiraled this whole process where I just took a step back and I was like auditing my life. Essentially, I was like, well, what am I doing wrong here? And I drew a line in the sand. I was like, I'm not sure what the issue is yet, but this can never happen again. And it all boiled down to, for me, I was like, well, let's start somewhere simple. I was like, the problem that came from the car thing was, one, I wasn't organized with my money, but I didn't know how much money was even in my bank account. So maybe I should just start there. Maybe I should just start tracking the amount of money that's in my bank account. That way, if I wake up one morning and someone just randomly asks me, I'd be able to tell them, right? And so I did that every morning for, I don't know, 45, 60 days in a row. I just literally like woke up, how much is in my bank account? And I just kind of kept track of that. I woke up, I did that day after day after day. And I was like, okay, that's great. I just built up a habit of, checking, but it's not really doing anything. Like, I still don't really know, like, when my when my account goes up, when it goes down. Am I making more money at the end of the month? Because I wasn't really tracking, like, oh, okay, day 1 of the month it's on this, day 30 of the month it's on this. So it was just kind of every day, okay, here's the amount, here's the amount, here's the amount. So it's like, okay, well, it'd be pretty helpful if I understood, like, am I making money every month? Am I losing money every month? Like, what's going on here? So I started just kind of really trying to understand, like, even like the days I got paid. I was a complete disaster, guys. Like, I didn't know when anything was happening. So like, all right, these are the days I get paid. Okay. These are the days when my biggest bills are due and they come out. Okay. These are the days when my automatic whatever comes out. Okay. These are the days that I want to allocate towards grocery shopping or whatever, right? The things that we can control is like, how do we sort of set that up and think logically about where all our money's going. So it was more of just like, okay, let's just kind of see what's going on here. Tracks, look at some of the expenses, understand when the income's coming in. And then it's like, okay, this is great, but like, what kind of expenses? Like, what's like a percentage maybe breakdown of how much money I'm spending in all these categories, and not necessarily percent, but it's like, Am I spending a lot? I don't know. I didn't know the total at the end of the month for all the categories. So I signed up for this really rinky dinky free budgeting app on my phone. And I was like, okay, every time I make a purchase, I'm going to, get back to the car, or, if it was on my phone, just do it right away and just type it in, like, okay, groceries, $100, whatever it was. Right. And I would do that for the month. And I was like, oh, wow. So that was really eye opening for me of where my money was going, how I was spending it. And then after the first month, it was like, huh, well, I overspent in, overspent. I spent a lot of money in, we'll call it like restaurants, dining out, food delivery, whatever. So it's like, huh, okay, maybe let's just try to cut back this month and then see what happens. So I tried that, and that would be, that would get cut back. But then there would be something else that came up. It's like, oh, I blew out a tire this month, and I had to pay for that. It was an unexpected thing. And it's like, huh, okay, well, like, how can I solve for this? So it's just this like revolving door of figuring it out, doing it, trying to solve problems on the way, and then realizing, understanding that every new month is a new opportunity to make an effort. And so the secret mystery universal strategy that I was talking about in this video, it's budgeting, right? It's budgeting. If you didn't know by now, surprise, it's budgeting. And before you click off the video thinking like, oh my God, another person talking about budgeting, you're rolling your eyes, you're stressed about having to look at your finances. I was there. So that's why I wanted to share that story first, because it's like even someone who went to school for accounting had no idea what he was doing, because I had made assumptions that I was just good at this stuff. And I wasn't. You have to do the thing, and you have to figure it out yourself. You have to do the thing and figure it out. And that's what I was doing. So budgeting, let me know what you guys think about budgeting, either whether you're watching this now or watching this later. Do you think it's something that, like, what's the first word that comes to mind when you think about budgeting? I'd be really interested to kind of see that, because for me, the first word that comes up for budgeting is intentionality. I think a lot of people would probably think or write maybe the word restrictive, or cutting expenses, or it's like this negative connotation towards it, where it's like, oh God, I have to budget and I have to like cut all this spending, and my life's going to be miserable, and I have to eat rice and beans and all this other stuff. And it doesn't have to be like that, because how I like to think about it, and what I kind of share inside of my free personal finance community, which I'll show you in a second. A budget shows us what we can do with our money. It doesn't show us what we can't do. So if we kind of have a positive spin on the process, the thought of budgeting, I think that really helps out. It's like, oh, this is just going to show me like how I can navigate my finances every week, every month, every year. And really like the carrot that we want to dangle to ourselves, however long of a time frame out, is the financial goal that we're trying to solve for, right? Like I spoke about in the beginning. Are you trying to solve for paying down your debt? Are you trying to solve for saving more money? Are you just trying to solve for like feeling comfortable and not stressing and not knowing, right? So that's the big thing, because it's like at the end of the day, we want to see where our money's going. We want to see what we're doing with our money. And we have to ask ourselves, is where this money's going, is it aligned with the things that we say matter the most? And I call these your North Star goals. Okay. So it's make a list of 2, 5, 10 things, whatever, however many things. Everyone's list is going to be different, which is great, because everyone has different interests and, needs and obligations, right? Everyone has, like, I have 2 kids. You might not have any kids. So like, obviously there's going to be probably a lot of stuff on my North Star goals about kid stuff, right? Like, okay, how am I going to keep them? I gotta keep them entertained. I need to like do activities with them, but I also need to think about their future with like putting money into, a future account, letting it grow, blah, blah, blah. So it's like everyone's list is going to be different. And I say that because after working with some people, one of the, I don't want to say weird, because it's just like abstract. It's a little different of a thing that someone put on their list, right? Basically, this guy has been going to get this like family barber, I suppose. And he's been going there for like almost 2 decades, and he's like, "Yeah, these haircuts are very expensive. It's like $80 a haircut. However, this guy's basically family, and it's not a negotiate like, I'm not gonna stop going there." Essentially, it was like, "Great, put that on your North Star goal list." It's like going to, Don's barber, right? Whatever. So whatever you have on your list, and then once you have that list, it's you look at where your money has been going, because where your money, not just your money, even where like your money, your time, your effort, where that's going, that's telling you these are the things that I care about the most, because these are all limited resources. Not everyone has unlimited money, unlimited time, unlimited effort. Like I don't know, we need to sleep, right? So we only have a certain amount of resources. So if we're, in tens of thousands of dollars of debt like I was, and if you're watching Netflix 2 to 4 hours a night like me and my wife used to do, if you're like all these things, right? And you look at like, wow, like I could do so much, I could do so much better than this. Like I'm in all this debt because I'm just not in control of my money. I'm just sitting on the couch binge watching these great shows because I'm not focused on my time, and I'm not focused on the value that I can bring to the world in some other venture, maybe, or just like trying to improve the skills that I have or learn new skills, right? It's like, so you just have to kind of think like limited resources. How am I using them? And, what can I do with them? So this is exactly what I kind of teach in my free personal finance community. And I'm pulling it up now. It's called Dollar Discipline University. Okay. So in here, so basically what I'm helping people do is build up their personal finance foundation and maybe unlearn a money habit or two that has been keeping them stuck. Okay, so here's just the conversations here. It's an awesome community. All these people in here are just they're on the journey. They're on the journey. Everyone's at slightly different stages in the journey, but everyone's on the journey, and everyone's trying to. In this community, I specifically focus on people trying to pay off debt. Okay, so people come in. And what I'm doing now with all new members is I'm doing a free strategy call, which, by the way, everything inside this community, including my time, is free for now until my calendar just gets completely stupid. But if that's something that interests you, the link is down in the description of this live stream. So it's school.com/debt. That's the link. It's down in the description. And again, all free members get a free strategy call. We can kind of, introduce ourselves. We can figure out, okay, what maybe do you think your challenges are? Where do you want to go with your finances? And then we try and come up with a plan in I call it the messy middle, right? Because it's like there's no wrong way to get to the goal, but it has to work for you. Like I could, I could tell you like, oh, do this, but you know, it might not work in your life, right? Where it's like, well, I can't do this. So it's like, so it's just that's why we just kind of work together and we try to see like what works for you, what works for like how long, how quickly do you want to do this, how intentional do you want to be with your money. So, um, yeah, if that's something that you're interested in, if you're still watching this live stream, I'm assuming that you found this helpful so far. And if you'd like to check it out, I'd love to see you in there. Just let me know that you came from one of the live streams, and that would be great. So yeah, I did promise a little survey that was done recently. So I'm just pulling this up in the back end, but it was kind of interesting. Um, it was updated in September 2024, but it does kind of paint a good picture of where we are with stuff in terms of budgeting and personal finance stuff. So it was debt.com. And kind of the thing was budgeting survey, more Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, even though more are budgeting. And we're going to get into this in a second because I believe this survey was kind of done. They asked the individuals to kind of self-assess, and I'm going to talk about what I'm saying in a second. But This is pretty intriguing. The percentage of people who say budgeting has helped them get out of or stay out of debt has increased from 73% to 89%. So over the last 6 years, people are saying that, yeah, hey, budgeting has helped me with debt in some sort of way. And I personally love to see that because, again, this is what I am spending my time helping people do inside of Dollar Discipline University. So to go up 16% in 6 years is great. Now, were they asking the same population over the last 6 years? What was the variance in like whatever? You get what I'm saying. There could be some differences, but anyway, that's great that people are self-assessing. Like, yes, budgeting has helped me avoid debt or stay out of debt, and that's great. So let's go down here. What percentage of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck? The percentage of people living paycheck to paycheck has apparently increased. So in 2024, it's 60%. 2022 and 2023, half of the respondents said that they were living paycheck to paycheck. Now, how do you personally define living paycheck to paycheck? Because I think it might be slightly different for everyone, but I think the premise is essentially like you basically need all your money from the last check. You basically need all your money that you make for 1 month. Like 1 month of income equals 1 month of expenses, more or less, right? Um, and it's like, if you were to, God forbid, lose your job, like this person would be in trouble. Whoever said, yes, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. But yeah, I'm interested to find out, like, what do you guys think? What do you think living paycheck to paycheck means? Okay, this one I want to talk a bit about because I don't think this is right. And again, depending on who they asked 1,000 people, so they could have asked people that are budgeting. But okay, how many people budget? So the percentage of people that say that they budget went from 70% to 90%. So it went from 7 out of 10 to 9 out of 10 people, which good. If that's actually happening, then great. However, after speaking with dozens and dozens and dozens of people in their own personal finances, obviously one of the main questions that I ask people in the beginning of kind of introducing, it's like, hey, so, do you budget? Yes or no? And if they say no, it's like, great, here's what we're going to do. If they say yes, I'm like, oh, great. What does that look like? And it varies, right? Sometimes, and I think that's kind of what I'm getting at here. I think the word budgeting, uh, that's why I like to define these words and phrases. That's why I keep asking you guys, like, hey, what do you think this means? Because budgeting to some people, I'm going to stop sharing for a second, just so we can kind of focus on this. Budgeting for some people is kind of just, actually, it's kind of like the story I just talked about with my own thing, where it's like, okay, there's a couple different variations of how I thought I was budgeting during the process of going from not knowing what I was doing in my bank account, right, to like this extreme version of budgeting, right? So I think people kind of, it's like a sliding thing where it's like, okay, I am like for some people it's like full on budgeting. Like, yep, I have a app, I have a spreadsheet, and I go in there every month and I'm tracking, I'm like trying to make sure my budget tie like all this stuff. They're doing the thing. And then there's people that I talk to that say, yes, I budget. I know how much my bills are every month. And by bills they mean maybe the obligations that they owe, like any debt. So it's like, okay, and then utilities or blah, 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 but they're not necessarily tracking groceries or the gas or things that are variable and not necessarily a bill. So there's that. And then there's the people that have said that they budget, um, and they really don't. They're not, and they're just like they understand. It's more like they're looking at their bank account. They're kind of seeing like what their money's doing, kind of like how I talked about in the first example of what I did, where I just like check my bank account. They was just doing like a super high level view of like everything. It's like, well, I started here at the month, I ended here at the month, and they're not really sure what's kind of going on in the month, but to them that's budgeting. So I just wanted to call that out. So we kind of pull that back up on the screen here. I just wanted to call that out because I think 90%, again, depending on who they asked, I think that's extremely high. And if we're saying budgeting, meaning like the version of tracking basically all the transactions that you make, there's no way. I mean, I love you guys if you're watching this. There's no way 90% of people are budgeting the way that I am defining budgeting. But again, if you're watching this now or after, let me know what you guys think. Like, how would you define budgeting? Okay. How many Americans say budgeting helps them get out of debt? Okay, this is the kind of the percentage that I was talking about before. 73% in 2018, 89% in 2024. Now, this makes more sense as like a possibility to me. So I think this is fine. I think this is great, by the way. And it just means that maybe people are being more aware that, hey, when I track something, it improves, right? If you think about like, if let's say I wanted to lose 20 pounds and I just refuse to step on a scale or go on a scale ever, or think about the food that I was putting in my body or exercising I was or was not doing. I wasn't going to think about any of that, but I just wanted to lose weight. It's like, well, you're not going to lose weight by doing that. So it's the same thing with like, hey, I want to pay down debt, but I have no idea what's going on with my money, right? It's like, well, that's not going to work out. And this was interesting. So why people don't budget? And you got to let me know this too, guys. I'm asking a lot from you right now. I'm asking a lot of, it's like a Q&A for you, this back portion of the live stream here. But 30% of women say, I don't have much income. So 3 out of 10 women are saying they don't budget because they don't have much income. And basically 1/3 of men are saying it's too time consuming. Now, I got up sharing for this because those are limiting beliefs around budgeting. And I don't mean to come off like mean or rude or anything like that. But again, it's just my experience of my own personal finances and speaking with dozens and dozens of people and families around their personal finances. One, it doesn't matter how much income you make, anyone can budget. Budgeting is for any person living in any country, any gender, any race, any, currency. It doesn't matter. If you make $1 or $1 billion, you can still budget like your finances. So I think that one for 3 out of 10 women to say that they don't budget because they have low income, or sorry, I don't have much income. I think if you want to win in the personal finance thing, and if you kind of think like that too, I think you just have to rethink about sort of in your mind configure like, if I actually want this thing to work, maybe I need to add that positive spin on it. Because again, a budget doesn't tell us what we can't do with our money, it shows us what we can do. So even if you're making, and just for an example, I've literally coached people making less than $50,000 a year and they have no debt and they're putting money towards whatever financial goal they're working on right now. So they're saving money, maybe, right? And then I've also worked with people where the households, they're making over $200,000 and they're in a ton of debt and they have no financial plan and they're stressed. But they make 4 times the amount as this other person that was doing the thing. They're out of debt, they're saving money, whatever, right? So income has nothing to do with it, because again, if income had something to do with it, people making over $100,000 a year wouldn't be having an issue. But it's a challenge. And I speak from experience, okay? So this isn't to put anyone down. This is like, hey, I'm talking to my previous self as well. Now, the men one, right? The 1/3 saying it's too time consuming. Again, it's what kind of resources do we have? We don't have a lot, right? We don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of money. We can only put in so much effort before we need to sleep and eat, right? All this human stuff. But if you want the personal finance thing to work, again, it's the same thing as the too much income, then you have to sort of look at So after you did the North Star goal list, kind of reassess, because the North Star goal list isn't just about money. It could be about time too. And time is such a big thing. It's like, okay, where am I putting my time where I'm saying that I don't have enough time? Because like if you're, you know, I could see if you're like waking up, you work for 12 to 14 hours, and then you like basically go home and eat dinner and you exercise and then you go to sleep. It's like, okay, that's tough, right? But there's got to be like a window of opportunity. But if you're like, you're everyone needs downtime, right? But if you're like watching TV a lot or the Netflix thing, it's like maybe you need to reevaluate your time. And this was a big problem for me. Again, my wife and I, we were watching shows every single night for hours, hours. We went through so many like shows and series. It was crazy. Um, Favorite one though from back in the day, I don't know, 24. Do you guys know what that is? 24. I was a big 24 fan. That was we're talking 20 years ago. But anyway, I digress. So it's just what is your priority? And what helped me is even doing a little like time audit of my day, of my week, and just trying to see like, hey, what am I doing during this time? Because when you start a time audit and the last thing you want to do is like, oh, I watch Netflix for 4 hours, right? You want to be like, ooh, this is normally when I watch Netflix, but like I'm tracking it now. So I kind of need to do something else a little more productive. Maybe it's like, okay, yeah, I'll just watch Netflix for 1 hour, but these other 3 hours, I'm gonna, fix that thing around the house I've been meaning to fix. I'm gonna spend an hour on my finances, and I'm gonna, I don't know, do push-ups for an hour, right? Whatever. So it's just something to think about because I think these are what I call limiting beliefs. So these are easily fixable. One, income, sure, you might have low income, but you could still budget low income. And then time consuming, um, you have an hour a week or half an hour a week to kind of look at your finances and see what's going on. Okay. Okay. This one, are men or women more likely to stay debt free without a budget? So the men said they were more likely to have stayed debt free with what? Men were more likely to say they have stayed debt free without a budget, and women were 56%. Not too much here. I'm not going to dive into this one here. This was interesting. Which generation of Americans is most likely to stay debt free without a budget? And then we go down here. So basically, the baby boomers are crushing it. Basically, the baby boomers are like, yeah, I'm going to stay out of debt. Without budgeting, 75%. But every other generation is basically a coin flip. So that's why budgeting is just so important. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, and then this was the last one here. Where in the US are Americans more likely to budget their money? So you look at some of the higher areas here. We have like the Middle Atlantic here. We have the South Atlantic, the Pacific, and then you can see some of these other ones here. So if you're in the United States, what part of the country are you from? And do you think that this is a accurate depiction of kind of what you think happens around you? Just yeah, just curious. Just curious. So I'm going to stop sharing this, and I'm going to go back into dollar discipline. Again, if you're watching this still so far, I know that you're very serious about your personal finances, and I'd like to see how I can help you kind of improve that. Um, as you can see here, so within the last couple of days, Daniel jumped in here. And this is what he wrote. Chris and his financial help have been a great asset for me and my family. Before meeting Chris, we had a paper and pen budget, and we're always making errors on. His budgeting tools and debt calculator gave us an easy way to look at our money and know where it is going every month. Chris has been a great sounding board. Having a guy like him bounce ideas, blah, 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 blah. With his help and insights, we have confidence to make a decision on consolidating our debts, which freed up over $1,000 a month for our family. Okay. And the tools that he's referencing, they are completely free inside of my community, Dollar Discipline University. So there's a budget template, there is a debt payment calculator, and the people are enjoying them. And then we have Janine. I'm about to finish up my first month while using Chris's budget spreadsheet, and I actually feel like I have control and knowledge around my finances. Although not perfect, I am no longer burying my head guesstimating where my money is and where it is going. I feel like having him help these financial demons of months past gave me clarity and allowed me to take the first steps to begin creating freedom and wealth. I've worked with 3 other financial people and have never gotten this far in progress. 1 credit card paid off and just 4 more to go in just the first month. So she literally joined. We had had a strategy call. We set up another call, and basically at the end of that call, she had a credit card paid off. It was 30 days. Okay, and again, she paid me nothing. All these people are paying me nothing. So if you're interested, down in the description of this video, get my calendar to be as full as humanly possible because I'm trying to help out as many people as I can. And before I turn some sort of monetization structure to this. But right now I want to help people for free. I want people to get wins in their personal finances like me and my wife have been able to. Okay. And yeah, just live a little more stress free. Like, don't we want that in our lives? Just be a little stress free. Anyway, I appreciate you guys. Again, if you're watching this far, you're a legend. Smash the like button so I know that you're here. And I'm going live every Thursday night between 7 and 7:30 p.m. So kind of check out for when I'm posting these live streams, when I'm going live. It kind of depends on the 2 kids and their bedtime and stuff that's going on around the house. So it's probably going to be closer to 7 o'clock these days. In the past, it's been 7:30, but 7 o'clock is probably going to be a good time. And yeah, guys, stay good. I'll see you in the next one. I've been budgeting for over a decade, trying to find the thing that gets me out of the paycheck to paycheck cycle. That's where I was 10 years ago. I was in tens of thousands of dollars of debt. I had no financial goals. I had no clue what was going on with my money. But after trials and tribulations and trying different things, I was able to kind of get out of the paycheck to paycheck cycle. And it's because of budgeting, and it's because I tried a lot of things. So in this video, I'll be talking about 5 very solid budgeting options. I like all of them, but I'll be ranking them from my least favorite to my favorite. So with that said, we'll just jump right into the first one here. Cash money. Can't beat cash. Cash money. So the real strategy is called cash only budgeting. And as you can imagine, we are basically just going to be using cash for this process. Now, of course, there's going to be situations where you can't use cash. Like if you pay electronically for, I don't know, utilities or rent, mortgage, right? There's stuff that maybe you can't like pay cash or even like a check for, depending on the situation, right? So that's understood. So excluding all of those, the idea is it's really good for maybe if you consider yourself a beginner in the budgeting game and that maybe you have an overspending problem or you're not quite sure how to even start the budgeting process. And, again, it works if you're living paycheck to paycheck. The simple goal of this is just to basically get rid of plastic. So I found this little survey, right? So it's just kind of interesting. I do think it's like this psychological thing where if you have money in your wallet, right? Let's say we have this $100 bill, it's in our wallet. It's easier to give up someone just a piece of plastic than like the thing in our wallet. Cause I think it's this like psychological thing happening in our mind where when we give the card to pay, right, we get the card back and it goes back. So we don't like gain anything or lose anything. When we give someone $100 and they give back $40, it's like, whoa, what the hell, right? So I think that's a small part of it. I think budgeting with only cash in your wallet, like understand maybe, okay, how much money do I need for the week? Like what's going to be groceries and gas and all the random sort of stuff that you can buy with cash. How much do I need? And just try that, walking around with it. And yeah, the downsides to it. So again, I think it's good for beginners. The downside to it is it could be like a logistical nightmare. Obviously, like going to the ATM all the time is a pain. Carrying around cash is a pain, slash, it could be, I don't want to use the word dangerous, but like you never know with people these days, right? So, um, and even if like I help people with their personal finances. We'll get to that in a little later on. But some people have banks that are not local to them, so they don't have like a branch where they can just go to the ATM like 5 minutes down the street and do the thing, right? So it doesn't always work for everyone, but that's kind of the downside, and it's a bit intense. Like I did this back in the day. This is one of the first ones that I did actually because I didn't have a credit card 10 years ago. So I was just like, let me just like do the cash thing. Let me just like get a real understanding. It makes you like really understand what's going on with your finances because you're seeing it in real life. You're seeing the cash go in your wallet and come out of your wallet, and you're seeing the things happen, and it's a lot more real than the card, the plastic. So that was just the first one, cash only budgeting. If you're watching this now live or later on, let me know. Have you guys ever tried this? Has it worked? Did it not work for you? I'd love to hear what you say about it. Number 2. So this is my second least favorite budgeting strategy. It's called biweekly budgeting. Now, biweekly budgeting, but sort of think about it on a scale of like when you get paid. So if you get paid, twice a week, every 2 weeks, biweekly. If you get paid weekly, um, think about it as like a weekly strategy. But I'm going to show you this little calendar that I set up here. So the bi-weekly strategy, it's every time you get paid. So we got to break up our budget into essentially buckets of when we get paid. So you get paid, let's say you get paid the first of the month and you get paid in the 15th of the month, right? The middle of the month, whatever. And so it might be easier if I explain what my wife and I do first, okay? And this has been great because it gives us really small wins. So let me explain. So um, everyone's most expensive item that they have in their life is likely the roof over their head, right? Their mortgage, their rent. So for our case, we have a mortgage, and that comes out around the first of the month. Okay, but we both get paid. We both have 9 to 5 jobs, and we get paid around the first of the month. And what that does is, okay, the mortgage comes out, but the checks go in, and the 2 checks are higher than the mortgage. Okay, so that's a win. And then we've set up everything else in our life, except for like one random utility that can't use a credit card. We've basically used credit cards for everything else. And I only condone this if if credit cards are not a problem, this is a good strategy. But if they're not, I mean, if credit cards are a problem, then I wouldn't recommend this for you. But we basically pay everything with credit cards, and then we pay them in the 15th of the month, so the middle of the month when our next 2 paychecks come in. So all of our other expenses get taken out in the middle of the month. So that's all of our credit cards, which is like all of our day-to-day, week-to-week expenses. We have auto investing, things like our daycare, they take credit card. So basically every expense that we have, except for this one utility, comes out in the middle of the month, and then our paychecks go in, and our paychecks are higher than all the other expenses. So this section here, it's a win because our money coming in is higher than going out. And then here, it's another win because our money going in is higher than going out. And then at the end of the month, what you can do is it's like, wow, I have, extra money this month. What can I do? Well, you could put extra money towards the financial goal that you're focusing on right now. It could be saving money, it could be paying off debt, it could be putting money towards a kids thing, a retirement thing, right? Whatever. Everyone's going to be different, which is great. But I think this is just a nice little way to think of breaking up your expenses because personal finance is hard. It's hard. And but so is living paycheck to paycheck. That's hard too. So it's like you could either have it be hard and live paycheck to paycheck, or we could have it be hard and organize our finances a little better, right? And I'm talking to my older self because every time I would think about my finances, it's like, oh, that just sounds like a lot of work. And I just kept going through the grind and not really understanding why my money was gone every time I got paid, right? Smash the like button if you can relate to that. But the organization piece of this is really important. So structuring it in a way where you can kind of break out different chunks. So for us, we use like pay dates instead of having this big like month, and just like there's a lot of pressure in the month to like quote win the month, right? But if you have a bunch of these little small ones along the way, my wife and I found that that's just been really helpful for us. And now we're at a point where every one of these pay periods, we have a win, unless there's like a large unexpected expense. But every pay period, we get a win. So it's um, 24 pay periods a year. So 24 wins are just happen because of how we set up our finances. So it's just something to think about. Number 3 on the list of my least favorite to favorite budgeting strategies is called the 50-30-20 rule. Now, this one I like a lot. I like this a lot. It's a great framework, and I'm going to go over it. So, what this strategy says is okay, 100% of your income, right? We have to allocate it. So, 50% we put it towards need items, 30% we put towards want items, and 20% we put towards a financial goal, which is great. So, it's a nice little idea. It's a nice little thought exercise of how much money should be going where. Now, it's going to be different for everyone, based on where you live, based on a lot of different factors. But at the end of the day, like however much you make, that's still 100% of your income. And then you could still think about allocating the money that way. So if you make $10,000 a year or $1 million a year, everyone can kind of think about this strategy. And I think there's a couple ways that people might fail with this. So let's go over those. The first thing is actually being honest about what a need item is and what a want item is. I think those are like very there's an important distinction. Like you don't we don't need like Netflix, right? We need a roof over our head, we need food, we need electricity, all this like the need stuff. And then you have to kind of ask yourself what a want item is and really kind of divide that line up. So if you were looking at all your expenses for the month, write them all down and then sort of like plot them where they go, and you can kind of see how much everything is. But kind of the other problem that I see, the other challenge that I see a lot when I'm coaching people in their personal finances is people like this strategy overall. But what people are doing is they're using the actual order of this budgeting rule, which it makes sense because that's what it's called, right? 50-30-20. What I want people to start thinking about, and this really helped me when I changed this process, is what if we did 50-20-30? Now what does that do? So the need items are still going to be there, right? We still need a roof no matter what happens in life, and we need the need items. But if you start prioritizing the financial goals, if you start doing 20% of your income towards financial goals, saving money, paying off debt, etc., the goals are going to happen so much faster. I don't have a good percentage or any percentage, but the amount of people that are likely putting 20% of their income towards a financial goal, you would be in like a top tier percentage of people that are doing that. So what it does is, so here's what happens, I think. Let me know if this resonates, okay? You go through the month, and I'm talking from experience, by the way. You go through the month and the needs and wants, life happens and you just pay for the stuff that happens in the month. And then you get to the end of the month and you're like, crap, I was supposed to put money in my emergency fund this month. Crap, I was supposed to pay off my debt this month, or put more towards my debt this month. Okay, next month. And then the next month happens, and then the same thing happens. You get busy at work and the weeks go by, and then it's the end of the month again. You're like, where did all my money go again? Flipping this sort of puts the priority back on your financial goals. So if you pay off your 50% and you automate the 20%, so like if you have money being like taken out of your paycheck, or you have money just taking out of your bank account to pay off your debt, right? And then whatever's left over at the end of the month goes towards the want items, and then you can really start shaving those off, because 20% of your income is significant. So it's just like a fun little exercise. Again, the numbers don't have to be exactly 50-30-20. If you're 55-25-20, it's not a big deal. Or 60-30-10, like that would be a fine way to start. Just like it, don't get fixated on the 20 part of it, because I think that's where a lot of people they get stressed, maybe, where it's like, oh wow, 20%. You look at your income, you look at your paycheck, and it's like, wow, I have to give my future self 20% of this paycheck. I can't afford that. If you're doing 0% or 5%, how can you just try to increase it the next month or the next paycheck? So if you're doing 0, like how can we go to 5%? and then just start there. Don't go from 0 to 20. That's very intimidating. And I don't know how like sustainable it is, especially if like you're living this one way to go for that extreme. So I think small increment steps is really, really important. So go from 0 to 5, see how that works, and then try 5 to 10. That might be kind of tricky, right? And then you just kind of keep increasing. Do 10 to 12, do 12 to 15. You get what I'm saying? So don't think you have to go from start to finish right away. Okay. So I mentioned a couple times here that I have a free community, free personal finance community, and I'd love to kind of just talk about that really quickly. And these are the things that I'm talking about in this live stream are things that I talk to people about regularly in here. Think ways to budget, ways to shift your mindset. So this personal finance community, it's called Dollar Discipline University. The link's in the description if you want to check it out. It's a completely free community, and there's a free course in there. But basically, the goal that I have is people that are serious of wanting a change with their finances, with the end goal of paying off their debt, or the end goal of saving more money. Um, just kind of building up the personal finance foundation. Now, what I'm doing in here is for every new member that joins, you get a free strategy call, and basically everything's in here. Everything in here is free anyway, so it's not like I'm gonna try and sell you anything. I have nothing to sell you. I literally have nothing to sell you. Sorry, but the people in here that I'm helping, they've gotten some nice wins. So like Daniel, he's been using my tools. And he's been able to free up $1,000 a month for his family just by like using the tools that I have. There's Janine, who said she worked with 3 other financial people and have never gotten this far. She paid off 1 credit card in just the first month. She had 1 call with me, and then in the next call she's like, yeah, I paid off that credit card that we talked about. I was like, wow. And she was living paycheck to paycheck. She didn't think she had the money to be able to do that. Now, it wasn't like a huge credit card, but it was still a big relief for her, where it's like, oh, I got rid of a credit card. I didn't even think I would, I was barely making like above minimum payments. Like, how was I able to do this? Right. So it's the stuff that I kind of talk about in this community that is very helpful. So if you're someone that's still watching this live stream, either now or after the fact, 1, I appreciate you. 2, smash the like button. Come on, let's get the YouTube algorithm in here. And I forgot what I was saying, but Dollar Discipline University, school.com/debt is the link to it, which is down in the description of this very video. And I hope to see you in there. If you come, let me know that you came through from a live stream. That would be awesome. So we are on the 4th budgeting strategy. So just to recap, we had cash only budgeting, we had bi-weekly budgeting, or whenever you get paid budgeting, the 50-30-20 budgeting rule. And now we're going to talk about paying yourself first. And this kind of goes in line with the last one, the 50-30-20. The whole point of this is to pay our future self, right? So every dollar that we pay towards our future, we're pulling it closer and closer together. We're pulling our future closer to us every dollar we put towards our future self. At first, it's going to feel very insignificant, very insignificant. You're going to be pulling what you feel like is like a tooth flosser, right? It's going to be very thin. You're like, do I even have it? Am I grabbing it? And then at the end, it's going to be those like big tug of war ropes, right? Where you're like putting your whole body in, and it's going to be great. Like the momentum that you're going to be building is fantastic. But if you're sitting there, and this was me, again, just to be very clear, I'm talking to my older self a lot of times when I say things like this, but when we sit there and we like complain about being in paycheck to paycheck, or just not complaining, but not sure why we're in the paycheck to paycheck cycle, we're like, what is happening? I don't understand. Maybe that means we're just not thinking about any future goals, or the goals that we're thinking about maybe aren't strong enough to kind of keep that carrot dangling out in front of us, right? Think about if you're on a treadmill and then you have this carrot, like you just keep trying to grab the carrot, like maybe the carrot isn't big enough. Maybe the carrot isn't color that you like, right? I don't know. I'm just saying stupid stuff. But when I was in the paycheck to paycheck cycle and now looking back at that period, I was realizing that my spending or the places where I put money was reactive. It was not proactive. And nowadays everything's proactive. And what I mean by that is every time I spent money, it was because um I don't know, I had to pay a bill. I had to, I was doing something with friends. It was sort of just like, oh, I'm doing this thing, I have to pay, but I'm not thinking about like a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. It's more just like living in the moment. It's like, oh, okay, yep. Got to go to the grocery store today. Oh, okay, what are we doing for plans this weekend? We got to do this, this, this. And not like, how is any of this, what I'm doing today, going to impact me in 5, 10, 20 years? Because now I'm thinking in decades. Before I used to think about days, right? So if you don't have goals or you don't feel like your goals are strong enough, um, actually inside the free community, I made a couple presentations in there just to kind of talk through things that I'm thinking about. And this is one that was kind of important for me to kind of get over the hump. And it's by using this framework called the SMART framework for financial goals. And SMART is an acronym. It stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time. So come up with a list of financial goals that you want to achieve in different time periods. So we could have short-term goals. So we're talking less than a year. We're talking medium-term goals, so 1 to 5 years, and then long-term goals are over 5 years. So if you can come up with one for each of those sections, that you are in great shape. And once you kind of have those, then uh we need to kind of make them more detailed. And here's where the SMART framework comes in. So specific, we want a goal that answers who, what, when, why, and where. Okay, so if you could ask, I'm going to go through an example in a second, but instead of just saying, "Oh, I want to be debt free in 4 years or something," that's not really a like saying I want to be debt free. It's not really that great of a goal. It's a great thought, and we should all think that. But there's no goal. That's not really a goal because there's nothing to attach it to. And as we go through this, that'll make more sense. And measurable, meaning we have to make a goal that it's very obvious that we either hit it, we reach it, or we don't. There's no gray area. So like becoming debt free, yes, there is no gray area there. You either have debt or you don't. But something could be like, oh, I want to pay off more debt this year. It's like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? So we'll go through the example in a second. Achievable. This is within the current resources and capabilities that you currently have, with the caveat of the longer term the goal, the less achievable you want it to feel. So the one that's within 1 year, yeah, we probably want that to feel relatively achievable. And then if you have one in 3 or 4 years, it's like, okay, let's make this a little harder. And then if you have one in 10 years, it's like, let's make something that just seems impossible today. Because if it's too easy in 10 years, again, that carrot's not going to be strong enough for you. But if you make something that's like, wow, how am I going to get there? And then you really rack your brain on like what you have to do and what resources do I need? Oh, do I need to start making more money? Do I need to start changing how I'm spending my, money habits, right? Relevant is next. And it aligns with larger goals, life and financial. So, in most cases, like the goals that you create with these financial goals are going to align to your life goals, financial goals. So just kind of keep that in mind. Where in bonus points, actually, if like the short term goal, the medium term goal, and the long term goal that you write down for this process are all connected in a certain way, because really a long term goal is just 10, 100, 1,000 short term goals kind of merged into one. Because you don't just, it's kind of like I talked about before, like saving, putting 20% of your income away towards a financial goal. You don't just go from 0 to 20 overnight. Most people just don't do that, but you have to make small incremental steps along the way. And then time, we want the goal to have a deadline that creates urgency. So if I go to the end here, So this is like a very detailed goal using the SMART framework. Okay. So in 6 months, my $3,000 credit card debt will be paid off. This means I'll need to average $500 a month towards my debt by being more intentional with my spending. Okay. More specifically, spending way less on things not aligned with this goal. So the time, 6 months, there's actually a couple different time things specific. I'm going to pay off my $3,000 credit card debt, measurable. So I need to average $500 a month payments towards the credit card, right? By being more intentional with my spending. So like being more thoughtful of it and starting to track, right? So it's like, okay, so in 6 months, could I do $500 a month? And it's like, okay, that seems within the realm of achievability. So that's great. And then relevant is like, well, yeah, um, becoming debt free makes it a lot. Paying money to other people will save me money so that I can put towards my future self, right? So if I stop paying other people and I start paying my future self, things are going to work out nicely. And that's obviously way better than I want to become debt free, right? So that was just a quick little piece of the presentation from one of the videos in my community. And this is very important because sorry, hold on. Because it's just going to get harder and harder to be able to like save money and do all these things. I have this other chart here that I think is super important. Can you see that? Yeah, that's fine. Just really quick. I'll just kind of talk through it. This top graph is the personal savings rate in the United States. And the bottom graph is the personal consumption expenditures. So basically, the top graph means the percentage of income that people save over a time horizon. We're starting in 2000 to beginning of 2025, I believe. And then personal consumption is basically just like how much stuff are we buying? And this again goes from 2000 to 2025. Okay. So the savings rate, this is 5% here. So we can pretty much just say that it's relatively, it's basically 5% all the way through. It goes down a little bit, it goes up a little bit, right? But then we look here, and this thing happened in 2020, right? And at least in the United States, people were given extra money, and people were buying less things, right? Because we were all stuck at home. So the savings rate shot up to 32% for the month of, this is April 2020. And if we look at the personal consumption, it goes up, 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 like very steady, right? And then what happens? Again, 2020, something happens, right? People are buying less stuff. So buying less stuff is correlated to saving more money. So this graph down here is always going to be coming against us. It's always going to be like, there's always going to be companies that are marketing their stuff for us to buy it. There's always going to be the nice shiny thing that we want to buy. I mean, look at this. Like, it's just going to keep going up and up and up, 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 up. It's always going to keep going up. But throughout time, the savings rate has basically been the same, except for the blip that we just talked about. So how can we? It's going to get harder and harder to be able to save more money. So the people that are saving, and they're saving it intentionally. The people that are not are thinking about this, like, oh, what's the next thing that we can buy? And I don't like to tell people what to do with their money, but it's just like a fact that saving money is a choice. Putting money towards financial goals is a choice. And this is just kind of a clear sign of it. What happened here in April 2020, where we spent way less, a lot less, we saved a lot more. Now, this isn't everyone, of course. Like, not everyone won during that period, but like not everyone was able to save during that period. But it just paints a picture of what could happen if we really put our focus to this. Okay. The last and final budgeting strategy is called zero-based budgeting. Now, what this means is basically every dollar that comes in to your, bank account every month, so your income, So 100% of your income, we need to think about that as we need to give each one of those dollars that comes in a home. We need to give it a home in our life, in our expenses. Think about it like a concert or a sporting event, right? So when you go to those big stadiums or the big event, the venues, whatever, most of the times you likely go with some sort of ticket that you have an assigned seat for, right? You go in, they check, they're like, oh yeah, E117, you're over there. So you go to E117 and you go sit down, and that's where you sit for the whole time. The same thing works with our money. Imagine the bank account and like a budgeting process that you were to create. Um, Imagine if this process was set up to like, okay, this $1, you're going to that E117, this dollar, you're going to A26. And you know where all the money's going. Because if you have ever been to like a sporting event or a concert and there are not like assigned seats, it's complete chaos, right? Everyone's trying to like go to wherever they want to go and no one knows, there's no organization. And it's just kind of a fun example to think about. So think about your bank account as the the entry point, and every dollar that walks in already knows where they're sitting, meaning they already know what expense they're going to be, going towards. So if you make, let's just say $5,000 a month, you're like, okay, this amount is for mortgage, groceries, kid stuff, my debt, my savings, right? Like you already know everything. And then you kind of go through the month, you kind of see what happens, and you do your best to match the money to the seat that you're trying to put it in, right? And then the next month comes and you try it again because you probably didn't do it well the first month. And this is me talking from experience again. I've done it for over 10 years. I've been budgeting, and you just don't get it right every month, and you miss things or there's unexpected things that pop up. And so this is the way to beat it. And if you're watching this, live or after the fact, and you got to this point, I really appreciate you. I'd love to know which one of those 5 were your favorites. So again, I'll recap: cash only budgeting, bi-weekly budgeting, 50/30/20 budgeting rule, pay yourself first, and zero based budgeting. And just a final reminder here for my free money community, free personal finance community, Dollar Discipline University. Okay, I'm helping people build the personal finance foundation. I'm helping people unlearn some maybe money habits that got you in trouble, not in trouble, but stuck. And what I didn't mention is I've also been an accountant, a corporate accountant for over a decade as well. And I'm using my knowledge from being in that professional field and also my knowledge of going through my own personal finance struggles myself and merging them together and creating a community and the free course of how I think I can help people. So if you've liked this live stream, make sure to like the video. Check me out, school.com/debt. And I'm going live every Thursday night, 7:15 p.m. Eastern. So if you wanted to catch me live, then you know where to find me. And I'll see you in the next one. Does it feel like your paycheck is gone 4 minutes after it hits your bank account? Does it feel like you're stretched so thin financially the week leading up to your next paycheck? If that's the case, you're in the right place, because in this live stream, I'll be talking about the 6 steps you should do right after getting paid to help reach your financial goals, like saving more money or paying your debt down a little more efficiently. And I think I can speak on this topic because not only have I been a corporate accountant for the last decade plus, but I use these same 6 steps to help me and my wife go from living paycheck to paycheck to paying off $43,000 of debt in just 13 months. We didn't increase our income or get a side hustle or sell any weird stuff on eBay. Okay. This is just using the income that we had and applying it differently in our lives. Okay. So, with that said, we just got to go right into the first step here because I don't want to waste your guys' time. So, step 1 of things you should do right after you get paid. And it's actually not going to be this tactical thing. I think maybe some people are like, oh, it's going to be a tactical thing. I want you to just take a step back. This is going to be step 1. I want you to take a step back. And the step 1 is, what's the why? What's the why in anything? Why why do you want to get out of paycheck to paycheck cycle? That might sound like a silly question. It's like, well, obviously I want to do that. But like, why do you want to do that? And then why why is like kind of thinking about your finances important to you? Like, what is the end goal? Because we all know that, tracking our finances isn't that fun, right? Thinking about finances might not be that fun, but like, what's the thing, the result of doing all those things? So it's like, what's the why? And this is important. I'll kind of get into a quick story about like, so my wife and I, the reason why we paid off or were able to pay off $43,000 of debt in 13 months is, yes, we had a plan, but also we looked at our lives. So it was a moment in our life when we were talking about like, having kids, and it was getting a little more serious. We like did a full audit of our life. Essentially, we looked at all the good, the bad, and we're like, we just want to be the best parents possible. So how can we what's holding us back? What could possibly make us like maybe not lesser parents, but like what's just something that's troubling in our life? We just everything kept pointing back to the debt that we had, the $43,000. So we're like, we need to do this so that when kids eventually come, it's like we're going to be debt free except for our mortgage, okay? And we're just going to be able to apply more money towards things that matter to us the most. So for us, our why was like, we want to do this for our future kids. We want to be, we want them to come to this world with have us have no debt, with like less financial stress, things like that. So the step one that you need to do is like, why? Why do you want to do any of this? Why do you want to get out of the paycheck to paycheck cycle? Like, what's the benefit for you for doing that? Is it like, okay, I'd be able to maybe save more money to do a thing? Is it, yeah, that's kind of the whole point. It's a good exercise for you to think of. And if you're having trouble thinking about like, yeah, why? Yeah. I mean, the paycheck to paycheck cycle sucks, but like, why do I want to, like, what's the reason? What's going to keep me out of it? I want you to do this exercise, and I call these your North Star goals. So these are things that you say are the most important things in your life. Now, this could be life stuff, like I just talked about kids. This could be financial goals. This could be something that you're already doing that you want to continue doing. Like they're kind of like your non negotiables. Okay. So think about, I don't know, 2, 5, 10 things that you could list out. And because the whole point of this is we want to be able to say, okay, these are the most important things. I have my list of 7 things, right? All of our decisions going forward, including our money, including our time, including our efforts and our sacrifices and all this stuff we need to flow it through this list of the 7 things, the North Star goals. And if they help you reach the goal, or you think they'll help you reach the goal, then we need to do more of those things, or we need to spend more money on those things. And if they don't, or it's a neutral thing, like it's neutral, like it's not going to help, it's not going to hurt, maybe we reconsider those, right? So that's the first step. Is like, why are we doing any of this? Because I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you to do the personal finance thing, to do the budgeting, to do the tracking, to do the whatever. Because if you don't have a why, you're not going to stick to it, and it's not going to matter. I could say whatever I want to say, and it's just not going to matter, because this is all up to you trying to turn the page, figuring out your why, dangling that carrot out in front of you, the juicy carrot, like, oh, I need to get out of the paycheck to paycheck cycle because in our case, it was like, we want to be, financially less stressed when our kids come. For some people, like, I just want to be able to have like a little nest egg. I want to have a $10,000 emergency fund. I just want to feel a little more secure. Some people, it could be like, I want to be able to put more money towards my retirement, to be able to figure that out when that time comes, right? So it's like, what's your why? I think that's really important. If you don't have that, you're going to fall off. And that's the experience that I've had with working with, I've had the pleasure of working with probably dozens of people at this point on their personal finances. And the ones that stick to it have a why. The ones that don't stick to it, they don't have a why, or it's not as, they have a why, but it's like, it's more of a nice to have, not like a no, we need to do this. Okay. So that was step one. And just let me know, like, if you guys found any value from that, let me know. Cause I actually don't see a lot of people on the internet talking about that aspect of it. Yes, there's like the strategic, like, oh, here's how to budget, and here's how to do all this other stuff, and here's like the most optimized thing you can do with your money. Sure, that's great. But if you don't have a why behind it, it's just not going to work. So if that was helpful for you, make sure to smash the like button. It really lets me know
that what I'm saying is helping you. Okay. Step 2 of what you should be doing after you get your paycheck. Okay, now we zoom back, we have the why. Now we have to make a plan for our money. So that's step 2. And the analogy that I like to think about this is, first of all, if we're living paycheck to paycheck, and I used to do this. So this is me talking to my older self, and hopefully you'll get some value from this too. How I used to think about it was I would just I was existing and then all of the expenses would come up during the month and I would pay them. And then I'd get to the end of the month and there would be no money left over, right? That's literally like, that's the definition of paycheck to paycheck. It's like every paycheck, it's like gone instantly. Okay. But what we need to start doing is building a plan. We need to know every dollar that's coming in. So all your income every month and where that dollar is going. So it's going to come in, we're instantly going to push it out to something. We already know where it's going. And how I like to think about this is I want you to visualize you walking into some sort of stadium or like event, like a concert or a sporting thing, whatever. So visualize the stadium that you're walking into, visualize the concert you're going to see or the sports game you're going to watch, whatever. When you do that, I want you to think about the capacity, the arena, as how much money you make every month. So let's say you go to a 5,000 seat arena. Okay. You make $5,000 a month. When everyone shows up to that concert or whatever, they all have a ticket and it has a specific seat on it, right? Everyone knows when they walk in, okay, here's my ticket. Yep. Great. Oh, okay. E14. Great. I'm going to go to E14. That's That's how we know that's how the event knows where everyone's going. That's how when you walk in, you know where it's going. That's the same thing with your money. Uh we want to know of our, $5,000 income a month, let's just say. We want to know where E14 is and like what dollar is going there. And it sounds a little more intense than maybe what it is, but it's just understanding understanding where your money's going. And we're going to go into like the tactical part of that a little later on. Spoiler alert, it's going to be one of the later steps. But it's just it's knowing how much money's coming in, where is it going, and then from there we could say kind of how to start making the plan with that, right? So, and that's kind of where the next step comes into play, which is physically tracking it. So I'm just going to share my screen really quickly. Awesome, it is. And let me just make this a little bigger for you guys. Great. So before we do the budget, the actual budget, because that's probably what everyone's thinking, like, oh, he's going to say budget. This is the budget. Okay. But we're not doing that yet. We have to do something that happens first. And this is called the 3-month look back. Now, I'm recording this stream, or I'm streaming this in March. So I want to look at the last 3 months: February, January, December. And this especially works if you've never budgeted before at all. And it works for people that maybe you're off and on tracking your finances, or you've kind of been tracking your finances, but in a different way and it's not working. This is a great way to kind of see what's been going on. It's basically just getting the historical spending data, and historical, it's the last 3 months spending habits. So what we want to do specifically is look at the last 3 months, variable expenses first. You could do it with all your expenses, fixed, variable, but variable meaning things that you spend money on every single month. So groceries, gas, utilities, things like that, that you're going to spend money on, but the cost, the expense varies every month. You could include fixed. You don't have to, but like we know if you have a mortgage or rent, you know how much that is every month. That's almost never going to change. Okay. The whole point of this is we're going through each of these months. So let's just say December. We go through December, and anywhere that you spend money, so that could be your checking account, a credit card, whatever. You compile all that information for December, and you lump all the spending into different expense categories. Okay. So again, we want to think groceries, gas, utilities, health and fitness, dining out, right? Whatever. So you go through, you add all the stuff up for each of the months, and then ta-da, what we have here is our spending habits over 3 months. And 3 months is a good enough sample size.
If you obviously want to do more, then more power to you. But this is a good enough sample size to get started. Now, just mind you that this will not capture everything most likely. So there's probably an expense out there that you pay twice a year, once a year that you're going to forget about, you're going to miss in this. So it's not a big deal. But this is just to kind of get like the framework started for you to kind of creating this like budget and creating this thing. So after we do that, it's going to give us an average for each of our expense categories, which is great. So now we know, oh, okay, on average, this is what we've spent every single month in these categories. And immediately what I want you to do is look at this and base it off of like your assumptions of how much you thought you were spending in the categories. Because after working with a lot of people, it's they always, come to the next call and be like, "Oh, wow, I was shocked that I spent this much in this expense category." And spoiler alert, most of the time it is dining out, food delivery, restaurants, whatever. That is usually the case. Like, wow, I didn't think I was spending this much in this category, but everyone has one of those. Okay. And it's because if we're not really tracking our finances, it's not in our mind, we think we're just spending less because 30 days is a long time to remember every single expense, right? But anyway, so we have this, and I want you to align. You align your historical spending with your North Star goals. So now you're like, okay, of these averages, which one of these aligns with the goals, and which ones do not? And that's kind of where this next phase comes in. So I'm going to scroll over a tad here. Great. So this section kind of carries over. It's all the expense categories that you had. This section, we're creating a new budget amount, and I've already entered all of this, so it would look different if you were to do this yourself. And I will tell you in a second how to get these free resources, because they're completely free for you to use to try out and see if it works for your finances. Okay. So now we want to say, okay, based on these averages, what do I want the dollar amounts to be based on, funneling all the decisions again through the North Star goals? Like, what categories are we spending too much in? And we'll just kind of go back to the dining out and food delivery. It's like, oh wow, 346. Yeah, I thought it was a lot lower. This was not part of my North Star goals. I did not put Uber Eats on my North Star goal list. So yeah, I'm just kind of being lazy. I think I could definitely do a better job here. So let's just say, for example, instead of 346 is like, you know what, the next month, I'm just going to try to be under $150. So we're going to make this our new budget amount. Okay. And then the most important part of this section is the why. Again, it always comes back to the why. Okay. But like, what action will you take to make this happen? Because again, anyone can just write a number on a spreadsheet, right? But it's about, what are the actions you're going to take to be able to make this change? Because if you're spending 420, 315, 302 in a category, it's going to be very hard just to like instantly cut that in half or more in the first month, because it's like a habit that you have to kind of build up. So you have to put why. So the why is more like, well, I was reckless, and I was reckless spending or lazy, and I want to be able to chop this by $200 a month to put more money towards my debt. Okay. So now it's like, ooh, okay. So I have a why is why I'm doing this. It was like, okay, the less dining out and food delivery that I do, the more that I can likely put towards my debt, my financial goal, whatever. Right. So that's pretty cool. This column here, just to show you, anything that is red, it means that we are budgeting an amount that is higher than our average, and green means we are budgeting an amount that is lower than our average. Okay. So the same thing would kind of apply down here in this example. I use shopping. Okay. Just like generic shopping. We'll call it like Amazon, Target, Walmart, whatever. And you're like, ooh, yeah, wow, nope. Kind of reckless there. So I think I could just cut this way down. Right. And you do the same kind of exercise. The one that I think people overlook is the idea of spending more in a category. Because I think people have a pretty limiting belief around budgeting. And I'm going to stop really quickly to kind of go full screen here. I think people have a limiting belief around budgeting. I think when people hear the B word, they just think, oh, wow, this is going to be super restrictive in my finances. I'm just going to have to cut. And that's not the case. A budget doesn't tell us what we can't do with our money. It shows us what we can do with our money. So obviously, everyone's budget is going to look different because people make different income. People live in different parts of the world, right? The United States, the world. People have different lifestyles, whatever. Everyone's budget is going to look different. And a budget is not a restrictive act. Again, it's just an act of being more intentional with something that you say is important to you. So if you're watching this video, if you're still watching this video, first of all, I appreciate you. But I think that just means that you're someone that is trying to make a change. So if you're trying to make a change, a budget is just us being intentional with how we are, allocating the limited resources of money and time that we have. Okay. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up really quickly. But if we go back into the month look back portion, I want you to spend more in a category that's important to you. So if you go on your North Star goal list and you're like, you know what? Um, my my health and fitness or my kids activities they were on the list. It's a non-negotiable. Like I don't even think I'm spending enough right now in either of these categories. My health and fitness is obviously important, and being a parent and keeping my kids active is also very important to me, which is great. Like we can, not that these are weird items, but you can make the list as weird as you want. Like this is your list. And I would, again, just limit it to a handful of things. Again, 2, 5, 10 things. We don't want like 40 things on the list because that kind of defeats the purpose. At some point, eventually you will have to kind of cut around the edges, but the whole point is not giving up the things that you care about the most. That's the most important part, and that's how we know that we're going to succeed. Because if you instantly just try to go on this like cut thing, and it's like, oh, okay, it's working for a month or two, you're just gonna fall off the wagon. You're gonna do more harm than good by just going like really extreme, because it's probably not the best strategy. Yes, spending less money will allow you to put more money towards a financial goal. And yes, you could just keep cutting, 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 cutting. But at the end of the day, like there's probably more leverage in just trying to make more money than trying to cut as many things out of your life as possible. So we don't want this to be miserable. We do want this to happen at a fast pace, but we don't want it to be miserable. That's why I kind of came up with like the North Star goal list for you. Because if you say that it's the most important thing, then we don't cut it, and then everything else is kind of up for grabs and can potentially be cut, which is kind of exciting. And I'll explain that in a second. But let's just say you look at your health and fitness, you're like, wow, my health and fitness is one of my most important things, and I'm only spending $63 a month. So it's like, okay, like how can I increase this? Is like, well, this first month, let's try to increase it to $100. Maybe at my gym, I can take more classes, or I can do more supplements, whatever. So I kind of got lazy here with the action, but you could say like, yes, this is a North Star goal. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take more classes. I'm going to take more supplements. I'm going to, I don't know. You could even say, even though it's free, like go to sleep earlier so I can wake up earlier to go to the gym, right? So it's like all these things are kind of interconnected with all these. And that's why it's just really important to have your why. And I'm probably going to mention that a few more times throughout this live stream, because it's just really important. If you don't have your why, it's just, you're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. And again, I'm talking from experience. I'm not like, this isn't a negative thought towards you. It's just, this is literally how I lived my life, and I changed. So I'm talking to my older self. I'm yelling at my older self, all the missed opportunities that I had. But the whole point of this 3-month look back is now, because we're trying to, analyze our spending habits and see if we can like find extra money in our finances to be able to get out of the paycheck to paycheck cycle by applying more money to a financial goal, like saving, putting money in an emergency fund, or paying off our debt. So all of these things that we've been talking about total up, and look at that, $230 a month is like a savings, if you will. Again, it's just on paper. It's not real. We haven't saved it yet, but it gives us an indication like, oh, okay, wow. So just by looking at the numbers and having them in front of me, I can create a plan that helps me get out of the situation.
And it's just very, very powerful. Just tracking and looking at your historical spending. And to be honest, like I practice what I preach. And um yes, I went to school for accounting, and yes, I'm good with numbers and money and all this stuff. And I have been budgeting for a very long time, but I did this process recently, the 3-month look back process recently. I mean, not super, like I guess a few months ago. Yeah. So basically, long story short, we have 2 kids, and they both go to daycare. And right now, the cost is basically it's $2,400 a month for daycare. So first of all, that's just insane. If you're a parent, let's vent about it, either in the live stream now or in the comments later on, because like it's insane. But our daughter was born last year, and we knew that eventually, when she turned 5, 6, 7 months, whatever, she'd be going into daycare, and the cost of daycare would just instantly double, right? So our older son was already in daycare, as $1,200 a month. So we're like, okay, another kid times two. We have to figure out how to find $1,200. $1,200. It sounds insane, but it's like, okay, we did our North Star goals. We did the 3-month look back, and we're like, okay, like this is our plan. We kind of mapped it out. Like, okay, like we'll have to, tighten the belt for a little bit just to make sure it's going to work. So the first couple months, we did a little bit more of an extreme pullback just to make sure it was going to work. Because again, like we're not going to go back into debt because we didn't have a plan to put our second child in daycare. Like that was just not going to happen, right? So we did that for a couple months, and then we like eased off because we're like, okay, no, we're handling this. This is fine. And it was just like a precaution. Again, once you are in debt and then you want to get out of it, and you get out of it, you don't want to go back. So that was kind of our thought process there. So that was the first 3 steps. Let's just summarize really quickly. What's your why? We need a plan for our money, and we got to start tracking. We got to look at it. And actually, I've created a free course and community around just these topics that we were kind of talking about in this video. So Dollar Discipline University is a free community for people that are trying to build their personal finance foundation, maybe unlearn some money habits that have gotten them to the situation that they're in so far. To be able to, the end goal is to be able to pay off your debt more efficiently. So that's who I'm kind of targeting with this. Like I want to help people that are in debt, and the system works also if you're not in debt, and you have another financial goal. The system basically is the same thing, except again, the end result, I'm just trying to help people pay off debt, because I think this is kind of the first step that people need to take is, a lot of people are like, again, living in paycheck to paycheck cycle. So how do we go from that to starting to save a little extra money in our finances every month, or putting it towards debt? And I just wanted to go over one of these little comments in here from Janine, one of the members. Um, I'm about to finish up my first month while using Chris's budget spreadsheet, and I actually feel like I have control and knowledge around my finances. Although not perfect, I'm no longer burying my head guesstimating where my money is and where it's going. I feel like having him help me. I feel like having him help those financial demons of months past gave me clarity and allowed me to take the first steps to begin creating freedom and wealth. I've worked with 3 other financial people, never gotten this far in progress. 1 credit card paid off, 4 more to go just in the first month. Okay. So that was someone who joined, she had her why, and all I did was like sprinkle in a little strategy and thought, and she did the stuff, but like this works. So right now, inside of Dollar Discipline University, the link's down in the description, by the way. It's at school.com/debt. Okay. I'm offering free strategy calls for any new member that joins. So basically, the whole point is we get to introduce ourselves. We can talk about where you currently stand with your finances, right? Where you think you are, where you want to go. Like, so what's your why? And then we try to fill in the gap. How are we going to get there? And that's what I do inside of this. So until my calendar fills up, guys, I'm just going to take free strategy calls with literally every new member until my family's like, okay, spend some time with us. So that's where we need to go with that, because I just genuinely want to help everyone. So everything inside this free community is free, including my time. Um, and eventually that won't be the case. Like eventually I'll have to put some sort of money barriers over it, which I don't want to do now. I want to keep helping people for free. I want to keep getting feedback from you, like what's been your struggle. And if I just get more feedback like this, and then I get more like, messages like Janine's, where it's like, hey, like this works and this helped me. But there's a lot of people in here. We're almost at 50 people. So I'm actually running a contest once we get to 50. The post, I had to refresh it here. So if you're interested in that and even more ways to kind of helpfully win with your personal finances, check that out. But yeah, join Dollar Discipline University. Again, if you're still watching this live stream at this moment, thank you, and check it out, please. That would be great. And I know I can help you. So we're on to step 4. So the step 4 of things to do, things that you need to do after you get your paycheck, is we have to pay ourselves first. Now, what does this mean? Pay ourselves first. Remember at the beginning of this video, I mentioned like, yes, um, if you feel like your money disappears after 4 minutes of getting it, because when I talked about the stadium analogy, right? When it's like the day that you're getting paid and you already know it's like, oh man, that check, like, 90% of it's going to rent. I have to go to the grocery store. And then by like 3 days later, all that money's gone. And you're just like struggling to try and like keep up for keep it for the next till you get paid again. And then all that goes is like, oh, well, I had all these bills or blah, blah, blah. Like I get it because I was there too. So it's like, that's the frustrating part. So paying yourself first means, and this might feel like a challenging concept right now if you're living paycheck to paycheck. But what we want to do is we want to put money towards our financial goals before really anything else. So here's how it kind of works. Let's say, for example, so a good framework to think about is what's called the 50-30-20 budgeting strategy. And basically what this means, or how it kind of works, is a rough estimate of 50% of your income should go towards need items. So think, the roof over your head. We need utilities. We need groceries, right? All these things that we need. The 30%, again, it's sort of a guesstimation, not a guesstimation, but it's like a roundabout number. It doesn't have to be perfect. This suggests that we put 30% of our income towards want items. Okay. So think, the Uber Eats, Amazon purchases, whatever. And then 20% is financial goals. So that's pretty cool. So 50% is need, 30% is want, 20% financial goals. Here's what I want you to do. First of all, kind of feel that, strategy out for yourself. After you do the 3-month look back, you can kind of tell yourself like, okay, so you can kind of figure it out yourself. Like, okay, here's my need bucket, here's my want bucket, and then my financial goals. Because I think what happens to a lot of people, and I mentioned this a little earlier, but it's like, because I did this, you go through the month and you just kind of lump all the stuff together. It's like need and want. And then it's the end of the month. You're like, oh man, I wanted to save money for that emergency fund. Or, I wanted to put more money towards debt this month. And it's like, all right, next month. And then the next month comes and life is crazy and all this stuff is happening and all the expenses just get lumped together. And then it's the end of the month and you're like, I did it again. Right. But because we're not changing the habits, the outcome's not changing. So it's like every month it's like, oh God, you're just on this like treadmill of like trying to just get paid next. And it's like just to fund the stuff. But how I want you to think about this differently, I don't want you to think 50-30-20. I want you to think 50-20-30. So obviously, the financial goals are very important, but we still need a roof over our head. In today's day, like we need utilities, we need, food. Like these are just like essential things that, people need. And so we want to pay for those first. So we want to pay for our need items first. But now we want to put our financial goals ahead of want items. So now instead of just lumping all of our life together, like, okay, rent, Amazon packages, Uber Eats, utilities, it's just like, okay,
need, and then financial goals. So find a way to automate stuff coming out of your bank account that goes towards a financial goal to make it happen a little faster. So if you paid for your need items and you haven't been able to save money every month, I would like to challenge you to save $100 next month, or start, the next 30 days, save $100. If you have nothing in savings and you are struggling, I want you to try this strategy. Pay for the stuff that you have to pay for, and then just save $100, and then the want items. That way you're not neglecting the financial goals, you're neglecting the want items, which again, if we go back to our North Star goals, I can't imagine too many of your want items are going to be on that list. And I actually had a funny story. So speaking about like weird things on your North Star goals, right? Um, Someone that I was working with, he went through that process, and on the list he wrote very expensive haircut, and I was like, tell me more. And he was like, well, basically, me and my family have been going to this guy for about like decades. He's basically family. And the problem is he's just like very expensive for haircuts. And it was a guy that I was talking to, which typically those cost less money, right? But he's like, yeah, these haircuts, they cost like $80, and it's just kind of insane. I could definitely go somewhere else, but at this point, the guy's family, and I'm not gonna not get. I'm not gonna. I have to go there. So I was like, perfect, because he was trying to convince me, like he was trying to like he thought maybe I would like push back on it, but it's like, dude, this is your list. Like, if you want to keep going to this guy and like that's a non-negotiable for you, then that is amazing. That put it on your list. That's one of your North Star goals, or like one of your non-negotiables. So it can get pretty weird if you want on your North Star goals, but like the want items, like there's no way, if you actually look at your want items through the 3-month look back, that all of those things like should be happening every month, right? We know that it's just laziness. It's just kind of like spending recklessly a little bit, right? And we also just have to be honest, like what is a need item, what is a want item? We have to be very clear on the distinction between those, because it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, is our groceries important? Yes. Do I need to go to like by far the most expensive grocery store for 100% of my groceries every week? No, like we don't need to do that. I mean, at some point, like lettuce is lettuce, right? A pear is a pear, a cracker is a cracker, right? You know what I'm saying? But so just really like kind of be honest with yourself, okay? And this strategy really helped me actually to go walk into the next step. So step 5, which was create small wins so that you can stay motivated. And I have to share my screen here again, because I created this little thing to show what my wife and I currently do. Can you see that? Not really. Let's do that. Is that better? That's better. Okay. So I made a calendar for March, because that's when I am streaming this video. Now, what do I mean when I say create small wins? My wife and I, and we've been doing this for a while now, pretty much since we've gotten rid of all of our consumer debt. So we're talking like 5-6 years. We organized all of our finances so that we get paid twice a month. We each have 9 to 5 jobs. So we each get paid around the first of the month, and we each get paid around the 15th of every month. And how we have it set up is just like most people, our most expensive expense is the roof over our head. So we have a mortgage. And right now, and basically throughout the last 5 years, our 2 checks combined when we get paid on the first are larger than the mortgage has been. So the mortgage comes out around the first, our checks go in around the first, and it's a net win for us, which is cool. So now we get paid again in the middle of the month, and how we have it set up is all of our other expenses, we pay them in the middle of the month. And you're like, how are you doing that? How are you, like, are you only buying everything once a month? So we use credit cards to kind of organize all of our spending. And just a caveat, this is not going to be for everyone. If you if you're someone where credit cards are the problem, then this isn't the strategy for you. I'm just kind of showing you
what we do to give ourselves wins, to maybe give you an idea of how you can do something like this. So everything happens in the middle of the month. We have our credit card, we pay our credit cards in the middle of the month. So we get paid around the 15th. We basically just pay our credit cards on the 15th every month, no matter kind of when they're due. So a lot of them are due like, 2 weeks after this, but it's like this is the block of time that we have to pay for them. So we pay off our credit cards. We do our like auto investing or our auto financial goals. Um, there's a couple other expenses, that one or two that can't go on the credit card for some reason, but we can still schedule them to come out of our bank account here. And there's one utility that it's close enough, but we can't put it on the credit card. So it is what it is. But essentially, all of those other expenses in our life, uh, they come out as our paychecks go in, and our two paychecks cover those expenses. So every month for the last like 5 or 6 years, we've had 2 wins every month in our personal finances. So that's 24 small wins every month, because we're being a little more organized. We're being a little more intentional with our finances. And then what we ended up doing for most of the months, it's been a little less recently, just to be quite transparent with you again, because of daycare. But if we have extra money, when we've had extra money at the end of a month, they just go towards the financial goal that we are focusing on in that period of our life. So for a lot of it, it was like, yeah, debt, and then sort of maybe retirement goals. Now it's some kid stuff, right? But you get the point. So how can you, it doesn't have to be this exact strategy of what I'm doing, but how can you find something, how can you find a way to create a win every single month, or just, frequent wins? So someone else that I was working with on his personal finances, we were talking, and he was someone that um, was struggling to, like, his bank account kept going close to zero every month, and he was living paycheck to paycheck. He didn't really have any savings. So I was kind of giving him the pay yourself first strategy, where I was like, he got paid weekly. Okay. Gets paid weekly. So I was like, okay, again, the $100 thing, I was like, I challenge you to save $25 a paycheck, every paycheck, for a long time. Like, just start next paycheck, automate $25 to just to leave your bank account instantly as soon as your paycheck comes. And he did that, and he was able to save his first so we're a couple months in now, first couple $100, and he's never had a savings before, like never. So some people would sit there and be like, "Oh, $25 a paycheck, like what's even the point?" But the point is not the money, the point is the habit. So once we build the habit, then everything falls into place. Money doesn't necessarily build accounts, like build your bank account. And obviously, like, technically, yes. But what I think builds accounts is habits. Because why are there too many people? Why are there so many people living paycheck to paycheck that make over like $200,000 a year, that live paycheck to paycheck? It's because their habits suck. Like, if money was the only thing, then people making that much money would not be in financial challenges, struggles. But there's, on the flip side, I've worked with people that are making like $50,000 a year, that are debt free, and that are putting money every month towards their financial goals. So it has nothing to do with money. It has everything to do with habits. And I think once everyone kind of realizes that, it's like, okay, I am in control. Oh, wow. Right? Because we all are in control. We're all in control. So that was step 5. Let me know what you think about that. Getting small wins. I'd love to kind of let you know, if you're watching this now or watching this later, like, is there anything in your finances where you could maybe tweak to kind of get a small win, or have you already been getting some small wins for a little bit of time? Um, Let me know. I'd love to hear from you. Step 6. Okay. And this step is basically just to kind of, I call this keep adjusting your plan, but it's basically just figuring out what's working and what's not working, and applying it to the next month. Because the best thing in personal finances is that another month is right around the corner. And while you might sit there and be like, oh crap, what I thought was going to happen this month didn't happen, we don't want to keep
having that happen every month because then we're making zero progress. I'd rather make small incremental progress than like progress and then go down and progress. It's just insane. So small incremental progress. So analyze, kind of look. Let's look at the month. Let's see what we wanted to happen, and then we'll try to alter it. And this kind of comes back to the budgeting template. So I'm going to share my screen again. And now we're done with this, the 3-month look back. So we're going to go to our budget template. And I don't really want to give a like tutorial here. That's not the point of this specific video. But basically, what we have here is we have our income, which again is what our budget is based on. So all the dollars that come in is based on, that's your budget. That's how much money you have to budget. We have all of our fixed expenses here. We have our variable expenses. We have financial goals. And then I've split out debt, paying off your debt as like a separate bucket. Because again, that specifically is what I'm helping people do inside of Dollar Discipline University. And by the way, I didn't mention this, that's where you can get these free tools inside of Dollar Discipline University. Again, everything completely free. So you could sit there and let's see. So if you have a budget of 6814, and let's say you've spent, let's just put like a crazy number in here. Okay. And you're like, you get to the end of the month and you're like, oh no, how did I do this? Like I only made $6,800, but I spent $7,600. Like, oh no, shoot. It's like, okay, what happened? Okay, well, gifts. I spent a lot on gifts this month. So it's like, okay, is this going to keep happening every month? Like, why did I end up doing this? Was this laziness, lack of awareness? Was there something special going on where I didn't maybe budget properly for it? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that special thing happened and I didn't really budget for it. I just totally I didn't forget. It's like, okay, that's fine. So we're going to duplicate this, right? Because another month's coming. So now, sorry. Another month's here, and now boom, March is here. So now we go through this month and we made $6,800 and we spent like $6,700. It's like, oh wow, that's a great month. Okay, I'm under budget. What can I do with this extra? I have $117 left over. It's like, okay, let's put it towards debt. Great. Now I have no leftover money. I've spent every single penny that I made this month and things are happening. And it's like, okay, but what can I improve on next time? It's like, well, I've kind of been slacking in this dining out food delivery. Like, what would happen if I improve that? It's like, okay, next month. So let's duplicate it. And we're going to do April. And it's like, okay, April's here. Great. All the same stuff happened. And then boom. And this was like, no, we're going to be really intentional with this. $40. It's like, wow, $170 that I have extra. Like, I'm crushing this. Like, okay. I haven't been able to fund my emergency fund yet. So the extra money I'm going to put here this month. And I'm going to just start saving something. Just something is better than nothing. It's like, wow. And like, you see how that example, yeah, it was a little like exaggerated, of course, but like every month is a new opportunity to tweak something and improve it, knowing that like you're going to tweak one or two things and one or two other things aren't going to work the same month after month after month. So it's like you could be, one of these categories could be up and then down and all this stuff. So while we're going to look, specifically at the different expense categories, really we want to see like the total budget. So it's like, oh, okay, we make this, we're spending this, like how can we fix it? Like what's happening? Or it's like, hey, I actually really liked what just happened this month and I just want to find a way to replicate it. It's like, yes, I'm applying more to my debt than I thought I was going to. I'm starting to save some money. I'm still able to do some of the stuff that I'm saying is most important to me. Like I'm still doing the gym thing. My kids are, happy and I'm doing all activities for them. Right. So that's how I want you to start thinking about this. What can we, how can we improve the process? How can we tweak it? Because I think too often people have a bad month, they get frustrated and they blame the process, which is fine, but we're all kind of responsible for our own finances, right? So if something negative happens, sure, maybe it's an outside factor thing, but at the end of the day, like no one's going to come and save us. So we need to really kind of stick to it. And that was the whole point of, step 6 is like knowing that another month is around the corner where you can make tweaks and make changes. And I think people just want to, again, I'm speaking to my older self here, just like figure all this money stuff out immediately and just be rich tomorrow. And we all know that doesn't really work like that. Okay, so I'm going to do a full recap of the 6 steps of things that you should be doing immediately after you get your paycheck. Step 1, we need to find out what our why is. We need to create North Star goals that we can align all of our decisions, our money, our time, our efforts, our sacrifices through. And that's going to be our kind of a list of guiding things that we need to do. Step 2 is we need to make a plan for our money. So again, think walking into the stadium with your ticket, knowing where you're sitting, you are $1 in your budget. So as you walk into the stadium, you need to know where you're sitting before you enter the stadium. 3 is tracking. So think the 3-month look back. So we need to get spending or look at our spending habits, see what we were doing, figure out what we want to do, and then try to bridge the gap of how can we get there. Paying ourselves first. So 50, 20, 30 budgeting strategy, right? So we want to pay for our need items. We want to fund our financial goals. And we want to then, the want items are sort of the last thing. And by the way, 20% sounds very intense for financial goals. If you were able to do 20%, you would be, I don't know the percentage here, but you would be well above average in terms of what people are able to do. So don't be intimidated by the 20%. If you are doing 0% right now, how do you get to 5%, right? Let's just make little incremental things. Step 5 is creating small wins to stay motivated. So that was the example where my wife and I, we had 24 wins every year based on just how we organize our finances and where our spending's going and when. And then step 6 was just keep adjusting and don't give up. Because when we give up, we fail. But if you keep trying every month and you keep trying to change, you're never going to fail if you continue going. It's how anything in life works. Like we don't fail things that we stick with. It might feel like we're struggling, but that's different than failing. If we quit, then we fail. But if we stick with it, then we stick with it. So just one last little mention again, Dollar Discipline University. It's in the description below, school.com/debt. Everything in here completely free. We have some DIY training in here. So if you liked this live stream and you're still here, by the way, then kudos on you. I really appreciate you. But there's a couple videos in here. It's kind of going to be similar to this live stream where I'm presenting information to you. And it's completely DIY. There's people in here that I have not talked to, and they left a message that the videos are working. So try it out for yourself. And if if you want to take action, you want to change stuff and you don't know how to do it, again, I'm taking the free strategy calls inside of here until my calendar is completely booked. So Dollar Discipline University down in the description of this video. I am going live every Thursday night on Thursday at 7:30 p.m. approximately. I think tonight was a little earlier. 7:15, 7:30, just kind of playing around that. It's something that we were just talking about intentionality. We're talking about never giving up. So I am going live every Thursday around that time. So if you're in kind of the Eastern, even Pacific time, if you're in a time zone where you're not sleeping, I'd love to catch you live on the next one. But if not, and you catch the replay after, let me know down in the comments that, which one of the 6 steps, are you going to try to work on? Because we don't have to try to do all of it at once and knock them all off the list. Which one are you going to work on? Obviously, if you haven't done step 1 yet, I would recommend step 1, but you got to start somewhere. Okay. So that's it for this, guys. I will see you next week. Enjoy.
If you've ever felt like budgeting is confusing, restrictive, or just not working for you, you're in the right place because tonight I've compiled the 10 most frequently asked budgeting questions in my free community, Dollar Discipline University. And I feel like I'm qualified to speak on this topic because not only have I been a corporate accountant for the last almost 12 years now, I've been budgeting my own personal finances for the last decade. And I can point to me starting budgeting as the reason why I got out of the paycheck to paycheck cycle. Okay. So I'm a big fan of budgeting. And in this video, yeah, we're going to talk about the 10 questions that keep coming up time and time again. And hopefully this helps you. So let's jump into the first question that I received. What's the best budgeting strategy? Ooh, okay. So kind of a general question to start out. And in order to show you, wanted to and if you look at this list, okay, I'm not going to really go through them, but if you look at this list, any one of these would probably work for you if you just put in the time to make it work. Okay. So there's about like 20, 30 things here, and there's probably more strategies and methods than what are showing on the screen here. So basically, um, the best budgeting strategy, it's it's simply the one that you're going to stick with. And I know that's kind of a general stupid answer, but it's true because that whole list, the reason why I wanted to show you that is all of those work. That's why they're like methods, right? People have done them in the past. Now, is it the right one for you? I don't know. We have to kind of play around with that, and that's what you have to see. So, um, a quick little story about my background in terms of how I budgeted. Okay. And the reason why I started budgeting 10 years ago was out of need. And I'm going to get into that story now. So basically, it was a Friday afternoon. It was the day before I was about to make the biggest purchase of my life. It was a new car at the time. I've never done anything close to that dollar amount. So I was going to go to the dealership the Saturday morning, hand them my deposit check, whatever, and drive home with a pretty new car. It's going to be great. So I'm sitting at my 9 to 5. I'm in my desk, and this panic went over me. Like, oh my God, wait, do I even have enough money in my account to make this check happen? Because mm, I panicked. So I specifically remember going to the internet to check my bank balance. So I must not have had the bank app on my phone 10 years ago. I don't know if that was a thing or not. And I specifically remember I went in, I looked at the account balance, and my heart just sunk because I was $1,500 short, and I had to give them a check in like, I don't know, 36 hours or something like that. So I was like, oh my God, like, what am I going to do? So basically, I was able to scramble money together. Like my then girlfriend at the time, my now wife, she gave me, loaned me money that she didn't really have either. And yes, I paid her back, but it got to, transferred to my account. It wasn't going to get there in time for the check for the next day. So I went into the dealership and I was like, I gave my sob story. They didn't love it, but I was like, can you just like not cash this check until Tuesday? They agreed because they'd rather just get the car off the lot and deal with me later, right? So I was somehow able to get the car off the lot. I drove it home, and on the way home, most times when people probably buy their first car, they're very excited. They're exploring the car on the way home. They're whatever. They're testing the speeds. Like for me, I was furious with myself. I was embarrassed, and I was like, that was my hell no moment. And I was like, there is no way that I can ever let something like this ever happen to me again. So I'm bringing this up because the best budgeting strategy for me when I first started was just knowing how much money was in my bank account. Now, that's not really budgeting per se, but at least it's like a tracking process. Whereas, because that was the thing, I didn't know how much money was in there. So it's like, okay, I'm going to look at my bank account very frequently. And it turned into like a daily thing for me, just like wake up, do whatever I'm doing in the morning, check the bank account, right? Obviously over time you want to start getting more information. So it turned into like, okay, well, I know how much is in there now. This is great. But is it going up or down every month? And then that turned into, okay, but how are my expenses being broken out into what categories, and what's the majority of how I spend my money, and like what's the overarching theme of what's going on monthly in my finances? And it turned into like this obsession that was snowballing for me. Um, and I tried many different types of strategies. Like there's this cash only strategy. I've tried that. There's a bi-weekly strategy. There's other like different strategies of percentages of income that you use. I tried all of them. Okay. But the point is, it does not matter at the end of the day. So Sorry if that doesn't fully answer the question there, but find one that seems reasonable. So and then just go forward with that. It's all about more just doing something in the beginning instead of trying to optimize around it. Okay. Question number 2. How do I start a budget if I've never done one before? Okay, great question. And actually, I have a free budgeting template, and I'm going to kind of show you how to I walk through this. And you can actually find this inside my free community, Dollar Discipline University. Okay. This is the budget tab. Okay. This is the budget tab. Sorry. And this is what we do before the budget. So if you've never set up a budget before, what you actually need to do is pre-think about the budget. And what we do is we do something called the 3-month look back. Now, what happens here is we are just like the name says, we're going to go back 3 months and look at where we spent our money. And so I'm recording this stream in February. So for this example, we have November, December, and January columns, okay? And we want to do this for our variable expenses. You can do this for all of your expenses, but the variable is most important because things like your I don't know, if you have car insurance or rent or mortgage, like that those are going to stay the same every single month. Those are more of a fixed expense. The variable expense are the things that you're probably not keeping track of very well because if you've never done this before, you're not tracking it, and maybe you have thoughts in your head of how much you think you're spending. But once you do this process, and let me tell you, the people that actually go through this process and they want to get a result, they are always surprised at how much they're spending in, insert category. Like, wow, I didn't think I was actually spending this much. And a lot of times it turns into they are spending at or more than the money that they're making, which is a problem. And that's kind of why they feel like they can't get ahead. It's because they're just at zero all the time, right? In terms of they make money and then all that money just gets spent every single month and it doesn't go towards anything efficient. So basically, what you do is however you spend your money, credit cards, debit cards, whatever, you go back to the statements and you plug in numbers for each of the categories. So think things like groceries, gas, utilities, things that you buy all the time and pay for all the time, but that fluctuate month to month, right? It'll give you an idea of where your spending is. So we do that for all 3 of the months. We get an average. And then from there, we can look at our average and be like, oh, okay, do any of these things align with a life goal or a financial goal? And how we do that is what I like to do is write down 2, 5, 10 things that are most important in your life. And you write them down. And then you look at this, your spending, and then you ask yourself if your spending is aligned with those goals. And if you've never done this before, they will most likely not be aligned at all. And this is basically how you start. And then you create a new budget amount based on the average where it's like, okay, if I think I'm spending, like I like to use health and fitness, for example. Let's say your average is $63 a month for health and fitness. And you're like, wow, that was one of the 5 things that I wrote on my very important list. But I'm only spending $63 a month. So it's like, how am I going to, I need to increase it, right? Because budgeting, it's not about what we can't do with our money. It's what we can do with our money. And we should be pushing it towards the things that matter to us the most. So it's not just, hey, I have to cut everything out of every category. It's no. Sometimes it's, yeah, we need to cut some places, but also we need to push more money to the things that matter to us most. And then if something's not on the list of our 5, 10 most important things, then it's totally fine to trim around those edges. And by the way, a little side note, I say this every time, I think I need to get a percentage of the people that actually say this, but the dining out and food delivery category is everyone's category where they're like, wow, I can't believe I'm spending this much every time. It happens every time. So a little foreshadowing for if you were going to do this process yourself, I would look there first. But basically, yeah, you create a new budget amount based on how much you've been spending and then how much you think you should be spending going forward. And this flows into the budget template, which maybe if we have time at the end of the stream here, we can kind of go into the actual budget and go through go through the example. But yeah, the budget template you can get in my free community, Dollar Discipline University. That's in the description of this video. Okay. So that was number two. How do I start a budget if I've never done one? So basically, yeah, you just need to put in the work now of all your like historical spending. And before you object and be like, isn't this going to take me a long time? Probably. It's probably going to be a pain in the ass. But what it does is actually, a lot of the people, again, that have gone through this, they say at first, so this is probably how the cycle will work for you. At first, it feels like this huge project, and it's like, oh my God, how am I going to do all of it? Right. And then they start doing it, and they're like, oh, this isn't that bad. Oh, I'm not dying. Oh, I can just keep doing this and I'm not dying. So don't think of it like, oh, I have to look at 3 months. If that feels very intimidating, just like start with 1 month. Do that. And it honestly opens people's eyes and they're like, wow, I've been making a lot of mistakes, but the good thing is I'm actually in control of my spending and my finances. So uh yes, I put myself in this mess and I was nervous to look at it, but now that I've looked at it, this is easy. I can make changes, and that's what people end up doing. Okay. So if you're joining me now, drop your comments in the chat, guys. I'd love to answer a live question from you. If you're watching on the replay, make sure to drop it down in the comments below this video, and I'm going to read every single one of them. And if you guys like this format, I'll make another one like this, and I'm going to pull the best questions from the comments from the chat. Okay. The next question here, number 3. How do I budget if my income is inconsistent or I get paid irregularly? Okay. So this is a pretty common thing that not everyone gets a consistent paycheck. And what you can actually do is, let me share my screen again. We're back in the budget template. What you can actually do here is you can create something similar. So I'm just going to make a duplicate here. You could do something similar to the 3-month look back. So we're just going to add like another column. Okay, let's say you want to do this, and let's say we'll add February. Sorry, I'm not in a good spot to like type here, but this could be like paycheck 1, paycheck 2, paycheck 3, paycheck 4. Like let's say you and your partner you guys have 4 different paychecks, and then you have like side hustle 1, side hustle 2, and then you just go through similar to the 3-month look back. And you just fill out like, okay, how much did paycheck 1 get us in all these months? How much did paycheck 2 get us? Paycheck 3, paycheck 4, side hustle 1, side hustle 2, like basically any income that you've received over that time period, you can just easily track it just like your expenses. And then since there's less transactions with the income, you can actually go back further. It might not be a bad idea to go back like a year. That way you can see like seasonal swings, like if you have a very like seasonal job, or yeah, like people usually say like when they make variable income that there's certain seasons that are really heightened and really really great, and then there's some that are a little slower. So it's like you could start planning ahead where it's like, oh wow, in the summer I make bank, and in the winter I make nothing, right? And you can start kind of planning ahead where it's like, okay, the extra money that I make in the summer I can start like kind of putting aside for those winter months when it's a little more tight. So that's just kind of a way that I like to think about it. Basically, everything boils down to if you can track it, you should probably do it. And it's going to be a good way to just see your numbers again right in front of you. And then the more data you have on your stuff, guys, like the better and easier it's going to be in the future for you. Okay. So I hope I answered that well for you. Question 4, what's the best way to cut spending without feeling deprived? Okay. This is a great question because I think a lot of people feel like, and a lot of the extreme content on the internet, we'll call it, for personal finance is like basically if you're living paycheck to paycheck or you're in a ton of debt, the thought process is like it's just very extreme, and it's very like, well, you need to like just cut everything. You need to live on rice and beans, like Dave Ramsey likes to say, right? He's half joking. Dave Ramsey's great, by the way. I think he's helped so many people. So this isn't me like shitting on Dave Ramsey. But I think some of that, it can be a little extreme. Now, side note, if you spend a lot less money, will you be able to save a lot more money? Yes, like fundamentally, the less you spend, the more money you have. That's very apparent. But what we want to do is we want something that's going to last. We want something that's going to be sustained, right? So, yes, could you do like a 1 or 2 month, like super extreme cut back on all your expenses, and you just like you don't do anything? You just eat and you go to sleep and you go to work, right? Yes, but that's not going to work for a year, and we want something that's going to work forever, right? Because, like I said, I've been budgeting for 10 years, and that process has evolved for me. It's not it's just kind of changed. Like the first few years I was very, very involved, like very intent. Now it's more of a higher level. And there's times when I have to back up and I have to kind of go more intent with it, as things pop up in our lives, right? Because things pop up in everyone's life, everyone has a thing. But basically, to get back to what the question was, so what's the best way to cut spending without feeling deprived? So the goals that I talked about when you're doing the 3 month look back, I like to call these your North Star goals. So these are the 2, 5, 10 things that you wrote on a piece of paper or whatever, a Google Doc. And these are the things that you say are most important to you. These are your North Star goals. So now, after you have that list, every sort of money decision that you have, like a spending decision, any time and effort and sacrifice, everything should be going through the North Star goals as it's like a filter, right? So if you have like something to decide, it's like, well, does this help me reach my, whatever goal this is, or do I think it's going to help me reach it positively or sometimes even neutrally, or is it going to impact it negatively? If it impacts it negatively, then I definitely don't want to buy the thing or do the thing. But if it impacts me positively or like neutrally, whatever, and it's like, yeah, I think maybe this is a good idea for this goal, then yeah, you do the thing. But how you don't feel deprived about it is, again, this list is your list, and it's the things that matter to you the most. So um I'm working with someone now, and one of the things on his list of North Star goals was, he's like, you know what, I've been going to this guy for a haircut for almost 2 decades now, and he's very expensive, but he's basically like family to me. And while I could go somewhere else and save a few dollars for a haircut, it's like this is like a non-negotiable for me. It's like getting a haircut from this guy is going to be on my thing. And I was like, he was almost coming after me like I was going to like debate him on it, right? He was getting all defensive, and I was like, perfect. No, this is why we make those lists, because this is your list, and that you want that on your list. So who's going to tell you that that's not important to you? That's silly. Like, this is your list. So, and I know haircut isn't about like haircut's not really being deprived, but you guys know what I mean. So like, if you want to not feel deprived, on your list should be some really nice life goals, like maybe some family goals, right? You have some financial goals on there if you're in debt, if you want to build an emergency fund, right? Whatever those are. And then, yeah, you have like, I don't know, you have pizza Fridays with the family or the friends, and you're like, I don't want to miss that. So it's like, okay, then keep doing pizza Fridays. And then, as long as you know that like whatever's on the list, we keep, everything else is it's up on the chopping block, right? And that's just how you have to do it. So yeah, it's all up to you, and that's the best part about it. Okay, I'm just gonna take a quick sip here. Okay, so that was number 4, guys. How are you feeling with these questions so far? If you have any, if you're watching this now, make sure to drop them in the chat. Again, if you're watching this later, make sure to drop them in the comments. And I want to talk about, I mentioned it a couple times, but my free community, Discipline University. Okay, so here it is in all its glory. The link is down in the description of this video, by the way, if you want to go check it out. But basically, the whole point, the whole sort of goal around this community is helping people find their financial foundations, okay, through budgeting, through mindsets, through different strategies. And it's all the things that I've basically done in my life personally, Again, I've been a corporate accountant as well. So it's like I'm kind of merging both worlds as an accountant and as a person who've gone through a transformation in my own personal finances. And the end goal of this specific group is to help people pay down debt more efficiently. So it's let's build the foundation. Let's do the 3-month look back. We want to try and reallocate the money that we already make. I'm not asking anyone to go out and make more money, do a side hustle, anything like that. It's already in our finances, and we can apply more money to our debt to make it happen a little faster. Okay. So recently, it's been very exciting. This group has grown a lot. We're at 35 members, and Angie's in here. Okay, there's a win in here. I didn't even read that yet. Steven, Sandy, Liam. Yeah, Angie with a win. Watching the video in class about finding an extra $100. So she basically there's in the classroom. I just have a couple videos about I framed it around what I call the power of $100, because the $100 can be very powerful when it comes to paying down your debt more efficiently. I think about if you added an extra $100 towards your debt, there's significant advantages to paying down your debt a little faster, because obviously you get rid of the interest faster. So all I'm really trying to do is help people find, $100 or more, right, in their finances every month to apply to their debt to pay it off faster. So that's what she's referring to here. I call it the power of $100. And this is just a couple classroom videos, couple strategy things and implementations. And then inside the community, it's all about the accountability and the camaraderie and the teamwork, and everyone's just like trying to help each other out. So right now, until my calendar completely fills up, guys, like I'm talking completely fills up, and it's getting there, by the way. It's been a lot recently, but I'm taking free strategy calls for all new members that join. And basically most of the time that turns into like a longer discussion, again, because this is a free group. Everything in this community is free, including my time right now. Okay. Again, until my calendar fills up. So I'm just taking calls with everyone, trying to help, trying to get people wins. And yeah, school.com/debt. It's in the description of this video. Now let's get back to the questions. The next question: how can I stop impulse spending and stay disciplined? Yes, this is a tough question for sure. And yeah, I would say it's a challenge for a lot of people. It's like after they go through the 3-month look back, one of the words or phrases that they give me after is that, like, yeah, impulse spending, or, emotional spending, or, irresponsible spending, right? So it's like sort of around that line where it's like, okay, they know that what they've been doing is bad, but now it's in front of them and now they have to confront it, right? Which is a great thing. There's nothing you should be nervous about. And that's why I help people with like the accountability part and joining on calls with people, because I think people get I don't know, let me know, down below, let me know in the comments or whatever, but like, do you get nervous thinking about what your finances could look like? Because you shouldn't. I mean, it could be scary to confront it, but then once you confront it, it's like, oh, it's like if you like hear a noise outside, you're like, oh my God, that has to be the biggest bear in the entire world. And you go out and it's like a little like squirrel or something. It's like, oh, okay, like we're fine. That's basically what the finances are. It's like, oh my God, there's a huge bear in my finances. You go out, it's a frog. It's like, okay, yeah, we're fine. Everyone's gonna survive. So basically, to answer this question, everything's kind of a trade-off, right? And we don't have unlimited funds, unfortunately, right? We don't have all this extra money that we can just impulse spend on everything. So that's why we make the list, the North Star goals, and everything other than that can be cut, because you're telling yourself it's not as important as the other things, right? But one story that I have around this, just to kind of like nail this point home, someone I was working with a while ago on his finances, we were going through his budget and there was a line item called retail therapy. And I was like, huh. I asked him, I was like, what is that? Because I had no idea what that meant. And he told me that every time he gets like sad or depressed or, whatever, he would go to like Amazon and he would buy himself a thing to make himself feel better. And I was like, okay. He's like, yeah, this is like my mental health thing. And I was like, okay, got it. I get mental health. Like mental health is very important. Like me personally, I like to um I work out, I exercise every day, and it's not to be like ripped or huge or whatever. It's yeah, it's like it makes me feel good, right? So I'm all for like having people feel good. But I was like, okay, so that, that's fine if that's like one of your important things. But we're talking about, by the way, guys, the budget item, the line item retail therapy. When he did the 3 month look back, there was like $400 one month, 300, and then like 500. So he was basically averaging like 400 something dollars a month in retail therapy. And I asked him, I was like, what kind of things are you buying in this category? And he thought for a second and he was like looking around and he's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't remember. And I was like, you don't remember? Um, that's a problem because you're spending $400 on things that you don't even remember what they are. So again, I'm all for mental health. That's not what this conversation is at all. But he just could not realize that um, he was letting his emotions trigger a decision that was completely negatively impacting his finances. Like, obviously, if he had applied that $400 uh, a month of retail therapy to his debt, he would have gone from being debt free in 15 years to 4 just by making that one change. And again, I told him, I was like, if this is important to you, you should have it on your list, but know that you pretty much you would have to cut a lot of other things elsewhere. And this just seems like it's something that you can maybe like cut back on or do less or try to like, I don't know, find a better way to sort of release that emotion or find a better way to like to help you get through situations. Like you shouldn't be buying things, especially if you don't remember what they are. Okay. So you can stop impulse spending and stay disciplined if you use the North Star goals as your filter. That's kind of how the really long-winded way of how I'm going to answer that. Okay, so this next one, question 6, it's a two-parter. So, how do I budget for an emergency fund while paying off debt? And the question that was sort of similar, how do I stick to my budget when unexpected expenses keep coming up? Now, I think these are kind of aligned questions. I like both of them, but they were sort of I could knock both of them off by talking about the same thing. So, um, the first kind of part of the question is like, how do I budget for two things at once, the emergency fund and paying off debt? Normally, my thought process would be, let's focus on one thing. Because if you think about it, I think too many people are distracted. And this isn't where I'm going to take this, where you think I'm going to take this, by the way. I just want to talk this through and then I'm going to explain my reasoning. Um, we as society and as humans are extremely distracted with what we're doing with our money. There's so many opportunities to be distracted. There's so many places to put it. There's so many people on the internet that are saying, "Hey, I put my money over here, and it like shot to the moon, and I'm doing this over here, and it's boom. Look at all these money making opportunities, right? Everyone's just making money online. No one's ever losing money, right? Um, and I think the reason why is there's like stats out there or articles around this where they say like the average millionaire has 7 streams of income. So I think a lot of people hear that and like, huh. So to be a millionaire, I need to have a lot of streams of income, and that's how I do it. The reason why like millionaire pluses, billionaires have all these streams of income, in my opinion, is they got very good at one, maybe two things and made all their money in that. And then they're like, crap, I have a lot of money. And then they diversify because they don't want to like if that one thing that they made all their money in craps out, they're at zero, right? So it's like, wow, I made all this money. Let me put it in all these places. I don't think regular people, us common folk, should be doing something like that. I think we should be focusing our money on one thing. Now, with the caveat of emergency funds and paying down debt. So, to answer the question, I think you should do both at once. And here's why. So, and this part will tie into the how How do I stick to my budget with unexpected expenses? So, if you've ever played a video game in your life where the main character has a health bar, right? So think of your favorite game or one that you played recently where you're running around, main character has a health bar above you or whatever. When you're in the game, think of the health bar as your emergency fund, and think of the destination or the end of the level as your financial goal. So in this case, we'll call it paying off your debt. Okay, which is great. When you're going through the game, everything's going great. You're going to, through campaign mode, whatever. And all of a sudden, the screen starts flashing red. There's sirens. There's people like shooting at you or whatever. And your health bar is just depleting big time. Now, in the game, what do you do? Do you risk moving forward at a chance of like, okay, if I die in the game, I have to go back to the last checkpoint or like the start of the whole game? Or do you sign up, you kind of like panic, you freak out, and you're like, no, I gotta be calm about this. You see over there's a rock and there's like a med kit thing. So you go behind the rock, you get the med kit, you stabilize your health bar up top, and then you kind of let the bad stuff disappear and go away, and then you continue on your journey, right? Which one of those do you probably do? I would say for most people, you probably try to, prolong the journey. So you go behind the rock, you do the med kit, you do the stabilizing health bar thing, and you wait. This is what happens in real life, guys. So you're going through life. The health bar is your emergency fund. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, an unexpected expense pops up. And that's the thing that's attacking you, right? And you've been making great progress, like paying off your debt, let's say, for example, and you're like, yeah, I got through like the last checkpoint. I'm at the next checkpoint. And then danger strikes. And you're like, crap, what do I do? Now, if you don't have a health bar up top, guess what? You would get attacked once, you die in the game, right? And you have to go back a checkpoint. Now, if you have a health bar up top, you're like, oh crap, I'm being attacked. Let me just hang out over here, get the med kit, and wait. So it's basically like I have an emergency fund. I get hit with something. I don't go backwards. I don't go forwards either, but I don't go backwards, which is the most important thing. Saving money and having an emergency fund helps us from going backwards. It's not going to make us rich at all. And that's not the point of saving. Saving money is like shorter term thinking. But I think a lot of people need to have this little habit built in with this little cushion built in because too many people I talk to are near zero in their bank accounts and they are struggling to like go, get out of that. So build the emergency fund slowly. Even if you build a habit, let's say you're someone with the variable income, right? Let's say you get a check every single week. Would you be able to commit to saving $25 a paycheck if you've never had an emergency fund before? Because I think people are too focused on, again, like optimizing the things because they're reading online like, oh, I need to have 3 to 6 months of expenses. And then they look at how much they spend. It's like, wow, I can't save $15,000 to $30,000 or whatever the number is. I can't save that. Like, and they get overwhelmed and they think that, oh, this just isn't for me. And they don't do the thing. And that's like frustrating to me. So it's like, I would rather you build up the habit, even if it's a small amount. So if, yeah, you get paid weekly, $25. If you get paid like bi-weekly, could you do $50 a check, right? Could you save $100 a month? I hope so. I hope so. And that's kind of what I go through in Dollar Discipline University. And what I'm talking about now, it's like, how do you realign your spending to make your goals happen? Because what we want to do is obviously find more money to pay off our debt more efficiently. But it doesn't work if we're like near zero all the time and a thing happens, right? And then you have to stop putting money towards debt, or even worse, go in more debt to pay for a thing that came up like a blown tire or something like that, right? So I think both are really important. And I think I answered that question well. What do you guys think? The next question, we have number 7. What percentage of my income should go towards debt, savings, fun, etc.? This is a great question. A good framework around this, and this is like one of the budgeting strategies that you could do. It was on like the Google thing that I was looking at before, and I like it a lot. It's a great framework. It's called the 50-30-20 budgeting rule. Okay, basically what this says is 50% of your income should go towards need items, 30% of your income should go towards want items, and 20% of your income should go towards a financial goal. Okay. It's a great way to kind of think about how to break out your expenses. And this is obviously going to be different. Like if you live in a big city or a rural area, like cost of living is obviously higher in some places and lower in some. So it's just a good framework, right? But there's probably going to be two reasons why someone would fail with this strategy. First is I know that there's a very blurred line sometimes between a need item and a want item, so you just have to be super super clear about that for you, and don't lie to yourself. Okay, that's number one. So a lot of people have just here's what I see a lot with talking to people. Um, Need and wants is like one item. Yep, thumbs up. Need and wants is like one item, and then you go through the month and then you look back, you're like, "Oh, crap, I didn't put any money towards my emergency fund." And then another month happens, everything's merged together. It's all just you're living life. Blah, here's all my expenses. And then you get to the end of the month like, "Oh, I was supposed to put more money towards debt this month. Shoot." And it's like this whole thing continues because you don't have a structure in place. So you need to specifically specifically break up needs and wants. The next reason why you're probably not going to succeed with this and why a lot of people don't, and how I want you to think about this differently is like I just talked about. People pay for their needs, their wants, they're going through life, they get to the end of the month. Crap, I forgot the financial goal. So what you do is you budget and in a perfect world you automate your financial goals where it's like instead of it's an afterthought, we want to be more proactive with our financial goals. And we want to be able to obviously like the need items are critical, right? We need a roof over our head, we need utilities. This day and age, like people need cell phones, internets, etc. So it's like, okay, those are need items, but then after that, let's do financial goals. So we'll budget for the amount of money that will help us pay off our debt more efficiently. We'll budget for the $25 a week to just start building a habit of an emergency fund. And then everything else, the afterthought would be the want items. And as long as you don't have those want items on like your pizza Fridays, like if that's on your list, then like okay, that's really important to you. But if it's not, again, the extra want items are things that we can trim around and try to avoid it that way. But as far as like what percentage of income should go to your debt, what you should try to do is first make your minimum payments. That's first. That should be the main priority. Okay. And I'm not going to go through it in this video, but I have plenty of videos on this channel where I go through the strategies of why at least the minimum you have to do that. And then from there, it's like, can I do $100 more? And I have a debt payment calculator that's also inside of Dollar Discipline University, the link in the description. So you can kind of play around with your numbers there. There's a tutorial. Again, I have other videos on this channel that go through very deep, full tutorials on that calculator and what strategies to do for your debt. But there's really no percentage because everyone's going to be a little different. And again, cost of living being different. But I would just focus on like, if you've never saved before, just start saving something. You don't have to optimize it. You don't have to put it in some fancy high interest account. Just start building the habit, please. The next question: how can I budget for big goals like buying a house or retiring early? Okay, this is a great question as well. So, and a lot of people want to think like this. They want to think the big thing. They're like, I want to do the big important thing, which is great. But the reason why I don't think a lot of people reach that is because they see the big thing and they're like, wow, this is intimidating. I don't know how to how to buy a house. It's like, I don't know how to save $30,000, $50,000 to buy a house, right? Housing prices are out of this world. How am I supposed to pay for that? Right. So what you need to do, or I don't like to say need, you don't need to do this. What I like to think about is, okay, what's the big goal here? There's typically like a dollar amount, or if you're retiring early, you have to know like how much money you would need to have. Okay. So what's the amount? What's the goal? and then what's the time frame that we're trying to do it in. And then what we do from there is we reverse engineer. So let's say you want to save like $50,000 in, I don't know, 5 years, right? Maybe that's an aggressive goal for you, but just to make the math easy. So in order to save $50,000 in 5 years, you would need to do $10,000 a year. And then per month, you could even break it out. And what is that? Like 800 something dollars, whatever the math is on that. And then you say, okay, based on my current resources and all this other stuff, am I able to put $800 a month towards that thing? And if it's a yes, then it's like, oh, okay, great. Then maybe one, you should, increase your goal a little bit to be a little more aggressive to kind of challenge yourself. And if no, then it's like, okay, if I know I want to get this thing, then what else would I need to do? Well, to get more money, it's very simple. There's 3 ways that you can actually have more money. One is spend less money. 2 is make more money, right? And 3 is both of them together. You have a lot less leverage, meaning you have a lot. It's a lot harder to just always cut expenses. At some point, you're not going to be able to cut any more expenses. So what I like to recommend is to make more money. And now this might be, this might be this might be tough for people to hear, but you're not stuck in the salary or the income that you make. If you think that, then that's on you for thinking that. You can look for new jobs. You can increase your skills. You can learn new skills and try to become more valuable in the marketplace, in your company. Personally, I've worked at 4 different companies in the last 10 years. And that was because that I am chasing experience. And along with experience comes money. And if I've been somewhere where the growth path is no longer available, or it's the goalposts changed a little bit, like they kind of like moved where the growth path would be, then I just leave, because it's like, well, I'm not going to stay for a 2 to 3% annual raise. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I used to think back in the day, this phrase that I am worth as much money as someone else is willing to pay me. I used to think about that, and I was like, yeah, this makes a ton of sense, because it's like, yeah, I go to work, I try to impress a couple people, maybe hopefully one of them is my boss, and then hopefully like they say nice things to their boss, and then I get approved for a promotion or a larger raise and more responsibility, and everyone loves me, and it's great. And I thought that was to be true, but now after looking back, I think it's kind of silly. And now I think I am worth how much I think I'm worth. And what that does is it puts the control of my income back in my hands, right where it should be. If I say that I'm worth as much as someone else is willing to pay me, then I am instantly giving the power of my income in my life and all this other stuff to someone else, which is kind of frustrating. So if you think that, you're worth more, then you're going to go out and you're going to do the things to make yourself more valuable. Okay. So reverse engineer the big goal, and how you can break it out really quickly. There's a nice framework. It's called the SMART goals framework. And SMART is an acronym. It stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time. And basically you just, instead of saying something like, I want to be debt free, it's not a goal. It's a really good thought, right? But it's not a goal. So if you put the SMART framework towards it, where it's like, how do I be more specific? How do I measure it? How can I make this achievable? Depending on how long of a time frame it is. How can I make this relevant to other financial and life goals? And how can I put a time thing around it to create a little more urgency, right? So instead of I want to be debt free, you could say I want to pay off $3,000 of credit card debt in the next 6 months, meaning that I would have to find $500 a month in my finances to be able to make that happen. And I'm going to use the resources in Dollar Discipline University to help make that happen. Yes, that is a shameful plug for Dollar Discipline University, but you get what I'm saying is like that sentence, that really long sentence is much more powerful than I want to be debt free, because you have all these actions that you can take around it and all these measurable things. Because I want to be debt free. Yes, obviously there's an endpoint, being in debt. But it's like, what do I do? It's like, so reverse engineer everything, break it down into months was probably best, or even paychecks. Like that would be really intense in a good way, where you're like, every paycheck, I have to apply this amount of money out of my paycheck. As soon as I get paid, it's gone. It's going to this thing, right? That could be a way to do it. Just reverse engineer. Number 9, how often should I adjust my budget and how do I know if it's working? Guys, these questions are really, really good. Here's how I like to think about it. When people start budgeting, I think people give up because they're not really seeing progress right away. So I totally understand. I totally understand where this question's coming from. But I see every month as a new opportunity to change it. So how often should I adjust my budget? Every month. Every month. Because think about it. Not only are you going to keep learning the skill and understanding your habits better, but let's say like, if we go back to the variable income thing, if your income is way different in June than December, your budget should absolutely be different because of that. But also, like, if you're seeing that you're making the same, we'll call it mistake, or the same thing keeps happening every month, you need to adjust and like try to figure it out. So every month is the new opportunity to change. What I'm finding in talking to people is that the sweet spot of how people are tracking it, or how often people are tracking it, I should say, is once every week. Once every week, they're going into their finances, their credit cards, their debit cards, wherever they spend money, and they are looking and tracking their finances weekly. Because after going through the 3-month look back, again, going through your finances for a full month is a beast. So after doing that, you're not going to want to keep doing that every month. And doing it weekly gives you an opportunity to like, oh, wow, the first half of the month, I was like way over in these couple categories. I have to like really think about how the rest of the month is going to shake out. Because if you go through the whole month, you can't change anything for that month. At least if you're doing it weekly, you can sort of adjust on the fly. I would recommend that, at least in the beginning. And then the second part of the question, how do I know if it's working? One, it's working if you are continually doing it. So if you're continually tracking and you're continually thinking about your finances, that in itself is a win, because that means you're building up a habit. So that is a huge win. But in terms of like the numbers, if your budget is getting if your budget and your actuals are getting very close, or like are close, then that's to me that like, yes, the thing is you're winning as long as you're budgeting for financial goals, and everything else is like, close-ish, whatever. It's not that important to be like pennies on it, right? I would say that that's a win too. Final question here, number 10. We're making great time here. Again, if you're watching this on the replay, if you've made it this far, shoot me your own comments down in the comments. Drop a comment down below this video. And if you guys like this, again, I will kind of keep doing this as like a series, and we can keep doing it like a Q&A session. And I'd love to do that. Number 10, how do I make budgeting a habit instead of something I do once and forget it? So this is actually a great question to wrap up kind of the whole video. Kind of everything that we've been talking about. And it starts with creating a goal that's too good to ignore. So if you create something that's like an amazing opportunity, an amazing goal, you're not going to want to not think about doing it, right? And kind of to think back about my story, like I was literally just checking my bank account. And in the last 10 years, my wife and I, last year in 2024, we were able to cross the $1 million net worth line. And I owe it all to budgeting. We paid off our debt about 5 or 6 years ago. We paid off $43,000 worth in 13 months. We drew a line in the sand and we're like, nope. And this was our top North Star goal, and we made it happen. And it's all because of budgeting. So budgeting is one of the skills and habits that are going to feed into reaching a goal that's too good to ignore. It's impossible to reach a goal too good to ignore without budgeting. It'd be like, hey, I want to lose 20 pounds, but I'm not going to track my weight. It's like, well, you're not going to be able to do it because you don't know where you're starting from, how to get there, etc. And I'm going to close on this little story. So I also think it's really important to create small wins in your finances to keep kind of the momentum and keep feeling good about what you're doing. My wife and I, we get paid. We both have 9 to 5 jobs, and we both get paid at the beginning of the month and the middle of the month. Our mortgage comes out in the beginning of the month when we receive our 2 checks. And our 2 checks are higher than the mortgage. So that's a net win for us. In the middle of the month, because we use credit cards for 99% of all the transactions that we have, we pay those in the middle of the month and when we also get paid. So we get paid on the like 15th or whatever. We get paid and our checks are higher than all the rest of our expenses. So we get another win there. So we get 2 wins every month. So it's 24 small wins every month. And then with the excess money, for years, we've been putting it towards the most important financial goal. So at one point is paying down the debt. We built up our emergency fund a little more. We put money towards our retirement. We have two kids now, so we're putting money towards their future education. So it's always like the next thing. And that's just kind of what we've been doing, just how we organize our finances. So just keep staying at the thing, keep budgeting. And it's more important to, in the beginning, build a habit than think about the numbers, the X's and the O's, the strategies. That's why I recommend people like, hey, can you save $25 a week? Like, I feel like anyone could be like, yeah, I could save 25 a week, right? And you just build a habit and then you go from there. So if you've made it this far, I really appreciate you. Join Dollar Discipline University. Okay. Again, I'm taking free strategy calls in here, and I've been helping people, build their financial foundations to pay off their debt faster so that we can reach the next financial goal, because debt is the least efficient thing that you're doing with your money right now. You need to get out of debt because debt's just the biggest wealth killer for you, and it's the biggest wealth generator for the person that's receiving your interest. If you look at how much interest you're paying towards your debt, you're going to like throw up, because it's just going to be so much money, and that money, it's going to someone. So there's complete industries and just companies, people that are just getting so rich off of other people's interest. So I don't want that to be you. And if you're watching this video, I know that you don't want that to be you. So join Dollar Discipline University. Again, school.com/debt. It's in the description of this video. I'm going live every Thursday night around 7:30 p.m. Eastern. So I'd love to hear from you, even if they're not a budgeting question. Let me know down in the comments what kind of topics you want me to talk about in these videos. And I will see you in the next one. I used to live paycheck to paycheck, have a ton of debt, not even care. Okay. I had no direction. I had no goals. I was just existing in life. But my life took a huge turn when I started being more intentional with my finances, when I started thinking about my finances, more specifically, what I was doing with my debt, which was just, hey, let's just make the minimum payment, which was not working. And once I realized that just a little extra money every month towards my debt made a huge impact on not only saving money, but saving time, becoming debt free way sooner. And the tools and strategies that I'm about to talk about in this video helped me and my wife pay off $43,000 of debt in just 13 months. And last year in 2024, my wife and I surpassed a $1 million net worth. Again, it's from everything that I'm going to talk about in this video. So if you're sitting there and you feel stuck with your finances, you feel like there's no progress being made, you're in the right place. And let's just jump right into the first part, which is how we don't need to be taking more money to our, like, it doesn't take a lot more to make stuff happen with our debt. Okay. So this is the debt payment calculator. And if you want to follow along, it's in the description of this video. You can download it for yourself, completely free, of course. Let me just make this a little bigger for you guys. And how this works, I'm going to kind of do like a half tutorial, but a half, showing you that it actually doesn't take a lot more. And then towards the end, I'm going to show you how we find the money in our finances, because you're probably sitting there like, well, that's great, Chris, that, pay a little extra money towards your debt and it goes away faster, but how do I find the money? So we're going to talk about both, but I want to show you the impact that having a little extra money towards your debt every month has. So this is the input section. So I've just entered some random information here. And
And I coach a lot of people with their personal finances. So what I'm finding is like 1 or 2 credit cards, a student loan, and then maybe like a personal loan or a car loan. Okay. So this is kind of like a pretty good uh, kind of grouping of what people have. Okay. So our current balances of all our debts are here. It totals $55,000. I have the interest rate for each of the debts, and I have the minimum payments for each of the debts. And this totals $575. And this number is very important. Okay. We're going to go down here. And this section, monthly payment. So how much are we putting towards our debt every month? Now, let's just assume for right now that we are putting $575 towards our debt, which is the minimum payment. Okay. And what this section is how much extra money is being applied to our debt. That's what the initial snowball section is. So since we're making exactly the minimums, the extra money being applied to our debt is 0. Now, a lot of people just do this. They do the, hey, I have debt. Hey, the lender tells me that I owe this amount of money. So these are the amount, this is what I'm going to pay every month. And here's what happens when you do that. Okay. Down here, this is where it starts to get fun. This is more of the calculator section. So again, we have our debt types, we have our original balances, and you can see here that the calculator kind of broke because this only goes through 360 months or 30 years. Okay, 30 years. And what this is saying is this is going to take longer to pay off than 40 years. So if we have debt, and 55,000 is the example that I'm using, but only paying the minimum payments is not a strategy, guys. This is like the absolute bare bones minimum. So first of all, if you're not paying minimums, we have to find a way to get at least up to the minimums. And I'll show you the reverse impact that what I'm about to show you has, but we have to do more. And here's why. Okay. So let's just say, I want to make it, I want to see if I like add a couple dollars. Okay. So even just $1 fixed it. Hold on. Perfect. Okay. So now the calculator, now all the line items are here. So I can kind of show that to you. So we have our debt totals. Okay. This is showing how much interest we'll be paying for each of the line items over the length of the loan, right? You can see that these are pretty huge amounts. How many months it's going to take off to pay off each of these based on the criteria that we've entered. And then the month and year associated with those number of months. So as you can see, you've probably seen some of these numbers down here, pretty wild, okay? So in this example, if we have $55,000 worth of debt, the total interest that we're going to be paying by making minimum payments, for a long time is $140,000, guys. So you might be sitting there thinking like, okay, I have $55,000 of debt. It's a lot, but not a big deal, right? Well, actually, if you add the $55,000 to the 140, you actually have $195,000 that you have to pay off for this debt in the lifespan of your loans. So I'm recording this in February 2025, and our debt-free date based on all this is April 2053. So for those of you doing the math at home, that's about 28 years. Okay, it's not good. So if we're trying to be serious about paying down our debt, $55,000 is a lot, but it should not take us 28 years to pay it off. Okay, 28 years. So here's how just applying a little extra money can be significant. So I'm going to scroll down a little bit so we can see all of this. I'm going to type in 675. And what I want you to do is look at these numbers changing down here. Look at the total interest paid. So right now it's at the 140. The debt-free date is April 2053. I'm going to hit enter, and these numbers are going to surprise you. That is not a typo. Was it exactly like $100,000? $100,000 of interest gone for an extra $100 a month. Why? Because the $100 a month are going to be, it's basically going to be helping obviously pay down the debt faster, but because interest is such a killer when it comes to debt, it's attacking the interest rates first. And there's 2 strategies. I did not talk about either of the strategies. Right now we're using the avalanche method, which this calculator will rank your debts in order of highest interest rate to lowest interest rate. And what's going to happen is it's going to prioritize the highest interest rate first. So what this strategy does is now this extra $100 is attacking the loan with the highest interest rate. And as you can see, we had a pretty high credit card here. So the extra $100 in the first 71 months to pay this off is going right to that first credit card. And then as soon as this is paid off, all the money that we're putting towards credit card one is going into the next highest interest rate to pay that off. Okay. And the other strategy is the snowball method. And as you can see, some of the stuff shifted around here. So the calculator is going to prioritize the loans from smallest loan to largest loan. So what's going to happen is this extra money is going to be applied to the smallest loan. So again, in this case, we have a loan that's $9,000. Okay. And it's going to be attacking that one first. The benefit here is you're likely going to be paying off the first one earlier than you would with the Avalanche, but it will be a little more costly. As you can see, the Snowball is $58,000 of interest and the Avalanche was $39,000 of interest. Okay. But back to the extra $100, right? So if you remember, this debt-free date was 2053. So it cut off not only $100,000, which is like, whoa, whoa, but it also cut off 17 years, 18 years, 17 years of being in debt, 17 years. So basically think about you from zero to, we'll call it graduating high school. That's how long it's going to take you, or that's how much time you're going to be saving in your life of getting out of debt. And it's because we applied an extra $100, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. And so here's my to-do list for you. Okay. If you're not making the minimums, we have to find a way to get to the minimums. And the second part of this live stream is I'm going to go through and show you step-by-step exactly how to find more money in your own personal finances without getting a second job or a side hustle or, selling anything weird from your basement on the internet. So that is number one on your checklist. See how much you're paying towards your debt. Make sure you're doing something consistently. And it's not like, hey, this month I'm paying, this month I'm not paying, this month I'm paying. We have to be consistent. We have to come up with this consistent schedule. We have to be able to get to these minimum payments. It's significant. Now, since the calculator broke, sorry, I'm all over the place with the scroll. Since the calculator broke with this, what I want to do is just reduce one of these debt amounts just to show you. So let's say now, okay, this is like, I don't know, just make up a number. Oops. It was fine. Okay. $65. That was fine. So let's just say now our debts are $38,000. And I'm going to show you why I did that in a second because I want the calculator to work, and it does. The same impact that adding an extra $100 has is the same impact negatively if we don't reach our minimum payments. So let's say, for example, let's look at these stats right now quickly. So with our new information of $38,000 in minimum payments, our total interest paid is going to be $58,000. The debt-free date, October 2038, okay? What would happen if we weren't paying the minimums? And let's say we were paying an extra $100 less, right? So as you can see, that just broke the calculator. This is saying $100 less, and it's going to add at least 17 years to this because it'll go through 2055 before breaking. So basically saying it's going to add an extra 17 years. So to me, that's really impactful that we have to get to our minimums. We have to. And then once we're at our minimums, we have to find a way to just scrap and claw and get more, put more money to paying off our debt. It's significant, guys. Imagine if you were to put that extra $100,000 that we talked about earlier into some sort of asset that you can grow, like, some sort of investing vehicle, the investing vehicle of your choice, right? Because I don't really talk about investing on this channel. But it's so impactful. Okay. So smash the like button, by the way, if you've gotten this far and you've found value and this is like a big shock for you. Again, all this is down in the description of the video. It's completely free. It's just here to help you figure out your numbers. So we're going to go into the budget template now. And this is the budget template. We're going to talk about how to, I'm going to sharing my screen really quickly. we're going to talk about now how we find the money in our finances to be able to add more money to our debt. Because again, you're probably sitting there like, wow, this is great, but like I already feel like I'm paycheck to paycheck, or I don't feel like I have extra money at the end of the month to make this happen. And what we're basically going to do is look at our spending, align it with our financial goals, and then merge the two, and we're going to kind of see what happens here. So I'm going to share my screen again. Back on the budget template, but there is one activity that we need to do before we even think about creating a budget for the next month. And that's called the 3-month look back. I'm going to make this bigger again. Perfect. So the 3-month look back. What this is, if the name isn't obvious, we are looking back 3 months of our expenses. And specifically, you can do this with all your expenses if you would like, but specifically, we want to focus on the variable expenses. Okay. So think things like groceries, gas, utilities, things that you buy every single month, but it fluctuates every month, right? You don't go to the grocery store. It's not the same amount of money every month for your groceries, right? So we want to figure out, okay, where are we spending our money? And that's just kind of the first step. So again, I'm recording this in February. So I would be looking at November, December, January transactions. So however you spend money, whether it's with a credit card or with a debit card, or even with cash, if you're, if you want to start tracking that. And we chunk it up into, any applicable expense categories that you have in your life. I just have some examples here. But you're going to have different ones. It's not a big deal. You can set this up however you want. All these can be changeable. And again, budget template down in the description of this video for you to download for free and try it out yourself. So once we go through all of those, and by the way, I'm not going to sugarcoat this process is going to be extremely annoying, and it's going to probably take some time because you're looking at 3 months of your expenses, especially if you've never done this before. You're going to go back, and it's going to take time to go through it and then to kind of categorize it. But what this does is it gives us data of our spending habits, which is really, really important. If you've never done this before, we need to know where our money is going first. And then we start to make a plan of, okay, our money has been going here, but where do we want it to go? And we're going to talk about that in a second. So, and what this now is the point where we say like, okay, where's our money been going? And the people that I'm coaching are usually shocked with at least one expense category. They're like, wow, I can't believe I was spending this much in this expense category. Okay. And spoiler alert, it's always this one: dining out and food delivery. It's almost always 8 or 9 out of 10 people. It's always this like, wow, I wasn't expecting to see such a high amount. Cause it's just true. You get like a weekly, food delivery thing, or you go to like a quick, I don't know, you go to a quick little thing, you just like forget about it, right? You stop at Wendy's, whatever, right? You kind of forget. And then a month goes by, because a month's a long time, and you think about maybe the bigger impact things, but you're not thinking about the 15, the 35, the $40 transactions that you had. Sorry about that. So everyone's going to have their own categories. For me, when I did this back in the day, and I practice what I preach. So I'll go through a brief story quickly, but I've done this recently, and I've done this in the past as well. But for me, it was groceries. And not that groceries is like, wow, I was spending too much. I completely undershot how much I was spending, because what was happening was we would, me and my wife, we would do a big trip on a day during the week or whatever, a weekend. And then we'd go like 2 or 3 times during the week. And in my head, I had the numbers of like, oh, okay. I was just thinking about the weekly trips that we went on, right? The weekly grocery trips. And I had those numbers in my head. And then when we did this, it's like, whoa, like there was extra, 100 or $200 a month. It's like, what? How did that happen? But you forget about all the things. This is why we track it. And these are just example numbers, by the way. These aren't anyone's numbers. They're not my numbers or anything. So yeah, that's what we're going to uncover here. It's like, okay, where's our money going? And now it's okay. Where do we want our money to be going, right? So if you're watching this video, it's because you want to apply more money to your debt, I'm assuming. So what you want to do, and I'm actually going to move my mic really quickly so I can get my keyboard, is however you want to do this. I'm just going to like kind of do this down here. I want you to make a list of the things that are most important to you in your life. So this could be financial goals, this could be life goals, doesn't really matter, to your list, okay? And these are the things that you want to write down. They're the most important to you. They're either things that you're doing now or goals that you're trying to achieve in the future, okay? And what we want to do with this list is make sure that we are attacking the list with not only our money, but our time, our effort, the sacrifices that we make, okay? And I like to call these North Star goals. So you don't have to do it on the sheet. You could do it wherever you want. But you could do things like, oh yeah, I want to pay down my debt, right? You could say, I don't know, pizza night Friday, right? I don't know. Maybe you've like, it's a family tradition. You're like, we're definitely not giving this up. I don't know. There was one person that I was working with on his personal finances, and he said he liked, not liked, but he been going to this haircut guy for like 2 decades. And he's like, the guy, he's basically family, but they're really expensive haircuts. But it's like kind of a non-negotiable. Like I'm not going to not go. And he was telling me almost like he was trying to convince me. And I was like, dude, it's your list. You like put the thing on your list. So if expensive haircuts is on your list, then it's on your list. Okay. So you get the point. It's a list of 2, 5, 10 things, whatever it is. If you have kids, it's like, kids, right? Whatever. Yeah. You get the point. Okay. And then you look back up here and it's like, okay, what things are aligning to those goals? So like, okay, great. So maybe like in this activity section is where you do like your kid stuff. So like, okay, cool. Yep. We are kind of doing that. Another one I like to put on here is like health, fitness. Okay. But then you could look up here and be like, oh, health and fitness is really important to me, but I'm only spending $60 a month. Like, is this an area that I could actually spend more in? I know we're trying to think about how do I find more money in our finances, but what we actually want to shift, because I think if you call this a budget, I'm going to stop sharing for a second because I think this is really important. If you call this a budget, what happens is in your brain, I think I'm a little delayed on the live stream, but in your brain, you're going to tell yourself that a budget equals restriction. And I think that's super common for everyone. It's like the B word that you can't say. It's like Lord Voldemort, right? In the Harry Potter series. It's a swear word. You just can't say it. But a budget does not mean restriction. A budget just means intentionality, right? So a budget doesn't tell us what we cannot do with our money. And I think that's what a lot of people are afraid of. It's going to say, oh, I actually can't do the things that I want to do. No, we want to have the budget show us what we can do with our money. So it's like, okay, and we're going to get to the actual budget in a second, but like if you make X dollars, it's like, okay, this is the money that I have to work with on my budget. So it's not, oh man, I have such a low income, I can't do the things that I want. It's okay, I make this amount of money. How can I fit the things that are most important to me in my life with my income? Okay. So let's get back in here. So what we want to do after this, after we've done some realignment, right, is start thinking about, okay, what's our new budget amount going to be? So here's our average for each of the categories. And now what's our new budget amount going to be? So what I'm going to do first is just copy paste the averages over. They're not going to stay like that, but just so that this is clear. And then we can kind of go down the list. So the first thing is like, well, yeah, health and fitness. Yeah, it's one of my top 5 things in my life. I'm saying it's really important to me. I want to spend more time into it. So I think I need to spend a little more money. So instead of $63 a month, which could be like a membership and then, I don't know, some other supplements or whatever, it's like, you know what, I'm just going to bump this up to $100. I really think it's important to me. I got to find a way to like spend more time, money, and effort on my health and fitness to make this happen. And then you could look and be like, well, you know what? while I put, pizza night Friday on here, like this is out of control. The spending, like this doesn't align with really much. So I'm going to make this, I don't know, $100 a month. And we can just start with this and kind of see how that works. Maybe we'll just say 150 because, whatever. But then you're like, well, if I've spent all this on food delivery, I probably, and I'm cutting back on that, I probably need to have more money, more food in my house to, cover those meals, right? So it's instead of the 750 with groceries, like maybe it's like, well, maybe I need to actually bump this up a little bit to kind of counteract all the eating out that I did to fill that space, right? So you just kind of have to start thinking about it like that. And now, as you can see, as I'm changing things, these monthly savings are the colors changing. So anytime you go over your average, it's going to turn red. And anytime you go under, it's going to turn green. But red doesn't necessarily mean bad, right? Just to be clear, like we just went through two examples where like groceries plus dining out, you're at a net positive, right? So you're at a net like $130 in the positive. So that's great. And then health and fitness, it's like, well, this is just a non-negotiable for me. It's very, very important, right? And then you could even look at like, okay, activities with the kids. Like I feel pretty good here. Like, yeah, maybe we could even do more. I don't know. That's really important to me. We can do like 125. And then shopping, these are all just kind of silly items. So we'll just say like, yeah, like maybe we need stuff for the kids. We'll just say $100 a month, and we'll really try to focus in on that. And the rest of it, you could say like, oh, the rest of it seemed reasonable. We'll just kind of leave the averages and see where it is. It's like, great. So now after we do that, one of the important things of this step is the why behind your new dollar amount. Because anyone could just say like, oh, okay, I have to spend less here, or oh, okay, I think I should try to spend more here, or oh, okay, this expense is aligning. Anyone could just say that, but you have to kind of put reasoning behind it. So, the why could be like, well, reckless spending / lazy, putting money toward debt, right? Whatever. And then it's like, well, more groceries due to less dining out. Okay. And then this is like, well, this is a North Star goal of mine. So that's really important to me. This is a North Star goal. I need to bump this up, right? And you get the point. So you could just kind of do the same thing here. Okay, whatever. Because now that you've created this list of North Star goals, this is going to be like your filter for all decisions. So if a thing happens in your life or a opportunity comes up, we'll call it, and you're sitting there like, well, does this help me reach or, obtain one of the North Star goals that I've created for myself? If the answer is yes, then obviously you do that thing. If the answer is no, or maybe even if it's like neutral, like, well, it's not going to yes, it's not going to no, but maybe you reevaluate the ones that are neutral or it's not going to. And that's kind of how it filters in, at least my mind when I'm doing this, where is it going to help me achieve the thing? Yes or no? And that's how it kind of works for me. So once we go through all that, again, we see all these numbers accumulating over here. So that exercise that we just went through, we were able to find $180 a month in our finances, which is awesome. Now you could go through this exercise and be like, let's say, for example, you go through and it's like $40. You could either go through it again. Basically what I'm saying is don't give up on the process because you're new to this. So what I see a lot of the times, and I'll stop sharing again for a second. What I see a lot of the times when people are going through that process is they get it's so exciting to see, I'll call it like fake money. And by that, I mean, yes, in that example, we found $180 in our finances, but it's not real money until like you have to take the actions to be able to get that money, right? Yeah, I'm lagging today on the live stream. Sorry, guys, if you're watching this, but So people get really excited and they just like cut a bunch of things, right? But it's not sustainable for them, and they're obviously not going to be able to stick to it. So it's either like it's so much extra money that's just not sustainable, or it's so little because they're already. It's hard to like break out of the habits that you're in. So even if you see some like a category, it's like, wow, I've kind of overspent here, but it's like I kind of like it, or like I just it's gonna be hard for me to do it, right? Um, I was working with this one guy on his personal finances, and we were going through his budget similar to this. We were going through the 3 month look back, and one of his line items that he put, it said retail therapy. And at the time, I honestly didn't know what that meant. So I asked him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, so every time I get anxious or sad or whatever, I buy a thing off of Amazon or off the internet that makes me happy." I'm like, "Okay." So this line item for him, it was like multiple hundreds of dollars a month. So it was like 200 bucks, 300 bucks, 100 something bucks. It was like an average of 200 something dollars a month. So it was like, okay, again, I'm all for mental health. Like personally for me, that's why I like to work out. But so it was, it might not be the healthiest habit to pick up that every time you are sad or anxious or have an emotion, you buy something to like fulfill yourself. And I asked him, I was like, okay, well, I understand. What kind of things are you buying when you do this? Like just out of curiosity. And he kind of like looked down and he was thinking for a second. He looked back up and he's like, I have no clue. And I was like, you have no clue. Like we were looking at like his last month and when we were doing it. So it was like 2 weeks ago from the last time he did one of these, or 1 week ago. So it was like very recent. And he just didn't remember the stuff that he bought. Cause in the moment he was just like, well, this is going to make me happy. And then life goes on and you just forget about the things you buy. And you're like, well, why am I living paycheck to paycheck? Why do I have almost no money in my bank account? It's like, well, because you don't have a process in place. Okay. And that's what this entire thing that I'm trying to do here is help you create a process. So let's share this back. I'm just going to take a quick drink. Okay. So if you remember in the beginning of the live stream, we were talking about how do we find that extra $100, right? And let's put it back to our regular example. How do we find that extra $100? Well, this is what we did. So now what's going to happen is for the month that you first create your budget. So these are, again, just a reminder, these sections over here are the last 3 months. And then this new budget amount for the variable expenses are going to be for your new budget that we're going to create. And we're going to do it right now. So this section is actually going to flow into the next month's budget. So let's just say, for example, February monthly budget. As you can see, let me make this slightly smaller. Cool. These are all the amounts and the expense categories that we added for the variable expenses. So just to show you here, the total is $1,647.34. Oh, shopping. Hold on, the formula. Oop. There we go. So 1747.34, 1747.34, right? Awesome. And what I did, before the live stream to save you guys some time is I entered some fake information for fixed expenses, financial goals, and the debt. And actually, these debt amounts line up to our example on the debt calculator. Okay. So let's just say, for example, that you live in a house and you and your significant other, you make 4 paychecks in a month. And let's just say it comes out to $6,800 a month. So the reason why this budget is so powerful is it's backed by the strategy. It's called zero-based budgeting strategy. And basically how this works is every dollar that comes in, it already has a predetermined home. So think about it like if you're going to a concert or a sporting event, you come with a ticket and you have a seat, unless it's standing room only, right? No. You come with a predetermined seat where you would go and you sit down and that's your seat. You have a ticket to prove that it's your seat. That's how I want you to think about every single dollar that walks into your bank account. So you are the event staff, right? You're checking tickets at the door. I want you to be checking to make sure that every dollar that comes in has a ticket and you know where that dollar is going to be sitting in your finances. Okay. So if that made sense, let me know. That's kind of the best way I can think about it, because it's like you have like, yeah, 20,000, or in this case, $6,800 going to an event, and we need to know where they're going to sit. Okay. So that's why we like to do this budget ahead of time. So the total budget, $6,814. That's how many dollars we need to spend and budget for. First budget and then spend. We need to budget for in every month. And I think the problem that a lot of people wrong when they're budgeting is they don't prioritize their financial goals, or they don't think about their financial goals. So if that's you, let me know in the chat or afterwards down below in the comments. But so here's what I'm seeing a lot of people do, the people that I'm coaching, okay? They go through their life, they have their what everyone calls their need items. So the things that you need to live on. So the roof over your head, utilities, etc. And then there's the want items. So those are the things that are less important. Okay. And then we have our financial goals. So there's a decent rule of thumb. It's called the 50-30-20 budgeting rule. So 50% of our income is allocated towards need items, 30 is want, and 20 is financial goals. And what happens is people go through the month and they do their need stuff and their want stuff, and it's the end of the month, and then all of a sudden they're like out of money. They can't put extra money towards their debt, or they can't put money towards savings. It feels like their bank account is always near zero, or just like it's never going up. It's just kind of like every month the same thing happens every single month, and it's because we're not prioritizing the financial goals. So here's how I want you to think about it. Instead of just thinking about your need items and your want items as like, oh, this is my life, I got to pay for these things. How do we prioritize the financial goals? Well, we have to plan for them. We need to give them tickets to our arena, right? We need to assign them a seat in our finances. So that's done here in this budgeting tab, okay? So let's just say these are the debt amounts. So 300, 120, 65, and 90. And these are the minimum payments, 3, 120, 90, and 65, right? So 575, 575. Okay, perfect. We are budgeting for the minimum payment, which again, that's the bare minimum that we need to do. It's not a strategy though. We need to find a way to do more. In this scenario, I've also found a way to budget for an emergency fund for $150, okay? And let's say you have no savings, right? So this is like, hey, how do you throw it on here as a budget. And now what's happening is all of these categories are totaling up. And this budget template is going to show us how much money we have left to budget. So what it's going to do is take our total budget amount of $6,800. It's going to subtract the total of the budget. So it's $6,800 minus this. Scroll up a little bit, minus this, minus that, minus that, minus that, and it's coming up with this. We have $175 extra dollars left to spend. And isn't that ironic? We found essentially $181. So let's just say we hadn't done this exercise. Okay, and we go back here. We've actually, right, and now we're basically at zero. So this means we've budgeted $6 more than our income allowed us to. So this, in my opinion, is how a lot of people feel when they go through every month. They go through, they do all the stuff, and they just don't have any money left over to do stuff. So we're going to go back to our original thing. So great. We went through we went through the month. We were budgeting for the credit cards, all the debts. We're going to see if we could save some money, right? That would be great. So let's say you go through the month. So our fixed expenses here, great. Oops. We know that that's not going to change, right? Because they're fixed. So these are going to be the actual amounts. Let's say for right now, we just make our minimum payments like we've been doing just to kind of see how it shakes out. And then since this is like our first month budgeting, I'm just going to do this. And then let's say Our groceries go up a little bit, so it's like $9.25 because we underestimated how much we needed to have for dining out. We ended up still doing more in dining out than what we wanted to, and then shopping, we ended up doing more than what we wanted to. Okay. And now it's like, oh, okay, up here, it's showing us our leftover money. So based on the $6,800 that we have for our budget, again, this is going to take the income, which is this, minus all of the actuals that we've spent money on. So the fixed, the variable, financial goals, and debt. So as you can see, if it was our first time, we think it went pretty well, right? We overspent on a couple categories, or I should say, we were over budget on a couple categories, so we didn't have as much money left that we wanted to budget, right? So in order to clear these out, we have to budget for 175 extra dollars, and the leftover money is $115. So let's say you're like, ooh, yeah, so I need to budget for I want to budget that extra $100 towards the credit card. Okay. And then 75 left. We'll just like shove it in groceries. Okay. And now we have $0 left to budget, which is great. And that should turn green. So I'm not sure why that did not. No problem. So now that that's zero, we have our leftover money of $115. So now we have to make a tough choice. It's like, okay, well, we've already spent money on all this stuff. We wanted to put money towards savings. We wanted to put the extra $100 towards debt. So like, what do we do? Okay. And this is kind of a predicament that a lot of people have. Do I save money? Do I pay down debt? And I'm going to, I would say it depends on the person, but I'm going to give you a little analogy to hopefully help you kind of figure out maybe what I would do. And it depends on your situation. If you have zero savings, here's how I would think about the emergency fund and putting money towards this first. Think about your favorite video game. Okay. Think about your favorite, video game where the main character has a health bar. How about that? So you're going through the level, you can kind of visualize the game, right? You're walking through, you're doing the campaign mode or whatever. And then all of a sudden you're getting attacked out of nowhere. The screen's flashing, your health bar is going down, sirens are going off, whatever. In the game, in your experiences, what have you done? Do you push through the level or do you stop and you figure something out? And the context there is the health bar is our emergency fund. And the end of the level is the financial goal. So in this case, let's call it paying off debt. So your health bar is going down, meaning your emergency fund, something, you have to buy 4 new tires. Boom, that's the attacking that's happening, right? Now, do you try and keep going towards, you keep paying off debt, you keep living life, or do you go behind the rock in the corner of the video game and you find the med kit and you kind of stabilize your health bar, your emergency fund, and you wait for all the bad stuff to go away, right? The unexpected expenses. And then you carry on your way. In the example, when you push through and you don't make it, like you die in the game, you have to go back to the last checkpoint or even like the start of the level. And I see that all the time where people are making good progress every single month and then they don't have a plan for unexpected expenses. And guess what happens? An unexpected expense happens. And it sets them back. So they could be like making great progress for 3 or 4 months. And then like an $800 thing comes up and they don't have savings for it. They don't have extra like money for it. So they have to go into debt to pay it off. And it's just a vicious cycle where it's like you're trying to get out of debt and then you put yourself back in debt and all the work that you had done in the last 3 or 4 months just goes away, or it's like worse off than it was before. So to answer the question, I would, if you've never saved before, I would challenge you to build up an emergency fund, even if it's a small one, to start and just build the habit of saving. So if you get paid weekly, how can you find a way to save $25 of your paycheck every week? If you get paid biweekly, how can you find a way to save $50 out of that paycheck every time? Because while those amounts will not make us rich, those amounts will help us from going backwards. And it might not seem like it, like, how is $25? That doesn't do anything for me. The money doesn't build accounts. Okay. Habits do. Habits are what make our accounts grow and feel significant. If you don't have the habits, you're not going to have the money in there because you're going to keep going through this vicious cycle of going through the month, oh, ran out of money, going through the month, oh, ran out of money, going through the month, oh, emergency fund. Now I'm going backwards. I'm in debt again. And it's just like, it's chaotic. So we have to find a way to save. We have to build a habit to save every paycheck, ideally. And that way you're building the habit. And so to answer the long-winded way of saying saving or debt, if you have no savings, saving. And I know I just went through that whole example of how great an extra $100 is toward your debt, but we have to create a sustainable plan going forward. We can't do this like herky-jerky thing where it's like, wow, I'm making great progress on my debt. It's been 4 months, and then a $1,500 thing comes and you're way back again because you're in debt. And then just like, well, how do I get out of this? You have to save. So start building the habit. Don't worry about the articles that you see online that say, a proper emergency fund is 3 to 6 months. It is, by the way. That's great. Everyone, that's great. If you're going to go online, you're going to see all these copy paste articles. They're all going to say the same thing. 3 to 6 months, you would feel pretty safe. But after doing this exercise, for example, and you look at 3 to 6 months, you're like, wow, 3 to 6 months of my expenses, let's call it like $6,500. How am I going to save 20,000 to 36,000? Like, it's like this crazy amount of number. Like, no, you're not going to feel like you can do it if you've never saved before, because it's like, well, this isn't for me. If I have to save $20,000, how the hell am I going to do that? So think a little smaller at first. I know everyone says think big, but like if you thinking like, wow, in order to be like regular with my emergency fund, I have to have 30K in there. It's going to sound ridiculous. So what is your number that would protect yourself from most of the things that happen in your life? So like, again, we're talking about like tires blowing or whatever. Is it $500? Is it $1,000, $2,000, whatever that dollar amount is? That's what I want you to fund. So first, let's just say it's $500. Let's just to like build up the habit. How much more comfortable would you feel if you had $500 than zero every month? And then from there we go, okay, 500 to 1,000. And then you slowly build it up over time. So that's what I would do first. We don't want to go backwards. We want to be the person that maybe takes a little longer, goes behind the rock, instead of like going through the level up, back to the checkpoint, through the level, back to the checkpoint. So I hope that all makes sense. What I didn't talk about at all, and I wanted to do it now, is so I have a free course and community that go through this entire process, and I'm helping people in here every day. The group's growing. The last week we've had 10 or 15 new people in here, which is really, really great. Everything is free, by the way. This is a free course. My time is free in here. So right now I'm taking free strategy calls with all new members. So it's, we get to introduce ourselves. We get to talk about your financial goals. And then we can see how this community and the tools that I have and the strategies can help you. Okay. I just wanted to show you a recent message from one of the people in my group because it was really, really powerful, and she's been absolutely crushing it. This is from Janine. I'm about to finish up my first month while using Chris's budget spreadsheet, and I actually feel like I have control and knowledge around my finances. Although not perfect, I'm no longer burying my head guesstimating where my money is and where it's going. I feel like having him help those financial demons of months past gave me clarity and allowed me to take the first steps to begin creating freedom and wealth. I'm so grateful for you and your approach. I've worked with 3 other financial people and have never gotten this far in the process. 1 credit card paid off, 4 to go just in the first month. No more financial messiness and an organized plan to stay on task and aware. Chris kept it so simple by breaking the process into small, achievable tasks with accountability. So grateful to have found someone who actually makes it make sense. Now that was really, really cool. Like it's really cool that when I help people like that, that's why I do this, guys. Like, again, there's zero monetary involvement right now. Like there is $0 in it, except for dollar discipline. But I'm not taking anyone's money for any help. So like I've been helping people right now for sometimes there's a couple occasions I've been helping people for 6-7 months, just like trying to get them on track and helping them and being the accountability person that, they need. So again, that link is in the description as well. So it's school.com/debt. Okay. And yeah, so we just have, a couple training videos in here. This is the homepage that you'll see it. Okay. But yeah, I mean, look at all the people in here. So we just saw Janine, Angie, Steve, and Zane. Shannon's in here. Sandy, like it's growing, guys. And it's people that are trying to be more intentional with their finances with the goal of paying off their debt faster and more efficiently so that they can, start applying their money towards better financial goals. So think like saving for your retirement. We personally have 2 kids, so putting money towards your kids' education, right? Wealth is not built through debt. And I guess some people will say it is. I don't have an extreme take on it, but I'm not a Dave Ramsey where it's, hey, no debt at all. And I'm also not like someone that's in, commercial real estate where you're just like, you're always in debt. You're just like borrowing, right? Whatever. So I'm somewhere in the middle. I think that's where probably most people should be. Debt. So like my wife and I use credit cards, but we pay them off and we have a mortgage. So I have debt because of the mortgage, right? But all the consumer debt is gone. And that's kind of what I want to be able to help people do. Get their consumer debt gone so that they can have money to apply towards the next financial goal. And that's quite honestly, guys, when my wife and my net worth like shot up. So we paid off those debts, the $43,000, I think like 6 years ago now. And then we started putting those, like, it was almost like a couple $1,000s towards our debt at the end because we were just being so aggressive. And we started putting that money towards other financial goals and in different investing vehicles and stuff like that. And our money was just growing. So I think that paying off the debt is the biggest wealth killer for you. And it's the biggest wealth generator for those that are taking your interest payments, right? So think about it like that. Like everyone talks about compounding interest, but no one wants to talk about negative compounding when you're in debt. People seem to forget about compounding when it's negative. School.com/debt, Dollar Discipline University. Come on in. Let's have a conversation. I'd love to be able to see how I can help you and get you a win like Janine. Okay. And again, everything's free in here, including my time. So I'll see you in there soon. I know it. Especially if you've made it this far in the live stream, like you gotta join. It's totally free, and I appreciate you if you're seeing this. So every Thursday night, guys, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. After I put the kiddos down to bed, I'm going live, talking to you guys, trying to help. See how I can help people with their finances. See how I can help share strategies that have worked for me in my finances and me and my wife's finances. But I want to hear from you. So whether you're on now or, you're watching this later, what kind of questions do you have? What kind of problems are you facing? These are the kinds of things that I want to hear from you because I want to make things that you feel, would feel very valuable if you were to like get a lesson on it or, hear something on it. Because right now I'm making videos that I think people need to hear. Sorry. And possibly want to hear, but I want to hear from you to like actually confirm that. So if you're still watching this or you watch this later, you've made it all the way here. I appreciate you. Let me know what you're struggling with, how I can help. Dollar Discipline University. And I'll see you every Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Have a good one. I was able to pay off $43,000 of debt in just 13 months using the simple strategies and processes that I'm going to outline in this video. Okay. Knowing these things allowed me to save literally tens of thousands of dollars of interest. And I became debt free years sooner than I would have if I didn't know what to do with any of these. Okay. So in order to make these happen though,
I didn't have to get a second job. I didn't have to start a side hustle. I didn't have to sell the weird crap in my basement on the internet to make a few extra dollars. So if reducing your debt this year is a priority, but you don't know what to do, how to do it, where to start, you're in the right place. Okay. So first, I'm going to show you what's possible in your finances. We're going to start with we're going to dangle the carrot out in front. Okay. We're going to show you what the goal is, what's possible when it comes to paying down our debt. Okay. And then we're going to reverse engineer the process in terms of what we need to do to get there A to Z. Okay. So I'm going to just share my screen real quick. One, credit card. Two, we have a personal loan, and we have student loan. Okay. So smash the like button if you have, multiple debt items similar to this example. Okay. It's good to know. Good to get feedback. So in total, we have $40,000 of debt. Okay. Here's our interest rate. Here's our minimum payments totaling $485. Okay. So a lot of this might seem familiar for you guys, right? If you have debt, you might know how much the balance is, how much the interest rate is, and how much the minimum payment is. But what you might not know is the next part we're going to get into in a second here. So this middle part, monthly payment, this is how much you're going to be paying every month towards your debt. Okay. So let's assume for right now that you are making minimum payments. So you're doing a nice job. You're staying the course. Okay. You're not behind, you're not ahead, you're staying the course. This means this initial snowball means if there's any extra money that's being applied to your debt, and as we know, we're paying the minimum, so that is no. Down here is where it's really cool, and this is probably where you're not sure the information on. Like again, you probably know how much debt you have, the interest rates, the minimum payments, but you don't know how much interest you're going to be paying for each line item based on your, how frequent you're paying and how much you're paying towards the debt. And then also how long it's going to take to pay it off, which is really cool. So this debt payment calculator uses two strategies really that you should focus on. So the first one is the avalanche method. So what it's going to do, the calculator, is organize your debts from the highest interest rates first, all the way down to the lowest interest rates. And what's basically what you do, it prioritizes interest, which is going to be the most cost efficient method for you, paying off your debt with the highest interest, right? Interest is the killer when it comes to debt. That's why people are in debt for so long. And we're going to talk about that in a second here. The other strategy here, you could just click here. We'll go to snowball. This, as you can see, the stuff moved back and forth. So let me just show you. This recategorizes based on the priority. So with the snowball, the priority is the smallest loan, and we work our way up to the largest loan. So the whole benefit here is that you get quick, small wins. You build up the habit of like, hey, I'm paying down the debt, I'm getting wins, and you keep going. Sometimes what happens with the avalanche method is, yes, it's the most cost efficient, but if you have the highest interest rate on the largest loan, then it's going to take forever to pay it off, and it just feels like you're not making any progress. But with this, at least maybe you feel like you're making progress with paying down the smallest loan. And this is actually what my wife and I did when we were paying down the $43,000 of debt. At the time, to be very honest with you, I did not even know that the debt snowball method existed. And I'm just going to stop sharing real quick. I didn't even know that it existed because I don't know. We didn't really look into it, but we had a total of 12 loans. Okay. 12, a lot. I had some, she had some, we had shared. It was a mess, right? But we looked, and there was maybe 4 or 5 of them that were under $1,500 each. And those were the smallest ones. And it's like, you know what, that would be really cool if we were able to pay those 4 or 5 loans off pretty early on in the process, as early as we can, whatever. And we pretty much just cut our loan numbers. We cut a third off of it, right? So if we had 12 and we get rid of 4, that's great. Then we only have 8, even though the dollar amount still would have been significant, but it felt good for us to just get rid of those smaller ones. So I'm going to get back into the debt payment calculator. And we're back. So in this example, we are actually just going to use the avalanche method since it's the most cost efficient. Again, either one of them is good. You just have to understand yourself when you're picking. It's like, do I want to save a little extra money in the long run, or do I want to just like make sure that this habit sticks and that I actually, am on the road to pay off my debt. Okay. So here we have, here's all our debts. And you can see we totaled the interest. And on $40,000 of debt, just in this example specifically, everyone's will be slightly different, right? Because there's a lot of different numbers moving around. The total interest is $108,000, guys, on $40,000 if you're making just minimum payments. And I'm recording this in 2025, January 2025. So it's going to take 25 years. This is the debt-free date of when the last debt item is going to be paid off. So 25 years to pay off $40,000 in debt. Now, if you enter your information here and you have a year that you're not too excited about, that's what we're going to talk about in this video. Because if you're serious about paying down your debt, and let's say you have 40, or even if you have 80, shouldn't take like 25 years is like insane. Okay. So that's first of all, this just gives you an idea of like, hey, what's my starting point? That's the whole point of this. Up here, it's like, let's enter our information. Let's just see what our starting point is. What have I been doing consistently? Okay, I'm making minimum payments. What's our starting point? If you think about it, like let's say I wanted to lose 20 pounds, right? I can't lose 20 pounds if I don't know what my starting point is, if I don't know what my starting weight is. So if I never go on a scale, and I never want to go on a scale, I'm never going to go on a scale. How do I know if or when I lost the 20 pounds, right? It's just kind of silly. So we have to know how we're starting. What's the starting line? Because we know what the finish line is. The finish line is no debt, right? That's pretty simple. But what's the starting line? And then the hardest part is the strategy and the just staying consistent throughout that entire process. Now, it's pretty hard to stay consistent for 25 years with this. Like, how likely do you think that would be if you were to say, oh yeah, I guarantee myself that I'm going to pay off minimums for 25 years? That is ridiculous. Okay. So we need to do a better job of trying to speed up the process, right? So what we're going to do now is we're going to add a little extra money to our payments. And I call this the power of $100, because a lot of times all it takes is an extra $100 to pay off your debt a lot faster, like a lot faster. So I'm going to enter $585. Okay. And what I want you to do is look down here as I hit enter. So remember, when we were paying just the minimum of $485, the total interest was $108,000. And the debt-free date was in 2050. Okay. So when I hit enter, let's see how those changed. Okay. Whoa. So we added just $100 extra from the minimum payment. And now our interest is $27,000. So it was so much money, I forgot how much. So it's like $80,000 of interest. That's insane. Now, again, that's just this example with, this balances and these interest rates and these minimum payments. So results may vary, right? But the point is, it could be very dramatic for an extra $100. And not to say, like, also with this debt-free date, we went from 2050 to 2034. Again, that's 16 years that we're shaving off of being in debt. So $80,000, 16 years for just an extra $100. So if you're not motivated to make a change by seeing this information, then I don't know what would motivate you. Like, I'm trying to dangle a carrot. It's a pretty big carrot. I know carrots are not as fun as like, cookies and cake, but it's a pretty big carrot and it's pretty juicy. Okay. Now, I just want to show you really quickly before we get into the reverse engineering portion of this. Sorry, guys. One of my kiddos is sick, so just those daycare germs are insane. It works the opposite direction too. And what I mean by that is, let's say we go back to the minimum payments. The compounding effect of paying down your debt faster also works if you do not make minimum payments regularly. So let's look at it this way. If your minimum payment's $485, let's do a negative power of $100, and we'll look again at the interest and the debt-free date and see how much they go up by. Okay, so doing this just completely broke the calculator. It doesn't even know what to do. I probably should have tried this before. But the point is, I'm just trying to find a point where it like actually catches itself. Okay. So even
$35 less dollars than the minimum payment, just $35. It's going to take you 4 more years now of payments just because, you couldn't quite get up to the minimum. And it added, what was that? $18,000. So it works both ways. Step 1, I'm going to stop sharing because I think this is important. Step 1, we have to make our minimum payments. We have to find a way to get to the minimum payments. That's number 1. If you're not making your minimum payments or you're not doing it consistently, we have to find a way to make that happen, because what's not included in this calculator that I'm showing is any sort of fees or whatever that you kind of agreed with the lender of, when you made that agreement that, hey, if I'm late, blah, 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 or your interest rates could actually go up if you're late. So there's a lot of factors of more costs if you're actually not making your minimum payments. And this is how these institutions make a ton of money. Okay. And I'm not anti-debt, by the way, just to be clear, but I don't think people should have it. Sorry, guys. I don't think people should have it, but I'm not anti-debt. Like, my wife and I use credit cards, and we pay them off every month. But it's because, so when we paid down the debt, it was that we built up the habit and we built up the routine. And now it's like, well, we're just literally never going to do that again. We're never going to go in debt like that again. We do have we have a little bit left on our mortgage, but never anything that's like credit card, student loan, personal loan. Like, we're done with all that. And we need to keep looking forward with our finances, and we don't want to go backwards anymore. So we have to at least make our minimum payments. And then from there, we have to figure out how can we optimize it to even do a little more. So you could go like all the way up here, right? So this is the 585 number. If we did like, let's get crazy, guys, $750, the same thing happens. It just keeps going down and down. So now we're at $16,000. And, as of recording of this video, it's going to be 6 years from now, which is like way better than 25, right? Way better. So incrementally, the amount of money that you pay extra on top of your minimums is going to significantly reduce the amount of time that you pay into debt. So that's the debt payment calculator, guys. And you can actually find that along with my other tools in my free money course that's directly correlated to paying down your debt more efficiently. And I help people do that inside this community. So basically, it's a free community. There's free courses in there of kind of what we're talking about today, but there's way more information. You get accountability from people inside. You're going to build a personalized budget that you'll be able to actually stick with. And that's going to be the second part of this video, the budget. If you don't like where your money is at, you don't like your finances, this course and community are going to help you sort of unlearn your bad money habits and kind of get you on a track to success. And again, it's everything that my wife and I did to pay off the $43,000 in the 13 months. Oh, really sorry, guys. This is what happens when you go live. All the unexpected coughing happens. I wasn't coughing all night, by the way. And now I'm just, I turn the camera on and I just start coughing. What I didn't mention before is I've been a corporate accountant for the last decade plus in my corporate 9-to-5 job. I still have a 9-to-5 job, but I kind of do this on the side to help people. And yeah, so the tools are in here. The training is in here. And it's been growing a little bit. I mean, people are in here. They're talking. Steven's in here. Brian's in here. Zane, Charles, Sandy, Tony, Justice, Rocky. I mean, the people are in here. And right now, if you sign up for this free course and community, I'm doing free strategy calls with every new member until my calendar fills up. Okay. So you got to jump in there. The link is in the description. It's school.com/debt, school.com/debt. Completely free. You'll see this page. All you have to do, you'll see a little join group over here. You join it. I'll reach out. We'll connect. We'll get you started.
And really, it's just kind of a great way to do everything. Basically, what we're doing in this video, again, there's more in here than what I'm sharing in this video. I can't share everything that's in here in this video, but it's just a really good taste. So if you've found any value of this video so far, or anything else that you've seen from me, please check it out, and I'll see you in there. Free strategy calls. So let's go to the next part. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to sharing because we have to talk about the next part of this. Okay. So I dangled the carrot out in front of you. We saw that it doesn't take that much money to pay our debt off more efficiently. We saw that what $100 did in that example. Okay. And now we have to find out, okay, well, that's great, Chris, but how do I find extra money in my finances? Like I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I don't know. I'm almost at zero every month in my checking account. I don't have any savings. It's like, yeah, that's what we're going to go over now. So the first part was the carrot dangling, and now we're going to go through literally at the beginning of the process and work our way through to see how it sort of fixes itself and we get to where we need to go. Okay. This, I'm going to make this bigger, is the budget template. Okay. And this isn't like your grandpa's budget or your uncle's budget. Like this is actually going to help you. And we're going to walk through all of this first. But before we do that, we have to go through what's called the 3-month look back. So if you've never budgeted before, or you don't budget consistently, or you're living paycheck to paycheck, you don't know what you're doing with your finances, you're feeling stressed about everything, we have to go back and kind of see what our historical spending has been. Okay. And when I say historical, I don't mean like the last 10 years. We're going back 3 months. So again, I'm recording this in January. So for this example, we're going to look at October, November, and December spending. And ideally, it's just your variable expenses, but you can kind of do everything. You can kind of look at everything, but the variable expenses are the thing that we're going to be able to leverage the easiest, because your fixed expenses like your mortgage or your car insurance. I mean, sure, you could, like mortgage, rent, car insurance, you could reduce those, maybe find a way to reduce that or whatever. But the leverage is going to be in the variable expenses. So how this works, and I'm just going to take another sip, is we're going to go back to each of the months. So let's just say October, for example. However you buy stuff, credit card, your debit card, whatever, we're going to go back to those statements and we're going to look at literally all the transactions from that period. And we're going to try to categorize them into different expense categories. So variable expenses, we're thinking about things like groceries, gas, utilities, things that we buy every month, but obviously the cost fluctuates. We just need to see where our money has been going, because we want to create a plan of where we want it to go, right? And if you're watching this video, it's probably the end goal is to pay down your debt a little more efficiently. So we're going to try to find the money here in this process to apply to our debt, okay? And after we go through each of the 3 months, we're going to get an average. And the reason why we're doing this, and the reason why this is different than a lot of budgeting processes I see out there, it's this process. A lot of people think about budgeting as being restrictive. Okay, so like people like, oh, if people just automatically think if they have to start budgeting, then that means, oh man, I just have to restrict my life. I have to spend less. It's all about cutting, take all the fun out of my life, etc. Okay, there's a lot of people that kind of talk that way, and it's extreme. And to be honest, does just cutting all the expenses out of your life, yeah, you obviously you would save more money by doing that, but how long would you do that for? Like maybe you could go extreme for like a month or two, but you're just going to fall off the wagon, right? You're going to go back to normal. You're going to keep yo-yoing back and forth because it's not a plan that's sustainable. It's not something that it's going to work for you at all. So I like to think about budgeting as just being intentional with where our money's going, right? So a budget, it's not telling us what we can't do with our money. It's actually telling us what we can do with our money and what we should be doing with our money. Okay. So budgeting and tracking your finances is for any kind of person, religion, sex, gender, whatever currency you are, whatever currency you're in. It's literally for everyone and it's completely universal. Okay. So once we go through this 3-month look back process, as you can see, I have some data for each of the months here, just some random data. So yeah, again, like groceries, gas, transportation, utilities, health and fitness, gifts, dining out, and activities. Okay. After those 3 months, we have an average. Now, a lot of the people that I work with in their personal finances inside of Dollar Discipline University, again, everything's free. Even my time right now, I'm just helping people on calls. They're very surprised when they see certain categories. Very, very surprised. And by the way, just some pointers. Most of the people think that dining out and food delivery, they always are shocked with how much money they're spending in that category. So just something to keep an eye on. If you're just like thinking about your finances, maybe just look in this category because it's pretty much, I don't have the stats behind it, but it feels like it's like 3 out of 4 people are like, whoa, like what happened here? What are we doing? So after we get the average, now what I want us to do as you're going through this process is write down a list of 2, 5, 10 things that you really care about the most in your life. They could be financial things, they could be life things, whatever, it doesn't matter. I like to call these the North Star goals. Okay. So it's a list of what you are saying is the most important things in your life. And this could be, this could be anything. So, I was talking to someone about his personal finances, and one of the things on his list was he'd been going to this this barber for decades, like 20 years or something like that. And he acknowledged, he's like, I get really expensive haircuts with this guy. It's very expensive, but like I've been going there for decades. He's basically family. It's a non-negotiable. Like I have to keep this on. And he was almost trying to like convince me. And I was like, this is your finances and these are your North Star goals. So you're not going to get like I'm not going to say how to spend your money or where to spend it. That's why we create these North Star goals, to create a list of the things that you say are most important to you because it's your list. And then at the end of the day, these are your finances. These are your dollars, right? So once we do that and you have your list of 2, 5, 10 things, whatever, then we look back at our spending the last 3 months and we're like, okay, is our spending aligned with these goals? Now, if you've never done this before, I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be that aligned. And that's okay. That's why we're starting the process, right? Every time you start a new process, you're not good at it, right? When the first time you rode a bike, the first time you swam in the water, the first day on a new job, like you were never good at those things on the first day, the first week, the first month, like, right? It takes time to build it up. So don't get discouraged when it's probably not aligned, because the way I see it is every month that goes by is a new opportunity to improve the process and to just like refine your budget, refine your spending, maybe refine your North Star goals. And you just keep tweaking everything. Every month is like a new opportunity to tweak. Okay. So after we got the averages, we got our North Star goals. Great. Now what we need to do is create a new budget amount for each of these variable items. Again, you can do this for every type of expense that you have, but just know that the fixed expenses like your rent or mortgage, for example, they're not going to change. So the new budget amount would just be the same. So that's why we're doing this with categories that would likely change. So I want to go over two different directions that we can think about this. And again, the reason why I go through these next two is because I don't want you to think about budgeting as only cutting. And it's more just, hey, what can we do with our money? Okay. So the first thing I mentioned, like dining out and food delivery, right? So someone could walk in here, like do their finances, do the 3-month look back and like, wow, I'm spending an average of $350 on dining out and food delivery. I had no idea, right? They're shocked. So they're like, well, obviously this wasn't on my North Star goal list. So let's just bump this down to $50. Like, yeah, we'll do a once a month pizza night for the house, whatever. And that's what it is. That's what we're going to commit to. And because we have to reduce our convenience of the food delivery and all this other stuff, like we need to beef up our groceries, right? So these would maybe be hand in hand. So we'd be saving. So this is $346 was the average. Our new budget is $50. So we'd be saving almost $300 a month of like, it's like budget money. It's not real money yet, but in theory, that's what we've saved. But now groceries would go up and like, yeah, well, you know what? I probably need to buy, a few more things every week to supplement the Friday nights that we used to go out or whatever, right? So it's like, okay, well, this item probably needs to go up a little bit. And the most important part of this process is this column here. What action will you take to make this happen? Because anyone can just say, oh, I'm going to spend less money on this thing next month, and I'm totally going to follow through with it. But if you don't have a why, you're actually not going to do it. You might do it for a month or two. You're going to fall off. Okay. So you have to make a really strong why. And again, if you're watching this video, it's probably because you are in debt and you want to pay it off more efficiently and a little faster. So like if that's the carrot at the end of your stick that you really want to dangle out there, then that's great. But these could be just simple things like, so the dining out, it's like, well, yeah, I'm going to reduce the spending here because I'm going to do more cooking at home. I'm going to have more meal prep, blah, blah, blah. And then the groceries, it's like, well, I need to buy more food at the store. That's why I'm going to be spending more than my average. So every number here that's in red, it means that you're spending more than your average. And every amount and line item that's green means that you're going to be spending less. And that's where we're going to be like, quote, saving the money, right, from our average. So that was the one example of like, we're like cutting, right? We're cutting dining out and food delivery. Okay. But the other side of this, let's say on your North Star goal list, you put some sort of version of health and fitness, whatever that means for you, right? And then you look at your spending, you're like, wow, one of my most important things in life, and I'm only spending $60 a month on it. So you're like, I could justify spending more on this because I told myself it was one of the most important things in my life. So instead of let's just say this person had a $59 gym membership and sometimes they do a class, I don't know, an extra class or whatever. They're like, you know what, I'm going to commit to doing more classes, show up at the gym more, and blah, 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 right? You get the point. So in this case, we're spending more money on our health and fitness because we put it as, one of the most important things in our life. That's how I want you to think about this. It's not just cutting, it's actually increasing your money. And this, so I practice what I preach, guys. So I've done this process actually a couple times in my life. And not the last time, really the first time I did this, health and fitness was the thing where I was like, wow, I'm only just spending the gym membership. It was like $25. It was like health and fitness was so important to me. I like to work out. So it's like, obviously I need to somehow find a way to like be more intentional with my money and my time and my effort towards this because I'm saying it's really important. So once you make a promise to yourself, I found that keeping it is hard, but when you do, that's how you build the habit up. Okay. So I won't go through the other examples that we have in here, but again, anything that's in red, it means that you are spending more than the average, and green means you're spending less than the average. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is sum up down here. As you can see, it's totaled. And we found $266 on average, right, in our finances just by going through this process, looking back 3 months of our historical spending, aligning it to the things that we say matter to us the most, not what anyone else says, what we say. So that's $266. So you saw what $100 did, right? Imagine, let's go back to the debt payment calculator really quickly. And yeah, that's probably going to be right around there. So 285 is our minimum, right? Oh, that was almost exactly the number. That was not intentional. Yeah, so it was like extra 265. So we saw what that did. We saw how significant that was. Okay. But again, this isn't real money yet. It's still budgeting money, so that we still have to kind of work out the rest of the budget. So that's where the actual budget template comes in. Let's see how this shows up. Perfect. So this looks a little overwhelming at the moment. I'm going to walk through everything. So we just went through the last 3 months. We went through the 3-month look back, and that's variable expenses. So as you can see, everything that we entered here. So these are all the categories that we had. This was the new budget amount. Okay, which is cool. So everything there's formulas in here carrying over from here. So it all just kind of flows. It's like all you have to really do is enter this. Think about the actions that you're going to take, enter your new budget amounts, and then that flows the variable expense part into your new budget, which is really cool. It makes it really simple. And we also have other sections here. We have fixed expenses. So, for example, things like your mortgage, your cell phone bill, internet, cable streaming, if you have kids, like childcare, car insurance, whatever. We have financial goals. So, things on here like emergency fund, retirement, kids, future education, whatever. And then I have a separate section for debt items because that is what I help people do. Okay, so I need to make sure that people are putting that aside, and I'll get to that in a second because it's really important. But I just wanted to show you the how the file works. Okay, then up here, what we do, your budget is going to be based on your income, right? It sounds simple to say, but we can't spend more than what we make. Okay, so we need to know how much are we making. So in this example, I have let's just say it's two people, right? So they each have two paychecks a month, and it totals $8,000 in the month. Okay, so this is their total amount that they have to work with to budget. $8,017. And this is really important because we have to know, again, it's sort of like the starting point. We have to know how much money we are able to spend. And again, a budget shows us what we can do with our money. So if we know that we can spend $8,017.81, then that's how much we need to be budgeting for. So up here, we have a couple sections that I want to go over. So remaining to budget. So what this is doing is taking our total budget and it's adding up all of the columns of the budget columns here for fixed expenses, variable expenses, financial goals, and debt. So everything that we've budgeted for gets subtracted from the total budget. And this is telling us, okay, you have this much left to budget for. So now I set this part up intentionally. So the 3-month look back, we found $266.13 of extra money. So that's kind of what I left as for remaining to budget. This part, leftover money. So we haven't talked about the actual payments yet. So what happens when you're going through the month and you're starting to make payments for stuff, you add it in the actual column. So every one of these has an actual column. So in the fixed, this is what you actually paid. Okay. Variable expenses, what you actually paid. Financial goals, actually paid. And debt type, what you actually paid. And the same thing applies here, where we're taking the $8,000 and we're subtracting the total of all of these actual columns. Okay. So the 8,000 minus the total of this, and this is showing, hey, you have $368 left to spend for the month to get up to it. And this process is focused on the budgeting strategy called zero-based budgeting. And basically what this means is that every dollar that comes in, we have a home for it. Think about it like a concert or a sporting event. Okay. Everyone has a, specific seat of, their ticket is for a specific seat. So they walk in, everyone knows where they need to go to sit. Well, sometimes it's really confusing. Those places can be pretty big and the people there aren't very helpful, right? But in general, most people know kind of where to go. And that's what I want you to think about your finances. So the stadium is like your budget, your finances, and each ticket is we'll call it every dollar that's in your budget. And we need to, every ticket that comes through, we need to know where to send it. We need to go, yep, section A112, okay, F32, right? We need to know where to send it all. That's the process that we need to go through. So what would happen here? So let me just show you. If you have money left to budget and there's leftover money to spend, it's going to show as red. So basically what you do you want to have it go green. So once there's $0 left to budget, it's going to turn green, which means, okay, this is a perfect budget, which is great. So I'm going to get rid of that. And same thing with the leftover, the money to spend. If we were to spend all the money, it turns green, which is great. Now, if you were to spend more money, so let's say you spent $100 more, it's going to go red again. So the only time these go green is when it's perfectly aligned. Okay. And same thing with the budget. If we were to go over, so let's just say budget over, it's going to show red. Okay. So this is a great way to kind of just see quickly and easily how much left is to budget, how much more we have to spend. Because think about it, if you are updating your budget, and I recommend if you're just starting this process, like once a week, like, okay, go through the transactions every Friday night, Saturday, whatever day you want to do it, right? And you do it every week. And then you're like in the third week and you're like, oh, wow, this was a tough month. I only have this much left. You would sort of act differently in the last week if you knew how much you were able to spend and keep the promises that you made to yourself, right? Because if you just go through the month and it's like, okay, first month, you go through it, you think you did well, and then you look at the actual data, it's like, oh wow, I didn't even hit the mark here. Like I could have done way more. Um, so it's just kind of, I do like the kind of weekly cadence until you get used to it, and then you can go to like a bi-weekly cadence, right? But it's a good idea to not just go through the month, forget about it, and then come back and you're like, ah, crap, that didn't work out. So the whole point of all this, right, is to pay down the debt faster, and that's what that's what we're trying to do here. So the goal is the remaining to budget, the $266. If we go back to our debt payment calculator, it's going to tell us which one to prioritize. So credit card one, the Avalanche is saying, hey, apply more money to this one because this is the highest interest rate. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to add 266.13 here, okay, to credit card one. And now we have a perfect budget. Now we've budgeted everything that we can budget, that we literally budgeted for every extra cent that we have. But we still have some leftover money to spend. And this is where I think a little strategy comes into play. Because as you can see, and I haven't talked about it yet, but we also have this section here, the financial goals. I talked about that, but not the emergency fund. And the people that I'm talking to with their personal finances typically don't have any significant savings or any like sort of savings, or it's just not a consistent process. So the reason why I sectioned out financial goals and debt is because you should be thinking about that as an expense item that you need to budget for, not, hey, we get to the end of the month, do I have money for debt or emergency fund? It's no, I need to budget for this and I need to actually make it happen. Because if you've been in the situation of paycheck to paycheck, it's because you don't have a plan for financial goals. Like every dollar that you put towards a financial goal, guys, you're pulling your future just a little bit closer. And at first, it's going to feel like you're pulling like dental floss. It's going to feel so insignificant. Like, why am I even doing this? But then at the end, you're going to be doing this huge like tug of war rope. Like you guys know what I'm talking about, like these huge, massive ropes, and you're going to be jacked, right, from pulling the rope the whole time. That's what kind of paying yourself first does. You're prioritizing the future financial goals. And I want to kind of go on a riff with the emergency fund really quickly. So just start. First of all, that's just my message. Just start saving it. And there's a couple of things I want to talk about. If you look for, information on emergency funds, you'll see two things. First, you'll see how to like optimize for an emergency fund, right? You'll see everything about high yield savings account and getting extra interest on a savings, blah, 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 which is great. I think eventually everyone should optimize their savings and be getting more interest, right? But I think if you've never done this before, I would actually just recommend either one, if you think you're disciplined enough to just leave it in your checking account, or like if you have a checking savings and you can transfer them quickly, just push money over to your actual regular savings. Because right now in the beginning, you just want to build a habit. You want to build the savings habit, and you're not going to do that if you're trying to like super optimize it. I don't know. You're going to get like way over your head with it. So it's just like, how do I just save a little money? Okay. And I was talking to someone else about their finances, and basically his account kept like fluttering around zero at the end of every month, and he got paid weekly. And I was like, he's like, I really want to start saving money, but I just don't know how or when, or like, how am I even going to do this? I'm going to zero every month and I don't have money for it. So I was like, okay, you get paid weekly. What if we did $25 a paycheck? So every week you just instantly move $25 over to his regular savings account. So we had a checking and a savings. I was like, just move it over there. And, you know, we're going to do our best to like not have to move it back, or we don't want to go below zero. But like, what if in the first month you try to save for $100, and on the last week you're like, oh, I need to push back a little extra money or else I'm going to go zero, right? And you end up saving like $70. I was like, $70, sure, it's not $100, but it's also not zero. Like, you're starting to build the habit, and once you do that, that's how all of this snowballs. Okay, you have to build the habit up. So I would just think about that. So the other thing, and that was a long-winded number one. So number two, about things you'll see with emergency funds, is if you go online and you search for, hey, how much should be in my emergency fund? You're going to see all these copy paste articles that are saying like, oh, experts say that you should have 3 to 6 months of, in an emergency fund. And ideally, again, sure, that actually sounds great. But for someone that's just maybe starting or isn't sure what to do, or they're just in the paycheck to paycheck, it's like, I just need to do something. That can be intimidating to hear 3 to 6 months, especially after you go through all of this and you're like, oh, wow, like I'm spending $7,600 a month, just like in this example, right? So if you were to multiply that like 3 or 6 times, it's like I have to save $20,000 to $45,000. Like, how am I going to do that? And then they get overwhelmed and then they just don't start. So I don't know if that's like your situation where that's kind of how you feel. It's like you're overwhelmed. You don't know what to do. All these people are saying all these things that sound cool. It's like, wow, yeah, save 20K. But then you're looking at your finances like, how the hell am I going to do that? Well, don't do that. Don't worry about that. So how I like to think about it is everyone has a number. And after going through this process, this is going to help out a lot. Everyone has a number of like, hey, what's the dollar amount that would sort of protect myself from most unexpected expenses? Okay. So some people, it could be $500 that would cover most, $1,000, $2,500, whatever that number is for you. Let's try to just get to that goal first. And I'm not saying do it in 1 month, whatever. This could take time to build up, which is okay, because we're building the habit. The habits will build the money, if that makes sense. So don't think about trying to build the money, just build the habits, and then the money will take care of itself. Because here's a good analogy, and then I'm going to stop talking about emergency funds. If you've played a first person like video game where the main character has a health bar, you're going to get this analogy. Okay, so you're going through, visualize a video game where that is the case. Okay, your health bar, you should be seen at it should be considered your emergency fund in this example. The end of the level or the game, whatever, is your financial goal. So in this case, it'd be paying down debt. So you have health bar is your emergency fund. The end of the game is paying down debt. So you're walking through the level, everything's going great. You're doing the whatever's happening, and all of a sudden you start getting attacked by the stuff in the game. Your screen's flashing red. There's sirens. Your health bar is like plummeting big time. In the game, what do you end up doing? Do you risk it? And you're like, you know what? I think I can just push through this. It's not much more. I can push through, with the risk of, if you die in the game, you go back to the last checkpoint. You go back to the beginning of the game or the level, and you have to go do the whole thing over again. Or do you look over and like, hey, oh, there's a rock over there. I can go hide behind the rock. I could do the med kit thing. I could sort of stabilize the health bar. I'm not going forward. I'm chilling, but I'm not going backwards. And then you stabilize, you hang behind the rock. It all kind of settles down. All the attackers are gone, and you just keep going on throughout the journey. That's the same thing. What happens in your life, right? You're going through life. Everything's going great. You have building up momentum. And then all of a sudden, an unexpected expense happens. And because you're not prepared for it, most people just end up using credit, which in this case is like going back to the last checkpoint or going back to the start of the game. And you're like losing months when you do that. So you're like build up 1, 2, 3, 4 great months in a row. And then you got like an $800 thing that just screws you over. You go back to the start and you're like, crap, I used credit card. I basically just paid $800 after I paid $800 in the last 4 months. And it's this like revolving cycle. That's why you can't get out of it. So the emergency fund, what it's going to do, it's not going to make you rich, but it's going to help you from going backwards, which is a lot more important sometimes. Okay. So back to the budget. We are going to, I have here budgeting for $150 for an emergency fund. Now, we have $368 left to spend. Okay. So in order for us to reach the debt goal, that would be the actual amount that we added to credit card one after we, found a little extra money in our finances. Hey, we're going to try paying a little more towards debt. And then you're like, you know what? The only thing that I haven't really done is this emergency fund. And I budgeted for $150, but I've never really saved anything before, and I'm not being consistent. So I'm going to happily put $102 into that emergency fund and just start it. Just start it. And then every month when you roll forward a new budget, we're going to keep this budget amount of $150, and we're going to try to do it again next month, right? We're going to try. And guess what? If you try for 150 and you get 102, would you say that you failed? No, absolutely not. Because again, you're building the habit. It doesn't have to be perfect every time. It just doesn't. So just start and build the habit. And this is the budget. And again, like I mentioned, every month is an opportunity to change. So what you can do with this budget template, and again, that's all inside of Dollar Discipline University. With the link is down in the description of this video. You can just simply right click on this budget tab, go to duplicate, and then boom, you have a copy. And now what we're going to do, since February is going to come up soon, boom, we have a February budget. We would get rid of sort of all of our actual, well, maybe not the fixed, but get rid of all of our actual. Okay. And then we can maybe like tweak the budget. It's like, well, you know what? Gifts, I'm not planning on buying gifts. And activities, like I have a thing coming up, so I think I need to make this $100, right? So you can play around with it every single month. Every month's an opportunity to get better at this. Okay. And again, if finding an extra $100 in your finances isn't motivating enough to pay down your debt a lot faster, you saw the results in the beginning. Okay. So if you're just kind of joining me, let me just go back here and just kind of summarize. So we have our debt. We're paying a minimum of $485. So with that, we have information that says the total interest that we're going to be paying on this debt is $108,000. So if you're walking around thinking, hey, I have 40K of debt, it's not too bad, right? But you're forgetting that when you're making minimum payments, and these are your stats up here, that you actually have, 40 plus 108. So you basically have 150. You have 150K of debt, because this interest is debt, because it's money that you're paying to the lenders. Okay. And again, I'm recording this in 2025. So it's going to take 25 years to get there just by paying minimum. So if we add an extra $100 in this example, again, results may vary for everyone else, right? Watch down here. It's $108,000 of interest right now with just the minimum payments and 2050. So I hit enter and we save $80,000 of interest over in 16 years. It's just insane, guys. So, but this is like this part's sort of the meat and potatoes. And just to talk through this all again, the 3-month look back, yes, it's a pain in the ass, 1000%. But it's a one-time time investment or effort investment into knowing your spending habits, which how priceless is that? Like all of our transactions, unless you pay, exclusively cash, everything's like timestamped now, right? We could just go to the credit card statement, we can go to the bank statement and filter it through that way. And we could see our habits that we used to have. And then on here, these budgets, we're creating habits that we want to have. And that's the difference. The 3-month look back is about our past. The budget is about our future. Okay. All right, guys. So the time's almost up. I do just want to talk about Dollar Discipline University one last time here. Okay. Down in the description of this video, school.com/debt, completely free community and course, helping people pay down their debt faster and just kind of stop feeling so stressed about your finances and figure out how to manage your money better, because the least efficient thing that we can do with our money is be in debt, because debt is the ultimate wealth killer for you, and it's the ultimate wealth generator for the person that's receiving your interest payments, right? So again, inside here, everything's in here is completely free. The tools that I talked about in this video, my time, which I'm taking calls with all these people in here, everyone that joins, I'm doing a free strategy call, get you in the right direction, see how I can help, provide the tools that you can sort of use, and then you have access to me, like easy access in this community. You can just simply like message me or whatever, make a post about it. And it's just a fun thing to be in a community. Again, like all these people, like look at all like these people commenting here. We're talking about taxes. Okay, I was on a podcast recently talking about my journey. This person was talking about couples and financial goals. This Zane just joined, and I have some content in here that I'm hopeful can be helpful for you guys. So I'd love for you to join. It's completely free. As far as this stream goes, I'm going live every single Thursday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Okay. And if we're talking about habits, this is a habit that I am not going to break. I've never gone live before. I've had like 5 or 6 lives that I've done in the past, the last 5 or 6 weeks. And this is a habit that I'm going to continue because I think building a community and just giving back and just talking through our situations. Big Burr, hello, how are you? And I just think it's really important to like connect with people and try to help people as much as possible. So love you guys, and I'll see you in the next stream. See ya. In this video, I want to talk about the 3 turning points in my own life that allowed me to go from basically a $0 net worth all the way up to a $1 million net worth, which I hit in 2024. These are valuable lessons that I know can help you, someone who is looking to improve their personal finances this year, right? You're done waiting. You want to start today. And my hope is that these turning points will not only save you time to help figure everything out, it's going to help you avoid the scars and, the challenges that I faced. And all I want you to come out of this video is with the lessons that I learned from it. So with that said, we're going to kind of just jump into the 3 topics. The 3 topics, they're basically 3 different stories, and then I'm going to go through kind of what happened, how it can apply to you. So the main sort of topics are around starting, mindset, and strategy. Okay, cool. So we're going to get into the first one. And really, my personal finance journey didn't start for the last 10, 12 years. It's about 10, 12 years ago. Okay, so I'm 35 years old, just an FYI. I went to school for accounting, so I've been a corporate accountant for the last decade plus as well. And out of school, I didn't really have I didn't start my quote accounting career. I was doing adjacent jobs, like adjacent skilled positions, things like that. And yeah, at one point in those jobs, I was about to make the biggest purchase of my life, which was a new car at the time. So that's pretty cool. And let me set the scene. It was a Friday afternoon. I was at my corporate job, and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the dealership tomorrow, hand them the check, get the car. It's gonna be great. And then I had a panic attack because oh my god, do I even have enough money in my bank account to give them this check? So I go on the World Wide Web. I check my bank account, and for I must not have had the mobile app. I don't know if it existed 10 or 12 years ago, but I remember specifically going on the website at my work, and I saw that I was about $1,500 short of the check that I needed to give the car dealership tomorrow. Right? Not great. So I scrambled around, somehow, my girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, we were both broke. So somehow she had $1,500 that she just kind of lent me. Yes, I paid her back. And, she sent it over to me, but it wasn't going to hit my account in time for the check to clear, right, for Saturday. So I was like, really anxious, and I go to the dealership the next morning, the tail between my legs. I tell them my sob story, right? And they don't love it, but I'm like, can you please just cash the check like Tuesday, like in a couple days, the money will be in there. It's fine. So they didn't love that, right? But somehow I was able to drive off the lot with that car. And it's the car I actually still have today, which is pretty cool. Now I'm driving my kids around in it, which is even more exciting. But the reason why I'm telling you this story is because on the way home from getting the car, I, I was kicking myself the entire time because I was telling myself this vision of who I was, and the actions I was taking in my life were not lining up with that, right? So again, I went to school for accounting. I got a college degree in accounting, and I told myself and other people anyone who wanted to listen that I was good with numbers and money and finances and budgeting, and the actions that I was taking in my life did not align with that at all. So I was beating myself up pretty badly on the way home, and I was like, yeah, this is like what I call now, looking back, it's like my hell no moment where it took that moment for me to make a significant change. And that's really what started my personal finance, trajectory, where I was like, I need to be more intentional. I need to think more about my money. I need to understand what's happening with it. So the reason why I'm telling you this kind of, this story here is I think a lot of people, when they're starting, they think they have to do like all the things at once. But really, it's just you just have to start somewhere. So for me, it was the problem was I didn't know how much money was in my bank account. So for me, it was just tracking, okay, how much money is in my bank account? And then that went from, okay, so, I would check maybe like it was just like once a week or a couple times a week, just like, hey, how much money is in my bank account? And then it was top of mind and I knew exactly how much was in there, right? But then it was like, okay, am I like, is my bank account increasing or decreasing, right? That was important to me to understand. That was kind of like the next step. So it's like, first is like, how much money's in there? And then it was, is it going up or down? Great. And then it was, okay, well, I should probably understand like how the money that I'm spending is being allocated. And like, is it generally more than what I'm making? What are the main expense categories that I have? And like, how is my money flowing around? So basically that's like, a basic version of a budget. So I had this like rinky dinky free app that I had on my phone. And every time I bought something, I just sort of entered it in the app. Um, and I just kind of went on my day doing that. And that eventually led to, okay, imagine so I was like, this is pretty powerful. Just like seeing what's going on with my money, understanding where my money's going. It's like, this is pretty powerful. So then that turned into, well, what if I align my spending with like my goals? It's a crazy concept, right? But like, what if I uh, think about how, the money that comes in, how can I align myself and my money to the things that I say matter to me most? And I call these now the North Star goals. So basically, what you do is you write down a list of the things that matter to you the most. And this could be 2 things, 5 things, 10 things, doesn't really matter. Okay. Everyone's list is going to be different. Um, and at the time, it was just kind of like, I had like bigger thoughts of like, hey, I want to do this in like a year or 2 years, but it's more just right now. What I would tell people is like chunk up the big decisions, the big goals and outcomes that you want into like smaller ones, and that way you're able to get them. But yeah, the North Star goals, and again, literally you can put anything on this, right? So I help people with their personal finances, and one gentleman that I was working with, he pretty much said like, I get a very expensive haircut twice a week, no, twice a month, and it's very expensive. But I've been going to the guy for decades, and he's basically family to me, and I'm just not. This is like a non-negotiable. And he was like trying to convince me that he should he should be still paying for this, and I was like, this is your like North Star goals like thing. So it's like, yeah, if that's a non-negotiable, then we just find another area in your finances to be able to figure out like how do we align what you're making with what you want to do with your goals. Okay. So basically, I think you just need to start tracking something. So if you find out that the goals that you want um, are around, debt, it's like, okay, well, maybe I should understand like what's going on with my debt. Should I should track it every month. Um, if you're just like, hey, I don't know where my money's going. Okay, well, then we need to budget. And for me, it was like, how much money is in my bank account, right? Because if you think about it, with like a health and fitness example, if I wanted to lose 20 pounds and I didn't step on the scale and I wasn't going to step on the scale, how do I know if I lost the 20 pounds? Like if I don't know the starting point, how do I know what to get to, right? So you have to know like kind of what the starting point is. It's like, hey, let me like at least see what's going on. And I think that's a big challenge with people is like they get nervous around the personal finance thing. They get nervous around like looking at it, like it's gonna, bite them. But really looking at it might be painful quickly, but then it's like, oh, and then you go into this frame of like, I can fix it, right? Because we can always fix what we deem to be a problem. Everything's fixable. Some things might take more time than others, right? Everyone's timeline is going to be a little different with that, but it's like, how do we optimize? How do we optimize our money, right? So during this whole process for me, going back to the story really quickly, like again, I told you in the beginning that I started my, we'll call it my career as like a non-accounting job. So this whole like personal finance thing, not knowing how much money was in my bank account is a big kick in the pants for me, not only for my personal finances, but also like my career growth at the time. Cause I was just being complacent and lazy and I was just way too comfortable. So for me, I was like, well, if I want to reach all these goals, I probably need to make more, make more money and I need to increase my skills, increase my, perceived likelihood of other people like wanting my skills, right? So um, I took a big like leap of faith, and I ended up applying to a job and taking a job that was 2 hours away, door to door, one way. So I was commuting into a big city near me, and that was a great experience, but it was tough. Like it was a long weeks and days and whatever. But for me, it was just like I was being so lazy and complacent and all this other stuff. So I had to like take the extreme and like, well, now you're because you wasted all these years. When we're talking 3, 4, 5 years in my 20s, like that's probably the best time to be like learning and building and growing yourself. And I was just being lazy and complacent. So I was like, no, you have to do the extreme now, and you have to like be all in on your on the career, and that worked out well. Um, but an important frame that I like to think about, and I hope this helps you, is back in the day, I used to think that I was worth as much money as someone was willing to pay me. I thought that that was such a true statement in the world, where it's like, yeah, if you, you know, it makes so much sense, right? Like you go to work and you try to impress some people, and then you hope that they want to give you more money or more responsibility or whatever, and then that's like it's just kind of putting that responsibility of your life and your money and your income and your skills and all this other stuff in someone else's hands. And looking back, I don't like that at all, and I actually think very differently now. And I have a different quote around this where I am worth as much money as I think I'm worth. Now, what that does, it sounds like kind of cocky or whatever, but what it does is it actually puts the power back in my hands, right where I want it. So it's basically saying like, hey, it's not my boss's fault. It's not the company's fault. It's not some politician's fault as why I'm not making enough money. It's all on me. So um, and that's the best spot where you want it, right? Because it's like you want to be in control. And if you keep pointing the finger at someone else that it's their fault, you give that thing or that person more power in your life, which is like, why? That makes no sense. This is your life, your money, your income, your skills, all this other stuff. Okay. I'm just gonna take a quick swig of water here. So that was kind of just like the starting uh turning point. You gotta start somewhere. The next one is more around mindset. Okay. Because once you start, that's great. Starting is the hardest part for a lot of people. You just have to start, but then you have to sort of keep getting better, keep improving yourself. And when I really started to think about long-term goals differently, it sort of just everything changed. So again, back in my early to mid 20s, I was thinking in days, weeks, maybe even months in advance. I would try really, really hard to fill up my calendar on the weekends with friends and family, doing fun activities and just staying important and I don't know, popular. I don't know, like whatever, like just being like staying busy for like the sake of being busy. And I wasn't really growing. I was like having fun, but I wasn't really growing as a person. And now really, like, the only thing that I think about is, in time, in terms of time frames, is decades. So I don't think about days anymore. I think about what is this decision going to be looking like in a decade? Because once I changed like the long term mindset, it really really helped think about my goals differently. Because anyone, you could just write down a goal, uh, and you can accomplish it soon. But like, what if you had a goal that was 10 years from now? The amount of effort and sacrifice and things that you need to do in time to be able to put into that goal would be way way higher if it's longer, right? And it would feel more worth it. And I have like a funny story around this. So basically, once I realized like, oh, long term goals, and I was started reading up into investing, and I don't really talk about specific investing on this channel, but um, I was like all in on like the investing. I was like, oh, I got to find like the hot stocks. I got to find this. So I would like sign up for all these 45-minute webinars, and I would join them. And for some reason, I kept doing it, even though the same thing happening where they take you through the whole webinar, and they're like, oh, they like talk up this one stock or this like one group of stocks, like, oh, this is going to be the stock of the decade, and they sell you on it. And then at the end, they still don't tell you what it is, which stock it is. And they're like, oh, to find out, you have to buy our annual plan. And I was like, this is BS. Like I kept getting like, for some reason, I kept joining them. Their marketing and their ads or whatever were really working on me. And one time I paid for it. I paid for like the annual thing, and that was like $200. So I was like, okay, well, I just spent $200 on this. So I need to like do what they say. So they actually had 3 stocks in there. And I bought maybe a couple $1,000s, not a lot, $2,000 of the stocks. Okay. And that was the only thing that I could think about for weeks. I would go to work, I would put on my like brokerage account on the computer and on one of the tabs, and I'd be checking it every like 10 minutes, like just seeing it like inch up or inch down. And it was like such this emotional roller coaster. Um, and I had it for like weeks, like these accounts. And I was just, it was like, I was way too invested, not money wise, but just like mentally. And it was just so draining. So I eventually just sold it. I canceled the annual subscription thing or whatever. Basically, just whatever. They got my money, right? So, but it was it was just so stupid because I was trying to. When I look back at it, I thought what I was doing was the right thing. At the time, that's what I thought, that I was doing the right thing. But looking back, I was definitely just trying to like do the whole get rich quick thing. And now, are people doing that? Yes, people are getting rich quick. They're flipping $100 into $1,000, whatever. There's a lot of people that are trying to do that and are not being successful at it either. So for me, it was just like, okay, no, I need to take a step back and I need to understand uh, that the longer the time horizon of my goals, the better it's going to be for me. So that's when I just started changing sort of again, I don't talk about investing on this channel, but like changing like the long-term strategy of the investing. So it's like, okay, I'm just going to invest in like a broader market instead of like trying to cherry pick. Okay. So that was sort of the mindset. So we went over the 3 topics starting. We went over mindset, and now we're going to go over strategy. I was seeing if it would do that. Thumbs up again. Strategy. Okay. And before we get into that, so I actually started a free course and community. I'm going to share my screen right now. Efficient thing that you can be doing with your money, the least efficient thing. And the next story I talk about is actually going to show you a little bit more about that. But I mean, this community is growing, guys. We have Sandy in here, Steven, Shannon, Zane, Brian. There's more people in here, right? You see all the interactions, Charles, Tony, Justice, Rocky, right? All these people are in here. They're trying to, help each other, help themselves, have better financial foundations, figure out how to manage their money a little better, and then use those skills to pay off the debt faster and a little more efficiently. Okay. Now I do have tools in here, which is really cool. So for example, Sandy that's in here. So the tools that I have are a budget template, a debt payment calculator, an emergency fund calculator, and a net worth tracker. And Sandy wrote, this was just a couple days ago, I have their budget template. and I would open it and close it. But since I found yours and with your step-by-step videos, I was finally able to look at our numbers, and I was terrified, quite honestly. My hubby and I sat and tallied up all the eating out, vending machine swipes, just so much careless spending. It's been an eye-opening experience, and we need to do better. I started thinking about what our situation is going to look like in 12 months, 5 years, 10 years from starting this journey, and I feel optimistic. Okay. So really cool that like she had this mindset shift, or she was doing this other thing, you were using this other budget template or whatever, and it just like did not stick with her. And this, the one that I share inside the community, it stuck with her, and I love this part. This is my favorite part. She's been like a rock star in here. She's changed her mindset from like the daily, weekly, monthly to now, decades, years, right? Because look at this. She's now looking forward to what can I do in 12 months? What can I do in 5 years? What can I do in 10 years? And that's the part that I love. Okay. So school.com/debt. It's in the description of this video. Until my calendar fills up, guys, I'm taking free strategy calls with every new member that joins. So basically what's going to happen is we're going to go on a call. We're going to talk about your exact situation, and it's going to be a customized solution to kind of figure out how we move forward. This isn't like some just like one for all course. Like I have a DIY course, right? But I don't just send people there. I talk to everyone that comes in this community. So right now there's 31 members. I've talked to every single one, and just trying to understand their situation, figure out their challenges, and then help us move forward. Okay. And it's basically everything that like my wife and I have done to reach the goals that we have. So I'm going to talk about the debt part in a second, but yeah, we've been able to build up to $1 million net worth because of basically the things that I talk about inside of this community. Okay. It's really, really powerful. Community is such a great way to learn something, to help others, to get, your own help, and just sort of, it's just everyone's in it to win. Okay. Which is really, really cool. So I'm going to stop sharing, come back on me. So the third item that we're going to talk about is the strategy piece. Okay. And I really want to focus on paying down debt because my wife and I guess it's now like 6 years ago. So we always knew we wanted to have kids. And around that time, the conversation got a little stronger, and we did like basically a full audit of our life. We're like, what are the things that would be significant roadblocks for us being what we consider to be like the best parents that we can be? So we looked at everything, right? We looked at our relationship, like together. We looked at, our finances. We looked at, the house that we lived in. Like, we looked at everything. Okay. And we're like, the debt that we had kept staring us in the face, and we're like, we need to do something about this. And we had $43,000 worth of debt around that time happening. We put together this like rinky dinky spreadsheet. The one that I share inside of Dollar Discipline University is way better. And I'm actually going to show it to you in a second. Rinky dinky spreadsheet where it was very confusing because she had her own debt, I had my own debt, and we had like joined debt. It was just like a mess. We each had our own bank accounts at the time, and then halfway through this process, we merged. We basically had one bank account, so we just needed to be as organized as possible with this. And so we had a 5 to 10 minute meeting on our couch in our living room once a month to update the tracker, talk about the strategies, basically which debt are we focusing on paying more money to. Now, was this entirely my idea? Yeah. Was my wife rolling her eyes every time we had to do this little meeting? Yeah. But what it did was it made sure that we were aligned, because basically we had, we'll call it shared money, even if it was 2 bank accounts. It's like we only have X amount of dollars each month that we bring in. So if one of us does something over here, but we were supposed to do this, and then so if you do this big thing over here and I do this big thing over here and we're not talking, it's like, well, then we're screwed because we're going to go lower than what we want, right? So it was all about planning and tracking and thinking and just being aligned. So that's one thing. I would find an accountability partner. So for us, my wife and I, we were accountability partners. If you don't have a partner, like obviously You could, do a friend thing, a coworker. You could jump into Dollar Discipline University, right? That's full of accountability in there. Everyone's chatting every single day around what's going on with their finances. And yeah, what I want to do is kind of just show you how the debt payment calculator works really quickly, and then how you can sort of go around. So you can kind of just figure out how to happen, because I don't think a lot of people realize that it doesn't take a lot of extra money to pay down your debt faster. It doesn't take a lot. Um, so actually, inside the free Dollar Discipline University, I've sort of called this course the power of $100. And that's because $100 is a lot more impactful than you probably think. So let's go back to the debt payment calculator. I've just entered some random data in here. So let's just say this is yours, right? We have credit card 1, we have a credit card 2, personal loan, student loan. Okay. We have our balances for each. These are our up to date balances. These are our interest rates and our minimum payments for each. So we have $40,000 of debt. Our minimum payment is $485. And then down here, our monthly payment amount, this is the amount of money that you're currently paying towards the debt. So let's just assume for this beginning part of this example that you're paying your minimum payments, right? You're like, oh, okay, my minimum is 45. I'm just going to pay 485, and we're just going to see what happens. This initial snowball is basically taking this number minus this to say like how much money extra are you putting towards your debt. So right now it's 0, and that's fine. Down here is the calculator portion. So it's basically taken all this data that we've entered up here, and then based on the strategy, so there's really 2 good ones. There's the avalanche method, which the calculator is going to prioritize your debts based on the highest interest rate to lowest interest rate. Okay. And then there's the snowball method, which is going to prioritize the smallest balance up to the largest balance. Now, as you can see, when I toggle back and forth, the calculator changes because the priorities change, right? So let's just stick with the avalanche because I think it'll be a little more impactful to show you. So it's taking all the data that we had up top, and now it's calculating how much interest is going to be paid over the life of the loan based on the information that we're entering, okay? And then these 2 columns are how long is it going to take me to pay off each of these line items? So we have it in months, and then just like, yeah, what's the date, essentially? What's the estimated date that this is going to happen? So you might have noticed this number, total interest paid. So if you had these exact numbers, right? You had $40,000 of debt. These were your interest rates. These were your minimum payments. And you were just making the minimum payment. You'd be paying $108,000 of interest over the life of the loan, which is like 25 years. I'm recording this in 2025. Okay. So it's saying that the debt-free date is July 2050. So in 25 years, you would become debt-free. Now, if you want to pay down your debt, if that's a goal of yours this year and you have $40,000, paying it off in 25 years is you're not that serious if you're paying it off in 25 years. Let me just say that, like, 25 years is a very long time. Think about you if you're over 25, like your age minus 25. So me, I'm 35. So if I take off 25 years, 10. You know how much life that was from me being 10 to me now being 35 years old. So that's a long life of just being in debt, and that sounds miserable. So that's where the power of $100 comes in. Okay. So all we're going to change here is, let's just say, instead of the minimum payment that we want to make of 45, let's just say we're going to get crazy here and we're going to add $100 towards our minimum payment. I know it's going to be nuts. Just $100, guys. And now let's watch down here. The total interest is going to change and the debt-free date is going to change. So remember, $108,000 of interest in July 2050. Let's see what happens. $80,000 of interest is gone, by the way, gone. And then our debt-free date is 16 years earlier. 16 years earlier. Let me just go back so you can see that. So this is with the minimum payments. This is with $100 extra. So imagine if you were to find an extra $100 in your finances, you were already making minimum payments, and then you applied that $100 towards your debt to pay it off faster. Like, that's pretty cool, right? Now, again, these numbers are just completely random that I added in here. Like, I am not saying that everyone's going to save $80,000 of interest over a 16-year time frame. Just to be very clear, like this is not everyone's outcome will be different, but inside of Dollar Discipline University, I have the tools. I have these tools in here for you guys. Everything's completely free in there. Okay. And yeah, I don't think people realize that it doesn't take a lot of extra money to pay down your debt more efficiently, because when we are in debt, it's the biggest wealth killer for us. So at the start of this video, I talked about how I went from basically zero to $1 million net worth. Okay. And I don't say that to brag. It's just, I don't say that to brag. I actually hate net worth. I don't, it's a good like barometer, but I think people use it too often, just to be very clear. And the only reason why I mentioned it is just to show you like, hey, I did the thing. I went from zero to here. And because I know there's a lot of people that would love to be able to do that as well. So that's why I'm making these videos, not to brag, just to be very clear. But yeah, it doesn't take a lot of extra money, guys. And the reason why, like, that's the biggest wealth killer for you. It's the biggest wealth creator for everyone receiving. Like, look at this. If we go back here, someone's getting this money. Someone's getting your $108,000. That's insane. Like, why would you let that happen? Why wouldn't you want to keep that for yourself? And again, I'll open a link here really quickly. I don't talk about investing too much on this channel, just to be very clear, but I just want to show you the impact that this has. Okay. So if we take the, what was it? We'll just call it $80,000 that we're saving of interest, and we're saving 16 years. So an initial deposit, let's say once we become debt free, we put all that savings and we let it grow for 16 years. Estimated rate of return. So the U.S. stock market generally brings back 8 to 12% based on the time frame, if it's a long enough time horizon. So I'm just going to do 8 to be very conservative. And contribution amount, we're not going to contribute anything monthly. It's just going to be put in the 80 and let it grow. Okay. If you had done that, you'd have an account of $286,000, right? So it can flip really quickly when you like pay down your debt, and then you put that money, put the money that you're putting towards your debt towards like another thing, another financial goal. It's really powerful. So obviously this is a very extreme example. Like, no one would be saving them. Like, you wouldn't be like socking away the interest that you have in like, under your mattress. And then once you become debt free, you just put it in and invest it. Like, but I'm just trying to show you like the power of the money that you're leaving on the table, because interest compounds. Everyone likes to talk about how money compounds. It's because of interest. But debt works the same way because debt compounds negatively. And I have this little chart here just to show like the interest and basically how much money is being paid, all this other stuff. But interest compounds positively and negatively. So why wouldn't we want it to work in our favor? That's the whole point. And that's what I go over inside the Dollar Discipline University. It's like, now that you know how powerful this is, everything inside this course, the Power of $100 course, and things that we talk about inside this community are things that is basically showing you, okay, now that you know that it's powerful, how do we get there? Right. And that goes back to the, what I talked about earlier with the starting phase, right? It's the, again, I went from just wanting to know how much was in my bank account. Is it going up or down? What are the expense categories? And then aligning the spending, making my spending, powerful towards the financial goals. So we're finding the North Star goals. We are not being, sorry, we are, those are non-negotiables. We're paying for those. Like, we're doing the thing. And by the way, this can also mean, so there's a lot of extreme personal finance information on the internet about like You have to go really extreme. And I just don't think that works. Fundamentally, it works, just to be clear. If you spend a lot less, you would, have more money, right? But how likely are you to like keep going with like this very intense expense cutting, right? Every single month. Like you could probably do it for a little bit, but then you would feel fatigued from it. You would get burnt out and you would just go back and you'd probably just keep flip flopping. You're like, oh wow, I'm cutting. This is great. And then after 2 months, like, oh, this is miserable. And then you go back to normal. And then it's like this whole freaking seesaw thing that you're doing, right? So instead, I like the idea of, hey, let's align our spending with our goals and let's create a thing that is very sustainable. So what ends up happening is you write down this list of all the things, and then everything else not on that list becomes less valuable because you just told yourself that they aren't as important, which is great. That way you get to do the things that you want to do that you think are important. And then everything else is sort of where we trim the fat. But remember, there's three ways that you can have more money. Okay. We can cut our expenses, we can increase our income, and we can do both at the exact same time. Those are the three ways. Okay. The easiest way that a lot of people do is just cut the expenses. But there's only so much, so many things that you can cut. So the higher leverage thing, and I talked about this earlier, right, in the live stream. How do you become more valuable in the workplace, in your industry, whatever? How do you learn new skills to move up in your company? How do you learn new skills to maybe go to another company? How do you learn new skills to maybe start a business or start a side hustle? And over the last 10 years, after I had that epiphany of the car thing and changing everything, I've worked at 4 companies in the past decade. And that's because I was more focused on me. I wasn't and not like I wasn't chasing money, but I was chasing experience. So once I found out that either A, the place did not have a growth path for me, or B, the growth path has been shut off for whatever reason, then I left. Because if they told me, hey, you can't grow, and then I still stayed there, then that means they are in control of my income now. And it's not like in my control, which is really frustrating to me. And that's kind of how I grew. So the fastest way that I found to increase my income was just switch companies. And early on in my 20s, I thought I was doing the right thing. I was being loyal. And I was like, oh, loyalty is going to pay off in the corporate world. Absolutely. And it just like, maybe it does sometimes, but I just found that overall it just didn't. Cause like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not here to hang around for the 2% raise, the 3% raise, the annual whatever raise. I want more control over what I'm doing with my income in my life and, learning new skills. Like they can't take skills from you guys. Like they can't. And a skill that you learn, no one can take that from you. So how do you become more valuable? How do you learn new skills? How do you, I don't know, you could try to save your company more money. You could try to save, make the company more money. You could head a project at your company. There's all these things that you can do. You go to your boss and be like, hey, if I did XYZ, and we did this over a long enough time frame, like I would like to know like what kind of what's the growth path here for me at this company if I was able to do this. And if they're interested and they start doing something, it's like, okay, great, then you have a growth path. But if they're like, ooh, yeah, sorry, then that's your cue. That means that you can't grow here anymore and it's time to leave, and it's time to put the power back in your hands of your life, income, skills, right? So this is gonna be it, guy. This is the end here. It's a little shorter today. School.com/debt. Uh, check it out. It's in the link in the description. Everything's completely free, including my time. Again, seriously, guys, like if you join this, I will hop on a call with you and we'll talk. So if you found any of my stuff valuable at all whatsoever, um, I'd love to talk with you. I'd love to talk to you about your personal situation, and we'll figure out like a customized plan to go forward. Because everyone that I talk to, everyone's slightly different, right? And it's great. And it's a great way to like it's customizable. It's not like, hey, click on this link, watch these videos, and then you're going to be good. It's like, no, join the community, come talk with me, and I will show you based on your situation where what's best for you to start with and how to move forward. Okay, so um, every Thursday, guys, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, I'm going live. I'd love to hear from you. If you've made it this far, in the live stream, what kind of topics do you want me to talk about? Or what have I talked about in the past, maybe that you've seen that you like, that you want to see? Because I'm at the end of the day, I'm making this for you guys. And until I get some feedback, I'm just going to keep making the things that I think that you guys either need to hear or want to hear. So just let me know, please. Like, what's your biggest challenge? What do you want to understand better? Uh, what process are you trying to work through and you can't? Or what's the mental hurdle that you're trying to come across and fix and whatever? So um, that'll do it for me, guys. School.com/debt. And then these live streams every Thursday night at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. I will see you in the next one. Your financial fears are holding you back from the life that you should be living. And I know this because 10 years ago, I couldn't care less about my finances. I was living paycheck to paycheck. I had tens of thousands of dollars of debt, and I had no goals except for filling up my calendar on the weekend with fun plans. I had no future goals. Since then, I've paid off that 10,000 the tens of thousands of dollars in debt. And since then, I have become a net worth millionaire in 2024. And it all started by facing the demon. And I'm sure that's why you clicked on this video today. You have a demon in your head about your finances, and that's the reason why you haven't started or you're not continuing or something. So this video is really aimed at you to try and squash any limiting beliefs you have on this and kind of change your mindset. Share my story about how I progressed from doing literally nothing with my finances to where I am today. And now I'm helping other people with their personal finances. Like I'm literally coaching people. I've been an accountant for over 10 years. I have a free community designed to do all this. And we're going to get into that in a little later. But I want to first start with a few different time frames of the things you're not thinking about, or maybe the reasons why you're not looking at your finances. So we're going to talk about past, we're going to talk about present, we're going to talk about future. Okay. So let's talk about the past first. So clearly there's something, that happened in your life or something that you're afraid to look at your finances because of past experiences you've had with looking at your finances. Okay. And I can totally the unknown, but if you're walking out and you see water, I think what times we think is that the water is, a mile deep, but we take a step in it and it's an inch deep. And you're like, oh, like I'm not going to drown in this. Right. And it's sort of this mindset of like taking the leap of faith almost to like, okay, this is uncomfortable for me and I just need to kind of keep going. And we just can't let past decisions impact our future and impact our present. The past is the past, and mistakes happen, and sometimes it's hard when big events happen, and it's hard not to think about that. But almost staring at that situation right in the face and being like, this is not going to impact the rest of my life. The one thing or the events of things that have led to this led to the situation where I am in my finances isn't going to impact the rest of my life. And I like to think of the past as, okay, so we've all driven a car, right? How come they make the windshield as big as they do and the rear view mirror as small as they do, right? The rear view mirror is like this, the windshield's like this freaking big, right? Imagine if you tried to drive a car while looking at the rear view mirror, you would eventually crash your car. Like eventually. Like sure you could have like, you'd be looking at it, you can kind of see like peripheral what's going on, but you'd eventually crash the car. Why? Because you're looking at the stuff that's going on behind you and you're not even focusing on the things that are in front of you. And that's why the windshield is so big. It's like look at what's in front of you, right? Because the rear view mirror is meant to like see the things that you are passing in life, not staring at the things that are holding you back. Okay? So that's a nice little thought process that I kind of heard recently, and I was like, oh, I like that a lot because it's so true. It's like so many people are focused on past things, but then if you add an analogy like that car thing into it, it's like, oh yeah, well obviously I'm not going to drive a car and looking at the rearview mirror, so why would I drive my life looking at the past, right? So whatever you're trying to conquer, and if you're willing to share this, if you're live with me now or you're watching this later, like what's something that's holding you back and why you haven't gotten started. And this is a judgment free zone, right? This is completely judgment free. It's just to figure out like what is holding you back? Because at the end of the day, I just legitimately want to help people get some traction in their personal finances and start making things happen. Because again, like all the stuff that I'm going to talk about, it's truly changed my life. If I was doing what I was doing, we'll call it 11 years ago, when I was doing nothing with my finances, I'd be a no one right now. I'm still a no one, but you know what I mean? Like I would have not reached financial goals. I would still be, just waiting for the next check so I could pay for all the stuff. I would still be in, tens of thousands of dollars of debt because I was only making minimum payments and I was not trying to uh I didn't see a bigger vision, right? So that's what I'm trying to hope I can change for you. And if we don't learn from our mistakes, they're just going to control us. And I've learned that. Um, but really, like if we look at the past, things that happen to us negatively or positively, we should just learn from them because they're only a problem if we just keep making them a problem. But if we look at it and be like, oh, you know what? My bad on that. And I've learned a lesson, valuable. And I've wasted a lot of time or money or effort or sacrifice trying to figure out this thing. But yeah, I'm not going to do that specific thing that I did previously. Okay. So let's move to some present thoughts. So that was the past. Let's move to some present thoughts. And I think a big reason why, and let me know, obviously if you're live, let me know, or watching this afterwards. The reason why you probably are not budgeting is that you think it's a restrictive action. Is that would you say that that's correct? Would you say that that's accurate? Because a budget, it's not restrictive, and we're gonna dive really deep into this in a second, but a a budget isn't a budget doesn't tell us what we can't do with our money. It tells us what we can do. It shows us what are our available options. What are our resources? I think when people think budget, it's like this massive like swear word for everyone where it's like you can't say it. It's like what's the Harry Potter character like Lord Voldemort? Like, oh, you can't say that guy's name. It's like, oh, we can't talk about budgeting. It's off limits. It's a swear word. Because I think everyone thinks that when you budget, you have to just cut back on everything. Everything budgeting means restriction. It's just not true. Budgeting means intentionality. And I did mention this earlier, but at the end of this, towards the end of this live stream, I'm actually going to show you the tool. I'm going to show you where to find the tool of how I'm helping the people that I'm helping, coaching with their personal finances to face their fear with their finances and start looking at it. I have a specific tool and process and I'm going to go through it later on in the live stream. So make sure you stay tuned. But yeah, so that was the first thing. Like budgeting is an action that we take so that we can make the appropriate plans, because what I see all the time is people say that they're budgeting. I talk to people a lot about their personal finances. They say that they're budgeting, and in their mind they're budgeting, but in reality they are either guesstimating in their head. They are either just thinking about the quote unquote like bills in their life. So it's like, okay, I have a car payment, I have utilities I have to pay, I have a rent or mortgage, right? They go through the list of bills and they track those, and that's them thinking like, oh, I'm budgeting, but they're not keeping track of the rest of the stuff that's going on in their life, like all the groceries, the gas, the activities that you do with your friends or family. And those are the things that they estimate, and then they get to the end of the month, they're like, huh, I don't have any extra money again. Like what happened? And they just think like, oh, I'm like paying my bills on time. I'm living life like I'm not doing anything too crazy. And they just look at it and they think like they should be having more money and they're not. And it's because they're not, they're half-assing it. So if this is you, if I'm talking to you right now, um, the way we avoid that is we stop half-assing it and we full ass it. Or would it be no assing? I'm not sure, but no more half-assing. We're either all in and we're tracking stuff, we're looking at everything, or we're just not doing it. And I like the idea of doing it personally. Again, it's helped out in my life significantly. And let's talk about the future. This is probably the most important, but the least thought about, because I think again, everyone's everyone in their current present, they have demons from the past, right? We all do. There's stuff that happened in our life, whether it's personal finances or not, and they keep us up at night. They random thoughts pop in our head when we're taking a shower or something, or going on a run or reading a book, and it's like, whoa, where did that come from, right? Everyone has that, so I understand that. And then the present, people aren't willing to sacrifice the present for the future. So they're thinking about the past the whole time. They're not even looking at the future. Like, your spotlight should be on your future. And this really changed for me because I mentioned in the beginning of this video that I used to just try and feel important and be busy with friends and family, and like, have a good time and fill my calendar with fun and things that I like wanted to do now to make myself happy in in the moment now, right? Um but over the last 10 years, I've completely changed my mindset around that. I used to think in days, in weeks, in months even, like, "Oh, I have that vacation in the summer, that's gonna be really cool." But now I'm literally just thinking in decades. I'm thinking in 5 years from now, I'm thinking in 10 years from now, I'm thinking in 20 years from now. Like, the actions that we take today will be a reflection for us in 5, 10, 20 years. Just like the actions you took 5, 10 years ago are now who you are today. So if you don't like today, it's because the version of you from 5, 10 years ago um, wasn't who you wanted them to be. And again, I'm speaking from experience on this, right? I'm looking back at like 10 plus years ago of myself, and it's like, dude, like, if we had started doing this like way sooner, uh, it would have been a lot better for us. And so I feel like I've been playing catch up, to be quite honest with you. Like, everything all shifted for me when I was 25, so I'm 35 now. So if I had started thinking about the future earlier in my 20s or in my teens, like, you just think about the present, and yeah, it's kind of frustrating looking back. Actually, that could be maybe that's a demon of mine where it's like, dude, what were you doing? And I got to just focus on the future, right? So we could all take a lesson from like trying to take stuff out of our past. Um, and how I also like to think about it now is people say that, like, oh, I don't have enough money to insert, pay down debt, save money, or invest money, or do whatever your goals are, right? Like, oh, I don't have money for it. But every dollar you put towards a financial goal pulls your future one step closer to where you are now. So if you don't, so in an extreme example, if you put $0 towards your future, right, nothing's going to happen, obviously, right? And if you put as much as you can, your future is going to be pulled much closer. That's how. So my wife and I, we were in $43,000 worth of debt about 5, 6 years ago now, and we were able to pay that off in 13 months, guys. And we just had regular 9 to 5 jobs. We didn't have to get a second job for one of us, or a side hustle, or sell any weird stuff that we had in our basement on eBay. It was all just because we were staring at our finances. We were staring at the problem, which at the time was our debt, and we made a plan to make it go away as fast as possible, because you're like, you know what? Yes, things will be tight in our finances for a while until this is paid off, but it is going to be tight because we are thinking about our future. And at the time, we were like, oh, we wanted to, we were talking about having kids, like, we were pretty serious about that. And we were doing a full audit of our life. It's like, what's the big problem here? And everything just kept going back to like, oh, this debt is a problem, because we felt like it was restrictive. Like, we were giving our money that we were working for, to other people. So it was like, well, it would be much more efficient if we were giving our money to our future self, right? Or now to our kids, right? And like setting something up for them and future education, whatever. And so in the present, we have to think about the future. We can't just think about the present, and we definitely can't think about the past. And you know, the compounding effect is real. It doesn't just, everyone online likes to talk about how money compounds. And of course, yes, that's great. There's all this like, investing 101 stuff, right? Everyone's talking about compounding, blah, blah, blah. But it's not just money, guys, that compounds. Yes, that's a very important part of it. But time compounds, your efforts compounds, like your skills compound, the sacrifices that you make towards it all go towards making your future better. So if you sacrifice to today and you focus on one financial goal, like intently, right? You're very serious about one financial goal, then I mean, how could you fail? How could you fail, right? So the past, the present, and the future. And basically, how I started about 10 years ago on this journey. So, again, I went to school for accounting. I was telling everyone in my life, including myself, how great I was with numbers and finances and budgeting and, you know, all this stuff, right? Whatever. But in my mid 20s, I had a pretty serious wake up call where I was going to buy a car. And the day before, I was like, ooh, something hit. I had this like sinking feeling in my stomach. I was like, do I have enough money in my bank account to give them the check tomorrow that I told them I was going to give them? And it's like, I'm sure I do, right? I don't know. And I kind of panicked and I go to, my online banking and I was $1,500 short. And this was like 3 p.m. on a Friday. I was going to give them the check 9 a.m. Saturday. And this was 10 years ago plus. So I had to kind of scrape together some money where people, uh, like my girlfriend at the time, she's my now wife, she gave me money that I don't know where she pulled it from because I don't think she had it. And I paid her back, but it's like it wasn't going to hit my account in time for the check to clear. Like if they put it through Saturday, it wouldn't have worked. So I went to the dealership and I gave my sob story, right? And I was like, "Can you just like wait till Tuesday, please, to cash this check? Like I'm good for it. It's just like Tuesday, please, like Tuesday." They didn't love that, but they obviously just let me go off because the pain of having to go through another sale, right, to try and sell this car. And it was like a prior year's model, right? So they're like, just get rid of this thing and yeah, whatever. So I drove off the lot somehow. I walked in there thinking that I was not going to be able to drive off the lot. So for me, that was like a big shock where I was like, wow. And I would like to think, and let me know, have you guys ever bought a new car? Like what's that feeling like when you're happy about it? Because this was 10 years ago. I haven't bought a car since. And I drove the car home and I was not excited about, driving the car, the features, seeing how fast I could go, whatever. I was just thinking about the mistake I had made and the embarrassment of like not even knowing how much money was in my bank account to the nearest, like, we'll call it $1,500. I didn't even know how much was in there and why. It was like not necessarily a demon of why I wasn't looking at it, but I just like thought I had everything under control. I was like, oh, I went to college for accounting. Like I know what I'm doing, right? But it's it's a skill I was not very good at, like even personal finances, right? Because obviously that's like a different thing, accounting and personal finance. But I just thought like, oh, I'm good at math and budgeting and money and like I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I got this, right? I didn't have it. So I was driving home. I was like, yeah, I was pretty annoyed with myself, very upset and embarrassed of myself. Like again, these are things that I was telling myself I was good at. And it's like the actions, Chris, that you were taking do not align with the person that you said you are. So I drew a line in the sand and I was like, oh, never again am I gonna like neglect my finances like this. I have to somehow figure out how to do this. So what did I do? Sorry. The first the first problem the problem that I had was not knowing how much was in my bank account. So I was like, you know what? I should probably know how much is in my bank account, right? I should probably figure that out first. So I was like, okay, every day you're gonna look at your bank account. So that's what I did it for um 30 days, 30, 40 days. But then I was like, this is great and all, but like, I don't know, I kind of like, is it going up or down? I wasn't really like tracking it. I was just sort of like looking at it, right? And I could tell you how much was in there every day, but I was like, okay, but is it like what's happening with it? Is it up or is it down? Good, bad? Like what's going on? So then I was like, okay, let me see like after every week, like what the deal is. Or I think I did it after every paycheck. That way I could get a better sense. It was like, all right, every paycheck, every 2 weeks, I'm still gonna look every day, but I'm gonna kind of track what number it's at and I'm gonna write it down. And it's like, well, this is great and all, but like, how do I know if I'm being like that efficient with my finances? How like where's my money going? How are my expenses laid out? And that's kind of how I really started we'll call it like traditional budgeting, right? So I had this like free, it was rinky dinky app. I don't even remember the name of it. It was not very good. But it was free and it was the only like one in the app store I could find that was free. So I was like, whatever. So I downloaded it, and every time I made a purchase, I, would get back to the car, or if I did something online, whatever, and I just wrote it down. I was like, okay, groceries, $100, whatever it was. Wrote it down, and then I would monitor it and see what was going on, and then it started like creating some trends, and I was like, oh, okay, so this is happening, and in these months of the year, this goes up or this goes down, right? So you started getting a really, really good idea of what's happening with your finances, and the surprises that come up, right? Because we all have unexpected expenses, but when you keep having unexpected expenses, they're not unexpected. So make a plan for that, and we could talk about that in a second. But um, yeah, and then so that little, budgeting process then turned into, well, what if I really like weaponize my income and use my income to align it with the goals that I have, and I focus on the goals and not like my life? Because again, I was like focusing on my life and not the financial goals. It was like it was going through the month, just paying for stuff. Like, okay, at the time I think we were renting, so it was like, okay, rent check, okay, bills, okay, grocery, and you get to the end of the month and you're like, oh crap, like, okay, I'm like kind of breaking even here, like what's going on? So everything changed for me when I started to prioritize the goals, and then that way, like, so if you break it out into a good budgeting strategy that I like to think of is what's called the 50-30-20 budgeting strategy. So this says that 50% of your income goes towards need items, 30% goes towards want items, and 20% goes towards financial goals, which is cool. And by the way, I don't have a percentage on this, but if you are doing 20% of your income towards a financial goal, you are a top financial, personal finance person in the United States and the world, quite honestly, because there's not many people that are doing that. Um, and I'll get into why, right? I think there's two reasons why. First, because I was guilty of this too. We kind of just bucket all of our expenses. We bucket our need items and our want items, and it's just like, here's our stuff, right? It's all just all of our expenses. Here's the month. Like, here it is. I paid for everything. But breaking it out really, really helps. Like, really helps. Because then okay, what do I need to live on? And that's an important distinction. Like, you have to be very honest with yourself about what a need item is and what a want item is. So what do I need to live on? Like, that's like pretty non-negotiable. Yes, you could probably move to a cheaper area in your country, or, down the block, a cheaper neighborhood, whatever. But like, in theory, your need items, they're probably not going to change that much, right? Like, that's it's harder to change those. So then it's like, okay, so if this is my dollar amount of need items and I make this, then I have this gap of expenses left for the month. So if I prioritize the financial goals first, then I know for a fact that I'm going to be reaching them faster. So what we would do is we would like literally like auto invest or auto pay, our financial goals. That way it's like we weren't running out of money at the end of the month, and it's like, ooh, oops, I didn't, do the thing that I said I told myself I was going to do. So in one point of our lives, it was, we didn't have much like savings. So it was like, okay, let's just like get some money built up here. So that turned out to be like a little emergency fund. And then it was, okay, we got to figure out the debt part. So we would like auto pay the minimums. And then my wife and I had a meeting on our couch. Every like the first or second of every single month, we looked at the spreadsheet that we were tracking all of our debt in. It took like a 5, 10, 15-minute meeting, and we just like strategize which debt were going to be the priority. Because at the time we had 12 different loans. 12, yes, you heard that correctly. 12 loans totaling the $43,000. Some of them were hers, some of them were mine, some of them were shared. It was messy. We started this process with two bank accounts, so we each had our own, and then in the middle we kind of merged, and it was coming out of one bank account. So basically, we obviously only had like a limited amount of cash, just like everyone did, right? Of money every month. So it was like we didn't want one person to over apply to the debt that they like weren't supposed to, and then the other person applied a lot too, and then we like were in the negative because two people like were aggressive and we didn't communicate. So it was really important. It was like, okay, this month it's going to be your thing, the next few months until we get that off, pay that off, and then it's going to be my thing. We're going to, right. So that's kind of how we worked it. It's just really like being organized and transparent and everything like that. So Yeah, that's just basically like a quick synopsis of the journey. So that's why all this is so important because again, if I was just sitting, if I would wake up, look at my bank balance, and then close the app and then do nothing, that's what I was doing 10, 11 years ago. So you have to kind of keep evolving. And I don't want you to hear from me. It's like, oh, this guy, is an accountant. He's a net worth millionaire. He only has a mortgage. He doesn't have other debt. And I feel like, and I don't want you to feel like you're like, less of a personal finance person. You don't look at where I am now. Look at what I was doing when I started this. And that's why I like to share these like stories that are still like painful to to think about and go back because it's like, oh, dude, like what were you doing? So I tell these stories because I want you to do what did back in the day. And that doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, I just check my bank account and I'll be all good. So whatever your pain point is, just do that thing first. Just do it. You don't have to like optimize it. You don't have to get crazy with it. Just I literally didn't know how much was in my bank account, guys. So that's why I was like, I need to know how much is in here. So that's what I started with. So for you, it's if it's like I don't know, like, oh, for some reason I can't like save money. I keep trying to save money. I can't. I would challenge you then if you don't think you can save money to figure out a way to start saving something, just literally anything. Okay, so I was working with someone on his personal finances. He gets paid weekly, and he doesn't really have a savings, and his bank account, his checking account, like at the end of the month is really close to zero every month. Let me know if you can relate to that too. And so he's like, I don't know what to do. Like, so we started the budgeting process, and I was like, okay, you get paid weekly. Here's what I recommend you doing. So you can just start the habit. Can you commit that every paycheck you're going to put $25 into your savings account? And he looked at me. He's like, oh, I can do that because that doesn't sound that hard, right? But at the end of the month, he's going to have $100 saved, and he's never had savings before, like to speak of. So it's like, how do you start the habit? Like, you don't have to talking about emergency funds. It's like, if you were to look up like, oh, how much money do I need to have in my emergency fund? You would see all these articles about how experts say 3 to 6 months of your, expenses should be in your emergency fund. And while that's great advice, guys, if you've never saved before and then you look at how much you spend every month, you're like, wow, I need to save $10,000 to $30,000 to have a proper emergency fund. And that's like super overwhelming. If you have $0 saved and you've never saved anything, super overwhelming. Like, how am I supposed to save tens of thousands of dollars? Like you're like that would take years for so many like years, right? So it's like, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm just like, and you kind of toss it aside. But if you build up the habit first, so I challenge you. I don't know what your pay, your pay structure is, if you get paid weekly, biweekly, monthly, whatever the thing is. But how can you figure out a way to save something? Can you save $100 a month? If you get paid weekly, can you save $25 a paycheck? If you get paid biweekly, can you save $50 a month? If you have a variable income, which is always a little trickier, but you can still plan for that. Like, okay, can you just start small with that? Can you save um, a percentage based on how much you get? So, like, can you save, I don't know, 0.5% every time you get paid? Right? Like, you do the math where it's like, how can I set myself up to create small wins in my personal finances? Because personal finance is hard, guys, and it's all about just how do I keep staying motivated on the thing. So if you found that you get on the treadmill, not the literal treadmill, but the personal finance treadmill, and then you instantly get off, it's like you haven't dangled a good enough carrot in front of you to want to keep running on the personal finance treadmill. So how do you create a goal, or how do you create a process that actually makes it fun and you try to win in your personal finances? Okay, so one example for that, and then we're actually going to dive into the tool that I wanted to talk to you about. My wife and I, so for years we've been doing this, and it's worked out so well. Okay, we organize our finances in a way where we get 24 wins in our personal finances every single month, and we set it up intentionally like this so that way we can basically put more money towards future financial goals. Okay, here's what we do. for most people, the biggest expense in their life is going to be the roof over their head, right? Your rent or your mortgage. For most people, that's going to be it. For us, we have a mortgage, and it comes out in the beginning of the month. So my wife and I both have 9 to 5 jobs still. We get paid in the beginning of the month. We get paid in the middle of the month. And when the mortgage comes out, we get a paycheck. So let's just call it the first of the month. The mortgage comes out of our bank account, but the 2 checks go in. And those 2 checks that go into our bank account are higher than our mortgage. So that's a win. And then in the middle of the month is when we get paid again. So all of our